Being granted the legacy of the planet, Lord Crystal Basic Resource Packs, Chat Channel Visual Datafied Language Comprehension. Qin Chuan was dazed witnessing the dazzling light of the planet's destruction fade away as his consciousness solidified from illusion to reality. As the dust settled, he finally saw his surroundings clearly. Jagged rocks piled high where death birds let out repulsive cries. How did I end up here? I was exploring the Zhongshan Su when I discovered. Oh, am I already dead? Then what is happening now? About to play Earth's final message. Children, I can no longer protect you. Inherit my last gift, survive peacefully in the other world. This is all I have left, and beware of the shadows and the darkness. Qin Chuan murmured subconsciously, under the black tide, everything is gone. Under the black tide, everything is gone. He was reborn. This final message from Earth was etched into the very soul of every surviving human. The black tide came, the planet shattered, civilization collapsed, nations and families were lost. Earth used its last essence to send all of humanity into another world. Reborn, reborn. A chance to start over. In just a few seconds, the torrent of memories and experiences from 100 years calmed Qin Chuan instantly. Open the world chat channel. As his words fell, a dense stream of bullet comments unfolded before his eyes. What's going on? Am I dreaming? What? Earth destroyed? You must be joking. I have to go to work tomorrow, a 996 shift. I need to wake up. The same as the beginning of his past life, many people had no idea what was happening. Some even thought they were dreaming. Every second was precious now, and Qin Chuan had no time to waste on them. He immediately closed the chat channel. Claim, Lord Crystal. The next moment, a glittering trapezohedral crystal appeared in his hand. Through the phantom inside the crystal, one could see a dilapidated thatched hut and 3 farmers in coarse linen clothes. The Lord Crystal. This was the greatest legacy left by the dying Earth. None surpassed it. Qin Chuan carefully held the octahedral crystal in his hands. The urgent task now was to find a suitable place to deploy his territory. Build houses, gather resources, struggle to survive, and resist the first wave of black tide in 3 months. Just then a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Suitable host detected, summoning legion system loading. Loading successful. Initiating first summon. Summon successful. Red alert, base vehicle X2 Evil Alliance. Qin Chuan's eyes widened. This is a system. The next moment, the octahedral crystal in his hand suddenly changed. The thatched hut and farmers vanished. In the center of the crystal appeared 2 giant vehicles brimming with futuristic sci-fi style. Beside the vehicles marched 12 fully armed soldiers carrying rifles. On the periphery, several grizzly tanks and rhino tanks roamed on patrol. Qin Chuan instinctively recalled the thing he had obtained at the Zhongshan Su before dying in his past life. Summoning Legion. Suppressing his excitement, he opened the description of the Summoning Legion system. As the name suggests, Summoning Legion means summoning armies and buildings from fantasies. For example, the Red Alert base vehicles, soldiers, tanks, and so on. Of course, occasionally other things could be summoned. The prerequisite was that the summoning energy bar must be full. However, Qin Chuan carefully observed the energy bar for several minutes and found no change at all. In the end, he had to give up. But even so, it was still a heavenly start. Qin Chuan regained his composure and skillfully manipulated the octahedral crystal. Take out all the items inside. Whoosh. Amidst flickering light and shadow, a massive phantom appeared on the rubble pile in front of Qin Chuan. So huge, truly massive. Qin Chuan had only seen Red Alert base vehicles in games, small and tiny. Now brought into reality, he never imagined they could be this enormous. 2 Red Alert base vehicles. At a glance, they were several times larger than heavy trucks. But thinking about it, it made sense. As the core of the entire base, insufficient volume wouldn't allow the formation of a construction yard. Commander. A call brought Qin Chuan back to reality. He looked up and saw 2 groups of soldiers standing in formation, the Allied forces and the Soviet forces, saluting him solemnly. Behind them, several tanks raised their turrets, guarding the base vehicles against any potential attack. Commander, shall we deploy and unfold the base here? The inquiry came again, but this time from within the base vehicle. Qin Chuan realized that there were people inside the base vehicle. That made sense after all. In the game, selling the base could still give you engineers and soldiers. He stopped dwelling on it, thought for a moment, then gave an order. No, don't deploy yet. The initial location of the territory was extremely important. Not only geographical advantages had to be considered, but also thorough reconnaissance of surrounding resources, development prospects, and hidden dangers. Qin Chuan would never forget that in his past life his territory was breached early, forcing him to become a wanderer. After much hardship, he achieved some success, but it cut off his path to the pinnacle. Thinking of this, a resolute light flashed in his eyes. This life he would not repeat the same mistakes. First, scout the surroundings and find a suitable location to set up camp. Yes, Commander. The sun rose and set, red sunbeams streaked across the sky. In an instant, the sky grew dark. During this time, Qin Chuan sat in the base vehicle, making plans for the future while observing the world chat channel. At this moment, some people had realized the reality and began clumsily trying to figure things out. The fastest had already confirmed their territories. Their initial bases were merely thatched huts, unlike Qin Chuan's mobile red alert base vehicle. One said it was extremely difficult to change location in a short time. Thus, many tragedies had already occurred. Newly built territories were breached by monsters and completely destroyed. Those luckier, like Qin Chuan in his past life, became refugees. In this turbulent other world, they struggled to survive. If chance allowed, they could try to become professionals and step into the supernatural. As for the unlucky ones, they perished along with their territory. Qin Chuan pondered how to change this situation. As fellow survivors of Earth civilization, he was naturally an ally to these people. Although there would be a few traitors of Earth among them, in the future the vast majority would become helpers in Qin Chuan's development. Could the mass death event right after the transmigration be avoided or reduced? The World Chat channel also had forum capabilities integrated. After a moment's thought, Qin Chuan posted a thread on the channel. Otherworld Survival Manual Lord Chapter. After doing all this, Qin Chuan let out a sigh of relief. Just then a soldier's voice sounded in his ear. Commander, we have found a suitable location to deploy the base. Commander, we've found a suitable location to establish the base. The soldier who came to report was a Soviet conscript. His whole body was smeared with camouflage paint, and tiny cuts from branches and leaves marked his skin. Even so, not the slightest ripple appeared on his expression. An absolute elite, like those from an independent regiment forged in blood and fire. You've worked hard. Take me over to have a look. Qin Chuan spoke almost subconsciously. Though he did not know where these soldiers had come from, he still maintained a basic respect for them as people. Yes, sir. Hearing this, the Soviet soldier snapped a salute, his face utterly unchanged. He seemed like a soulless machine of war. Only deep within his gaze did a faint, almost imperceptible ripple silently rise. It was so weak that it vanished in the span of a single blink. All that remained was his figure ahead, hacking even more vigorously at the branches and leaves blocking the path, trying to clear a smoother road for Qin Chuan. Seeing this, Qin Chuan said, "No need for that. Conceal the MCV well and bring up a rhino tank to clear the way." After the soldier received the order and left, the rumble of tracks soon followed. A massive rhino tank rolled over shattered stones and dead branches toward them. Qin Chuan activated his visual data ability to inspect the tank's attributes. Rhino tank. Tier 3. Unit type, main battle tank. Armor type, heavy armor. Weapon 125mm 2A46. Skills, rotating turret, dynamic aiming. Cost 900 resource points. Tier 3. Qin Chuan had not expected a tank without any supernatural power to be rated so highly. Yet seeing its chilling gun barrel and thick armor plating such a rating seemed only natural. Now was not the time to dwell on this. With that thought, Qin Chuan turned to the Soviet soldier who had reported earlier and said, "Get on. You'll be in charge of guiding the way." Within an alluvial fan encircled on three sides by mountains lay a vast plain. On one side of the plain, a river several meters wide roared past. "It truly is a fine location for a base," Qin Chuan remarked. "As the art of war says, if the terrain is constricted, I must occupy it first and hold it fully as I await the enemy." Being ringed by mountains on three sides meant that, barring a few special circumstances, they only needed to guard against attacks from a single direction. Moreover, the mountains likely concealed mineral deposits, precious resources that could greatly aid the territory's development. "We'll do it here." Qin Chuan slapped the makeshift map as he made the decision, fixing the base's location. Moments later, under the protection of the tanks, the MCV rumbled onto the plain. Once the tanks confirmed that there were no dangers on the plain aside from a few animals, Qin Chuan was faced with a choice. Which base to deploy? In an ideal world, he would deploy both MCVs. But that would inevitably raise a problem: allocation of resources. This was especially true for power distribution. In the Red Alert system, most facilities simply could not operate without sufficient electricity. In the end, his decision was deploy the allied MCV. "In the end, it all comes down to resources," he murmured. Having lost his initial 3 peasant gatherers, Qin Chuan had to squeeze every drop of value from his early resources. The Allies possessed chrono miners that could instantly teleport back to the ore refinery, greatly increasing their safety. As for the Soviets' armed war miner, though it had some combat strength and could haul a bit more, or there were far too many uncertainties along the way. Besides, Qin Chuan already commanded a squad, 6 Allied GIs and 6 Soviet conscripts, as well as 8 tanks. So he had no need for the miners' meager firepower. Of course, in terms of sheer efficiency, Yuri's slave miners were undoubtedly the fastest, but he did not have any of those yet. For now, it was not the time for reckless militarism. Only when resources were abundant would the time come to flood the field with troops and crush all before him. At that moment, as Qin Chuan's order was issued, the allied MCV began to transform like a giant mech, slowly shifting its form. The entire process did not take long. In just a short while, a massive construction yard had appeared where the MCV once stood. Though it could not compare to the instant deployments in the game, it was still hard to believe that such a building had been fully deployed in mere minutes. Territory has been confirmed. Please construct your army as soon as possible to ensure your domain is not overrun. The prompt sounded at just the right time, but Qin Chuan paid it little mind. He said, "Open the territory interface." Unnamed territory. Lord Qin Chuan. Buildings, allied construction yard. Resources undiscovered. Population 0. The Lord and the army are not counted as residents. Producers none. Tax income 0 per month. Resource points. Army allied GI 6 Soviet conscript, 6 Grizzly tank, 4 Rhino tank 4. Special Soviet MCV 1. Pending claim basic resource pack. Evaluation of fledgling territory with a certain degree of combat strength, but if resources cannot be secured quickly, its fate will inevitably be destruction. Qin Chuan rubbed his forehead. This evaluation was brutally frank. Still, all of this was only temporary. Claim the basic resource pack. Claim successful. Congratulations, Lord, you have received 1000 resource points. 10,000. Qin Chuan was somewhat taken aback. After all, even the remnants of Earth did not remain entirely unchanged in this world. The greatest difference lay in this initial resource grant. The minimum was 3,000 to 4,000 and the upper limit was 10,000 points. In his previous life, Qin Chuan remembered only receiving 5,000. He had not expected it to double this time, hitting the ceiling. Still, with so many resources, a great deal of trouble could now be avoided. He immediately issued an order to the allied construction yard. Build a power plant first. The moment the order was given, the construction yard began operating at full speed. Just then, he suddenly realized there was something he had forgotten. At that moment, another prompt appeared. Please name your territory as soon as possible. Qin Chuan suddenly understood. That was it. Almost without further thought, he said directly, Xinhuang. Confirm territory name Xinhuang. Note: once confirmed, the name cannot be changed. Confirm. Qin Chuan replied with utmost seriousness. A dragon fights in the wild. Its blood is Xinhuang, dark and yellow. In this vast and alien world, Qin Chuan wished only to see the titled descendants of the dragon rise to greatness once more. Suddenly, an unexpected notification appeared. Ding. Your post in the World Chat channel, Otherworld Survival Handbook, Lord Edition, has received widespread appreciation. Please check it at your convenience. Qin Chuan opened the forum of the World Chat channel. As soon as he entered, he saw several colorful tags appended behind his post. Pinned featured must read passionate worth its weight in gold. Is it really this popular? Qin Chuan was a bit stunned. This was an unexpected surprise. Entering the thread, Qin Chuan skipped past the content he knew by heart and scrolled straight to the bottom. Tips received 5173 resource points, honor 1. Beneath this, a densely packed list of donors stretched on and on. Opening the comments section, he was greeted by a flood of messages. In less than a single day, over 10,000 comments had already appeared. Li Yunsung first. Luo Jia, this helped me immensely. Thank you, big bro. A small token of resource points to show my respect. Tipped 100 resource points. Ling Yunyan, sir, your talent is extraordinary. You have saved us from the flames and the flood. I have no way to repay you. Moved to tears, I tip 100 points to express my reverence. Tipped 100 resource points. Wang Yu, the one above is awesome. Sadly, I'm not very educated. With just one phrase, I roam the world. I can only say, damn, big bro, you're incredible. Tipped 10 resource points. Lu Fei, big bro, you're amazing. To analyze so much in such a short time. Do you happen to need a girlfriend? Tipped 1 resource point. Damn, so awesome. All kinds of replies vividly conveyed how excited these people were. A pleasant surprise. The resource points gained from the rewards are certainly not insignificant. Although they amount to only 100 or 200 points, even a few points less or none at all is still notable. However, most people's basic resource points are insufficient, so being able to produce these is definitely a significant impact. Qin Chuan remembered that the farmers at the beginning of the territory could only gather a meager 5 to 10 resource points from various resources throughout the entire day. It cannot be said that these people are stingy. With these, Qin Chuan's early development can be bolder, for example, deploying the Soviet military base vehicle. After extracting these resource points and formulating a plan, Qin Chuan finally turned his attention to that solitary honor point. Do not underestimate this single point, for acquiring it is incredibly difficult. It is said that possessing this item brings unimaginably great benefits. In his past life, Qin Chuan endured for 100 years without ever obtaining even a single point. According to the information he has known, there are only a few ways to gain honor points: slaying gods, establishing a nation for the first time, population over 1 million. To his surprise, he merely posted a strategy guide, and it was deemed an honor by the World Chat channel. However, for now this item won't be needed, so let's set it aside. The key now is to solve the issue of food and shelter. After deploying the Soviet military base vehicle, the construction of the power station has not yet finished, and waiting idly is not an option. Reality isn't a game, a simple truth applies in any world. If people don't eat, they will starve. How do you handle your daily food and lodging? Qin Chuan asked the vigilant soldiers standing guard. Reporting. We have nutritional liquids and combat rations sufficient for a battle. How long can the supplies last for a battle? How many days can it last? Qin Chuan continued to inquire. 3 days. If we conserve, it can last a week for basic survival. As he spoke, the young Soviet mobilization soldier seemed to recall something, a hint of fear flashing across his youthful face as he cautiously continued. Commander, please do not send us to the Genetic Replication Center for recycling and disassembly. We only need to expend a little resource. Don't mean to avoid contributing to the commander, but I was just created less than a day ago and haven't contributed yet. Qin Chuan. In the Red Alert game, there is indeed such a mechanism where soldiers can be sent to the replication center to return some resources. But applying such matters to reality is undoubtedly a terrifying horror. Qin Chuan looked at the suddenly silent atmosphere around him and comforted, "Don't worry, I won't disassemble you. Go out and hunt live well." Understood. After receiving Qin Chuan's promise, the atmosphere around relaxed instantly. A small team of soldiers received orders to hunt on the grasslands. Before long, several animals were brought back. Most of these animals were killed with a single shot, which perfectly demonstrated the soldiers' marksmanship. What surprised Qin Chuan the most was that one of the animals was a porcupine. Make a fire, roast meat. Barbecue. Qin Chuan rarely enjoyed the happiness of a picnic and joyfully gave orders. In response, there was only the sound of obedience. After a moment, Qin Chuan took a bite of the roasted meat. The meat was tender with a firm texture, absolutely delicious. Even sensitive skin can handle it, laughs. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the soldiers chewing on the nutritional liquid. He called out, "Come over and eat together. The nutritional liquid is bland. I can't finish it all by myself." But, Commander, only officers at the school level and special troops can consume meat. We aren't qualified. The soldier's throat bobbed slightly as he visibly swallowed, but still said so. Qin Chuan was somewhat speechless. While it is good for subordinates to have strict discipline, being inflexible is not acceptable, especially since he knew that although according to the setting these recruited troops were all original transformations, the Lord is equivalent to their creator. But human hearts can change. Although not externally manifested, they all possess a hidden attribute: loyalty. When loyalty drops below a certain level, the army may mutiny at lightest or rebel and turn against at critical moments. In his past life, many lords treated these troops as mere tools, thus suffering great losses. Though the Red Alert troops summoned by Qin Chuan are 100 loyal and many troops are immune to mental control, ingrained habits are hard to change. Ultimately, under his insistence, the soldiers reluctantly put down their nutritional liquids and came over, tearfully consuming 3 large bowls. At midnight, Qin Chuan entered the construction factory to rest. The noise of the construction factory was somewhat loud, but given the current situation, having a place to rest was sufficient. Who needs a bicycle? The soldiers took turns guarding the night. The next day, when Qin Chuan woke up, he first glanced at the construction progress. After a night of hard work, the basic framework of the power plant had already taken shape. Additionally, the Soviet military construction factory was deployed by Qin Chuan, preparing to quickly build the barracks. As for the Soviet mining refining facility, let's wait until a suitable mining site is found. Qin Chuan stretched lazily, rubbed his slightly sore neck, and walked around a few circles. The situation around was similar to yesterday. It was just that the land had been tidied up and the grass around the camp had been cleared. However, on one side of the perimeter, Qin Chuan saw the carcasses of meat-eating animals piled together. It seems that the camp had not been peaceful last night. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "Very good, today's food is settled." Although the surrounding soldiers did not speak, their eyes clearly lit up with joy. By midday, while waiting for the power plant to be completed, Qin Chuan browsed the World Chat channel. The chat channel was full of talent, and he loved being there. Speaking of which, many people's operations surprised Qin Chuan. In the initial stages, acquiring territory resources is difficult, and some outlaws directly went to rob the wealthy families in nearby cities, while the poor must be himself. Some even mimicked Qin Chuan's strategy and posted a detailed guide on the forum outlining the steps for robbing the rich to help the poor. Looking at the name of the poster, Zhang San, this definitely qualifies as theft and incitement, right? Oh, it's a different world. That's fine. However, this person's experience is not entirely worthless to Qin Chuan. Of course, it's not that Qin Chuan intends to learn from him to break into homes, but rather to communicate with local powers. In this other world, there are not just lords reincarnated from Earth. The local powers are the true masters of this land. Kingdoms, churches, guilds, transcendent beings. Dragons, elves, dwarves, goblins. And even gods and demons. Although Qin Chuan has yet to make contact with them, it is only a matter of time. It is better to plan early. Buzz, the vibrating sound brought Qin Chuan's thoughts back. The device-operated electric energy surged, and the power plant was fully completed. This also meant that the Allied construction factory could be freed up. Currently, there are two choices: build the barracks first or the mining refining facility. Of course, he can choose to build both simultaneously. However, the speed would be significantly slowed as the construction factory's capacity and engineers are limited. For now, it is better to build one with a higher cost-performance ratio. But he now has two construction factories. Qin Chuan did not hesitate. Build the Allied mining refining facility. Build the Soviet barracks. The two construction factories began to operate faithfully again, just like 007. At this moment, Qin Chuan's time was no longer so leisurely. Once the mining refining facility is built, it means that his territory will be fully operational. However, there is still a prerequisite to resolve, that is, mining sites. Although the surrounding mountains have a high probability of mineral veins, it is still necessary to conduct an on-site survey. After all, while the interdimensional mining facility is efficient, it has no self-protection capabilities. Qin Chuan must clear the obstacles for his future development. After a moment, Qin Chuan took 6 soldiers and 4 tanks. They marched majestically towards the mountains. The first joint operation of infantry and tanks begins. The tracks of the Rhino tank crushed the dry branches and fallen leaves on the ground, indicating that the weather had already entered autumn. In the rugged mountains, numerous hidden dangers lurked. Qin Chuan maintained a high level of concentration. While identifying the surrounding flora and fauna, he took notes. The alluvial plain where the base was located was surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, leaving only a narrow opening to the south. The direction of Qin Chuan's journey was towards the western mountain. The primary reason for choosing this direction to explore was, as the saying goes, when the sun sets behind the western mountains, the red clouds soar, and the soldiers return to camp. Ahem, to get back on track, the real reason was, it's close. The territory of the base was located relatively close to the western mountain, so Qin Chuan naturally would not seek distance when he could stay close. However, if this trip yielded nothing, "Commander, we have a discovery ahead." A soldier acting as a scout reported into Qin Chuan's mind. "Look, here it comes." Everyone moved towards the 10 o'clock direction. "Commander, it's over there." The soldier pointed in a direction and spoke in a low voice. After a short while, Qin Chuan took the binoculars and understood why he was speaking softly. A cave. Just like you might think of a shaded path, it was actually a busy thoroughfare. Although the entrance to the cave was narrow, there were obvious signs of human activity. Most crucially, faint clanging sounds emanated from the cave entrance. There were living beings inside. After pondering for a moment, Qin Chuan chose not to act rashly. "Send 2 people in to take a look. Be cautious of your safety, and do not act without my command." "Understood." 2 individuals stepped forward upon receiving Qin Chuan's orders. One was an Allied soldier, and the other was a Soviet conscript. Utilizing the shadows of trees and rocks, they quickly approached the cave entrance. They made not a single sound throughout. Qin Chuan relaxed slightly, as it seemed there were no sentinels outside. However, upon seeing the 2 crawl silently into the cave entrance, Qin Chuan held his breath again. This was the critical moment. For the next several minutes, he remained in a state of high tension. The cave resembled a monstrous maw ready to devour anyone. Several tanks had their cannons aimed there. If anyone emerged who was not one of his own, Qin Chuan guaranteed that the next second would bring them face to face with divine retribution. Chirp, chirp. 2 bird calls sounded, and Qin Chuan's expression relaxed a bit. This was the signal for communication. The main purpose was to prevent any of his own from emerging and causing a situation like "fire upon me." After a moment, the 2 soldiers returned to Qin Chuan, their clothes stained with a bit of dirt, but otherwise unharmed. Qin Chuan inquired, "What's the situation inside?" The 2 soldiers exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the conscript who spoke first. "Commander, there are mutant species or genetic hybrids inside. They look like this." As the conscript spoke, he quickly pulled out paper and a pen, sketching swiftly. Before Qin Chuan could react, a sketch resembling a printed image appeared before him within seconds. The creature in the drawing held a shovel and a pickaxe. They had human bodies, but on their shoulders rested the head of a dog. Dog-headed people. To be precise, they were dog-headed miners. However, Qin Chuan's attention was not on this detail. He widened his eyes and pointed at the sketch, asking the soldier, "Did you draw this? Are you sure you're just a conscript? This skill? Are you sure you're not a KGB agent?" The conscript understood that Qin Chuan was praising him and scratched his head in embarrassment, saying, "Commander, when you created us, these memories were already in my mind." Qin Chuan fell silent. How could he know what memories would be implanted? At this moment, an Allied soldier seemed unwilling to let the conscript take all the credit. Commander. Upon observation, these mutants are slender and poorly clothed, indicating a low social status. Furthermore, based on the destructive power of their shovels, their combat effectiveness is low and no long-range attack methods have been discovered yet. Good heavens! Qin Chuan exclaimed in astonishment. He was genuinely impressed by the two. He wanted to ask, are you truly the cannon fodder soldiers worth only 1 or 200 per piece? The upgraded version of $50 Good Brothers, $100 or $200 Good Brothers. Resisting the urge to mock himself, Qin Chuan needed to make a prompt decision. Fight or retreat? He really wanted to post a message in the World Chat channel. Discovered a dog-headed people mine in the wild, what should I do? Waiting online quite urgent. However, upon reflection, although this group of newcomers consisted of various components, they probably wouldn't provide any constructive advice now. Ultimately, it would come down to his own choice. Qin Chuan weighed the pros and cons of both options. If he chose to fight, given the size of the cave entrance, tanks would surely not fit inside. Forcing a path would require a lot of time and create significant noise, which would undoubtedly alert the other side. At that point, whether the other side called for reinforcements, if they had any, or attempted to flee, they would be put in a passive position. Therefore, if a battle ensued, it would only be the current 6 soldiers alongside Qin Chuan himself. Thus, retreating was the best choice. Once the barracks were built, the steel factory established, and a large number of SEAL teams and time-traveling units gathered with the light beam tanks clearing the way. No way. Even though the bright future was right before his eyes, Qin Chuan chose to refuse. This was not due to any mental illness, but rather time. Indeed, in the future, he could easily crush this small mine without incurring any cost. But how long would he have to wait? Wait until the barracks are completed, until the steel war vehicle factory is established, or until the combat laboratory is completed. He couldn't afford to wait that long. There are not so many certainties in the world. What if these dog-headed people were also known as desert death gods, each wielding a soul-draining strike and a hammer capable of piercing the continent? Qin Chuan would never forget in his previous life beneath the Black Tide, he was besieged by those monsters lurking in the darkness. Ultimately, his territory was breached, and he struggled to survive in a daze. He could not retreat, nor was it possible to do so. For now, he could only hope that what the soldiers said about the low combat effectiveness of those dog-headed people was true. You 6 follow me in. The tank will guard the cave entrance, and do not let any life escape. Understood, Commander. The soldiers had no objections. Qin Chuan's orders were their sole purpose for survival. Thus, utilizing tactical goggles, the 7 of them slowly entered the cave. Qin Chuan exhaled slightly. As expected, there were no sentinels guarding the cave entrance. The group moved silently deeper inside. Although there were no orders, the soldiers instinctively kept Qin Chuan protected at the center of the formation. After walking nearly 100 meters, faint light flickered ahead. At the same time, a painful howl echoed. You can't take my candle. Qin Chuan. One could only say they were fortunate that the other party didn't utter something like, life and death, the cycle never ends, or the fallen shall rise again. Otherwise, he would have had to run without looking back. In the darkness, through the faint light, Qin Chuan witnessed a bullying incident that elicited silent tears from a woman and a man. A sturdier goblin kicked down a weaker one. Without mercy, it yanked the candle stuck to the weaker goblin's head. The candle is mine. The goblin who had the candle snatched away reacted, as if confronted with the greatest horror, going nearly mad. It kept muttering, you can't take my candle, before it was stamped down, ending its life. Qin Chuan observed the scene before him, feeling no disturbance in his heart. Those who are not of my kind will surely have different hearts. The eradication of their living forces is a good thing. His gaze was filled with calm as he prepared to signal the soldiers beside him to be alert for combat. Turning to look, he found 6 guns fully loaded, firmly aimed at the goblins ahead. Even silencers had been attached. Qin Chuan. He wanted to say, can't you all be a little less competent? It makes me the commander seem so inept. In helplessness, he could only nod, signaling to take action. Whoosh whoosh. A few muffled sounds of gunpowder exploding were completely suppressed by the silencers not traveling far. Looking at the goblins on the ground, blood flowed from their foreheads, necks, and chests, having long lost any trace of life. Moreover, these soldiers had pierced their lungs at the first moment, leaving them unable to cry out. How considerate. After this ambush battle, soldiers naturally approached to clean up the battlefield. Before long, a pile of spoils was placed before Qin Chuan. Rotten clothing, rough and poorly crafted pickaxes, and unidentifiable ores. And candles. His ability for visual data analysis allowed Qin Chuan to immediately notice the peculiar nature of these candles. Goblin candle grade, white function, fluorescent lighting, or you could use it for other purposes. Evaluation, you got it. Staring at this panel, Qin Chuan was at a loss for words. What a ridiculous item. What else could a candle do besides provide light? To start a fire. Moreover, even if he wanted to explore its other uses, there were no whips here. Back to the point, this candle could barely be considered his first piece of equipment, right? Though this equipment was nearly as good as having none, barely entering the white grade, it was still a good starting point. According to the visual data classification, the level of equipment items was clear at a glance. Common white, enhanced blue, rare, purple, uncommon, pink, epic gold. Of course, these are just rough classifications, and there are other miscellaneous divisions. For example, legacy equipment, complete sets, etc. Furthermore, Qin Chuan had heard of the existence of rainbow-like artifacts. Unfortunately, in his past life, he had never seen one due to his limitations. Of course, one can't generalize. It's not that low-tier equipment is necessarily inferior to higher-grade ones. Many factors must be considered. However, that was not what Qin Chuan was concerned about at the moment. With a casual wave, the candles before him vanished, stored within the crystal of the Lord's crystal. The crystal was not a one-time use, it was one of the privileges of being a lord. Using it as spatial equipment was its most basic function. After completing all this, Qin Chuan gazed at the deep and gloomy mine. He then continued to issue orders, advance. The soldiers obeyed and moved. Following this promising battle, not only did Qin Chuan's heart settle, but the soldiers' unease about the unknown was also greatly alleviated. The subsequent battles could be described as devoid of aesthetic appeal. Although the squad consisted of only 6 members under Qin Chuan's command with orders followed and excellent execution, they overwhelmingly crushed the goblins at every level. Even as only 6 were firing, it gave a sense of the firing squad tactics that had dominated Europe a century ago, line infantry tactics. It was truly a dimensional strike. The times have changed, and I bet my gun has bullets. Even Qin Chuan had not anticipated that the advance would be so smooth. While directing the soldiers to push forward, he calculated in his mind. Goblin tribes generally follow a tribal structure with about 40 to 400 adult males and roughly half that number of females. However, the entire goblin tribe would not exceed 1,000 in number. Among them, the combat guards, aside from the lower-tier goblin miners, mainly consist of the chief and bodyguards. This point was evident when Qin Chuan's group reached the midsection of the mine. Compared to the emaciated miners, the goblins here were undeniably stronger. Their equipment was also telling: long nails, crossbows, spears, wooden shields, clearly belonging to a goblin combat unit. Though they appeared to have some combat capability, it was ultimately futile. Before they could even see the enemy, they lost their lives. Despite such smooth progress, Qin Chuan remained vigilant. Regardless of size, goblin tribes always have a leader, and there is even a chance of encountering a shaman. He had always been extremely cautious of such fantastical powers. Thus, amid the sporadic sounds of suppressed gunfire, they gradually reached the deepest part of the mine. Here Qin Chuan saw a sleeping giant. No, a giant dog. In the vast underground cavern, a terrifying creature lay atop a pile of ores, its enormous dog, head covered in fiery fur, with its left hand holding a gigantic candle and its right resting on a spiked mace beside it. Goblin Chief, rank level 5, skills, magical candle. Charge. Hiss. Qin Chuan carefully lowered his breath, instantly feeling the urge to turn and leave. This was almost the worst-case scenario. Level 5. What a joke. Levels 4 and above generally indicate the possession of extraordinary means. Moreover, considering its skills, which even involved the mystical side, things looked even worse. Exit and wait for his strength to develop before returning. Quickly, Qin Chuan shook his head, abandoning that thought. Not to mention the goblins in the mine that had been cleared away could not be hidden. If this goblin chief were to escape, it would undoubtedly cause him huge trouble in the early development of his territory. It's best to resolve this here and now. But how to find a way? Qin Chuan looked at the situation before him, his gaze shifting. You all take out the grenades on you. Ear-splitting barks tore through the air, shredding one's eardrums. The golden fur on the Knoll chieftain's body blazed like leaping flames amidst its frenzied roars. As waves of heat surged forth, the chieftain-level monster fully awakened. Fall back. Qin Chuan immediately ordered the squad to retreat from the cavern. He couldn't help but grumble inwardly. How could it still be alive after that? That was absurd. Yet the explosion had not been without results. Blood seeping from the Knoll chieftain's eyes and nose showed it was severely wounded. For this reason, it had now entered a berserk state. Unwilling to suffer unnecessary losses, Qin Chuan quickly retreated while it was blinded. Unexpectedly, the Knoll chieftain twitched its snout and instantly turned its head toward the cave entrance. Outlander. The dark wind shall devour your soul. The power of language comprehension allowed him to instantly grasp the meaning of the Knoll chieftain's words. Qin Chuan's heart tightened. It knew they were outlanders. Then the origins of these gnolls must be tied to the Black Tide. With this thought, Qin Chuan's resolve to annihilate them grew even firmer. But seeing it charging toward the cave entrance, he needed to temporarily avoid its onslaught. Tactical retreat. Set up a crossfire network and lure it out of the cave. Though the Knoll chieftain's eyes were blinded by the grenade's shockwave, its exceptional racial talent, scent, still functioned, allowing it to doggedly pursue Qin Chuan and his team. Fortunately, Qin Chuan led his soldiers in a fighting retreat. Whenever the Knoll chieftain charged with a dog rush, it was repelled by a dense hail of gunfire. Although rifle bullets couldn't penetrate the Knoll chieftain's hide, they seemed to have eyes targeting its eyes, nostrils, throat, and other vulnerable spots. As they fought and retreated, they neared the cave entrance. With a glance from Qin Chuan, the entire squad's firepower intensified sharply. Then they sprinted out of the cave. The Knoll chieftain hesitated briefly. As a sentient being, it had to consider the possibility of an ambush. Yet this hesitation lasted only a moment before being consumed by the instinctive blaze of fury. It charged out without hesitation. Then came a cold command. Fire. Open fire. Boom, 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 boom. A tremor 10 times more violent than the earlier grenade blast erupted. Before the Knoll chieftain could even let out a howl, its body shattered like tattered cloth into pieces. Times have changed. Qin Chuan let out a sigh of relief and prepared to collect his spoils. Even dead, such a transcendent creature held considerable value. Just then he froze in surprise. World Chat Channel announcement: Lord Qin Chuan has for the first time annihilated a Black Tide minion, Knoll tribe, earning the title Knoll Slayer and 1 glory point. World Chat Channel personal notification: this campaign has been deemed highly valuable. Upload battle archives. Note: each viewer will provide 1 resource point. The sudden world announcement stunned all Earth reincarnated survivors. Holy crap. 9,999. What the hell? He already wiped out a Knoll tribe. The Earth survivor lords were plunged into deep contemplation. They recalled their own day's experiences, first being outwitted by their farmers, then spending the night in terror in drafty thatched huts. Some unlucky ones even had farmers snatched by wolves or their territories breached. And now, someone had supposedly slaughtered a Knoll tribe. Soon someone spotted a flaw. Hey, isn't that name familiar? Anyone else notice? You must have been hard to scare as a kid. Your reaction time is truly long. Qin Chuan the GOAT. I crown him the strongest. Leaving the uproarious world chat behind, Qin Chuan himself was somewhat astonished. The notification from the world chat had not only stunned the others, but also caught him off guard. A title and glory points, such generous rewards. However, upon seeing the Knoll's prefix, he understood. Black Tide minions. As the culprits behind Earth's destruction and the Lord's greatest enemy, anything tied to this term was no trivial matter. Though he didn't know how these Knolls were connected to the Black Tide, the judgment of Earth's lingering was unlikely to be wrong. In any case, it was a boon for Qin Chuan. As for the prompt to upload the battle record, upload. Though he felt the record's value was limited, why not? Every little bit counts, and it added another channel for resource points. With a thought from Qin Chuan, a new section gradually appeared in the world chat. Battle archive room. Others noticed it and found only 1 battle record inside. Battle record: the fall of the Knolls Party A, Xinhuang Territory Expeditionary Force. Composition: Lord Qin Chuan, Allied soldiers, 3 Soviet soldiers, 3 Grizzly tanks, 2 Rhino tanks, 2. Party B, Knoll tribe. Composition: Knoll chieftain, 1 Knoll headman, 4 Knoll diggers, 177. Result: party as complete victory. Battle record: reconnaissance, infiltration. Details omitted for brevity. Battle footage, graphic depiction of combat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom. The entire footage was quite vivid. What pleased Qin Chuan most was that the recording focused on tactics rather than highlighting the soldiers' firepower or tanks' might. After all, others lacked modern soldiers and tanks, so it could only serve as reference. With that, the Western expedition came to an end. The harvest was bountiful. Yet while cleaning the battlefield, one puzzle remained. The Knoll lair contained very few ores, as if recently emptied. Fortunately, the vein's reserves were substantial, so Qin Chuan let it go. Leaving half the force to guard the mine, he led the team in a triumphant return. But upon entering the camp, he was startled. Gazing at the bound captives before him, he asked sternly, "Who are they?" 3 figures burst into the camp. At the forefront stood a warrior clad in medieval armor. Behind him, an archer gripped a bow, and a wiry scout skulked at the rear. Warrior Ormage Priest. The thought briefly flitted through Qin Chuan's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. At most, they were a warrior, an archer, and a rogue. Spellcasters are too precious. Priests are treasures of the great churches and would not recklessly venture out. Yet these people had appeared within his domain. The soldiers guarding the base reported the matter to Qin Chuan. "Commander, while you advanced westward, these 3 were spotted scouting our base. We suspected they were enemy spies and detained them to await your judgment." After Qin Chuan elicited a detailed account, he finally understood what had transpired in his absence. Spies? Hardly. No genuine spy from any faction would present themselves like this. Judging by their makeup, they were plainly a standard adventuring party. A frontline tank to soak blows, a range damage dealer, and a scout for reconnaissance and mapping. Qin Chuan had once been an adventurer before his rebirth, so he knew such formations well. I understand. Qin Chuan acknowledged them, strode to the three, and asked, "Where did you come from?" The moment they found someone who could speak with them, each became visibly elated. The base guards did not understand their tongue and were unwilling to bother with them. Any attempt at communication had been chaos, like fowl and waterfowl squabbling, nothing meaningful exchanged. When the trio first saw the terrifying alchemical device the guards wielded and the looming alchemical constructs, tanks, they had despaired. Now, however, seeing someone who appeared to be the other side's leader speaking to them, they were overjoyed beyond measure. The armored warrior hurried forward. "Esteemed Lord, we humbly apologize for trespassing in your camp. We are willing to ransom our lives." His tone was abject. On the Shungling continent, weakness was tantamount to the gravest sin. Before this force, the adventuring party possessed no means of resistance. Having been bruised by the world, they nevertheless retained a practical awareness of survival. To preserve their lives before someone they suspected to be an alchemy master, they lowered themselves in supplication. Qin Chuan looked down upon them, their psychology all too familiar. After all, he had once lived through the same humiliation. He was in no hurry to reply. He scrutinized each of them. The leader's armor seemed imposing, yet close inspection revealed scratches and the patina of years. An old heirloom then, perhaps a family relic passed down through generations, preserved well enough to remain serviceable. The scout was curled inward, a dagger and several vials jingling at her belt. Qin Chuan could tell at a glance she was a shabby thief from the Thieves' Guild. When he noticed the archer's features, Qin Chuan gave a surprised soft sound. An elf? No, half-elf. The half-elf girl seemed to feel his gaze and immediately bowed her head, hiding herself deeper beneath her hood. Moreover, the other two ceased their pleas, fists tightening as their wary eyes fixed on Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled faintly and stopped staring at the half-elf. He continued, "It is time to give answers. Where do you come from?" He ticked off a list with measured calm. "Your purpose, age, rank, how many in your family, how many acres of land?" The three exchanged bewildered looks, utterly unprepared for such grilling. Although his questions were indeed excessive, formality often outweighs brute force. "Nuosan, second-rank warrior party leader," the leader answered. "What air, first-rank thief?" the thief stammered. "An Anlin." After their introductions, Qin Chuan snapped his fingers. Regrettably, nothing miraculous occurred. "Bingo. Now let us assess your intrusion into my domain." Qin Chuan began. "Territory." Nuosan blanched. "You are a noble." He had keenly caught that word. Nobles were the most treacherous to deal with. To fall into their hands, even the loss of skin would be a mercy. Qin Chuan neither confirmed nor denied. He merely continued, probing the broader situation. "Tell me about the nearest city and the forces within it." This was his primary concern. The point where one transmigrated was unpredictable. The place Qin Chuan had arrived at this time differed from before. To develop and guard against surrounding dangers, he needed a clear picture of local powers. At his question, the three exchanged a glance. A single term sprang to their minds: a pioneering lord. In noble families, younger sons had no right to inherit titles or lands. Beyond idle dependence, they had another option: obey the pioneering edict and venture beyond the kingdom's edge to establish a new fief. They assumed Qin Chuan to be such a man. Though puzzled why he would not first survey nearby powers before claiming land, they answered candidly. "The nearest city is Mythical City, under the borderlands of the Phelan Kingdom, backed by the Duanzue Mountains. Nobles seldom come this far." As they spoke, Qin Chuan formed a rough impression in his mind. He had confirmed his position. The Phelan Kingdom lay in the north of the Shungling continent, abutting the Duanzue Mountains, situated at the fringe of human civilization. Beyond the Duanzue Mountains lay lands inhabited by other races, Orcish folk elves, and the like. Hearing this, Qin Chuan felt a small measure of relief. At least his territory was not nestled within alien domains that would have complicated development despite certain advantages. His gaze turned to Mythical City, the closest settlement. "Tell me about Mythical City." Mythical City is known as the adventurer city of the Phelan Kingdom. Night fell. After sending two of the adventuring trio away, the base sank once more into quiet. Why only two? The half-elf Amlin had been kept behind. Qin Chuan was not inclined to release useful tools for nothing. He would have them help scout for information, gauge local powers, retrieve certain items he needed, and serve as a small experiment. Why keep the half-elf alone? It was not because Qin Chuan was enamored. Far from it. He feared the other two might never return, or worse, bring a home army upon him. As the trio appeared close, it made tactical sense to leave a hostage. Thus the present arrangement. At midnight, Qin Chuan sat again by the campfire roasting meat. The soldiers on guard watched the sizzling cuts with heated longing. The half-elf girl huddled in the cold, wrapping the thatch cloak tighter about her shoulders. In the next moment, Qin Chuan beckoned to her. "Come over and help yourself." Amlin cocked her head, puzzled. The half-elf girl naturally did not comprehend the meaning behind Qin Chuan's fierce words. However, she understood the call to come over. And Lin cautiously approached Qin Chuan, observing the soldiers around her, who looked as ferocious as wolves. Qin Chuan took a bite of the piece he had removed. Oh, despite the lack of seasoning, it still tasted quite good. Would you like to eat? I remember that elves don't consume meat. Gulp. Before Qin Chuan could finish, the sound of Lin swallowing could already be heard. Seeing the surprised look in Qin Chuan's eyes, her face flushed to her ears as she carefully spoke. Forest elves do not eat meat. Half-elves have no dietary restrictions, otherwise it would be hard to survive. Qin Chuan recalled it indeed seemed that way. He immediately threw her a large bunch and decided not to dwell on the issue any longer. At midnight, having eaten and drank enough, Qin Chuan contemplated the current development of his territory. Xianhuang Territory, ruler Qin Chuan. Buildings: Allied Construction Factory, Allied Power Plant, Allied or Refinery, Soviet Construction Factory, Soviet Barracks. Resources: unknown mine in operation. Population: half-elf captive, 1 oil producer, transdimensional mining vehicle, 1 tax revenue, 200-day resource point. Army: Allied soldiers 6, Soviet mobilized soldiers 6, grizzly tanks 4, rhino tanks 4, special none. To be collected none. Resource points 13,420. Honor points 2. Evaluation: a military territory with considerable combat power, great potential for development, but lacking sufficient residents, resulting in an imbalanced social structure that is detrimental to long-term growth. Qin Chuan looked at the territory's evaluation and realized that what awaited him was not destruction, but rather immense potential for development. Compared to the single-digit resource collection of farmers in other territories, the mine's collection of 200 resource points a day was already considered quite fast. With a mining site and barracks, the basic operational system had been established. Next, development could fully accelerate. As for the so-called issue of insufficient residents and an imbalanced social structure, Qin Chuan paid no heed. All preparations were made to welcome the first dark tide in 3 months. Recalling the monstrous beings that flooded in from the darkness in his memories, Qin Chuan's face revealed a resolute expression. Not enough, far from enough. He immediately declared, start constructing the Iron War Vehicle Factory, run the barracks at full capacity, and train the soldiers. With Qin Chuan's command, the entire base began to operate at full speed. At this moment, another move made by Qin Chuan was also playing its part. Outside of Miyu City, Nua's son and Hor were returning in a disheveled state, carrying a large bag of items on their backs, attracting the attention of many others. Hey, isn't this Nua's son? We haven't seen you for a few days. Why is the team down to just 2 people? Hey, I say, this Tinkin seems to have figured it out, selling off that half-elf from their team. Don't you see what they are carrying behind them? Indeed, we can't mess with elves, but the scent of half-elf girls. Tisk, why not sell her to me? On the way to the Adventurers Guild, many sarcastic remarks were thrown their way. Nuasan couldn't hold back and was about to confront those people. In the end, it was Hor who stopped him. Hor said quietly, think of Lin, we don't have time to waste on these worthless people. Once we rescue Little and Lin, rest assured, I'll remember the faces of those who spoke. Nuasan had no choice but to swallow his anger and walked forward silently. When the two reached the front desk of the Adventurers Guild, they placed the packages behind them down directly. Clang! A loud metallic crash echoed, silencing the entire hall of the Adventurers Guild. Oh, Nuasan, have you struck it rich? It seems you can redeem your father's cross sword this time. The front desk staff was initially startled by the crash, then changed their tone. It looked as if he thought the same as those who were watching. This was something obtained by selling off teammates. Nuasan's previously suppressed anger surged again. Hor quickly pulled him behind him, his narrowed eyes flickering with a dangerous light. No nonsense. We need to buy some books, resources, and a batch of alchemical items to sell. Let's contact the buyers. As he spoke, the package was opened, revealing. Hiss. The moment those words were spoken, a collective gasp echoed through the hall. Originally, these people merely thought Nuasan sold the half-elf from their team just to spite him. But now they were starting to question their assumptions. After all, who wouldn't want a soft and cute elf girl in their team compared to burly warrior types or those cold-hearted thieves? Even if she is a half-elf. Jealousy twisted their faces and was the reason for their sarcastic remarks. However, neither Nuasan nor Hor paid any attention to these people now. After taking out the firearms that Qin Chuan had given them, their eyes were fixed on the front desk staff. The staff was also taken aback by the pile in front of them. Alchemical items meant mystery, and mystery in most cases held immense value. Not to mention, these items looked so exquisite. The front desk swallowed hard and said tremulously, I need to assess their value. Hearing this, Hor frowned. No need, you just need to help us contact buyers. According to the rules, the Adventurers Guild's share won't be small. He hadn't finished speaking when a familiar, annoying voice interrupted him. Oh, alchemical items. It seems you really struck it rich. I heard you sold Lin to a slave trader. Tisk, why didn't you sell her to me back then? I would have offered a decent price. A young man dressed in luxurious clothing strolled in from outside the Adventurers Guild, a smirk on his face, flanked by two burly bodyguards. Nuwasan couldn't hold back anymore and turned to shout, "Ander, what are you doing here? Get lost." Their previous history was evident, and the atmosphere turned hostile upon their meeting. Ander, facing Nuwasan's roar, dug at his ear, seemingly shaking out some earwax. He then replied leisurely, "Why can't I come? Is the Adventurers Guild your family's business? Besides, aren't you looking for buyers? I'm suddenly interested. Show me the alchemical items you have. Get lost, we won't sell to you." Nuwasan replied coldly. Ander frowned, looking as if he was bothered by a fly, and his expression turned fierce. "Then you better think carefully. US City isn't large. Be careful no one comes to buy your stuff." As he spoke, his words held a threat, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. Everyone was waiting for the reactions of Nuwasan and Hor. Just as Ander mentioned, his family indeed had the capability to prevent them from selling their goods. After a moment of silence, Hor suddenly spoke up. "Good. Since young Master Ander is so eager to see, let me demonstrate for you." Turning to look, Hor held a 9mm parabellum pistol, the weapon of the allied soldiers. The crosshair aimed at Ander's head. Hiss! Suddenly, under the gaze of Hall, who held a peculiar alchemical device, Ander felt an inexplicable chill run down his spine. This was the instinctive reaction of a living being faced with danger. He hurriedly said, "Wait. Although I think you won't produce anything valuable in terms of alchemical items, I won't take that risk. You just demonstrate it on him." With that, Ander pulled a strong man from behind him to the front. The strong man, now standing in front of Ander, felt an ominous sensation rising within him, but was somewhat reassured by Anderson's words. The strong man replied, Then just use this toy on me." Hall sighed upon seeing Ander flinch. However, if anything were to happen to Ander, they probably wouldn't be able to leave US City now. At this moment, it didn't matter. Speaking of which, he and Norsen truly didn't know the power of this firearm. Yesterday, after they accidentally entered the camp, they were so frightened by those tanks that they didn't dare to resist, and no proper battle even broke out between the two sides. He recalled the scenes where Qin Chuan had taught him gripping the stock with both hands, disengaging the safety, and aiming at the target. Finally, he pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet was fired, and the explosive sound of gunpowder reverberated through the adventurer's hall. Dust from the years settled on the somewhat aged hall fell down. The crowd inside the hall clutched their ears in pain, just as they were pondering whether this was some kind of sonic weapon. At that moment, they saw the expression on the strong man's face. His facial features contorted into an extremely exaggerated shape. Large beads of sweat continuously dripped down, and his mouth opened wide, yet no sound came out. It was pain to the extreme, leaving him without the strength to wail. Looking down again, he saw a gaping, bloody hole in his abdomen. The wound had a horrifying diameter of over 10 centimeters, with blood continually flowing out. Moreover, some could even see the shattered ribs within. It seemed he was on the brink of death. Hiss! Not only were those people frightened, but even Hall, who had caused all this, was the same. He turned the barrel of the pistol, and those around him instinctively stepped back to avoid it. Watching this scene, Hall felt like crying without tears. This was nothing like he had imagined. He clearly remembered Qin Chuan telling him after firing an empty shot into the sky that this was called a handgun, and its power was average. What do you mean average? If aimed at the head, wouldn't it blow it off directly? It's almost comparable to those fireball spells of the mages. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something. In the pile of items Qin Chuan gave me, there were many things that were not average. You dare to kill in the Adventurers Guild. Ander at this moment also came back to his senses, cold sweat dripping from his temples, feeling extremely fortunate to have his henchmen keep watch. Otherwise, he estimated he would already be on his way to the underworld. Hall wouldn't let him take the lead in the conversation. "Everyone is a witness. From the beginning to the end, it was you who asked me to conduct the experiment." With that, he looked at the strong man on the ground who was breathing heavily, and continued, "I advise you to hurry and take him to a church, or he will truly die." Ander, with a face full of conflicting emotions, gritted his teeth at the two of them and said, "You wait for me." With that, he hurriedly took the strong man on the ground and left. In an instant, the entire hall's attention was focused on Hall. To be precise, it was focused on the pile of alchemical items they had brought out. Someone hesitated and said, "Did they just say, 'These things are for sale'? It seems so, which means we can buy them. Come on, can we afford it? Don't dream. How do we know without trying? Hall is my beloved brother, my dear friend. Hey Hall, how much are these things? I want to know too. Let's trade privately. I don't want the Adventurers Guild to skin us alive." In an instant, the entire Adventurers Guild turned into a market. Hall and Norsen exchanged glances, and without any prior agreement, wrapped up the items on the table again. Then they didn't carry them on their backs, but held them tightly in their arms, walking out the door without looking back. As they pushed through the crowd, they shouted, "Make way, make way. We're not selling for now. Contact us at the inn when you have time. you know where we are staying. Thieves, keep your hands clean, or don't blame me for giving you a taste of my wares." With that, without caring about the reactions of others, they directly rushed out of the crowd. In no time, they vanished from the streets. However, their disappearance did not mean the storm had subsided. On the contrary, this scene that unfolded in the Adventurers Guild spread throughout the entire MUS city at a speed that was both rapid and astonishing. A new storm had already emerged. How could it possibly stagnate? At midnight, a grand banquet was held at the Lord's mansion. Norsen and Hall were invited. This represented an upper-class social event in MUS city, and both of them knew well the purpose of inviting these two commoners. The two focused on the food at the banquet, completely ignoring the scrutinizing gazes around them. They knew that those gazes were not on them, but rather on the two packages beside them. Eventually, someone couldn't hold back and tentatively asked, "I heard your team has a half-elf. Oh, why didn't she come this time? And what about these alchemical items?" Norsen and Hall exchanged glances, adhering to the script they had discussed beforehand. Hall lifted the tablecloth to wipe his mouth and said that alchemist is in hiding in Half Moon Valley. This time, he asked us to help sell items and buy some materials. He values Anlin highly and wants to take her as an apprentice, so it's only us. We are just worried about disappointing the master's trust. Oh, I see. The people at the banquet were half convinced, but that was exactly what Hall and the others wanted. They knew it would be difficult to safeguard these items relying solely on themselves, so they simply pulled in Qin Chuan's influence. Only by making those within the city feel apprehensive could they proceed without worry. Thus, until the banquet dispersed, no one approached them to express a desire to purchase. This was also a matter of face for these nobles who believed that discussing monetary transactions here would lower their own stature. Naturally, someone would contact them afterward. Norsen and Hall walked out of the banquet and wiped the sweat from their foreheads in a small alley. Norsen complained, "Phew. It's disgusting to play mind games with these nobles. Just now someone kept probing about my alchemist's name. Indeed, these nobles are quite disgusting. Isn't that right? These people. Who are you?" Norsen was halfway through his response when he suddenly sensed something was off. Looking towards the sound, he saw a shadow with a hood appearing in the alley. Hall warily said, "Those dogs from the Thieves' Guild. Or perhaps an assassin." No. Don't show me that hard object. I'm scared." "Don't worry, I mean no harm. I'm just here to represent the guild and discuss a business deal with you. Also a big deal with your unknown alchemist behind you." "So you were saying that you have sold everything to the Assassin Guild?" Qin Chuan rose from his recliner, questioning the two anxious individuals before him. It was indeed the returning Norsen and Haller. Assuming Qin Chuan was displeased, Norsen hastily explained, "Yes. But please do not misunderstand, my lord. Their compensation is quite generous. All the resources you requested have been delivered. It's just. Just what?" Qin Chuan inquired. "It's just that they mentioned. While these alchemical tools are immensely powerful, they make too much noise. It would be better if they were quieter." Well, are they already providing customer feedback for themselves?" Qin Chuan shook his head and waved at the vigilant soldiers beside him. "Go bring those rats over here. If they have complaints, let them voice them to me directly. I strive for 0 negative reviews in business." Upon his words, rustling sounds emerged from the distant woods. Before long, a group of individuals was led in front of Qin Chuan, dressed in various attires. At this moment, those who had been captured realized they had encountered the main figure and began to chatter. "My lord, the city lord sends his regards to you. Noble lord, the Zijingwa family wishes to establish a friendship with you. I represent the Warrior Guild and hope to reach an agreement with you." Norsen and Haller stared in astonishment. Norsen, the muscular man, did not think much of it, but Haller had anticipated that there might be followers behind him. However, he never expected there would be so many. Bang, bang, bang. "I didn't ask you to speak, shut up." Qin Chuan fired 3 shots at the ground beneath this group to silence them, then turned to question Norsen and Haller. "Are you referring to this person?" He pointed toward an individual whose face was entirely concealed beneath a hood, who had not uttered a word from the beginning. After examining carefully, Haller confirmed, "My lord, it is indeed him." You are indeed perceptive, sir. I mean no harm." The hooded figure took a couple of steps forward, but before she could finish, a multitude of gun barrels were aimed at her, prompting her to quickly explain. As a buyer, she was well aware of the potency of these items. To avoid being turned into a sieve, she hurriedly raised her hands to show she posed no threat. "No worries." Qin Chuan raised his hand, reassuring the soldiers. However, he did not allow her to approach any closer. Qin Chuan continued, "Lift your head and tell me your name, background, and purpose." The individual followed his instruction and lifted her head, revealing a white mask. Qin Chuan. Is this a game of guessing a blind box? He did not care about the face beneath the mask. What mattered was the reason for her approach. "Oh, you may call me Rose. I come representing the goodwill of the Assassin Guild, hoping to establish a long-term cooperative relationship with you, and I assure you the price will satisfy you." Qin Chuan continued expressionlessly, "Is that so?" Following someone is hardly a gesture of goodwill, is it? The assassin named Rose awkwardly replied. It's a professional habit, a professional habit. For now I will take your word for it, I'll wait over there. Qin Chuan waved her away, turning his gaze to the others. Seeing Qin Chuan's attention, this group quickly expressed their intentions. We also wish to cooperate with you, my lord. Me too. Same here. Watching the scene turn noisy once more, Qin Chuan had no choice but to raise his gun again. Instantly silence fell. Qin Chuan stroked his chin, contemplating cooperation. It is not out of the question. The crowd rejoiced, but before they could continue speaking, Qin Chuan added, I was just thinking about opening a shop in the city. You all go back and have your masters handle it. Whenever it is ready, come find me. Of course, for those who accomplish it, I will naturally offer some benefits. Hearing this, someone nearby cautiously asked, Does this include those constructs over there? All right. Are they eyeing my tanks? Qin Chuan replied irritably, That depends on your sincerity. Seeing that they were about to say more, Qin Chuan was disinclined to engage further with them. Show them out. After sending those people away, besides Qin Chuan's own, only Norsen and the other two remained, along with that unyielding assassin from the Assassin Guild, Rose. Qin Chuan ignored her and asked the three of Norsen, You have barely completed your task, and now you are free. Considering your hard work, what benefits do you want? At this, it was the three who were taken aback. Norsen, being candid, blurted out his first thought, There are benefits. Hey, Holler, what are you doing? Holler shot a glare at his unseemly captain, then cautiously spoke to Qin Chuan. Is there really? Are there rewards? Can we possibly? Now it was Qin Chuan's turn to be surprised. Seeing Qin Chuan's attitude, Holler quickly changed his tone. Of course we understand the value of alchemical items, especially those with such immense power. I just wanted to ask if we could buy them from you. Qin Chuan waved his hand. I can give you 2 guns. What I mean is, didn't you take 2 with you when you sold them? On the other side, upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the previously quiet Norsen stood up, as if greatly insulted. Furiously he declared, You can insult our strength, but you cannot insult our character. I swear on the honor of 3 generations of knights from the Baker family that I will never embezzle a single copper coin from my employer. The others were taken aback by his reaction. Even the Red Alert soldiers were startled, their weapons trained on him, fearful he might threaten Qin Chuan. Fortunately, his 2 teammates reacted swiftly. Holler pulled him back, while Anlin nervously explained to Qin Chuan. Norsen is a descendant of a knightly family possessing an untainted character, although he has yet to pass the knightly trial. Qin Chuan then realized, recalling the story of the paladin's silver hand resisting the abyss in his past life. His demeanor became serious. I apologize. I was unaware of that. Holler smiled apologetically. So, my lord, did you just say we can obtain those alchemical items? He was still fixated on Qin Chuan's earlier statement. Of course, Qin Chuan affirmed. After all, to him, these items were merely crafted by the engineers at the construction factory using scrap materials. Compared to the ones the Red Alert soldiers wielded, their power was significantly diminished, and they were also not very convenient to use. Such things were abundant. Even if they could exchange for a resource point, it would be worthwhile. Giving them a few items was no issue. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's affirmative response, the 3 of Norsen were overjoyed. Thank you, my lord. At this moment, a sudden gasp came from the side. Wow. So big, so long, so thick. Is it made of steel? Qin Chuan too. Qin Chuan turned to see the person making the fuss. It was the persistent assassin from the Assassin Guild, Rose. She was currently marveling at a rhino tank. Though the assassin girl's face was concealed beneath her hood and mask, her devilish figure was fully revealed as she struggled to tiptoe and touch the tank turret. Where she should be slim, she was slim. Where she should be plump, she was plump, a perfect shaped curve. Qin Chuan instinctively turned his gaze to another female creature in the arena. A cautious half-elf. Ultimately, the conclusion was drawn: cute, but utterly lacking in comparison to the allure of sexiness. Ahem, back to the point. Although Qin Chuan had previously allowed the assassin Rose to move around the camp, these emotionless Red Alert troops would at most refrain from attacking her and certainly wouldn't indulge her hopping around. The tank emitted a buzzing sound, and the turret gently turned. Rose, caught off guard, tumbled over. Yahoo! With her agile assassin reflexes, she quickly sprang back to her feet. Immediately, she caught the expressions of everyone around her watching her misfortune. Frustration welled up within her, but looking at the faces around her made her feel somewhat timid. In the end, she could only run off like the wind, leaving herself vulnerable once again. Until she stopped behind Qin Chuan, her half-exposed face beneath the mask, making a series of funny faces at the tank. Tissa, a superscript 3, he, immature. Lin remarked quietly upon seeing her antics. To her surprise, Rose, with keen ears, immediately caught wind of this remark aimed at her. She could be seen curving her lips into a smile, elegantly walking over to Lin and playfully pinching his cheek. Little sister, what I'm doing is called a delightful revenge, not immaturity. And Lin shook his head, and after realizing he couldn't shake off her grasp, could only respond in an annoyed huff. Even if I'm a half-elf, I'm an immortal being. Ooh, I'm definitely older than you. Is that so? Rose responded dismissively upon hearing this. As she spoke, she seemed to unintentionally puff out her chest. In an instant, and Lin fell silent, like a defeated little hen, lowering his head and murmuring softly. It's just a bit. A bit. Extra flesh that's not beneficial for combat. In stark contrast, Rose, like a victorious peacock, raised her head high only to catch sight of Qin Chuan's teasing gaze. Suddenly, she found herself unable to bounce back. Qin Chuan said, "Speak, what do you intend to do by shamelessly staying here?" Rose giggled, "I just..." Qin Chuan's expression remained flat. "Speak properly. Do you need me to get you a bottle of green tea?" "Oh, okay, what is green tea?" Rose asked curiously and cautiously. "It's not important." Ignoring the flirtatious tone of this female assassin, Qin Chuan got straight to the point. At that moment, Rose realized Qin Chuan was being serious and could only respond honestly. "Our assassin guild indeed wishes to achieve deep cooperation with you. Haven't I already agreed? What else is there? Say it all at once." Qin Chuan asked in surprise. Did you agree?" Aside from that, there's nothing major. I personally also want to buy something different from you." Zhang Shan is hard to change, and as she spoke, she couldn't help but reveal her true face, looking pitifully at Qin Chuan. Unfortunately, the mask covered most of her face, and Qin Chuan felt nothing at all. Qin Chuan stated in a rather formulaic manner, "Then what price can you offer?" Seeing that her purpose for staying was achieved, Rose could no longer bother with continuing her tea ceremony, and eagerly said, "I have money. Look at this and this." After saying this, a pile of various items was thrown out from the void in front of her. Qin Chuan's gaze immediately became focused. Spatial equipment. Spatial gear is extremely precious. Beneath the legendary realm, it is rarely seen outside of major power successors. Qin Chuan never expected that this little assassin would have one in her possession. Is this girl a wealthy lady? Qin Chuan always believed that women would only affect his speed in drawing his sword. Random killings. But a rich lady is different. A rich lady would buy him a better knife. Thus, Qin Chuan's attitude instantly improved, and he even wore a smile. At this moment, Rose, having gained Qin Chuan's permission, was counting her little treasure trove, pondering what she could trade for. When she looked up, she spotted Qin Chuan's strange smile, which sent a chill down her spine, and she couldn't help but take 2 steps back, hugging her little treasure. "What are you doing?" "Qin Chuan. Is this girl from the northeast?" However, Qin Chuan knew this was language-competent spiritual translation, so he wouldn't place the blame on Rose. He simply said, "It's fine, you continue counting you. I have plenty of good things here. Don't worry about running out of money." "Oh." After saying this, Rose nodded suspiciously, then lowered her head to continue counting her little treasury. Qin Chuan struggled to pull his gaze away from the pile of coins and items she had spilled out, turning to a soldier. "Take them to the preparedness warehouse and let them choose a few items." Until the cheerful adventurer trio departed, Qin Chuan did not pay attention to the muttering little assassin, focusing on his tasks instead. In front of him lay a pile of gold coins garnered from the firearms sold by Norsen and Hall. In addition, there were books and materials Qin Chuan had instructed them to purchase. He first took out a gold coin, silently connecting it to his territory. He murmured, "Convert resources. Resource points 1. As expected, the conversion efficiency of gold coins remained high. Resource points are a conceptual thing needed for territory development. This is also where the advantage of their lord lies. Any item can be converted into resource points, but resource points can only be converted into materials needed for territory development. The problem lies in the conversion efficiency. In theory, even the soil on the ground can be converted into resource points as long as there is enough quantity, but the required amount is astronomical. Naturally, precious metals and gems can also be converted, but the conversion rates vary. Based on Qin Chuan's past experiences, without a doubt gold coins are the most cost-effective. As the saying goes, practice leads to true knowledge. In his previous life, his territory had been destroyed early on, so Qin Chuan had no concept of this. When he sent Norsen and Hall to sell firearms in Miyu City, he naturally had them buy some items. Gold, silver, swords, leather, armor, herbs. Even some jewelry was among the items. After trying them one by one, Qin Chuan couldn't help but exclaim, "The rumors do not deceive me. Gold and silver are indeed the most cost-effective resources for conversion, and indeed there are many other things they can be converted into. For instance, gems yield a bit more resource points upon conversion. However, considering accessibility, the conditions for acquiring gold coins are evidently much simpler. Using a gold coin as the unit, it equates to 1 resource point. Yet the new problem that arose was, this item is not low in value and is difficult to acquire. An ordinary family of 3 can barely earn a single gold coin in a year. Calculating this way, the earth grants each person at least thousands, if not tens of thousands of resource points, which can be considered immense wealth. The rescue signal function has been activated. Those in danger can offer a certain cost to request assistance from other lords. If someone accepts the request, reinforcements will be teleported to the designated location. Note the total rank cannot exceed 15, otherwise teleportation is not possible. He seemed to remember that in his past life this rescue signal function appeared only after a month. Why is it so fast this time? The butterfly effect. Could it be related to him? When Qin Chuan flipped to the introduction of the rescue signal, he finally saw the reason. The rescue signal is activated when a lord possesses the ability to initiate a small-scale war, total rank 25, and the functions are as follows. The so-called total rank is truly the sum of all troop types levels in the territory. Qin Chuan calculated 4 tanks at level 1234, plus 12 original soldiers, 112. 12 plus 12 only adds up to 24. Could it be that someone is stronger than him at this stage? The next moment a report came from beside him. Commander, the training in the barracks is complete. Here are the new members. Qin Chuan turned to look and indeed saw a young Soviet mobilization soldier standing before him saluting. All right, join the team. Yes, sir. For the commander. For the Xinjiang territory. Qin Chuan. Is this a battle cry? He couldn't be happy about his enhanced combat power and immediately shifted his gaze to the Lord's World Chat channel. The rescue signal appeared so early these people should have it a bit easier. Sure enough, the World Chat channel was already in a grand celebration. Rescue signal, who can save me? I've already requested help. There are packs of wolves eyeing my camp. The wind is so strong, I'm so scared. Can a handsome guy come comfort me? Fast food 50, overnight 100 resource points. The person above, report your ID. I'm just being this enthusiastic. By the way, aren't you curious who has a total rank over 25? I'm still 0. Same here. Wow, 25 ranks terrifying. What does that mean? To put it bluntly, as long as he hits me once, he'll have to kneel and beg me not to kill him. By the way, which big shot is it? Come out so we can worship you. You can't guess who it is. Seriously. Qin Chuan, Qin Chuan, Qin Chuan. Big shot Qin Chuan forever. Big shot Qin Chuan, my Superman. Qin Chuan, daddy save me. I'm dying. Qin Chuan's mouth twitched. He was extremely annoyed that this thing didn't have an anonymous function. Didn't those people just call him daddy? Furious. He didn't even have a partner. When did he have so many sons? However, he was quite curious about this rescue signal. In his previous life, he hadn't used this function much. The only time he requested help was during the first Black Tide invasion. At that time, everyone was too busy saving themselves except for a kind-hearted person who sent a knight over. It was still a drop in the bucket. Now, he could take a good look at this function. Qin Chuan glanced at the bustling territory. He had nothing to do for the time being. He casually opened the rescue signal section. As soon as he opened it, he saw countless flashing red rescue signals. Moreover, Qin Chuan noticed many specifically naming him. This. Qin Chuan could only let them fend for themselves. Many people have no idea of their own capabilities. They dare to throw any request for help. For example, that person being chased by a dragon. Do you dare to cry out for him to come help? With so few people, he was probably not enough to even fill the gap for the other side. And then there were those who wanted to publicly offer themselves. Qin Chuan expressed. This is fine. Cough, just kidding. Qin Chuan sternly overlooked this one. Qin Chuan once vowed he would not share the same sky with gambling and drugs. Besides, who knows what kind of species he would face after he went over. The chat channel was too deep. Qin Chuan felt he was still too young to grasp it. However, upon seeing the last message, he suddenly focused. Rescue signal requested by Lin Wei facing Crisis Goblin Siege number 7, first rank, capable of ranged attacks. Reward 300 resource points, Knight Inheritance Book. Qin Chuan had to admit he was immediately drawn to this request. The reason was not the 300 resource points, nor the Knight Inheritance Book, but rather Lin Wei. His memories suddenly returned to his past life. Under the Black Tide, countless ferocious creatures surged like a tide. In just an instant, they broke through his territory's pitiful defenses. His only hope was to request help, but as time passed, there was no response. Others were too busy to save themselves, or where would they find forces to support him? Finally, when he was completely despairing, a ray of light descended from the darkness. Lord Lin Wei has received your rescue signal. Troops are being dispatched. Although it was only a knight who came, it did not help him defend his territory. Within the knight's territory, a low fence enclosed an area of about 100 meters with several scattered thatched cottages dotting the landscape. However, the situation was quite different at this moment. The farmers within the territory huddled in the corners of the thatched huts, trembling in fear. A young girl stood in the center of the territory, frowning as she gazed at a group of green-skinned short creatures several dozen meters away. Those green-skinned goblins retained their inherently timid nature, but they were frantically throwing stones within the territory. Thud! The stones struck the ground, creating a small crater, and the impact was not insignificant. Lin Wei furrowed her brows, gritting her teeth as she picked up a simple spear beside her ready to charge out. At that moment, a prompt halted her steps. Your distress signal has been received. Reinforcements from Lord Xian Huang, Qin Chuan, are on their way. Please select a location for their arrival. Was there really going to be reinforcements? Lin Wei was somewhat surprised. She had merely sent out a distress message as a shot in the dark, never expecting it to yield results. However, turning her head, she thought about the current situation of the lords. They probably weren't doing much better than her. Aside from a select few, what combat power could the rest muster? That name sounded somewhat familiar. She momentarily couldn't grasp the significance of the name, but with a desperate times call for desperate measures mentality, she spoke up. Let the reinforcements arrive behind this thatched hut. Having more people is always better. If it comes to it, I'll reward this kind-hearted individual and let them leave. Lin Wei thought to herself. To her surprise, the expected reinforcements did not appear, but instead a new prompt arrived. There is a large unit among the reinforcements, and the current area is insufficient for their arrival. Please choose again. A large unit. Lin Wei was now bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Just how large was large? She decided not to waste more time and thought she'd figure it out once they arrived. Then, let's have them arrive behind a thatched hut. This should work right. No prompt followed this time. As a flash of silver light flickered, she hurried out of the hut to look outside. What she saw were 6 modern soldiers standing tall, exuding an air of confidence. But that wasn't the most shocking part. Beside them, a terrifying iron beast was slowly turning its tracks. With its thick armor, precise tracks, and a cannon mouth exuding a sense of destruction, Lin Wei was left speechless. At that moment, a clear male voice echoed in her ear. Hello, you must be Lin Wei. The reinforcements have arrived. Where are the enemies? Lin Wei turned to see a handsome young man smiling at her. In that instant, Lin Wei felt as though she had seen an angel. That way. As she spoke, her face flushed. In her heart, she thought, Lin Wei, what's wrong with you? It's just that he's a bit handsome, right? Why can't you even speak properly? Qin Chuan, however, was oblivious to the thoughts of this dashing young lady, turning to nod at the soldiers beside him. The soldiers pounced on the goblins outside the fence like wolves. The goblins, being the timid creatures that they were, sensed danger and scattered in panic. The soldiers naturally pursued them relentlessly. The sporadic sound of gunfire made Lin Wei realize these people were not cosplaying, they were armed with real weapons. She stared blankly, her mouth agape. Sorry for damaging your farmland while bringing in the tank. I was mainly concerned about being unable to deal with the enemies. Qin Chuan said this, looking puzzled at the girl, feeling that she seemed a bit dazed. Oh, it's fine. The land was just tilled and hasn't been planted yet. Lin Wei snapped back to reality and hurriedly waved her hand, unable to suppress her inner thoughts. Is that really your reason for bringing a tank? Also, in this world of swords and magic, how does it make sense to have a squad of modern soldiers and a tank? Thinking this, she couldn't help but look in the direction the soldiers had gone. In reality, the goblins hadn't run far. 7 steps away can a person outrun a bullet? Certainly those goblins with their short legs couldn't escape. By this time, 6 of them had already been shot dead. As for the 7th, it had been injured and captured. To prevent support from ending too quickly, Qin Chuan and the others decided to take their time. Seeing the soldiers dragging the goblin corpses back, Qin Chuan looked at Lin Wei and spoke. Shall we have a chat? Although Lin Wei didn't quite understand, she replied. Okay, let's talk in the Lord's Hall. Although it was called a hall, it was just the thatched hut where Lin Wei had been. At this moment, the farmers had also come out to punch and kick those goblins. Once Qin Chuan and Lin Wei sat down as hosts and guests, they began to discuss the heroic deeds. But there was no wine here, not to mention alcohol. Even plain water was unavailable. As soon as she sat down, Lin Wei took out a parchment book. Qin Chuan, this is the inheritance of the night breathing technique, the original text. Lin Wei believed Qin Chuan wanted to discuss this with her, so she simply brought it out. Qin Chuan took the parchment book, flipped through it briefly, and an expression of surprise crossed his face. He did not decline but set it aside. He said, Then I won't stand on ceremony. However, this inheritance is of immense value. Allow me to offer some compensation. What would you like? Compensation? Qin Chuan's line left Lin Wei a bit stunned. She had only heard of price reductions before and had never encountered someone actively offering an increase. Lin Wei said, No, you've already helped me a lot. You know, my name is Qin Chuan. As soon as Qin Chuan spoke, he suddenly realized. Indeed, it wasn't strange for her to know. As the protagonist of 2 disturbances, it would be stranger if she didn't know. Lin Wei looked at him with a hint of admiration and said, I didn't respond at first, thinking it was just a coincidence. I just remembered the battle record I saw where you. Qin Chuan nodded and did not pursue this topic any further. The reason he wanted to actively provide compensation was partly due to the life-saving favor he had yet to owe. As for the other reason, he was not lying. The knight inheritance Lin Wei had offered was indeed of extremely high value. In his previous life, Qin Chuan had also received knight inheritances, but even the strongest among them could not be compared to this one. This was the inheritance left by a titled knight. No wonder he had heard of Lin Wei being referred to as a female archduchess and a knight king later on. It was just that her facial appearance was marred, which prevented it from spreading widely. Otherwise, among the top beauties listed by those who sought good fortune, she would undoubtedly have a place. It was just that he didn't know if the scar on her face mentioned in the rumors was a result of this incident. At this moment, Lin Wei was still shaking her head in refusal, feeling unworthy of the compensation. Lin Wei said, "I've memorized the contents of this knight inheritance, though I only promised to give you the original. You coming to save me has already. No need to say more." Qin Chuan did not dwell on the matter. In fact, even if he hadn't come, Lin Wei might not have gotten into trouble. The strength of those goblins was indeed average. If they had fought desperately, they might have paid a heavy price, but it was not certain they would have been unable to hold their ground. With such a knight inheritance in hand, as long as Lin Wei was given some time, anything was possible. Current support has been completed. Shall we return immediately? No, you can stay for a maximum of 10 minutes. Qin Chuan turned to Lin Wei, who was holding a pile of firearms, and waved goodbye. Support ended. Evaluation 5 stars. Perfect. Su Huang territory. Qin Chuan's absence with the soldiers was not long, lasting no more than half an hour. Yet in this half hour, the shock experienced by the 3 members of the adventure team and Rose had not yet subsided. Collective space teleportation. Legend has it that this is a realm only accessible to mages who have stepped into the sacred domain. They had once speculated that Qin Chuan might be an outstanding alchemist, but they had never considered this. That is the sacred domain, a place of slaughtering cities and annihilating nations, revered as a divine being on earth. Even when Qin Chuan returned walking in front of them, these few still had not come back to their senses. What's wrong with them? Qin Chuan turned to the soldiers on guard and asked. After a brief contemplation, the soldier replied, "Commander, ever since you led the troops into battle, they have been behaving like this." "I see." Qin Chuan was filled with thoughts of the newly acquired knight legacy, having no mind to wait for these few to regain their senses. Bang, bang, bang. As he fired 3 shots into the sky with his handgun, which had not yet been secured, the thunderous gunfire finally snapped the 3 dazed individuals back to reality. Sacred domain. The 3 members of the adventure team trembled, unable to complete a single coherent sentence. However, Rose reacted the quickest as she rushed in front of Qin Chuan holding a large pile of treasures. "My lord, are you recruiting followers? This is all my wealth, please accept me. I know I am weak, but I can still help you." Qin Chuan looked at her somewhat fervent demeanor and frowned slightly. He quickly understood the reason behind her behavior. He was too lazy to explain. Yet Rose's mention of followers made Qin Chuan think of something. Though the territory had just begun and nothing seemed apparent, if he wished to develop in the future, it would certainly require fresh blood. Fresh blood could make the territory capable of resisting the earthly invaders, but more importantly, it would be the residents of this world. Naturally, the sooner this was planned, the better. With this in mind, Qin Chuan spoke to Rose, who seemed about to cling to his leg. "I need to think about it." Having said that, he turned to the 3 members of the adventure team. "If you have no other matters, you may also stay for now, and we can discuss things later." After he finished speaking, the 4 were overjoyed. Rose had already made up her mind to stick to Qin Chuan's side. As for the 3 members of the adventure team, they had nowhere else to go. They had caused such a commotion in the Moonlight City that returning was simply unrealistic. If Qin Chuan did not take them in, they would have to hide from the spotlight for at least a few months. Now everything had been resolved. Just as they were about to thank Qin Chuan, they saw him heading towards the central steel building. Inside the construction factory, Qin Chuan stayed in a large room, once again pulling out the Knight Legacy. Previously, he had only observed it roughly. Now he finally had the time to study it in detail. This legacy was left behind by a knight known as Silver Flash. The so-called title knights are those who have transcended to the 9th rank and entered the sacred tier. But that does not mean that all sacred tiers can possess titles. Not all sacred tiers have titles, but those with titles certainly possess extraordinary qualities. The preciousness of this legacy is self-evident. Qin Chuan flipped through the pages. Breathing techniques, secret medicines, combat skills, ultimate techniques. An absolutely complete legacy. He wondered how Lin Wei had obtained it. But now this legacy was his own. Originally, Qin Chuan planned to wait until he found a better legacy before considering how to elevate his own level. After all, in his memories, many top-tier legacies would emerge in the future of the vast and chaotic world. With the experience of a prophet, acquiring them would not be difficult. But now with the top-tier knight legacy right in front of him, there was no need to wait any longer. After all, compared to those exclusive legacies, warrior and knight legacies are the most versatile. At that time, whether it was dual cultivation or switching paths, it would be extremely convenient. The end of this legacy was merely his starting point. After all, Qin Chuan had seen many mythical beings on the list of the summoning system. The day he could summon them. Achieving immortality was just around the corner. Su Huang territory. Ever since Qin Chuan entered the construction factory, the atmosphere outside had become stagnant. The red alert soldiers were each performing their duties, while the four newcomers felt somewhat at a loss. They had no idea what kind of future awaited them. For the three members of the adventure team, if they left, they had no idea where to go. The nearest city to Moonlight City was at least a month's journey away, and with their stamina, they might be devoured by beasts on the road before they even arrived. As for Rose, she was even less willing to leave just like that. For the first time, she felt hope regarding the fate she bore. Unknowingly, she fell into memories. The duel that year was between a renowned legendary assassin and the current president of the Warrior Guild. The final result was the legendary assassin suffered a crushing defeat. Young Rose watched her father fall helplessly in the hall, crying uncontrollably. That scene was forever etched in her memory. At that moment, she thought if she ever had the chance, she would win everything. Now, with Qin Chuan, who appeared to be a sacred domain mage right in front of her, she had to consider whether this might be the only opportunity in her life. Her current special status in the Assassin Guild was due to her legendary assassin father. But if she could become a follower of a sacred domain mage, rebuilding the glory of the assassins was a duty she could not shirk. Ding! The sound of the door closing came, and Qin Chuan's figure reappeared in front of the four. Huh? Qin Chuan looked at Rose, who suddenly seemed to be filled with passion, feeling perplexed. He did not dwell on this issue for long and directly stated, "I don't need followers." Upon hearing this, disappointment filled the eyes of the four. Especially in Rose's eyes, the light that had just risen was about to extinguish again. Who would have thought? The next moment, Qin Chuan's tone took a turn. "Although I do not need followers, this place as my territory is still in need of people. Are you willing to stay and become residents here?" Territory. The few of them were puzzled, but Rose reacted the quickest. "I am willing, of course, as long as you do not mind me." The other three finally realized that whether as followers or otherwise, they just wanted to stay. "We are also willing. We have met the Lord." Thus, 4 new permanent residents were added to Su Huang territory. After absorbing the Rose and the members of the adventure team into his territory, Qin Chuan did not dwell on this matter for long. While managing the development of his territory, all his remaining thoughts were focused on the knight inheritance he had acquired. The most important aspect of the knight inheritance is, of course, the breathing technique. Altering one's breathing rhythm temporarily may be simple, but turning it into instinct is the real challenge. Fortunately, Qin Chuan had the experience from his previous life and quickly completed this step. However, this was merely a basic entry. To truly become a professional, he required one crucial item: secret medicine. This is the greatest hurdle to becoming a knight. There is no alternative. If one overcomes this, they naturally become a professional, soaring high like birds and swimming freely like fish. Fail to overcome it, and everything is over. However, Qin Chuan was quite confident about this. He knew of at least 100 methods to increase the success rate, but he needed resources. Whether for crafting secret medicine or enhancing success rates, a substantial amount of resources is required. The resource points in his territory could only convert some materials needed for development, not specific items. For an average person, this would simply rely on luck, using whatever they had. Without support from a significant power, they might not even gather enough in a lifetime. But such a situation did not exist for Qin Chuan. In the next moment, a new post was published in the World Chat channel. Wanted by high price for tail, dragon spine, liquid flying, lion monster, poison glands, albino vampires, tongue, urea, long leaf plant, and mandrake root. Buyer message: some people contact me quickly. There will be generous rewards. Offering resource points, modern firearms. Publisher Qin Chuan. Once this post was released, the entire World Chat channel erupted like a festival. For one reason only: the publisher is Qin Chuan. Countless people commented below, as if checking in, and in mere moments there were thousands of replies. In all of the big boss. I've never heard of these items the boss is looking for. I feel like I've seen something familiar. There seems to be one near my territory. Oh, I'll go pull it out and check. I have it, and no need for payment. Just because of the boss strategy, I'll give it to him for free. Pay attention to receive. Is no one curious about what boss Qin Chuan wants these things for? They look like some mysterious items. Anyone up for a thrilling game of Gwent? I'm in. Watch me make you cry. Tangents are a long-standing tradition. Qin Chuan didn't care about this. As long as the post reached more people, that was enough. Based on the current number of Earth Lords, anything is possible. Sure enough, he didn't wait long before most of the materials he needed were gathered. In fact, many materials were directly given to Qin Chuan for free by others. He hadn't expected that his temporary strategy could influence so many people. Everything has a cause and effect. Qin Chuan's retribution is. Back to the point. In a vast forest, there are all kinds of birds. During this period, there were indeed those preparing to exploit the situation, wanting to extort Qin Chuan. For these people, Qin Chuan directly blocked them. From now on, they would no longer see any of Qin Chuan's statements. This was the most ruthless punishment for them. Ultimately, when Qin Chuan chose to stop trading, he had nearly gathered the entire set. Even if many items were insufficient, he could easily find substitutes. After all, secret medicine is not fixed. However, one crucial item was still missing: the crescent moon grass. Strictly speaking, this item does not belong to the category of night secret medicine. It could still succeed without it. This was an extra insurance Qin Chuan had added. As a holy medicine for healing, it could greatly enhance the efficacy of the secret medicine and also maximize safety. Unfortunately, such herbs are too precious. Once discovered, they are hoarded by various organizations. Currently, those Earth Lords are still establishing themselves and have no hope of obtaining them. Qin Chuan was not anxious about this. He had other channels. He gazed into the distance and silently hoped, "I hope I won't have to wait too long." 3 days after Qin Chuan obtained the Night Inheritance. At this time, the Xianwang territory was already quite different compared to when he first arrived. Rows of hardcore steel buildings stood proudly. Beside them, many fully automated sites were under construction. All the buildings were operating rapidly, marking the swift development of Xianwang territory. Qin Chuan stood outside a massive building on the outskirts of the territory, waiting silently. Territory Air Command Center completed. You can access the surrounding map and construct aircraft. Qin Chuan's spirits lifted, and he immediately ordered the construction of aircraft. Following this, he plunged into the Air Command Center building. At this moment, there were already many people in military uniforms working inside the building, and upon seeing Qin Chuan enter, they all saluted. "Commander." As a crucial technological hub for the Allied forces, the importance of the Air Command Center is self-evident. Qin Chuan nodded slightly, not dwelling too much, and stated directly, "Check the nearby holographic map." After he spoke, a deep blue light emerged, and a few seconds later a scene of a canyon appeared before Qin Chuan. It was actually the real-time map of the surroundings of Xianwang territory. Qin Chuan casually pointed to the south. There was a sizable city, which must be Miua City. He saw a convoy of horse-drawn carriages slowly approaching Xianwang territory. He zoomed in on the map again to observe from an aerial perspective. Beyond the small hill to the north lay a majestic mountain range that seemed endless. The range to the west was not extensive, but from the Air Command Center one could faintly see the neighboring grasslands. As for the east, it surprised Qin Chuan. A bay. The bay presented a crescent shape. Seeing this, a melody rose in Qin Chuan's mind. Whose heart is it left alone in solitude? Back to the point. The existence of nearby seas means that the construction of shipyards can be expedited. Developing land, sea, and air comprehensively. Very well, connect a set of holographic projections to my residence. Additionally, keep a close watch on the surroundings and report any situation to me. Understood, Commander. The airman of the Air Command Center responded solemnly. Until he left the Air Command Center, Qin Chuan's mood was quite uplifted. The completion of the Air Command Center means that as long as the combat laboratory is built next, all the buildings of the Allied forces will be unlocked. What follows is simply a step-by-step approach. As for the Soviet military buildings, although the progress is slightly slower, it has not lagged too far behind. Qin Chuan is already prepared for the upcoming plans. Allied Combat Laboratory, Soviet Combat Laboratory, spy satellites, weather controllers, transdimensional teleporters, mine detectors, nuclear missile silos, iron curtain devices. The only regret is, I wonder if Yuri's buildings can be unlocked. The carriage came to a halt on the outskirts of the Xianwang territory, and numerous elegantly dressed individuals alighted from the vehicle. It was the same caravan that Qin Chuan had seen on the real-time holographic map earlier. They were representatives of various factions from the city of Miua. Many were familiar faces, having departed from here last time, and they were marveling at the changes in the Xianwang territory over just a few days. Why are there so many iron structures now? They weren't here last time. So exquisite. Is this the charm of alchemy? No wonder those adults place such importance on it. How magnificent. How terrifying. Before they could fully digest their astonishment, a petite figure approached them. As they turned to look, they realized it was a timid half-elf. Those who were somewhat knowledgeable recognized her as a member of the former adventuring team from Norsen. They even recalled how Hor had once boasted about her at the banquet. Was that alchemist intending to take this half-elf as an apprentice? What incredible luck, striking it rich in one step. Many thought to themselves. However, before their thoughts could settle, the half-elf spoke in a soft voice. Amlin, ladies and gentlemen, please follow me. The Lord is waiting for you in the reception hall. Lord, the keenly observant individuals among them immediately detected the significance of this keyword. Like the thoughts of the former adventuring trio, they instinctively considered the expansion decree. What puzzled them was, what kind of thought process led that millennia-old family to send an alchemist out to the fringes to develop new territories? At that moment, Amlin had already started walking ahead. They had no time to ponder and hastily followed. Soon a grand structure appeared before them. What reassured them was that although the building still looked somewhat dim, at least it wasn't made of steel, and its architectural style conformed to the aesthetic of this world. To be honest, those steel structures within the context of Qin Chuan being an alchemist seemed to them no different than the gaping maw of a colossal beast. In reality, this reception hall was constructed by Qin Chuan after consulting with Rose and referencing the design of the Assassin's Guild that she had brought. This was also why the hall carried a slightly dark ambience. Due to the simplicity of the building materials, the brand new reception hall was completed in less than half an hour of using the construction factory. At this time, those following Anlin quickly spotted the main person they had come to see in the reception hall. Qin Chuan was currently playing with a model aircraft, specifically an aircraft carrier. The Black Hawk fighter jets from the Air Command Division would take some time to build, and even the Nighthawk helicopters from the steel factory were struggling. However, Qin Chuan was pushing them hard, and with no other options, they had no choice but to create two models for their eager commander to play with. The people from MUS City did not recognize what the two items in Qin Chuan's hands were. Were they small birds crafted from fine iron? But what kind of foolish blacksmith would use precious fine iron to make such things? They certainly dared not voice these thoughts, instead murmuring in their hearts while respectfully greeting him. "My lord." Qin Chuan looked up, placing down the Black Hawk and Nighthawk models. This fulfilled his childhood dream of model making, although it wasn't all that fun, to be honest. After all, this wasn't the same as having a 1/1/8 scale figure of a paper doll wife. He didn't beat around the bush with these people and directly stated, "It seems you have provided me with an answer. I hope you won't disappoint me." After Qin Chuan finished speaking, these individuals eagerly began their introductions. However, their rhetoric was quite clumsy. "The shop we selected is exquisitely decorated. We chose a prime location. It's a large shop with 7 entrances and exits." Qin Chuan's expression remained impassive as he internally scoffed at the self-aggrandizing introductions from these clearly well-connected representatives of MUS City. He simply bypassed their self-praise and directly took the deed from their hands. Then he waved his hand, and a holographic projection of MUS City appeared on the conference table before him. The others were taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained their composure. As an alchemist, it was not surprising to them that Qin Chuan could cast spells, even if that spell was a bit strange. With that in mind, they couldn't help but lean closer to look at the holographic projection. Qin Chuan ignored them and focused intently on comparing the locations recorded on those deeds with the actual placements on the map. Before long, he had selected a site. This one right here. The crowd looked over and saw that the shop Qin Chuan selected had a medium area and was not located in a bustling commercial district, leaving many puzzled. Qin Chuan did not provide them with much explanation, but turned to the group. Among them, aside from the chosen individual who was overjoyed, the others could not help but show expressions of disappointment. However, would anything that entered Qin Chuan's mouth be spat out again? The other locations might still hold value in the future. Only children make choices. As for the other locations, I would like to discuss them with you. In the end, Qin Chuan ended up with a dozen or so deeds in his hands. Looking at the smiling faces of those in front of him, Qin Chuan smiled even more. "We all have a bright future ahead." Suddenly, one of them seemed to recall something. "Lord Qin Chuan, the city lord, and several noble lords have invited you to a banquet. What do you think?" Upon hearing this sudden invitation, Qin Chuan frowned slightly and pondered for a moment before responding. "All right, I will visit MUS City in the next few days. Have them prepare accordingly." "Yes, I believe those adults will warmly welcome your arrival." After sending those people off, Qin Chuan casually placed the deeds along with the 2 models onto the Lord's crystal stone. There was no rush to go to MUS City. Of course, this did not mean that Qin Chuan was just stalling those people by agreeing to go to MUS City. As the only human city he could currently access, he needed to visit MUS City for both resource expansion and to plot for the Xianwei grass. However, it wasn't going to be now. At this moment, his territory was gradually taking shape, and every second saw explosive growth in the overall strength of the Xianwang territory. He planned to wait until he was sufficiently secure before meeting the local powers of this world. Just as he was thinking this, suddenly an impassioned voice rang out from the skies above the Xianwang territory. "Ignite the thrusters. Boost. Proceed without obstruction." Qin Chuan looked up and saw a youthful figure in a simple spacesuit with a rocket thruster on his back, saluting him in midair. "Reporting to you, Commander. Your vision is always vast." This was a new troop type Alliance rocket flying soldier. Air supremacy. Powerful maneuverability. These 2 points are the most vivid descriptors for rocket infantry. Of course, they are not without drawbacks. The recruitment training costs as much as 600 resource points, nearly equivalent to a tank. Its build is as fragile as paper and not durable. Without a certain number, it is impossible to form an absolute air suppression effect. But none of this dampened Qin Chuan's excited mood. This thing can actually fly. Especially since Qin Chuan could also take the rocket propulsion device up for a trial, playing the role of a rocket infantryman. Aerial cruising is the romance of men. Unfortunately, when Qin Chuan inquired about it, he learned that professional training was necessary, otherwise the rocket propulsion device was not easy to operate. With no other choice, he had to temporarily abandon this plan. He silently noted this point. If there's an opportunity in the future, he must give it a try. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye several days had passed. On a flat open field, the strong wind pressure generated by the propellers bent the grass on the ground. And Lin stood at the door of the helicopter, trembling and too afraid to board. Hee little and Lin, don't be afraid. After saying this, Rose reached out and lifted the half-elf girl who had curled up and jumped into the cabin. At this moment, Qin Chuan, who had already settled and saw the two distinctively styled girls squashed together in the middle. Although Rose appeared fearless on the surface, once seated, her demeanor was no different from Lin's. The two held on to one of Qin Chuan's arms tightly, seemingly needing this for some sense of security. Qin Chuan found this amusing. His gaze turned towards the door where Norson and Hall were also gritting their teeth as they boarded the Night Eagle helicopter. Then he tightly hugged the arm of a nearby allied soldier. Qin Chuan, uninterested in the philosophical scene, directly gave the order. Let's depart. Destination, Mythical City. In the center of the southern district of Mythical City, it was brightly lit and festive. At the corner of the street, a sizable shop was bustling with people. These individuals were dressed elegantly, tails, suits, gentlemen's canes, high-top hats. The sweat beads on their foreheads indicated they had been waiting for quite some time. However, no one displayed any impatience. The main reason for this was the sign on the shop. Xianhuang Mall. In addition to the sign, two armed soldiers stood majestically in front of the door. Qin Chuan's initial plan was to have 2 rows of welcoming ladies. Unfortunately, there were no ladies. Currently, the 2 girls in Xianhuang territory were not suitable for this role. The most fitting one would be Tanya. Regrettably, although the Allied Combat Laboratory was about to be completed, the recruitment and training for Tanya would also take considerable time. Of course, these were not the core issues. The most critical point was Qin Chuan was running out of money. The cost of the territory's rapid full-load development was burning resource points. Although the Steel War Vehicle Factory's entire production capacity was manufacturing mining vehicles, the earnings still couldn't keep up with Qin Chuan's spending. This trip to Mythical City was not only to seek out Xianyu grass, but also to generate income. Otherwise, the territory's development would absolutely slow down significantly. At this moment, the upper echelons of Mythical City wiped the sweat from their foreheads, occasionally inquiring with their attendants about whether anyone had come from outside the city. Unfortunately, they received negative answers. Yet even so, they did not dare to act rashly. The reason was naturally the deterrence of the soldiers' firearms in front of the shop. They had just witnessed a thief sneak in, only to be turned into a sieve in less than a breath. Shooting, killing, and cleaning up happened in one go. After completing this, those soldiers didn't even furrow their brows. Such actions suppressed the resentment in the hearts of those watching. In addition, a fist-sized device on the shop door kept making noise. The first offline mall of Xianhuang has opened. Sexy soldiers selling guns online. Your time is very valuable. And Lin's somewhat soft voice echoed, causing the crowd to be amazed. They simply could not understand how this small box could produce such a loud sound. Could it be that the alchemist had refined that woman into this small box? Unknowingly, a trace of wickedness was added to Qin Chuan. Evil alchemy confirmed. Tap, 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 tap. Suddenly, a tremendous noise erupted. People turned towards the sound only to see a massive steel bird with a large belly emitting a tap-tap sound in the sky. Flying magical beast. Quick, go to the Mage Guild and summon Lord Flandra. Where are the city guards? Hurry, hurry. Chaos erupted and the panicked crowd began to flee in all directions, until the steel giant bird steadily hovered above the ground. A terrifying shadow descended, and the giant bird slowly landed, its powerful wind knocking many people down. The gentlemen of the Mythical upper class had their top hats blown away to who knows where, looking terrified at this wingless steel giant bird. Then they saw several figures emerging from the belly of the giant bird. I have exited the cabin feeling great. Qin Chuan instinctively shouted this, followed by the excited shout of Rose in his ears. So thrilling, I love it. Is this what flying feels like? Thrilling. Qin Chuan glanced at his arm, which was nearly cramped, and then removed the koala and Lin, who was completely hanging on his shoulder. Only then did he have time to look at the astonished crowd. Eventually, a middle-aged gentleman, barely maintaining his composure, approached and greeted Qin Chuan. You must be Master Qin Chuan, right? This is your alchemical creature. Truly breathtaking. Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow and looked at the man. You've startled everyone. How may I address you? You can call me Norton. I am currently the Lord of Mythical City. I originally wanted to congratulate you on the opening of your shop with the nobles in the city, but given the current situation, I wonder if you have time tonight for a banquet at the Lord's mansion. Qin Chuan glanced around at the chaos. It seemed the Night Eagle helicopter was indeed too shocking for these natives. He immediately nodded and said, Okay, I will go. Upon hearing his affirmative response, Lord Norton waved his hand, and attendants naturally came forward with congratulatory gifts. At this moment, the frightened nobles finally calmed down somewhat, seizing the opportunity to exchange a few words with Qin Chuan while presenting gifts. As the saying goes, one should not strike a smiling face. Qin Chuan was polite on the surface, but accepted every gift without exception. Thus, the first step of Qin Chuan's plan to conquer Myua City was achieved. An alchemy master has opened a shop in the city of Myua. Inside the shop, there are alchemical tools that allow ordinary people to defeat professionals. These two pieces of information spread throughout every corner of the city like the wind within just half a day. Countless curious individuals flocked towards the shop in the South City. Subsequently, they left at an even faster pace. Their wallets did not allow them to stay there for even a second longer. It was dark. It was simply too dark. There was nothing in the shop priced below a gold coin. Even those things called bullets, which are consumables similar to arrows, started at the price of silver coins. This was simply beyond the reach of an average household. Regarding this situation, Qin Chuan had long anticipated it, so he was not surprised. After all, his initial target customers were not these people. He had calculated this when he chose the location for the shop. The South City was neither the eastern city where nobles congregated nor the western city with the highest population density. In fact, it was even quite far from the main commercial center of Myua City, the northern city. However, there was a key point here. That is, all the major guilds in Myua City gathered in the South City. The Adventurers Guild, the Warriors Guild, the Assassins Guild, the Thieves Guild. Even the Mage Guild, with just a few members, was located no more than 100 meters from the shop. This was the main reason Qin Chuan chose this place. Of course, this does not mean he completely abandoned the markets in the other three cities. Aren't there still plenty of shop leases? This will take time. Besides, those who have a strong desire to purchase won't care about which city the shop is in. Although Myua City is not small, it is only a few steps away. Firearms have a uniqueness in this world, and Qin Chuan had no worries about finding buyers. However, the South City is undoubtedly the place with the most buyers. As night fell, only the neon sign of Qin Chuan's customized Xianyuan Mall shone brightly on the entire street. At this moment, he was in the innermost office of the shop, converting the gold coins he earned today into resource points. 2,145. At a glance, this number may not seem impressive, but from another perspective, it's equivalent to more than 20 mobilized soldiers, 3 or 4 tanks, 2 or 3 power plants. And this is just the harvest of one day. Qin Chuan knew he had made the right decision by expanding his sources. Although this was only the first day of business, it would be hard to reach such heights in the future. However, he was not worried at all about one-time sales. First of all, firearms and ammunition are consumables. Once you use them, you will definitely need to replenish them. Even if you maintain your firearms well and do not need replacements, ammunition must always be replenished right. In this world where the strong reign supreme, the feeling of being able to fight beyond one's level and take another's life with just a pull of the trigger. As long as they try it once, these people will surely find it hard to refuse. Moreover, the marketing knowledge that Qin Chuan learned on Earth was not in vain. Like what promotional events? 618,11. Haven't you seen a pig run if you haven't eaten pork? Qin Chuan had reason to believe that these people couldn't escape from his grasp. Of course, this refers to their wallets. As the lights began to glow, midnight in Myua City was undoubtedly serene. There was not much light pollution, nor were there many entertainment facilities. The only shops still open were taverns and a rehabilitation center for fallen women. At this moment, a steel war chariot roared past the street. Finally, it stopped in front of the Lord's mansion. After Qin Chuan got out of the multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle, he walked into the back courtyard of the Lord's mansion under the guard of 2 soldiers. At this moment, the banquet had already begun. The sharp-eyed Lord Norton in the crowd immediately said, "Haha, has Master Qin Chuan arrived? Let us raise our glasses together to thank Master Qin Chuan for coming." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze was fixed on the entrance. Qin Chuan showed no signs of restraint and calmly greeted everyone. "Hey, have you eaten? As long as I am not embarrassed, the ones who should be embarrassed are these people, the nobles of Myua City." Fortunately, as the host here, Lord Norton would definitely not let this awkward atmosphere persist. He stepped over the crowd and quickly walked to Qin Chuan's side while introducing the other nobles at the banquet. "This is Lord Joel of the Bougainvillea family. Do you like golf clubs? This is Baron Gordon. Do you only have half a life? This is Lord Jason. You?" As Qin Chuan was about to make a sarcastic comment about this person, he choked a bit. He did not know whether to ask this person about their territory in Crystal Lake, whether they had gone on an adventure to the island, or if they had a brother named Guada. "What about you, Master Qin Chuan?" Norton seemed to notice that something was off with Qin Chuan and turned his head to ask in confusion. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "It's nothing, just that you all remind me of some acquaintances I used to know." "Oh, is that so? What a coincidence, ha." Thus, while Qin Chuan smiled on the surface, his inner sarcasm continued. Finally, after Qin Chuan introduced himself to all the nobles present, Norton raised his glass again. Gentlemen, let us raise our glasses once more to Master Qin Chuan's arrival. At this point, the formal part of the banquet finally began. From the very start, Qin Chuan became the focal point of the entire banquet. Welcome, Master Qin Chuan. The items in your shop are truly magical skills. Does Master Qin Chuan have a fiancée? What do you think about the current situation in the kingdom? In an instant, a flood of bizarre questions surged towards Qin Chuan. While managing the questions, he also observed the situation in the hall. Finally, when the banquet reached a certain stage, he suddenly said, "Sigh. Recently, I have suddenly had a lot of inspiration, and I should be able to create many highly valuable and powerful alchemical creations." But as soon as Qin Chuan's voice fell, the people around him began to flicker their eyes. Some of the more straightforward individuals immediately spoke up. "Master, if you have any difficulties, just tell us directly. If we can help." This person seemed to have opened the floodgates, and the others followed suit. "Indeed. We are friends, aren't we? Master, feel free to speak. My family has some connections in the capital. The Heber family has a trading company, even in the Orc Kingdom, so don't worry." Looking at the surrounding crowd chattering away, Qin Chuan steadied himself. Their performance was well worth the groundwork he had laid earlier. Since that was the case, Qin Chuan had no reason to be polite. "What I need isn't much, just things like silver thread, crescent moon, grass, moonlight, water shadow, horse scales." Qin Chuan rattled off a long list of rare materials as if they were free. The nobles surrounding him twitched their mouths, and some even wanted to leave, but out of respect they could only listen helplessly, until someone truly could not stand it anymore and interrupted. "Master Qin Chuan, many of these items may not even be found in the king's treasury. Are you sure this is?" Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan finally revealed an expression of sudden realization. "Oh, I'm sorry, I used to use these frequently and thought they were very common items. I apologize." After he said this, the others nearly suffered internal injuries from holding back their laughter. "You used these items to practice alchemy before. This isn't just having a mine at home, it's like having a family in a mine." Without realizing it, these people elevated Qin Chuan's background to another level. Definitely a great noble. In fact, the origins of Qin Chuan have always been a subject of inquiry for these individuals. However, according to the naming customs of the Holy Spirit continent, they only knew Qin Chuan's given name, while his surname remained a mystery. Everything they speculated was merely conjecture. For instance, they speculated about his status as a territorial lord or an alchemist. Yet now what Qin Chuan said at the banquet unequivocally revealed his family background in their understanding. What a joke. They didn't even consider the value of what he referred to. Is this what you usually associate with alchemy? No wonder his level was so high at such a young age, and no wonder his demeanor was so unique. This Qin Chuan. He must surely come from a great noble family. Otherwise, there's no way he could have such a condition. Once they realized this, their smiles grew increasingly amiable. The subsequent topic revolved around Qin Chuan taking a step back. Enduring the heartache, he eliminated numerous impractical materials, leaving only a few. The Xianyu grass was prominently among them. Ultimately, after several nobles pounded their chests in assurance, the banquet came to a complete conclusion. As they departed, many noblewomen and young girls gave Qin Chuan numerous hints. Qin Chuan pretended not to notice. He had no interest in the decadent lifestyles of these nobles. In any case, this task had already been exceeded. With the battle laboratory in the territory nearing completion, he had little time to waste here. As the sun rose, light poured over the land. Qin Chuan stood between the majestic white building and the square palace. The building was entirely silver-white, adorned with blue decorations and antennas. The palace was square, fluttering with flags, and inside flickered a terrifying red light. It was the recently completed battle laboratory of the Allied forces and the Soviet Army. The completion of these two facilities meant that Qin Chuan's Red Alert base had entered a complete state. From then on, nothing would limit construction anymore. The tech tree of the Red Alert system had been scaled to its peak. Of course, compared to buildings in the game that simply unlocked technology, these two in reality were not so simple. Qin Chuan toured both establishments and ultimately provided an evaluation. A cutting-edge technology research center. They were born from Red Alert, yet were not limited to it. In just one day's time, the two institutions delivered their reports. Huodo Hound rank 2nd tier. Unit type police dog, genetic hybrid beast. Armor type light armor. Weapons sharp fangs, magical attacks. Skills infernal flames, bite. Price 450 resource points. Tian Go Hound rank 2nd tier. Unit type police dog, genetic hybrid beast. Armor type light armor. Weapons sharp fangs, charge. Skills rapid digestion, giantization. Price 400 resource points. A new unit. A type of unit that has never appeared in Red Alert. Well, regarding the name, it must have been chosen by Qin Chuan. This was the first report given to Qin Chuan by the two battle laboratories. After they took away the corpse of the Null Lord, Qin Chuan hoped they could produce something from their research. However, he never expected them to surprise him so greatly. Two new breeds of hounds. After integrating the genes of the Knoll Lord, they firmly entered the realm of the fantastical. In the future, there's a possibility for them to evolve to higher tiers. For a long time, Qin Chuan had felt a sense of urgency. This urgency stemmed both from the threat of the Black Tide and the low average tier within the territory. Indeed, his current level could be considered unparalleled among Earth players. Yet he belonged to the technological realm, and it was not the kind of divine-level technology that entered the cosmic or dimensional levels. Using this, slaughtering low-level individuals was easy. Just shoot away. Even those high-tier professionals were no exception. Qin Chuan couldn't believe that a nuclear bomb to the face or a weather controller manipulating lightning couldn't kill them. But what about the holy domain? What about the deities? At that level, they were conceptually biological entities. Trying to resist them with current technological weaponry was almost a pipe dream. Unless he was given something like a two-dimensional foil or a Death Star cannon. Qin Chuan had once pinned such hopes on the subsequent summoning system and his own cultivation. But now it seemed he had glimpsed a path previously unimagined. At noon, a Black Hawk helicopter landed on the makeshift helipad in the territory. A team of soldiers hurriedly descended with cultivation boxes. Before long, a small grass composed of numerous round leaves appeared before him. Though the sun blazed overhead, Qin Chuan could still see a glimmer of silver radiance within. Xianyu grass. As he had anticipated, this healing sacred herb was indeed precious, but as long as the method was acquired, it was not difficult to obtain. He had only paid an extremely negligible cost to have it delivered right to him. Thus, the secret medicine for Qin Chuan's knight inheritance was finally complete. Everything was ready. It was time to ascend. The pain coursing through his muscles caused Qin Chuan to moan softly, and he even briefly considered giving up. Indeed, he had become so powerful now. With the territory on the right track along with the replenishment of various troops, he would undoubtedly grow stronger. Sweeping through the Black Moon would be a piece of cake. Being cautious, resisting the Black Tide after 2 months would also pose no problem. What awaited him then would be power, wealth, beauty. Just as he was about to lose himself, countless phantoms seemed to appear before his eyes. Countless images flickered before him, the scene of endless Black Tide monsters flooding the territory. The shadow of himself wandering forlornly in his past life. And Earth's destruction with countless points of light scattering across the heavens. This is not the future I desire. Qin Chuan clenched his teeth, forcing his mind to clear. Ultimately, after feeling his body reach a limit, he unhesitatingly pulled out the silver-glowing full moon grass. Break. His command was given, and the light ceased. A wave of extreme comfort surged through his limbs and torso. Qin Chuan rarely smiled. He succeeded. Within the territory, Qin Chuan devoured the roasted meat before him, replenishing the energy consumed during his breakthrough into tier advancement. He mentally recited. Open the Lord's personal panel. In an instant, a very simple panel unfolded before him. Qin Chuan territory, Xian, Huang territory. Race descendant of Yan and Huang. Rank 1st tier Knight Moonlight. Subordinates Allied soldiers, 10 Soviet mobilized troops, 25 Rhino tanks, 4 Grizzly tanks, 4 rocket flying troops. Weapons none. Talent summon thousands of troops. Characteristic unique charge 30. The other information on the panel was not surprising to Qin Chuan. Only his systems summon thousands of troops was also accounted for, classified under talent. This was not unexpected, likely accounted for later. In his past life, some speculated that although Earth had perished, its main consciousness might not have completely dissipated, maintaining things like the world chat channel through this residual consciousness. Some even theorized that when they became powerful enough, they might have the chance to reshape or even resurrect Earth. Such thoughts were still too far off. Qin Chuan's gaze landed on the last line of the panel within the brackets of the talent. Summon thousands of troops, charge 30. 30% charged. Qin Chuan doubted his eyes and pulled up the interface of the summon thousands system again. He then clearly saw that the progress bar had indeed reached 1/3. Finally, he found the method. It turned out that this charging progress was linked to his own strength progress. Qin Chuan realized no wonder the progress bar had previously shown no movement. Originally, he thought this system's main role was to help him cultivate his own power. Now it seemed that it was clearly meant to gather the strength of all beings into one. The two aspects complemented each other, which made sense. However, this meant he would also have to pay attention to his personal strength improvement in the future. After figuring everything out, Qin Chuan was no longer anxious. What people fear most is having no goal. Now that he had a clear direction to move forward, he only needed to proceed step by step. Currently, Qin Chuan had just entered the stage, and his body was still in an adaptation period, with his strength, speed, and physique increasing every moment. When he could no longer store energy, it would be time to prepare for the next breakthrough. Now it was still too early. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Qin Chuan stood in the construction yard, his gaze overlooking the territory that had begun to take shape. He said, "Open the territory panel." Xianwang Territory. Lord Qin Chuan. Buildings Allied Construction Factory Soviet Construction Factory Power Plant Allied or Refinery Soviet Barracks Operations Command Center or Refining Device. Defensive structures walls 200 prism towers, 3 magnetic storm coils, 3 machine gun bunkers, 9. Resources mines currently mining remaining reserves 73. Population 4. Producers transdimensional mining vehicles 4 armed mining vehicles I3. Tax revenue 1750 resource points day. Operating 1500 resource points day Miue, Xinwang Mall. Army Allied soldiers 15 Soviet mobilized soldiers 30 Grizzly tanks 4 Rhino tanks 4 rocket troopers 1 Black Hawk aircraft 4 Night Eagle helicopters 3. To be received none. Resource points 21311. Honor points 2. Evaluation a military territory with strong combat power and great development potential. When it finally got moving, the world would marvel at it. TSK. Finally the world would marvel at it. During this time, Qin Chuan did not rush to develop troops immediately, but instead solidified the foundational buildings of his territory. Only with a solid foundation could he reach greater heights. For instance, constructing or refining devices to improve the resource acquisition efficiency of mining vehicles. Building walls, prism towers, magnetic storm coils, machine gun bunkers, and other defensive facilities. As for the rest, aside from fully manufacturing armed mining vehicles, he did not rush to produce other high-value units. After all, the impending black tide was the urgent matter to be resolved, and everything else could be postponed. After closing the territory interface, Qin Chuan was about to taste the fruits just transported from Miue City when he suddenly saw a message in the World Chat channel. "Brothers, I found. It seems we have been discovered. I am surrounded. Help." Image. Qin Chuan clicked in and saw countless soldiers standing in layers around a simple thatched house. In the front row were soldiers fully encased in steel armor, their armor vastly different from the ancient relic of Norsen, shining brightly, with tightly structured joints well protected. It was evident that those who could move while bearing hundreds of pounds of armor had already entered the stage. Not only that, behind this dense array of armored warriors were 2 rows of archers. In the far distance, there were even spellcasters in priest robes silently chanting. At a rough glance, there were no less than 1,000 people. What virtue did their territory possess to provoke such a powerful force? However, upon seeing the insignia on these people's clothing, Qin Chuan instantly understood. The Temple Crusaders. The Holy Church's elite troops. They were also one of their trump cards that shook the nations. They have been discovered. This they referred to the collective lords who had reincarnated from Earth. He remembered that in his past life around this time, they were also discovered by local forces. Right. The Holy Spirit continent, as a material continent with extraordinary powers, had seen many individuals breaking through from ancient times to the present. Abyss, astral plane, elemental plane, soul plane. Other dimensional visitors were not uncommon for the Holy Spirit continent. Moreover, due to the poor information exchange in this realm, the appearance of Earth Lords had not been discovered for a while. Or rather, some individuals had already been discovered but were not taken seriously. After all, other dimensional beings. Who hasn't seen one? But as time passed, the gradually active Earth Lords began to attract attention. First and foremost, their numbers. Although there were billions of people on Earth, not everyone had crossed over to the Holy Spirit continent. Yet even a very small portion was extremely astonishing. How vast was the entire Holy Spirit continent? Each lord required a territory. How large would the land need to be to accommodate them all? In his memory, it seemed that the major churches took the lead and the countries imposed regulations on these lords. In his past life, Qin Chuan had also experienced this matter. According to his memory, this matter did not escalate. Anyway, in his initial small territory, only one person came to register his information, and then no one paid him any mind. Compared to the deeply memorable black tide, this was indeed somewhat trivial. He remembered hearing many people say that quite a few chose to join local forces, and even gained many benefits. Qin Chuan contemplated for a moment, and decided not to worry about it. In any case, there wasn't anything major for the time being. Now he only had one idea: to give everything and vigorously develop. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Almost every day, the strength of Qin Chuan's territory was rapidly growing. On this day, Qin Chuan stood in the makeshift rocket launch base at the deepest part of Half Moon Valley. His expression was somewhat grim. "How many is this?" "Commander, this is our 3rd satellite launch, but the result?" The nearby engineer also wore a worried expression. Qin Chuan helplessly said, "Do you have any good suggestions?" It was obvious even to a fool that the spy satellites they launched were either torn apart by flying magical beasts in the sky or encountered some crisis in the astral plane. Not a single satellite had survived. "Commander, currently our air and space combat capabilities are lacking. I suggest waiting until the Operations Command Center breaks through the research on lunar rocket troopers before trying again." I understand we will postpone the spy satellite launch plan. Oh, so many resources wasted. One day I will find out what the hell dares to attack my satellites. After saying this, Qin Chuan looked up at the sky with a fierce tone. The idea of opening the full map was shattered, so Qin Chuan could only continue to vigorously develop the foundational infrastructure of his territory. Of course, the infrastructure he referred to included prism towers, machine gun bunkers, and such. Commander, there are changes at MUS City. At this moment, the intelligence personnel responsible for monitoring the map suddenly came to report to him. When Qin Chuan arrived at the newly established intelligence department, everyone was already on standby. In accordance with your orders, we have been closely monitoring the Mage Association in MUS City, and today we discovered that suddenly there was an additional person among them. The person wore a gray robe, and judging by his graying beard, he was not young. The most crucial detail was the 7 flickering stars at his collar. Based on Qin Chuan's understanding, if 1 star represents a rank, then this person is a high-level mage. Upon realizing this, Qin Chuan's expression immediately turned serious. He was puzzled as to why a respected high-level mage would come to the remote MUS City. Originally, the Mage Association in MUS City had only a few stray mages, mostly apprentice mages levels 13, with only 1 official mage. Now, however, a high-level mage suddenly appeared. It was akin to a deep-sea crocodile emerging from a shallow marsh. He needed to ascertain the other party's intentions and consider their impact on the current Xianwang territory. Immediately track all his movements and determine his purpose. Qin Chuan decisively commanded. Even after leaving the intelligence department, his mind was still occupied with his thoughts. What would the arrival of a high-level mage bring? At this moment, Adolf was slowly observing the city before him under the guidance of the president of the Mage Association, Flander, in MUS City. Flander, before I came here, your mentor asked me to check on how you're doing. It seems you are doing quite well, Flander said humbly and respectfully. Lord Adolf, I once wished to dedicate my life to the pursuit of magical truths, but my talent is too low. Being assigned here is already a great help from my mentor. Please convey my regards to him. I will deliver your greetings. Don't let the splendor blind you. If you dare to explore, there may yet be hope for you to ascend to higher ranks. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the topic circled back. Flander asked, Sir, may I inquire about the purpose of your visit this time? Adolf stroked his beard and chuckled. It's nothing significant. The masters of the association ordered us to tally the Void Lords on the continent, and I happened to want to come out to take a look, so I accepted this task. What is a Void Lord? Flander inquired, confused. The Void Lords suddenly appeared on the Holy Spirit continent about a month ago. Their origins are mysterious, according to what they said. At this point, a puzzled expression appeared on Adolf's face. Flander, being a competent foil, timely asked, Where do they claim to come from? Adolf suddenly looked melancholic and slowly replied, Their statements are not consistent. Some claim to come from Valoran continent, others from Arad continent, and there are many strange and bizarre names, such as Earth Waguishan, Honghuang Liangshan, and Dongtu Detong. Adolf awkwardly articulated these names and continued. Of course, according to the analysis of those from the church, they are lying. These individuals likely come from the same place, and it is speculated that they might have some mental issues. Flander. Adolf scratched his head and said, Many of those captured were shouting things like 30 years in the east of the river, 30 years in the west of the river, and the pinnacle of immortality dominating the world. A lot of nonsensical phrases that I can't even articulate. They might indeed have some issues mentally. At this point, Adolf stopped discussing the Void Lords and instead asked, Have there been any sudden appearances of places or people around MUS City recently? For example, a thatched cottage and a few farmers. Flander furrowed his brow deep in thought. Adolf's question had truly stumped him. As a noble mage lord, he generally did not concern himself with the hardships of the common people. The sudden appearance of a thatched cottage and farmers. Flander would hardly care about such matters. However, he did possess some knowledge. I can inquire about the thatched cottage and farmers with the city lord, and as for the individuals who have suddenly appeared, recently a master alchemist has indeed suddenly emerged in MUS City. His skills are exceedingly high. After I introduce you to the city lord, I will take you to see him. Adolf exclaimed in surprise. Oh, a master alchemist who even impresses you. That indeed warrants a look. As for the invitation Qin Chuan received, he furrowed his brows. The invitation was just delivered from MUS City bearing the city lord's family crest. Such invitations had been declined by Qin Chuan countless times, so it was not surprising. The reason this particular invitation was in front of him was due to its content. In honor of the high-level mage Lord Adolf, a special arrangement is being made. Through this invitation, Qin Chuan finally learned the name of the high-level mage. However, the invitation strongly urged Qin Chuan to attend, even stating that Adolf was very interested in him and he must attend. This was the reason for his frown. A middle-aged man specifically requesting to meet him. Disgusting. Qin Chuan seriously analyzed the other party's intentions, but ultimately, due to a lack of information, he could not draw any conclusions. However, Qin Chuan certainly would not attend this banquet. He never entrusted his safety to others. No good banquet. Although on the surface, it was merely a banquet. What if? What if during the banquet they summoned someone named Xiang Zhuang to perform a sword dance? Or perhaps if there were suddenly a few axe-wielding fighters summoned with a smashed cup as a signal. Such probabilities might be low, but one must still be on guard. If a high-level mage acted against him during the banquet, Qin Chuan currently had no means to respond. But staying within the Xianhuang territory would be different. If the other party dared to cause trouble, Qin Chuan would surely make them return empty-handed. 3 days later. Ever since Qin Chuan had declined the invitation from the city lord's mansion last time, he had been prepared for an impending confrontation. To his surprise, however, after a few days nothing had occurred, as if the king of carps had launched a water leap and nothing had happened. This made Qin Chuan doubt whether he was being overly cautious. Just then a soldier suddenly approached to report. An incident has occurred. Meanwhile, Adolf and Flander appeared outside the Xianhuang territory. One was a high-level mage, the other an official mage. There was no stronger presence in Mius City than the two of them. Is the Xianhuang territory related to the Void Lord? After listening to Frank, Adolf's expression turned grave. As far as I can tell, it should have nothing to do with the Void Lord, but... With that, he pulled 2 items from his chest. They were 2 identical M5 pistols, authentic Xianhuang territory products. Frank stared at the pistols, puzzled. Is there something wrong? These alchemical items do possess some power, but at most they're equivalent to a first-level spell. Why would you be so? Before Frank could finish, Adolf deftly disassembled both pistols into individual components. Adolf extracted 2 parts from the pistols. Can you see the difference between these components? Frank shook his head, utterly baffled. Adolf sighed. This is precisely what makes it so terrifying. Seeing that Frank still didn't grasp his meaning, he shook his head in disappointment. He thought to himself, thank goodness this isn't my apprentice. Adolf had to rephrase his explanation. Are you familiar with the Empire's copper coins? Frank sensed Adolf's impatience, but his mind simply couldn't keep up. He forced a sheepish smile. I know about them, but what does that have to do with these alchemical components? Please enlighten me, sir. Adolf, never underestimate a humble copper coin. Whether gold, silver, or the lowly copper, all are blessed by the goddess of wealth, forged by the 3 great empires with the combined efforts of countless saint-level beings and even demigods. A look of horror flashed in Adolf's eyes as he continued. Though standardized production is only one factor this alchemical device, I couldn't detect any difference between them even using the light mirror spell. Tell me, isn't that terrifying? Hearing this, Frank finally caught on. You mean? Of course I'm not saying this paltry alchemist can be compared to the powers I just mentioned, but the force behind this is absolutely horrifying. With that, Adolf glanced at the stunned Frank, said no more, and continued walking slowly forward. Frank followed closely behind Adolf, his mind churning with the implications of what he had just heard. Suddenly, he noticed the figure ahead had stopped. Looking up, he saw the towering, reinforced concrete walls of the Xianhuang territory. Hiss. When I came here last time, there was nothing. How long has it been? You're right, sir. Indeed. Sir. As he spoke, he sensed something amiss. The man ahead seemed frozen. Frank quickened his pace and moved to Adolf's side. He saw beads of sweat the size of beans dripping from Adolf's forehead. Startled, Frank asked, Sir, what's wrong? Huff, huff, huff. After several minutes of calling, Adolf seemed to snap back to reality, gasping for air like a drowning man. There is great terror in this place. I. Did you see something? Frank was alarmed, knowing that the man before him specialized in divination magic. He must have glimpsed something. I sensed a catastrophic doom descending, a crimson orb bursting, a towering mushroom cloud, furious thunder, destroying everything. Though Frank didn't fully understand, it was clear Adolf was in a dire state. He hesitated. Then, should we leave? No. The more perilous it seems, the more curious I am about what lies within these walls. Come follow me inside. With that, Adolf strode forward without hesitation. But now the casual demeanor on his face had vanished, replaced by solemn resolve. Soon they arrived at the majestic outer wall of the Xianhuang territory. A sharp shout rang out from ahead. Halt! This is private property. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed. State your purpose. After a period of training, the soldiers could now communicate using basic language. Frank stepped forward. Don't you recognize me? We're from the Mages Guild. Before he could continue, Adolf shook his head at him. Adolf, esteemed soldier, please inform your lord that Adolf and Frank from the Mages Association wish to pay a visit. The soldier eyed him suspiciously, then lowered his head to speak into a walkie-talkie. After a moment, just as Frank's patience was wearing thin, the soldier turned and said to them, Enter. Our lord is already waiting for you inside. Someone will guide you. The gates slowly swung open, revealing a domain forged from steel before their eyes. Just inside the gate, someone was indeed waiting. It was Hall, a former member of the adventuring party and now a resident of the Qianhuang territory. Greetings, esteemed mages. Welcome to the Qianhuang territory. The familiar salutation rekindled Frank's sense of identity. Yes, he was a lofty spellcaster, not some random nobody as the guard at the gate had implied. The Lord is waiting for you. Follow me. Hall didn't bother with pleasantries. He never thought much of these mage aristocrats. He led the way with Adolf and Frank following behind. Suddenly, as they passed two unfinished buildings, Adolf trembled and asked, "Here? What are they constructing?" Hall followed his gaze to two bustling construction sites. After a moment's thought, he said, "These are some important structures called the nuclear missile silo and the weather controller. We're usually not allowed near them. Let's hurry on." Hall clearly didn't want to divulge more about the Qianhuang territory's secrets. Frank, however, noticed that Adolf could barely stand. Frank rushed to support him, but Adolf pushed him away. "I'm fine." He then looked up at the two buildings as if trying to steel his nerves. By now, Hall had walked some distance ahead. When he realized the two weren't following, he turned with a puzzled expression. "Why are you still here? Hurry up, don't keep the Lord waiting." "Oh, right, coming." The two snapped back to attention and quickly caught up. But Adolf deliberately positioned himself as far from the two buildings as possible within the group. Clearly, he was utterly terrified. When Hall and the two mages saw Qin Chuan in the reception room, all three of them simultaneously sighed in relief. Hall was glad to have finally completed the task. Flandre was worried about any potential problems with Adolf. As for Adolf himself, no one knew what he was thinking at that moment. Qin Chuan withdrew his gaze from the map before him and looked at the two. "May I ask why both mages have come here?" Although he addressed both of them, Qin Chuan's gaze was fixed on Adolf. As for Flandre, although they had never met in person, he was aware of this individual's existence in the Mage Association of Mythical City, and it was clear that the main character today was not him. Adolf looked at Qin Chuan, somewhat unable to gauge the other's depth, and spoke. "It's nothing much. We are merely executing a guild task to find a Void Lord and heard that there is an alchemy master here in Mythical City, so we specially came to pay a visit." "Oh," Qin Chuan responded blandly. This simple "oh" left Adolf feeling somewhat choked. "A little reaction, you scoundrel." He adjusted his collar, somewhat doubting that Qin Chuan did not see the 7 stars on him that represented a high-level mage. One must know that in the Holy Spirit continent, there also existed a hierarchy among various professions. Warriors looked down on thieves, thieves looked down on archers, archers looked down on those unlucky. However, no matter how they quarrel, there exists a group standing at the highest point to look down upon them. The spellcasters represented by mages declare, "I am not targeting anyone, all of you present are trash." The result of this situation is, although spellcasters do not often show it, deep down they are extraordinarily proud. As for the alchemists, a technical profession, although their social status is not low compared to mages, they still fall short. What is Qin Chuan's situation now? As an alchemist, he dares to have such an attitude toward mages. Do you still want to? However, Adolf and Flandre turned their thoughts in their minds, but found no way to impose sanctions on Qin Chuan. Especially Adolf, who recalled the 2 terrifying buildings he had just seen, causing him to shiver. Unconsciously, his attitude softened considerably. "The main reason for coming this time is to marvel at your exquisite craftsmanship. The 2 independent alchemical devices remarkably made, without a flaw, are truly awe-inspiring." "Oh," Qin Chuan glanced at him. Is he frightened by the automated machine tools? It makes sense, considering the emergence of fully automated integrated lathes is indeed difficult to comprehend in this medieval productivity level world. Seeing their performance, a thought turned in Qin Chuan's mind. With a smile, he said, "This belongs to my exclusive alchemical secret. Is the Mage Association interested? We could collaborate." "Ah." Adolf was somewhat unaccustomed to Qin Chuan's sudden change in attitude. Wasn't he just indifferent? How did it suddenly shift to discussing business? However, he still said tactfully, "The Mage Association does not lack powerful alchemical devices. As the outstanding representatives of extraordinary power, mages indeed do not lack this." But can Qin Chuan really let him go? The mine in the West Mountain is about to be exhausted, and the stores in Mythical City have also entered a stable period. Without other resource points for income, the development of the Qianhuang territory will stagnate. This was something Qin Chuan absolutely could not accept. He immediately said, "This mage, don't say how to be certain. Come, I'll take you to see the latest products of the Qianhuang territory." After saying this, Qin Chuan unceremoniously walked outside. Before long, they arrived at a warehouse. Qin Chuan pointed to the items ahead and introduced them one by one. "This is a measuring cup, this is a test tube, and this one is even more remarkable, a microscope. Don't be anxious, there's also an evaporating dish, crucible, precision balance." Adolf Schutzsche. Seeing his confused expression, Qin Chuan began to introduce the uses of these items one by one. Today, no matter what, he must sell these things. Just like a chef not looking at recipes, but studying military tactics, Qin Chuan also wants these mages to stop researching magic and instead study clinical therapy. Before long, with Qin Chuan's insightful introduction, Adolf gradually became silly from being deceived. Flandre beside him was even more excited, immediately ordering several sets from Qin Chuan, paying on the spot. Fortunately, at the end, Adolf kept his mouth shut and did not rashly agree to the in-depth cooperation between the Xianhuang territory and the Mage Association. Qin Chuan sighed regretfully. However, this was not a big issue. He was not worried about not having repeat customers. From frugality to luxury is easy. From luxury to frugality is difficult. Once accustomed to using the products of the Xianhuang territory, could they still return to using old crucibles? Some plans had already been noted down by Qin Chuan. The first step is to let those major guilds establish branches in the Xianhuang territory. Ultimately, move their headquarters over. Of course, the Xianhuang territory is still too small for this, so there is no hurry about it. After Adolf and Flandre left the gates of the Xianhuang territory, the two were still dazed. These two poor kids had indeed been somewhat bewildered by Qin Chuan's deception, especially Flandre, who held a large number of bottles and jars, looking around in confusion. Lord Adolf, did we get scammed? After the impulsive spending, he was just now beginning to react. Adolf, however, did not show much expression, although he had also ordered a few sets. He pondered, it can't be said we were scammed. Although many spells can achieve this effect, these items are also remarkable and have great utility for experimental research on spells. Flandre sighed in relief. As long as we didn't lose, it's fine. Then he seemed to remember something. My lord, did you notice anything? Is this person a void lord? This question hit the nail on the head, and Adolf showed a headache expression. Very much like it. But then again, it's ambiguous. Those void lords should have accidentally fallen into the Holy Spirit continent, but this Master Qin Chuan seems to. At this point, he suddenly took out a badge from his pocket. At this moment, the badge was shimmering, revealing a splendid color. However, one thing can be confirmed now. This alchemy master is certainly not a native being of the Holy Spirit continent. After sending off the two mages, Qin Chuan continuously reflected on his earlier actions in his mind. He did not know if he had revealed any flaws. But it doesn't matter. What if it's exposed? Today, he deliberately had Hall take those two to stroll near the nuclear missile launch site. This was both to show off his strength and for deterrent purposes. In this era where the Holy Land does not easily emerge, this power will undoubtedly ensure the safety of the Xianhuang territory. Beyond the western mountains, a formation of several hundred people marched in a long straight line toward this side. Qin Chuan then realized that amidst the jagged rocks of the western mountains, a small path still remained. Or rather, it could not truly be called a path. The western mountains had no roads. However, under the charge of armored beasts in front of the formation, a path, 3 people wide, had been opened up. Although the number of people in this formation appeared considerable, their speed of movement was remarkably swift. According to Qin Chuan's estimation, they would reach the Half Moon Valley, where the Xianhuang territory is located, before sunset. Who are the newcomers? What is their purpose? This question instantly emerged in Qin Chuan's mind. Although the formation did not look like an army, who could say for certain? He had to prepare for the worst. Meanwhile, within the western mountains, a loud voice echoed from the blood and wine merchant caravan. Everyone put in more effort. We must reach the Half Moon Valley before nightfall, where we can set up camp and rest. All right. Hey. May the gods bless you and me. Great spirit of beasts above. As the shouts rang out, the speed of the formation noticeably increased. Surrounding the cart at the center of the formation were 2 individuals who were clearly the leaders of this merchant caravan. At the forefront was an elder clad in a long robe. This elder had an unusual appearance, with fiery red fur forming flame-like patterns on his face and a swaying tail protruding from behind. A fox people. Priest, how much longer until we reach human territory? Can these goods really be exchanged for food? And what about little Parker's injuries? Another bull-headed figure wearing a mask and with horns atop his head asked. Of course, the priests among humans are miraculous. They will certainly heal little Parker. The fox people priest affirmed. Then, as if recalling something, he continued, Me Tao, be sure not to let your guard down. Humans are cunning. The safety of the caravan is entrusted to you. Leave it to me. He thumped his chest with a resounding bang, as if to bolster his confidence. As the formation continued onward, the fox people priest suddenly twitched his ears. He shouted to Mitao, stop the march. Mitao scratched the back of his head, puzzled, and asked, what's wrong? The priest's expression turned solemn as he said, things have not been peaceful here lately. With that, he pointed to several fresh tracks on the ground. They were indeed the traces left by the mining carts of the Xianhuang territory. Oh, what should we do? Didn't you say there were once people living here? Mateo's limited intelligence truly couldn't find a good solution. Seeing this, the fox people priest sighed. Since we've come this far, Inform the warriors to be cautious and not stray too far from the formation. Oh. As dusk fell when they finally emerged from the western mountains, the view ahead suddenly opened up. What followed was an indescribable shock. Towering walls loomed high. Fiery war machines shot flames into the sky. Menacing steel war chariots roamed about. They were already surrounded. A thunderous explosion echoed beside their ears. Outsiders, declare your identities. The formation was instantly thrown into chaos. People were in a state of panic, unsure of what to do. Ultimately, the Fox People priest stepped forward under Mateo's protection. Noble human warriors, greetings. We are a merchant caravan from the Meda Plains and mean no harm. May we discuss with you? On the other side, Qin Chuan looked at the holographic scene before him, a peculiar expression in his eyes. Beastmen, a merchant caravan. This term is easy to understand on its own, but when combined it left Qin Chuan somewhat baffled. According to conventional thinking, people simply could not associate the meticulous work of commerce with beastmen. This certainly did not imply that beastmen lacked intelligence. While some lower-tier beastmen indeed had their issues, the mid-tier and even upper-tier beastmen were in no way inferior to humans in terms of intelligence. However, due to their pride, they looked down upon lowering themselves to engage in such tasks. The inability of lower-tier beastmen to do well and the disdain of upper-tier beastmen to engage in it resulted in the current situation. But this group before him. Bring their leader over here, Qin Chuan ordered. Upon receiving the command, the people below immediately took action. Before long, two figures were brought before Qin Chuan. It was indeed the Fox People priest and the bull-headed individual named Mitao. Qin Chuan thought to himself, as expected, there are no upper-tier races. The Fox People priest walked in front while Mitao carried a large box behind him. Greetings, noble sir. The Fox People Kale sends his regards. Kale said, performing an ancient salute before turning to signal Mitao behind him. Bang! The large box slammed onto the ground with a loud noise. This startled the guarding soldiers, and in an instant 7 or 8 spears were pointed at the two. The sharp pain from the spear points made the two beastmen's hairs stand on end. No worries, Qin Chuan waved his hand to indicate that the soldiers should not be overly tense, and then focused his gaze on the large box. Gold coins, various oddly shaped bones, herbs, leather. This is a bribe. Looking up at the two beastmen, Qin Chuan was somewhat at a loss for words. He never expected that these thick-browed and bijed beastmen would also start engaging in such dealings. Indeed, it was the same, even in a fantastical world. Life is not just about fighting and killing, it also involves human relationships. At this moment, Kale and Mitao both looked at Qin Chuan's actions with some trepidation. They were unsure if this noble-looking person before them would be satisfied with the gifts they brought. If possible, they truly did not want to go to war with the other side. After all, those steel monstrosities clearly were not to be trifled with. In their beastmen culture, they had never used refined iron so lavishly. Qin Chuan waved his hand, and the soldiers behind him promptly moved to carry away the large box. As the saying goes, taking someone's hand shortens the arm. His current attitude was no longer as hard-lined as at the beginning, which was naturally related to the intentions of the other party. Qin Chuan asked, so what brings you here? Is it merely for commerce? Yes, and also to exchange for some goods, salt, clothing, refined iron, weapons. Your human merchant caravans are too unscrupulous. And what about little Parker's cursed illness? Injury. Qin Chuan keenly seized upon the keyword. Kale shot a reproachful glance at Mitao, then turned to Qin Chuan and said, It's nothing serious, my lord. Rest assured there are no contagious diseases. We just want to go to the big city to find a priest for treatment. Can you show me? We at the Xianwang territory are quite adept at handling certain ailments. I rest assured we are definitely a professional team. Qin Chuan said with righteous zeal. He certainly did not want to let these people pass so easily. From the items they presented in the load of the caravan, big clients. Both Kulu and Mitao displayed expressions of difficulty regarding Qin Chuan's request. Kulu said, Noble sir, the patient's condition is quite special. The high priest of our tribe is at a loss, which is why we want to go to the big city to find a priest. Does your castle have a priest? He undoubtedly regarded Xian Huangling as Qin Chuan's castle. However, as for the priest, Qin Chuan said, We have professional battlefield doctors in our castle. You need not have any concerns. After all, looking won't cause any harm, right? Although Qin Chuan's words were framed as a discussion, his tone conveyed an undeniable sense of authority. How could I let you run away? In the end, the two orcs said nothing more to him and helplessly led Qin Chuan to the center of the merchant convoy. Before long, he saw, on a beast cart at the center of the merchant convoy, a little calf. Yes, a young centaur. In fact, the young centaur was not much different from human children except for some subtle differences, roughly around 3 to 4 years old. Little Parker, don't be afraid, Grandpa will bring someone to check your illness. The young centaur frowned, his face displaying a look of pain. Muttering indistinctly, he said, Grandpa Kalu, it hurts. Little Parker, don't talk, be good, wait for Grandpa to find someone to cure you, and you won't hurt anymore. After saying this, the old foxman gently lifted the burlap, covering the little centaur, revealing its small body beneath. Even though Qin Chuan had prepared himself mentally, he was still startled by the sight before him. It was shocking. On its limbs and chest were covered with blood-red spots. Upon closer inspection, these were not merely spots, but rather a cluster of blisters. As if that weren't enough at this moment, Little Parker is very brave, right? Don't be afraid, stick out your tongue. The young centaur hesitated for a moment, but ultimately trust overcame his fear of pain. Once he opened his mouth, it became apparent that blisters the size of fava beans to apricot pits were visible on his gums, tongue, and the inner surface of his lips. Hiss! No wonder he couldn't utter a complete sentence. Kulu and Mi Tao looked at Qin Chuan, both having expressions of hope in their eyes. Though they knew the odds were slim, this was a curse that the Centaur clan had borne throughout history. While the probability of this curse occurring was low, once it did, survivors were few. Even this trip to the human city to find a priest was merely an act of doing their utmost and leaving the rest to fate. Could this person truly have a way? On the other side, Qin Chuan, gazing at this tragic scene, fell into silence. He waved his hand towards the people behind him. Go fetch the doctor from the barracks. Qin Chuan's command was the highest order within Xian Huangling, and no one dared to neglect it. Soon a doctor rushed to the scene carrying his equipment. This is the patient, oh please examine him. The doctor, not daring to delay, immediately approached and began to carefully examine the young centaur. In a short while he was sweating profusely. Qin Chuan and the two orcs were nervously watching him until he finished his actions and let out a gentle sigh. Before the doctor could speak, the impatient Mi Tao squeezed in beside him. I said no one should examine him. A Little Parker is already in so much pain, and you still. It was clear that he was very unhappy with how the doctor had been handling the young centaur. The doctor glanced at Qin Chuan as if to inquire whether he should reveal the diagnosis. Qin Chuan nodded. There was nothing to hide. If it could be cured, it could be cured. If it could not, there was nothing he could do. The doctor pondered his words for a moment and said briefly, the patient is lethargic, has an abnormal rise in temperature, blisters all over, some of which have ruptured and formed ulcers with accelerated and irregular heartbeat, and the heart shows signs of weakness. Qin Chuan frowned at the long list of medical terms, directly interrupting. Just say it plainly. What illness is it, and can it be cured? At this moment, the old fox man beside them was also drawn in by their conversation. Upon hearing the doctor's diagnosis, the old foxman's eyes revealed a look of shock. No one in this world understood the curse afflicting Little Parker better than he did. This person had managed to describe it accurately with just a moment's observation. He stared intensely at the doctor like a prisoner awaiting judgment. The doctor said, this is a typical manifestation of foot-and-mouth disease and can be cured. What did you say? It can be cured. Kulu suddenly jumped up, tightly grasping the doctor's hand. He wanted to say more, but his lips trembled so much that he couldn't utter another word. The doctor attempted to pull his hand away, but found it impossible. Although it was true that Fox Clan priests were not known for their physical strength, he was not someone who could be resisted by a mere logistics staff member of rank 0. Ultimately, it was Qin Chuan who rescued the poor doctor. Kulu, right. Calm down. As silver light flickered, Kulu involuntarily released his grip on the doctor's hand. What remained was Kulu's dazed expression as he gazed at the silver light. At this moment, Mi Tao finally reacted. What? It can be cured? Really, truly? Qin Chuan nodded and signaled for the doctor to step back, then turned to the two of them and said, whether it can be cured will require further attempts, however it should be possible. You both stay for now, and I will have the doctor prepare a treatment plan. After saying this, he turned and walked outside. It was just the right time to give them some time and space to calm down. As he stepped out, he noticed the doctor, who had left a moment earlier, mumbling something about doctor-patient relationships. Let alone this doctor, even Qin Chuan couldn't help but internally complain. Why should you centaurs be susceptible to foot-and-mouth disease? In this river, my brother the palace is overjoyed. The York merchant convoy did not keep Qin Chuan waiting long. After a brief discussion, they decided to let Qin Chuan assist in treating Little Parker the young centaur, and were willing to pay a hefty sum for it. In reality, they ventured to the human city to find a priest, mostly with the mindset of doing what they could and leaving the rest to fate. It would be a miracle if the ancient curse of the Centaur clan could be healed by a priest. Unless those priest gods personally intervened, there might be some chance. Inject 500 milligrams of hydrochloric acid isopropamide phenothiazine, 30 milligrams of dexamethasone sodium phosphate, and subcutaneously inject 0.1 adrenaline, 5 milligrams. After a period of recovery, it will be cured. The treatment for the hoof-and-mouth disease in the young bull was not difficult. In fact, after some emergency injections of medication, his symptoms had already improved significantly. However, to be on the safe side, Qin Chuan still decided to keep them around. On one hand, it was to prevent a relapse of the disease. On the other hand, while the benefits were yet to be obtained. How could he allow them to leave so easily? The orc merchant caravan was quite savvy in this regard. With a grand gesture, they were about to offer all their goods to the Qianhuang territory, claiming that their ability to cure the young Parker was already a tremendous joy, and they dared not ask for more. But was Qin Chuan the type to reap benefits for free? Ultimately, under his strong insistence, the orc caravan loaded a few carts of fine iron and peculiar food. The fine iron was sourced from the Shishan mine, while part of the food was provided by the barracks, and other resources were converted. Altogether, it did not exceed 500 resource points. Just their caravan's goods, if all converted to resource points, would amount to tens of thousands. Of course, this does not mean that the caravan incurred a loss. From their grateful demeanor, it was clear they had gained significantly. Fine iron and food. Both were things they were in dire need of, and in the past, with so many local specialty goods, they probably wouldn't even be able to exchange for 1/5 of this amount. On one hand, the human merchants were aggressively driving down prices, and on the other hand, the fine iron was precious. Not every place had the refining techniques of the Qianhuang territory. This exchange could be described as a win-win situation. However, when Qin Chuan prepared to convert the hodgepodge of local specialty items from the caravan into resource points, he discovered an astonishing surprise. High-value item detected. Would you like to convert it into resource points? Note the conversion process is irreversible. High-value item. Qin Chuan felt a bit dazed, whether in this life or the last it was his first time encountering such a prompt. How valuable was high value? He had heard that this prompt would only appear when there was something truly unique and irreplaceable. Unconsciously, Qin Chuan's gaze fell upon a pile of items in front of him. This was one of the orc caravan's cargo, mostly consisting of broken swords and armor. Initially, Qin Chuan didn't pay much attention to these items, but now. Activate the visual data perspective completely. This ability, granted by the remnants of Earth, was usually turned off by Qin Chuan. Otherwise, opening his eyes would reveal a dizzying array of data, not only overwhelming, but also easily leading to accusations of word count inflation. This time was different. He had to find that so-called high-value item. As Qin Chuan's voice fell, the entire world suddenly changed, with endless streams of green data composed of ones and zeros occupying his vision. As these green numbers faded away, the world before Qin Chuan transformed, drastically revealing everything in a data-driven form. Ragged burlap, decayed armor, broken swords. A pile of utterly worthless items appeared before Qin Chuan, none of them radiating any spiritual light. Qin Chuan did not feel disappointed and continued to examine the items one by one, until after moving aside these worthless items, a faint red light suddenly appeared. Bang! Qin Chuan kicked the pile of items aside, and in the next moment, dazzling crimson light instantly filled the entire world. As soon as his gaze made contact, he felt an excruciating pain, and his tear ducts uncontrollably began to flood. He hurriedly turned away, but it was already too late, tears streaming down his face. However, in that fleeting moment, the information of that object had already been imprinted in his mind. Blade of Murder, rank Divine Artifact, Function 1, God Slaying. Function 2, Soul Absorption. Function 3, Function 9, Evaluation. This weapon has slain a double-digit number of deities. Though now it is decayed, it still possesses immense power. You can imprison the souls of powerful beings within it. Deities are optimal, allowing them to regain their former glory. At the same time as Qin Chuan activated the Blade of Murder, far away in the center of the Holy Empire, a gigantic statue in the Holy See suddenly burst forth with dazzling white light. The brilliance was so overwhelming that it seemed even the noonday sun was overshadowed. After a moment, the bells of the Holy See rang out. The long-awaited divine decree descended: find the god-slaying blade and eliminate the successor of the god of slaughter at all costs. The same scene occurred not only here, but throughout the major churches. The Holy Spirit continent had entirely entered a year of turmoil. The next day, within the Qianhuang territory, Qin Chuan sat in the newly established garden, constantly toying with a rose-colored magical short sword that glimmered faintly red. This was indeed the Blade of Murder. In his previous life, after numerous ups and downs, he had also heard the legends surrounding this weapon. In reality, there were many god-slaying weapons in this world, and many were not even weapons at all. For example, Mishra's spellbook, the legendary Archmage's super floating city. But among these items, the Blade of Murder undoubtedly held the greatest fame, being the weapon that instilled panic in the gods. It was said that the form of the Blade of Murder was not fixed. It could be an ordinary thief's short sword or a knight's lance used in battle. Without exception, whenever it appeared in the world, it signaled great chaos. It directly or indirectly led to the birth of several deities associated with slaughter and murder. Of course, these deities usually met unfortunate ends. This weapon seemed to be inherently cursed. Those who achieved greatness with it often ended up either sealed away or trapped in eternal slumber. Now this most infamous weapon had come into Qin Chuan's hands. He didn't know what kind of expression he should wear. A curse. Fear of a curse. If this weapon was truly that terrifying, he could always dismantle it into resource points on the spot. Days later, Qin Chuan placed the blade of murder into its sheath, just as he heard the familiar chant that had been ringing at regular intervals these days. Brave little bull, fear not the hardships. Hey, brave little bull, fear not the hardships. Qin Chuan and Ajo. Looking up, he saw the little calf, named Parker, happily running on the grass of the Xianhuang territory, as if he had not lost his youth. As he ran, he stretched his arms and legs, doing chest expansion exercises. It was as if he was trying to make up for the lack of exercise caused by his illness, bursting with incredible energy. Originally, the barracks doctor had taught him a set of eagles takeoff. However, this little calf was stubborn and insisted that he was a bull, not an eagle. With no other choice, he had to teach him another set. The times are calling. Look how happy this little calf is jumping. He looked just like a pure love warrior who had betrayed the organization. The Tauren tribe was in a precarious situation. In fact, since he had just cured his hoof-and-mouth disease, and having consumed the caravan's goods, the orcs decided to camp just outside the Xianhuang territory. They planned to wait until the young Tauren was fully healed before leaving and had made agreements with Qin Chuan for future commercial trade activities. Qin Chuan welcomed this immensely. He hoped they would bring a few more divine artifacts. Of course, he also knew it was unlikely. Finding even one was already a stroke of good fortune. But one must always have dreams, right? The orc merchant convoy halted outside the Xianhuang territory, setting up camp against the western mountains. This does not imply they were idle. How could Qin Chuan afford to leave so many laborers unutilized? When he proposed to hire these people, both Kale and Mitao were overjoyed. As for the salary, what was that? Wasn't being provided with food already the greatest reward? Consequently, many tasks that were inconvenient for the red alert soldiers were handed over to these individuals. Only at this moment did Qin Chuan truly comprehend their strength. First and second tiers were as common as dirt, while third and fourth tiers were everywhere. He was grateful that he hadn't recklessly engaged in battle with this group, or else, unless he resorted to using his ultimate weapon that would cost him dearly, Xianhuang territory might not have been able to confront them. Of course, there was no need to overthink things that had not occurred. Regardless of whether they could win or not, joining forces was all that mattered. The multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle sped through the complex mountainous terrain. This thing is incredibly uncomfortable, not even as good as my Tuob beast. Mitao, curled up inside, remarked as he barely fit into the vehicle. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck his clever mind. Excitedly, he turned to Qin Chuan and said, "My lord, why don't we get down? You ride on me, and I can definitely run faster than this metal beast." "No need for that. I am not in the habit of riding men. Bulls are the same." Qin Chuan sternly refused him. Although he said this, Qin Chuan was somewhat skeptical of Mateo's claim that he could run faster than the multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle. As a unit within Red Alert, the multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle, aside from aerial units and supertemporal forces, could be considered the fastest in its echelon. It could easily travel 1,000 miles in a day. This bull-headed man claimed he could run faster. Not one to dismiss the impossible, Qin Chuan remarked, "Stay here and don't move." Bull-headed Mitao, huh? He felt he was at a disadvantage, but couldn't quite grasp why. Besides, in such a cramped space, he couldn't move at all. At this moment, Qin Chuan did not go out to buy oranges for him, instead placing the rose-colored short sword in a visual blind spot behind him, quietly reciting in his heart, "Activate visual data." Familiar data streams appeared, and Qin Chuan focused his gaze on the bull-headed man before him. Mitao, blood, hoof race, beastkin, bull-headed man, rank 6th tier. Talent, golden blood. Equipment, bloodline, totem, pillar, thunder mask. The first thing that caught Qin Chuan's eye was the impressive 6th tier ranking. Good heavens. Qin Chuan had considered this fool might be strong, but he never expected him to be this formidable, almost on the verge of reaching a higher tier occupation. His claim of being able to outrun the multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle was no mere boasting. Continuing to observe, there were talents and equipment to consider. Qin Chuan vaguely recalled having heard of this golden blood in his past life, which seemed to be associated with significant power. However, he had little desire to investigate. After all, it was someone else's affair. In comparison, Qin Chuan was far more curious about his equipment. First was the totem pillar. Nothing unusual there. It was a weapon commonly used by bull-headed men. After all, it was their initial weapon in warfare. The only thing to consider was, where on earth was he hiding such a large, thick pillar? To this day, he had never seen him pull it out. Stop. Qin Chuan put a halt to his dangerous thoughts. He shifted his gaze to the next item, the thunder mask. This must be the mask he wore, adorned with lightning patterns. He couldn't help but wonder how much this fool liked the mask, as he had never seen him take it off. With that in mind, Qin Chuan suddenly recalled the legendary artifact known as the persona mask, which also seemed to be a type of mask. Since he had already obtained one artifact from these individuals, the probability of finding a second one. "Mitao, could you show me the mask on your face?" Mitao was taken aback by Qin Chuan's sudden request. After a moment of confusion, he immediately became shy. Then, as if remembering something, his head shook like a rattling drum. "No way. Bull warriors never take off their masks." Qin Chuan Sigma. Chit-chat. Qin Chuan clicked his tongue, and though he didn't press the issue, if he didn't want to show it, then so be it. The multifunctional infantry fighting vehicle traversed mountains and valleys, eventually stopping in a bay. It was precisely the crescent bay they had seen on the command map earlier. They had set off at a precise time, and upon arrival, a vast dock and shipyard were just completing construction. Watching the giant cranes above the shipyard moving back and forth, it was clear that the establishment of the first naval fleet of the Xinhuang territory was not far off. Of course, Qin Chuan came not just for inspection, but also to address some issues occurring here. The place he had named Xinhuang First Shipyard was rumored to be haunted. As a staunch materialist, Qin Chuan did not believe in such nonsense. But then again, fantasy world, so it was no big deal. Though the probability of a connection to the underworld here was low, one could never be too cautious. If there really were spirits like Xiao Qian, he wouldn't mind taking on the profession of a necromancer. Entire sentence struck through. Returning to the point. If a passage to the underworld truly appeared here, it must be taken seriously. However, Qin Chuan believed this probability was rather low. Compared to souls from the underworld causing trouble, he felt there was an even greater likelihood. Assemble the radar components for the construction yard. Qin Chuan commanded the convoy behind him. This location was simply too far from the construction yard. Aside from the shipyard on the water's surface, constructing other buildings was difficult. But this was not a game. Many things could be accomplished in alternative ways. By bringing in 3 to 5 engineers and construction crews, they could complete the materials at the construction yard and then assemble them here much more easily. Qin Chuan and a small part of the engineering team were merely the vanguard, with a continuous stream of supply convoys to follow. Although the speed was somewhat slower than directly constructing near the yard, it should be completed in a few days. By then, under the radar's detection, the truth would be revealed. As night fell, Qin Chuan resided within the board cabin at the dock. The reason he did not choose to stay inside the shipyard was simply that the noise there was far too loud. Cranes worked around the clock, and even from the relatively distant dock, one could hear them, not to mention inside the shipyard. However, Qin Chuan was now doubting whether his choice was correct. Snore? Snore? Who? Snore. The deafening snoring came from the adjacent room, and the soundproofing conditions of the cabin were practically non-existent. After learning about Mateo's combat capabilities, Qin Chuan let him sleep in the room next to his as a bodyguard, since the ghost rumors needed some attention. But he never expected that one person's snoring could be this loud. No, a bull. Just as he was tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep, he suddenly noticed something was off. The snoring next door had actually stopped, followed by a thunderous shout that echoed far into the night. Who is singing? Qin Chuan. Warming up the loneliness. Who is singing? When Mitao asked this question, Qin Chuan instinctively replied, warming the solitude. However, he immediately sensed something was wrong. This is clearly not a venue suitable for square dancing. What is Mitao suddenly going crazy about? Qin Chuan pushed open the door, nodded to the guard at the entrance, and walked to the door of Mitao's room. Just as he was about to knock on the door, the next moment, he saw the door open from the inside. Mitao, scratching his head, walked out looking somewhat dazed. However, Qin Chuan's focus was not on that. He didn't even have time to ask about the singing, and was instead fixated on Mitao's face. Seeing Qin Chuan's expression, Mitao felt somewhat perplexed. Why are you looking at me like that? Did you hear that annoying song? Uffed. Qin Chuan stifled a laugh, his gaze unwavering. He continued, it's nothing, I just remembered something happy. You just said you heard a song. What is going on? Keep talking. Mitao looked puzzled, but his honest nature made him pay little attention to Qin Chuan's peculiar tone. Muttering, he said, it seems like a woman singing. I can't understand what she's saying, but I always feel like someone is going to die. Qin Chuan, what? A woman singing about a man dying. But why didn't he hear anything? He turned to the 2 guards behind him and asked, did you hear it? Report, Commander. Besides snoring, we didn't hear any singing. They didn't hear it. Was this song exclusive to the bull-headed people? The pure love warrior was furious. At this moment, Mitao had already walked out of his room, shaking his head and looking around as if trying to find the source of the song. To his surprise, as soon as he stepped out, he found that not only was Qin Chuan staring at him, even the soldiers of the Xinhuang Legion, whom he thought had iron will, couldn't help but glance at him in amazement. Mitao instinctively touched his face. However, he felt nothing. Ow! A bull-headed man let out a bark like a dog, causing Qin Chuan to exclaim, what a guy. Suddenly, Mitao charged back into the room like a wild bull. He finally realized he had forgotten to wear his mask. Ha ha! Qin Chuan laughed wildly, looking like a villain. It was no wonder he was so amused. Mitao's face without the mask was just too funny. Who would have thought that a rough-talking, bull-headed man whose every word began with "I" would have such a youthful appearance beneath the mask? Even calling it youthful would be an understatement. It was so tender it could almost be squeezed for juice. At first glance, it perfectly matched the description of a Shoda. The contrast between his muscular build and the youthful face beneath his horns was truly striking. This made Qin Chuan unable to contain his laughter. Only at this moment did he vaguely realize why the bull warriors never took off their masks. Ho 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 ha ha. Little me Tao, come out, no one is laughing at you. Don't you look quite good? I won't come out. A muffled voice came from inside the room as if something was blocking it. Qin Chuan's mind already painted the image of the burly man covering his head with a blanket. Ah, this is truly frightening. With a smack of his lips, Qin Chuan tried to be serious and began to ponder the inexplicable song. A bull-headed man hears it, but I can't. This does not conform to the objective laws of things. However, Qin Chuan thought of another possibility. The normal human hearing frequency ranges from 20 to 2000 Hz. The hearing frequency range of bulls is almost the same as that of humans, but they can accurately hear some high pitches that humans cannot. Could it be? With this thought, Qin Chuan closed his eyes and stood still. Moments later, a faint silvery glow appeared in the night, echoing with the bright round moon in the sky. Gradually, this glow gathered around Qin Chuan's ears. As the gentle breeze caressed his ears, he raised his brow. He heard it. It was a tone that seemed to be singing something yet filled with sorrow, making one involuntarily want to understand more. Come, our hero, glorious warrior, please stop and listen to our song. No boat can sail out of the beautiful Moon Bay unless you are willing to listen to our wonderful song. The beautiful song brings you joy and wisdom, accompanying you to sail safely forward. We know all too well the hardships faced by heroes in the endless lands of the continent. Our wisdom shines like the sun and moon that illuminate the world, fully aware of the wars and loves happening among mortals. Qin Chuan Sigma Sigma. Wow, nice. Upon hearing the first line of the song, Qin Chuan immediately understood what they were facing. Mermaids. A rumored creature that is part human and part fish, or part human and part bird, using beautiful songs to lure sailors. Their dwelling places are thus filled with human corpses. Qin Chuan never expected to see such a creature in Moon Bay. This creature is both righteous and evil. If left unchecked, it would pose a significant threat to the naval development of the Xian Huang Legion. For this reason, he must find a way to locate them. Whether to kill or capture, it doesn't matter. What if I can't win? If I can't win, I can definitely run away. With this thought, Qin Chuan kicked open the closed cabin door. He then saw Mi Tao with his upper body wrapped in a blanket. As for why not the whole body, it was because he was too big for the blanket to cover completely. After pulling the blanket off him, Qin Chuan surprisingly found that at some point the mask had been put back on his face. Don't be shy, take me to find the source of that song you heard. The moonlight energy within Qin Chuan was not sufficient to support him for a long time. Okay, Mi Tao replied in his muffled voice. Due to the mask obstructing, one couldn't see his expression at that moment, but Qin Chuan didn't have much thought to spare for that. The important matter took precedence. It was unclear whether Mi Tao was trying to shake off the embarrassment or purely seeking revenge for Qin Chuan's earlier mockery. His pace was like a blood-crazed bull charging recklessly. He even smashed right through the stones in the way without avoiding them, without any action to slow down. Qin Chuan could only gasp in admiration behind him, straining to keep up with his pace. Until they reached the endpoint of the crescent moon at the bottom of Moon Bay, Mi Tao finally stopped. In front of them was the endless sea. He pointed with his hand and said, "It's over there." The song came from that direction. Qin Chuan. So are we supposed to swim over? Mi Tao scratched his head and said, "I only heard it in this direction, but I don't know how far it is. How about we swim?" Qin Chuan replied speechlessly, "I'll swim you a stick." Set sail. At Qin Chuan's command, the group boarded the amphibious landing craft, though of course there was no sail on the vessel. It was worth noting that the composition of the crew aboard the landing craft was quite intriguing. Given the maritime operation, medium to large units like tanks had to be abandoned outright. Thus, the pool of viable choices was significantly narrowed. The landing craft boasted a spacious interior, typically enough to accommodate 12 people with ease. But clearly this referred to soldiers of average build from the Red Alert Army. First was Qin Chuan, occupying one slot. Next came his hired enforcer, the top-tier muscle, the spirited lad, the young minotaur, Mi Tao. He firmly occupied 2 slots. Qin Chuan arranged the remaining positions meticulously. He prioritized units proficient in aquatic operations, and considering the need to scout enemy positions, war dogs were indispensable for potential landings. Unlike in the game, where they couldn't enter, water dogs were excellent swimmers. This was especially true for the 2 new breeds developed by the War Lab. Of course, when it came to swimming prowess, human units were not lacking either. For instance, the elite special forces. Additionally, there were 2 exceptionally unique individuals. Tanya Adams, race human, rank tier 3. Talents: robust, amphibious, super regeneration, perfect mind. Skills: special operations, lethal dual pistols, extensive explosives. Equipment: bulletproof vest, custom black vulture pistols, sapper C4. Trait: unique, only one Tanya can exist at any given time. Evaluation: Tanya is proficient in 15 methods of hand-to-hand killing, excels at dual pistols, sniping, demolition, freestyle, swimming, and possesses an indomitable will. She is a veritable killing machine. Despite his mental preparation, Qin Chuan couldn't help but draw a sharp breath upon seeing Tanya's data panel. From a certain perspective, Tanya could be considered the pinnacle of humanity below the supernatural realm. However, that unique trait shattered Qin Chuan's fantasy of forming a Tanya squad. And this trait was not exclusive to Tanya alone. Most named entities possessed such uniqueness. For example, the following individual. Nono lies Yuri. Race: human. Rank: tier 5. Talents: transcendent, will, perfect mind. Skills: mind control, mental skin, psychic, shockwave, mental detonation. Equipment: bulletproof vest, psychic controller. Trait: genetic programming, only one Nono lies Yuri can exist at a time, but you may create genetic replicas of him. Evaluation: a brilliant scientist, an outstanding commander, a powerful spiritual mentor, and an ambitious schemer with a hawk's gaze and a wolf's ambition. Yuri possesses the ability to control the minds of others, dominating most weak-willed enemies. Compared to Tanya, the evaluation of Yuri was decidedly less flattering. In unknown combat, he was simply no match. Yet Yuri's strength clearly lay not in direct confrontation. Tier 5. This was entirely derived from his mental power, untouched by any supernatural cultivation. A mortal body rivaling the supernatural. Considering his talents and skills, if used wisely, he could surpass 1,000 troops. Thus, Qin Chuan's seafaring team was officially finalized. Lord Qin Chuan. Guardian Mi Tao. Hero units: Tanya Yuri. Reconnaissance units: War Dogs, Huado Tian Go. Elite Forces: Navy SEALs. As a tailored selection, it covered nearly every aspect. All possessed decent swimming abilities, meeting the conditions for naval combat. Moreover, considering the seductive power of the singing, the units were somewhat immune to mental control. Even in a worst-case scenario, Yuri provided a safety net. That wasn't all. 3 rocket soldiers recently recruited and trained followed in the sky. This combat power was enough to capture a medium-sized city on the Holy Spirit continent. Qin Chuan refused to believe they could still fail. With skillful execution, even overthrowing a nation was possible. Of course, this was largely due to Yuri's presence in the early stages. Back to the main topic. The amphibious landing craft was a hovercraft, and its speed was not slow. Additionally, due to its propulsion, it was minimally affected by sea currents and wind. Qin Chuan stepped onto the deck of the landing craft feeling exhilarated, as if the sea breeze gently tousled his hair. Drifting, holding your hand, a certain inexplicable feeling. Commander. Tanya looked at Qin Chuan sternly without saying anything directly, but her meaning was clear. Ahem got carried away too deep into the role. Qin Chuan pretended nothing had happened and let go of Tanya's hand. He mused inwardly, how did Tanya manage to have such smooth hands despite holding a gun for so long with hardly any calluses? Commander. According to known intelligence, this world lacks reliable contraceptive methods. If you choose to engage in reproductive activities, it will significantly impair my combat effectiveness, which is detrimental to. Seeing the topic veering dangerously toward forbidden territory, Qin Chuan quickly interjected. Stop. He wiped a bead of sweat discreetly, feeling somewhat speechless. He had a sense that his flirtatious actions had backfired. Let's skip this topic. Tanya asked in confusion. Why, Commander? Don't you want to? Commander. There's a situation ahead. At that moment, a gentle voice interjected, rescuing Qin Chuan from the perilous conversation. Qin Chuan cast an appreciative glance and saw a gleaming bald head smiling back at him. Yuri, you've chosen the right path. Qin Chuan, what did you find? Yuri closed his eyes in concentration for a moment, then spoke. Approximately 1 nautical mile directly ahead, there is a small island, likely our destination. I also sense a powerful spiritual entity there. Then that's it. Qin Chuan's spirits lifted, but he didn't rush to proceed immediately. He ordered the troops to rest and conserve energy while looking at Yuri with astonishment. 1 nautical mile, nearly 2 kilometers. Yuri could sense it from such a distance. What is the maximum range of your mental scan? Without even a moment's thought, Yuri replied directly. Within 5 kilometers, I have a vague perception. Within 2.5 kilometers, I can clearly distinguish targets. Was he really a human radar? Qin Chuan didn't dwell on the matter for long. Before long, as the crew reached peak readiness, the rocket soldiers on aerial reconnaissance relayed their findings. Commander, aerial reconnaissance results: the island ahead is medium-sized, estimated at around 1,000 square kilometers, classified as a coral island. No intelligent life forms detected yet. I understand. Qin Chuan acknowledged, and then produced a simplified holographic map. By now the map's ocean region had already updated in real time, displaying the outline of an island. He was not one to hesitate. After studying the map briefly, he marked a point and gave a decisive order. Head for this target, full speed ahead. Buzz. The amphibious landing craft sailed through the wind, riding the waves. Moments later, the crew on the deck spotted a vague black dot in the distance. This must be the island. At this point, Qin Chuan didn't even need to harness the power of moonlight. He could clearly hear the ethereal song in his ears. Suddenly, just as they were about to approach the island reef ahead, an unexpected event occurred. Hiss! Yuri suddenly let out a muffled groan as if suffering immense pain. Qin Chuan looked over and saw Yuri's eyes bulging with veins on his bald head subtly pulsating like a snake. What's happening? He asked seriously. Yuri clenched his teeth, struggling to speak each word discovered. I am weaker than the opponent in mental strength. With these words, everyone fell silent, then, as if in unison, turned to look at Qin Chuan, waiting for his orders. To fight, or to avoid the confrontation. Just as Qin Chuan was pondering his retreat strategy, an alarm suddenly rang in his ears. Focusing his gaze, he realized. No need to investigate, they had come to find them. A thin mist rose, revealing a shadowy figure appearing near the rocks not far from the landing craft. It was a woman whose features were extremely hazy. Leaning against the rocks, she supported her face with her hands, curiously scanning the landing craft, as if wondering why this strange large ship hadn't crashed and sunk. As she looked at Qin Chuan and the others, the crew on the landing craft was also gazing at her. Upon noticing this woman, a chill ran through everyone's hearts. She was definitely not human. Although she had human facial features, her upper body, fully exposed to the air, resembled that of a human. But behind her were 3 pairs of gossamer, translucent wings, growing in an incredibly orderly manner. As for the underwater part, through the shimmering surface of the sea, Qin Chuan vaguely glimpsed a fish tail. A sea demon, and a highly anthropomorphized one at that, the most troublesome kind. In an instant, Qin Chuan felt a desire to summon the impending fusion strike. While he was pondering, the other party spoke first. What is this? A new sky ship of humans. Why can it only fly so low? Her voice was ethereal, identical to the song he had heard earlier. However, at this moment, listening closely in proximity, there was an indescribable allure to it. Coupled with her candid demeanor, it was enough to ignite the flames of curiosity in anyone, making them eager to provide answers to her questions. Unfortunately, she quickly found herself disappointed. No one responded. Of course, while humans were silent, there was still a cow present. What are you? A fish person. Why don't you look like one? A priest from our clan once told us. Mitao did not answer her question, but instead replied with an echoing counter-question. Fish person. She seemed to have heard something amusing and covered her mouth while laughing. Her gaze swept over Mitao, and she realized. Oh, so you're just a pitiful worm of the Golden Clan. After saying this, she seemed to lose interest in Mitao, her gaze drifting towards the others. Ultimately, it settled on Qin Chuan. She murmured, a chosen one of the moon. No, a pawn. In that fleeting moment, as her gaze met Qin Chuan's, his own vision aligned with hers, triggering his visual data analysis ability. Siren race, divine offspring, rank level 7. Sealed. Talent divine, throat sealed, underworld guide. Skills phasing, blood surge, illusion, siren song. Evaluation, a bloodline of an unknown deity, seemingly just fallen from grace, relying on song to alleviate her woes daily. If you can help her return to the heavenly realm, you will receive unimaginable rewards. Divine offspring. Qin Chuan had considered that this woman might have an extraordinary background, but he never imagined it could be to this extent. At this point in time, deities seemed to exist only in legends. Yet even so, anything related to her would be deemed an absolute taboo. Moreover, being a descendant of a deity. Qin Chuan tightened his grip on the rose-colored short sword. It was just a motion, yet it produced a splash sound. In the blink of an eye, the siren's figure atop the rocks had vanished. She left. No, not quite. Splash. Water splashed, and the next moment someone appeared on the deck of the landing craft. It was the siren. A light mist obscured her crucial areas, and her expression bore 3 parts fear and 7 parts curiosity, making Qin Chuan think he saw a pie chart in her eyes. However, judging by her clearly frightened demeanor, she seemed to sense something. But still, her curiosity drove her to come over and take a look. What is this girl, a cat in her past life, or a silly deer? Qin Chuan discreetly placed the short sword at his waist, and the siren immediately took a step back, pointing at the sword. What is this? Qin Chuan. She felt that this person in front of her was filled with dark intentions, not appearing to be a good person. Do you want to imprison me? After saying this, she giggled, as if recalling something amusing. What are you laughing at? Be a bit more respectful, Qin Chuan said sternly. After speaking, Qin Chuan subtly signaled, indicating readiness for battle. Oh, unexpectedly, the siren not only didn't get angry, but actually responded obediently. Her response left Qin Chuan in a quandary. Should they fight or not? Give a clear answer. If they don't fight, she poses a significant potential threat to the shipyard and dock. But if they choose to engage, whether they could win was a different matter. Moreover, with her attitude being so amiable, launching an attack felt like punishing without teaching. Of course, the most critical reason, fighting didn't guarantee a victory. Suddenly an idea popped into Qin Chuan's mind. Little girl, listen to me. The ocean's depths are too profound for you to grasp. Really? Oob. So that's how it is. Siren listened intently as Qin Chuan spoke endlessly, occasionally uttering sounds of agreement and astonishment, clearly captivated. As her interest grew, the cicada wings on her back fluttered incessantly. Qin Chuan had no trouble spinning tales, relying on his accumulated experience spanning far more than 69 years from his past and present lives. He managed to confound this naive newcomer to the human world. With Uriel, who was rich in practical combat experience, chiming in telepathically to support him, it wasn't long before Siren was completely convinced. Can I visit your territory? Oh no, my sisters would be angry. Siren, utterly bewildered by the persuasion, began to speak, but suddenly seemed to recall something, lowering her voice in dejection. Sisters, eh? Qin Chuan keenly caught the key word in her speech and immediately asked. Siren looked at him regretfully and said yes. They aren't as easygoing as I am. Their temperaments are very unpleasant. They do strange things all day. Qin Chuan frowned. This was something he hadn't anticipated. Seeing the tool he had almost coaxed into his grasp about to slip away, how could he be willing to let that happen? He asked, what are your two sisters' names? Siren gave him a strange look, as if puzzled why he would ask such a question. Nevertheless, to make Qin Chuan give up entirely, she still replied. Zelope Scylla. Celope. Cello. Parthenope. Hey. Qin Chuan exclaimed in shock. What's wrong? Do you know my eldest sister too? Siren asked curiously. Of course not. Qin Chuan shook his head. His answer clearly dissatisfied Siren. She retorted, then how do you know my eldest sister's full name? Did the moon tell you? You could say that. Qin Chuan prepared to brush it off. Then, seeing Siren's still suspicious gaze, he added a sentence to make his words more credible. Siren, you didn't tell me your name either, but I still knew it right. That's true. Siren tilted her head, thought for a moment, and reluctantly accepted this explanation. Seeing that he had finally managed to placate this inquisitive creature, Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he prepared to order the amphibious landing craft to flee at full speed. All of this was due to that name, Parthenope. As the primary instigator of the Sealand War in his past life, how could Qin Chuan not know that name? Especially since the story carried a somewhat legendary hue. According to legend, Parthenope fell in love with a human sailor. The two had stayed together at sea, watching the stars and the moon, promising to spend their lives together. But that sailor, when Parthenope let down her guard, killed her and stole her treasured heirloom. He then fled, and relying on the power of that treasure, became a highly influential grand sage in human society. Who would have thought that although Parthenope died, she crawled back from the underworld? After that came the cliched tale of revenge, destruction, and even world annihilation. Qin Chuan was now somewhat speechless. He hadn't expected to encounter here the pitiful female demon lord that all Earth lords called the ultimate love-struck fool. Especially after seeing Siren's talent for guiding souls from the underworld. He had found the reason why his predecessor could resurrect from the dead and crawl out of the underworld. These three sisters. Siren, who are you talking to? Just then a voice suddenly echoed in their ears. Simultaneously, two figures appeared before them. The first had jet-black, glossy long hair that fell straight down past her long, shapely legs. Her bright eyes frowned as she looked at Qin Chuan and the others. Unlike Siren, her humanization was significantly higher. She had almost no alien features visible on her entire body. Behind her followed a petite girl. If the former was a domineering and unparalleled queen, then this girl was the complete opposite. Her height barely reached Qin Chuan's chest, and on top of her head, two cat ears wiggled back and forth. Behind her, a curved tail swayed to and fro. She seemed to notice Qin Chuan, leaving behind only a fading afterimage. Then Qin Chuan felt something poke his cheek. Looking down slightly, he saw the girl stick her tongue out at him, make a funny face, and then hop and skip to hide behind the queen. Was this? The three sisters gathered together. Qin Chuan gave a wry smile. Originally, he had thought this outing was just a routine cleanup to ensure the safety of the Xianhuang territory shipyard. But he never expected to stumble upon such a big fish. He took the opportunity to open his visual data interface and saw the information on these two. The difference from Siren wasn't significant. It was only in their talents and ranks. One thing that needed attention was Celope, 9th rank. And that wasn't all, as she was also a powerful mage. She could be considered among the strongest below the Saint domain. This made Qin Chuan completely abandon the idea of a physical confrontation, unless he was willing to perish together with them. Big sister, this is my friend. Siren then approached and said, Friend, these mortals. No. I have misjudged. Selope coldly scanned the group, her gaze first pausing on Mitao for a moment, then fixing intently on Qin Chuan. This lord, receiving her elder sister's affirmation, Siren's expression lit up with joy for an instant, and she quickly said, "Big sister, can I invite him to our home as a guest?" "You may, but don't ruin my flowers," Selope said, and then just as she had arrived, she faded and vanished in place. A genuine teleportation. Hooray! Siren jumped up and turned to Qin Chuan, speaking with exuberance. "Let's hurry up and go." Qin Chuan. What was going on? This wasn't the development he had wanted. Hadn't they agreed earlier that he would lure Siren back to the Xianhuang territory? Now how had it turned into him walking right into the tiger's den? Could it be that the place Siren came from also valued reciprocity? If so, she should understand the principle of do not do to others what you do not want done to yourself. But puzzled as he was, he had made his own bed and had to lie in it. A man dies facing the sky, but if he doesn't die, he lives for 10,000 years. Qin Chuan was ready to take the risk. All right, I happen to want to have a look too. And so the Xianhuang territory group, led by Qin Chuan, sailed towards that island. Along the way, Siren chattered incessantly, seemingly very enthusiastic about this friend she had just made. As for her cat-eared little sister Scylla, she was bursting with curiosity. Her petite form turned into a whirlwind on the landing craft, touching this and fiddling with that. Qin Chuan even saw her at lightning speed pull out Tanya's pistol and extend her small pink tongue to lick the muzzle. The father of these three sisters must have been a cat. Amidst a grand sea of flowers, 3 standalone wooden cottages are nestled within. Qin Chuan stands in the flower field, and through the windowsill, he can see the black long-haired girl in the middle cottage combing her hair. "Don't mind the elder sister, she's always been like this, not quite normal." The voice of Siren reached Qin Chuan's ears, causing him to turn his gaze. He then saw Skura darting around the flower sea like a child at play, seemingly chasing butterflies. Of course, despite her wild movements, her feet danced with an astonishing grace, not harming a single flower. Before long, he witnessed her using some unknown method to gather dozens of butterflies into a butterfly ring. Skura delightfully placed the butterfly ring on her cat ears and made a funny face at Qin Chuan's gaze. Qin Chuan, Omega. Turning to the serious-looking Siren, Qin Chuan felt too drained to retort. "Compared to your elder sister, no matter how you look at it, you all seem much more abnormal, right?" "Oh, that was a mistake." Although Solorpo doesn't appear so abnormal, the legend of Love Brain from her past life persists. Eldest sister Love Brain. Second sister Natural Airhead. Third sister Curious Cat. Among the 3 sisters, not a single one is normal. Despite the complaints, since Qin Chuan was here, he naturally had to fulfill his duties as a guest. As for what the duties of a guest are, that is of course to enjoy the host's hospitality. Always peeking at my big brother, please have some tea. Skura carefully brought over a cup of floral tea and handed it to Qin Chuan. His expression was as follows. He almost choked on the little cat girl's words. What does peeking mean? He was looking openly, and without guilt. Staring at the floral tea in his hand, he found himself unable to drink it. After all, no one knew if this cat girl had licked it out of curiosity. Placing the cup on the windowsill, Qin Chuan cleared his throat and changed the subject. Ahem, how long have you been here? 1, 2, 3. As soon as he finished speaking, the little cat girl reacted the fastest immediately, using her small hands to count. In the end, it was Siren who interrupted her embarrassing counting, pulling her behind her and stating, about half a month. Half a month. So that's just 15 days. Qin Chuan didn't expect it to be so short. This meant that he had encountered them right after they arrived. Taking advantage of this topic, they began to chat. This conversation lasted deep into the night. Fortunately, having lived 2 lives, Qin Chuan had plenty of knowledge, though otherwise these sisters would have drained him dry. Upon arriving in the Holy Spirit continent, the 2 sisters, whose experiences were still limited, were completely captivated by Qin Chuan. Not to mention Siren. Skura looked at Qin Chuan with stars in her eyes. He knows so much. This was the shared thought of the 3 of them. As for what was mentioned about the 3 of them, the next morning Qin Chuan felt a bit breathless. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a fluffy creature bustling around on his chest. Skura, why are you here? Only then did the little cat girl lift her head lazily, saying, I came to have breakfast with the big brother who knows so much. Oh, Qin Chuan didn't ask why she came to his chest instead of having breakfast. His focus was on another matter. Looking at the sparkling, twitching cat ears, he reached out his hand to do something he had wanted to do for a long time, but never had the chance. Rua, 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 little cat girl. Purr. Skura, who was caught by the ears and rubbed by Qin Chuan, not only didn't get angry, but instead squinted her eyes in enjoyment, emitting an indistinct purr sound. She was increasingly resembling a cat. Skura, why are you so slow? Hurry up. Purr, don't rush, I'm coming right away. Although Skura said this, her body remained motionless. Seeing this, Qin Chuan sighed and finally stopped his actions of ruining the cat. But Skura seemed unaware of why Qin Chuan had stopped nudging her head against his hand. Eventually, with Qin Chuan holding onto the nape of her neck, she was finally lifted off the bed. As the two stepped outside, they saw that tables and chairs had already been set up in the center of the flower sea. "Lord Qin Chuan, you have arrived," Siren greeted Qin Chuan. To Qin Chuan's surprise, even the usually expressionless Solorpo rarely showed him a smile. Solorpo raised her lips slightly. "Lord Qin Chuan, don't be so reserved. You promised to help the three of us face to face yesterday." Qin Chuan. What did he promise? After thinking for a moment, Qin Chuan recalled that upon learning about the three sisters' plight, he had exchanged some polite words. But now it was clear that they had taken it seriously. However, this posed another question. He had only conversed with Siren and Skura last night. How had it turned into a discussion with all three of them? At that moment, Skura, who had been inching closer to Qin Chuan, seemed to sense his confusion. "While we were chatting yesterday, elder sister was eavesdropping around the corner, and many questions were ones she asked us to pose meow." All this. Qin Chuan was shocked as he looked towards Solorpo. Dunno. He never expected that this seemingly stoic and reserved Solorpo would also engage in eavesdropping. Character collapse. Before Qin Chuan could gather his thoughts on this revelation, Solorpo spoke up. "Let's have breakfast first, and afterwards we can discuss how to deal with the enemy." Enemy. Qin Chuan suddenly became alert. According to the information currently known, the three sisters had been cast down to the Holy Spirit continent from the divine realm. Therefore, their enemy must at least be at the level of a deity. Qin Chuan never imagined that his offhand comments would lead to such a serious situation. In such a situation, how could he eat breakfast at ease? Holding on to a 1 in a million chance, he asked, "Who is the enemy? Where are they?" As soon as the words left his mouth, the three sisters exchanged glances. Eventually, it was Solorpo as the eldest sister who stood up with an imposing demeanor. She gazed beyond the nearby coastline, pointing towards the endless sea. "Beyond the sea lies the enemy. As long as we eliminate the enemies, the three of us will gain our freedom." Qin Chuan zeroed her cue. Solorpo's statement contained too many points of contention, so much so that Qin Chuan momentarily didn't know where to begin. Struggling to swallow back the words Tata Kai, Qin Chuan finally asked, "So, who is the enemy?" At this point, Siren finally stepped in to interrupt the tense atmosphere. While taking out something, she said, "Elves, the author has something to say. I had things to do during the day and stayed up all night until 5 to finish today's rare update. Please give me a free 5-star rating. 50 people viewing is a bit too miserable. By the way, I asked for a push for updates. Cough. It would be great if you could watch the video, but that's not a must. The subsequent plot will gradually speed up, and these daily life elements will decrease, so everyone can rest assured. We do not bear any profound enmity toward the elves." Siren began immediately undermining the imposing declaration her elder sister had just made. As she expounded with lucid clarity, Qin Chuan, cross-referencing what he had learned the previous night, effortlessly pieced together the full sequence of events. The root of the matter lay in their insatiable curiosity. They had inadvertently acquired an artifact of paramount importance to the elven race. Thus the three sisters found themselves ensnared in calamity. A divine edict once proclaimed, "All beings are equal." Yet even in a world devoid of magic, such equality remains elusive. How much more so in a fantastical realm where individual disparities are vast and profound. To phrase it more concretely, are dragons and goblins truly equal? And whose voice lends weight to that equality? When uttered by a deity, even a dragon must grit its teeth and endure. But when spoken by a goblin, well, is the dragon's jaw even strong enough to bite back? In truth, though the ideal of equality exists, its application remains deeply conditional. The elves, once sovereign rulers of this world and still sustained by a potent pantheon of elven deities, are far more equal among themselves than they are with the rest of creation. To offend such a power, even as divine science, was no trivial matter. Yet what intrigued Qin Chuan most was this: what precisely had they done to provoke the elves' wrath? His question was soon answered. Even as Siren spoke, she withdrew a slender withered branch, its sole distinction a single vibrant green leaf. The moment the branch emerged, Qin Chuan was struck by an overwhelming wave of fragrance and invigoration. Even from the periphery of his vision, the surrounding sea of flowers swayed in unison, every stem and leaf bending reverently toward the branch. Qin Chuan had long since learned to activate his visual data interface at the first sign of the unfamiliar. Name: Branch of Life. Rarity: Marvelous Artifact. Origin: Tree of Life. Function: Bloodline Refinement. Grievous Wound. Healing: Highest Priority. Ascension: Consumes 1 leaf. Guarantees 1 year advancement, usable only below 9th tier. Appraisal: A severed bough of the Tree of Life, fallen by chance. It was retrieved by a feline maiden, fortunate or ill-fated depending on perspective. Her identity has been marked. You may summon her to earn the elves' favor, or should you present her severed head, the effect would be considerably more persuasive. The Tree of Life. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Considering the tree's sacred significance to the elves, this was nothing short of provoking a hornet's nest, especially given the appraisal's chilling implication. Qin Chuan glanced sideways at Scylla, who sat blinking lazily, and his gaze softened with quiet pity. The appraisal likely told the truth, that Scylla had indeed stumbled upon the branch by accident. Yet the three sisters now bore the full weight of a colossal undeserved blame. So, you seek to annihilate the elven race. Qin Chuan turned to the trio. At his words, even Selope, the very one who had just raged about slaughtering enemies across the coast, flushed faintly, her composure faltering. No matter how bold one might be, uttering such a declaration against the elven race was unthinkable, particularly in a world where every spoken word carried resonance and every vow echoed in the ears of the divine. She chuckled awkwardly. No need for annihilation. We'll simply drive them off. Yet even driving them off relies solely on us, Qin Chuan replied, rubbing his temples. He sought to gently ground them in reality. But the moment Siren drew near, holding the branch aloft, his expression shifted abruptly, and the rest of his sentence lodged itself in his throat. System alert detected. Item suitable for targeted summoning, enables cross-tire invocation, usage count 14. Absorb. After an age of silence, the system had suddenly unveiled something entirely new. After a brief moment of comprehension, enlightenment dawned across Qin Chuan's face. Targeted summoning, a form of invocation unconstrained by rank or divine stature. If forced to draw an analogy, ordinary summoning was akin to lottery draws. Targeted summoning was pure unadulterated investment. An unexpected boon. By then Siren had already stepped beside him. Seeing his dazed expression, she waved the branch playfully before his eyes. Though your divine stature is sufficient, this vessel remains grievously frail. Though somewhat wasteful, you may accept the elf's gift to elevate it. She spoke rapidly, and Qin Chuan finally grasped her intent. Whether he had misled the three sisters beyond recovery, or whether some other force was at work, they now regarded him as a once mighty being likewise banished, and sealed his current weakness merely a temporary affliction. Qin Chuan. Misunderstandings arrived without warning, and with baffling suddenness. Yet he harbored no intention whatsoever of clarifying matters. This situation as it stood was undeniably optimal for him, especially so when Siren placed the branch into his palm. Siren, hasten your corporeal ascension so that you may one day raise your divine realm high above the astral sea. Qin Chuan. Had he ever uttered those words? He must have imbibed counterfeit wine last night. Fragments of yesterday's conversation now flickered back. Had he in fact invited the three sisters to visit Xianhuang territory, or even join it? That alone was unsettling enough, but far more alarming was the realization they had accepted. A sharp inhale. Siren added, my younger sister is uniquely exempt, but my elder sister and I cannot depart this sealed island for extended periods. Take the branch, but beware the elven wind trackers. At this point Qin Chuan felt utterly numb. He could not fathom how events had spiraled thus, down a path he had never imagined possible. And as he departed the aisle, clutching the branch and trailed by a petite feline maiden, his expression drifted into dazed disbelief. One thought consumed him: I've struck gold. Moments later, aboard the amphibious landing craft, he finally regained his bearings. He watched Scylla basking lazily on the deck, then looked down at the branch of life in his hand, and only then did it fully sink in this was no dream. The sheer relief of remaining awake was overwhelming. In truth, last night's exchange had borne rich fruit, not only for the three sisters, but for Qin Chuan as well. And what he gained were truths far more esoteric and closely guarded. For instance, Mida-Oya, gripping his mask tightly to prevent Scylla from prying it off again, turned with puzzled eyes. Qin Chuan smiled warmly. Nothing urgent, just a small favor I'd like to ask. At the sight of that unsettling grin, Mida-Oya's massive frame shuddered involuntarily. A foreboding chill slithered down his spine. Moments later, a small basin held half its volume in crimson blood. Its donor sat nearby, arms crossed, knees drawn up. Recalling the scene moments earlier, pitiful, fragile, helpless, yet over 2 meters tall, the hulking Mida-Oya had nearly whimpered aloud. Qin Chuan hoisted the little cat girl up and tried to soothe Mitao, who sat as if trapped in a world where only he was wounded. Don't wear that face. Donating blood is beneficial to your health. Don't you feel lighter now, your mind clearer, your body brimming with vigor? Really? But I feel so tired. Mitao replied weakly, clearly unconvinced by Qin Chuan. It's an illusion. It's all in your head. Qin Chuan insisted without hesitation, dismissing Mitao's objections. He had already seized the little cat girl by the scruff and lifted her to the basin of blood. Sikula wrinkled her small nose and with obvious reluctance dipped a finger into the blood. She pulled it back so quickly that for a moment it seemed like an afterimage remained. Qin Chuan even wondered whether she had truly touched it. The answer came swiftly. The half-full basin of blood began to condense at an alarming rate. Before long, most of the blood had vanished. The remaining liquid grew increasingly lustrous. When only a thin film clung to the basin, a yellow hue began to show. At last, under Qin Chuan's unwavering gaze, the basin's contents condensed into a single droplet, radiant and golden. Golden blood. Category bloodline. Source Huangjin Hui. Function bloodline transformation can convert the user into a subordinate tier golden bloodline. Advancement utilizes the extraordinary power within golden blood to advance, usable by those below tier 6. Evaluation: an atavistic blood distilled from the descendants of the golden lineage. Remarkably, it bears no curse and was offered voluntarily by the Huangjin Hui. Just as he suspected, Qin Chuan's spirit leapt when he read the advancement function. He had found exactly what he wanted. If he could combine this with the Shengming Shuji. Simple arithmetic: 1 + 1 + 1. If these outcomes had been within his expectations, the next system prompt nonetheless caught Qin Chuan off guard. System prompt: special items detected that can be used for targeted summoning, capable of cross-tier summoning 24. Absorb. System prompt: possessing 50 of the targeted summoning items for this system. Summoning information unlocked. Dark Knight Elves required. Shengming Shuji 11. Beast Clan required. Golden Blood 11. Human Clan required. Wang Zhili 01. Undead Clan required. Warm Corpse 01. Qin Chuan was stunned. So this is truly a prelude to domination. Qin Chuan felt a rush of excitement as he regarded the summoning prompt: acquire the remaining 2 special items, and he could summon all 4 War 3 races across tiers. Yet one missing item puzzled him. Wang Zhili. The one that goes, "Ah, my kingly power. Isn't that hanging on my right arm?" Oh, if Wang Zhili refers simply to an object imbued with royal authority, then that solved itself. As for the warm entity required to summon the undead, that was even easier to imagine. Isn't that just a zombie? He had seen Uncle Joe plenty of times. Still, did this fantastical world truly have zombies? Qin Chuan clicked his tongue and decided to set it aside for now. The prime objective at present was to raise his own tier first. If he gathered everything but lacked system charge, that would be infuriating. Xianhuang Ling, the Lord's Manor. The building was newly completed. Qin Chuan had grown bored of the construction quarters and simply wanted a change of residence. That, however, was beside the point. He dragged Si Kula back from darting through the rooms, and after quizzing her on the procedure in detail, finally let her go. He then took out the golden blood extracted from mythical's veins. It could not be swallowed raw. It required certain herbs to neutralize and to draw out its extraordinary power. Otherwise, he suspected he would have ended up back when he first became a minotaur. Fortunately, those herbs were easy to obtain. Xianhuang Ling had them. The Xianhuang market in Miua City was not only Qin Chuan's means of accruing wealth, but also his channel into the human world. The Nighthawk helicopters that ran daily carried not only gold coins, but many other goods. Herbs made up the bulk of the cargo. Most were handed to the combat laboratory for research. Herbal large-scale cultivation, the genetics of night training. Progress had already been made. The most obvious manifestation was that recruits from the barracks no longer began at Tier 1, but at Tier 2. Some simpler herbs were now being pilot planted. He instructed them to send the herbs he needed, and Qin Chuan stroked his chin in thought. He considered sending Mi Tao to work at the combat laboratory. It was not a bad idea. Naturally, Mi Tao's primary task would be to be studied. With scattered thoughts expelled from his mind, Qin Chuan grew serious. Add a pinch of sage, a bit of sunflower, a drop of fortified honey. Oh no, too much poured in. Qin Chuan silently discarded the dark slurry before him. Luckily, he had not yet added the golden blood, otherwise it would have been a disaster. At worst, he could have Mi Tao give another basin. At the same time, standing before the combat laboratory's doors, Mi Tao suddenly felt a chill along his spine. He regarded the entrance with an uneasy sense. Just as he was about to leave, a keen-eyed researcher from the laboratory spied him and approached with a broad smile. Well. If it isn't the brave, bovine warrior Mi Tao. Several days gone, and you're still looking so valiant. Come in, everyone has been waiting for you. Dazed, Mi Tao thus entered the place he would later call a den of demons. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan began preparing the second golden elixir. This time he was not reckless. He borrowed a balance and measuring cylinders from the laboratory. Fortunately, the recipe did not contain vague terms like a suitable amount, or a little, or else Qin Chuan might have gone mad. Whether he would be driven mad remained to be seen, but Mi Tao would certainly be the first to run out of nutrition. Thankfully, the second attempt proceeded smoothly, and the elixir was soon completed. He did not rush to take it. The double-blind trials had not yet been completed. Oh, what if something went wrong? He would first hand it over to the Su Jun Combat Laboratory for study. After all, they possessed extensive experience in genetic and pharmacological experiments. 3 days later, the potion shimmering with golden light appeared in Qin Chuan's hand. Prepare for injection, he told the doctors already stationed outside the door. Although the formula stated it could be taken orally, instruments showed that only intravenous administration would maximize the potion's efficacy. He was not willing to waste it. Having verified the potion's safety, this was no time for hesitation. As the golden potion was absorbed little by little, Qin Chuan could distinctly feel the power within his body soaring uncontrollably. This was an unreasonable enhancement of the strength of his cells and physique, breaking through the limits with sheer intensity. However, Qin Chuan quite enjoyed it. There was no need for fancy tricks, he just charged right in. If only it didn't hurt so much. But it was no surprise, as he could clearly see through the nearby monitoring equipment that the cells in his body were crazily absorbing the components of the potion. They were splitting apart. Not just the cells, Qin Chuan felt as if his entire body was about to crack as well. At that moment, his consciousness suddenly began to blur. Did the potion also have hallucinogenic effects? This was the last thought that flickered in his mind. In the vast expanse of the earth, countless terrifying giants floated within it. Looking out, they all knelt towards the central area. There, a towering giant stood against the clouds, shrouded in countless points of light. This giant had a rather strange appearance. There were fierce bull horns on its head, and its tail resembled a cedar tree. The tendons in its thighs were interconnected, its bones seemed like bronze tubes, and its limbs resembled iron rods. Roar! With a roar, numerous towering mountains within 100 miles erupted from the ground, colliding towards the light points enveloping it. Some of the light points were agile enough to dodge, while others were caught unawares. However, judging by their appearance, it seemed they had suffered no injuries, merely stuck to the mountains and unable to move. Yet the giant's deadly strike was not over. The mountains that collided with those light points soared through the air, directly rushing towards the giant's mouth. The giant's mouth was as vast as the sea, and it swallowed those mountains whole, without even chewing. At that moment, one of the light points burst forth with brilliant radiance. A voice of divine wrath echoed from within. Baiman, you know the peril of the divine aberration. Sealing it is a necessity, even if part of your bloodline comes from it. But, roar! The giant could not take in any words, as if a colossal hand of heaven wielding the might of wind and thunder swept away. Subsequently, everything descended into darkness. In the void, Qin Chuan's consciousness gradually became clear. Just moments ago, he had witnessed all this from the perspective of that giant, and the shock within him was beyond words. What happened afterward? Perhaps no one would know, but based on Qin Chuan's calculations, the power of those light points likely possessed the ability to chase the stars and moon. In other words, divine beings. Baiman battling divine beings. At this moment, Qin Chuan also realized that this was likely the bloodline memory contained within the golden blood. Though he had only glimpsed the tip of the iceberg, the shock it brought him was indescribable. Under such power, even the extraordinary were but insignificant mortals. How then should he decide his own fate? Unconsciously, the desire for power grew more urgent. His consciousness returned. As Qin Chuan opened his eyes, he saw the anxious faces around him. Almost everyone of note in the Xuanhuang territory had arrived. Up close was the Fox clan priest Kolo. He was currently examining Qin Chuan's condition, drenched in sweat. No one knew better than him what would happen to their Beastman merchant group if something happened to Qin Chuan. Though this matter was not directly related to them, it could still be dragged into it. Seeing Qin Chuan wake up, he was instantly overjoyed. The others reacted similarly. The soldiers lowered their raised guns while Tanya dropped the C4 she was holding. Even Yuri, who had always worn a smile, released his control over the nuclear missile silo. Everything seemed to return to a peaceful state. At that moment, Qin Chuan had no time to care about the reactions of these people. He slowly sat up from the platform, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, a glimmer of golden light flashing in his eyes, only to vanish instantly. However, although the golden light disappeared quickly, the impact it caused was astonishing. The red alert soldiers and Tanya were all right. They merely became alert, feeling as if they were being watched by some terrifying giant. As for the few beastmen present, their reactions were far more exaggerated. Kolu trembled all over, losing his balance and falling to the side. Mitao, on the other hand, was even more dramatic. He and several other Minotaur warriors simultaneously performed the same action. Bang! Banging their heads on the ground. They knelt down decisively. This pressure stemming from their bloodline was indescribable. Even the small cat girl nearby, who was not directly involved, let out a meow and immediately jumped back several meters. Then, unable to resist her curiosity, she looked at Qin Chuan as if she didn't recognize him. Seeing this, Qin Chuan couldn't help but laugh, waving at her. The cat girl confirmed that this was indeed Qin Chuan and swiftly ran back. At this moment, the others also reacted, rising to their feet and calling out, "I greet the Lord." How long was I unconscious? Did anything happen in the territory during that time? Not even a full day, and nothing major happened, Tanya reported as she put her handgun away. Qin Chuan sighed in relief, finally reassured that nothing earth-shattering had occurred. While rubbing the fluffy ears of the cat girl, he waved his hand, saying, "Understood, you all may leave now." Yes, sir. Commander, my lord. After everyone dispersed, Qin Chuan ruthlessly chased away the cat girl who tried to linger. He clenched his fist, feeling a powerful sense of strength. He felt like he could punch a bull to death. Even in terms of rank, he had directly reached the pinnacle of the second level. Under normal circumstances, consuming the golden potion would only allow one to reach the second level at most. The effectiveness this time was so profound, likely due to the injection method fully absorbing the potion's power. But this method was one only he could use. In this world, even extraordinary beings could not guarantee that the potion did not contain any residual bacteria or the like. He then opened the item he was most concerned about, system charging 60. Looking at this number, Qin Chuan felt a sense of foreboding. But soon he cast that feeling aside. As the saying goes, once you gather momentum, you can't let it wane. It wasn't time to lose focus yet. In the next moment, a branch appeared in his hand. It was the branch of life. Compared to the complexity of the golden potion, this was much simpler. Aside from direct consumption, any other method would waste its power. Without hesitation, Qin Chuan plucked the solitary green leaf that resembled a flea on a bald head. After carefully storing the bare branch, he finally placed the green leaf in his mouth. He did not swallow it, but placed it on his tongue, allowing the essence of life to slowly seep into his body. Unlike the frenzy of the golden potion, the power of the life tree leaf was much gentler. Like a spring breeze and rain, the sharp pain from his body's rapid growth disappeared entirely. Qin Chuan almost thought he had returned to the womb. Until familiar scenes reappeared. Within an endless hazy hall, an incredibly beautiful face emerged, as if she had seen Qin Chuan across endless time and space. I found you, shameful thief. With that, the image of the stunning woman vanished along with the scene. The appearance of this scene was abrupt, and its end was even swifter. However, Qin Chuan was still able to discern her identity from her elongated ears. An elf. He recalled the origins of this life tree branch, feeling a bit dazed. Had he stumbled into something significant? Quickly, Qin Chuan shook his head, refusing to dwell on it. Since he had already made a decision, he had anticipated the consequences of that choice, and he felt no regret. The only thing to consider now was the timing of the elf clan's pursuers, rather than getting caught up in that there were more pressing matters on his mind. System charging 90. The hostility and pursuit from the elves did not worry him, but this news made his expression drop immediately. Should it really be so rigorous? What is the first tier set to a fixed 30% increase? Speechless, he could only look at the entire personal interface. Qin Chuan. Territory Xian Huang Territory. Race descendant of Yin Huang. Rank 3rd tier Night Moonlight. Subordinates Tanya Yuri. Allied soldiers, 50 Soviet mobilization troops, 70 Rhino tanks, 10 Grizzly tanks, 10 laser tanks, 6 Apocalypse tanks, 3. Weapon Blade of Murder. Skills Crescent Dash Moons Descent Pale Explosion Half Moon Slash. Talent Summon Thousands Trait Unique Charging 90. Skipping over the painfully excruciating talent charge, Qin Chuan shifted his gaze to the other data. First of all, he was now a 3rd tier. Previously constrained by his rank, he could now utilize night skills that had been out of reach. Moreover, the primary weapon had been confirmed as the Blade of Murder, a divine artifact, and was recorded. As for deployment, it was beginning to show signs of explosive troop production. But this was far from enough. Notify everyone, the Barracks Steel War Vehicle Factory Replication Center. Train and produce at all costs. Expand the military. I want at least 1 regiment of troops before the crisis arrives. A regiment conservatively estimated to be over 1,000 men. The path to explosive troop production has officially begun. When Qin Chuan's order was given, the entire Xianhuang territory began to operate in an overloaded state. Ideals are abundant, but reality is stark. As the saying goes, fortune lies in misfortune, misfortune hides in fortune. At this moment, Qin Chuan received both good news and bad news. The good news was that a new black technology building in Xianhuang territory had finally been completed. The space-time teleporter. In reality, the technology development of the Allied forces was somewhat distorted. The initial unmanned space-time mining vehicles already possessed basic space-time capabilities. Yet despite Qin Chuan specifically requesting one for research at the combat laboratory, nothing significant was achieved. Now, with the emergence of the space-time teleporter, the path of scientific research had finally become clearer. Or rather, this was no longer within the realm of technology. This is mutation. The core technology of space-time teleportation surprisingly lay not in the equipment, but rather in the controllable mutation of personal genes. After unlocking the technology, warriors capable of controlling the powers of time and space could be created through gene manipulation. The power of time and space is an extremely advanced force. In the Holy Spirit continent, it is a power only deities can wield. Even below the holy domain, there are few who qualify to even touch the edges, specifically referring to the group of mages. One can only imagine how exaggerated this technology is. Of course, the paths of these two are also different, and it cannot be said that one is superior to the other, especially since the space-time soldiers also have numerous shortcomings. High costs, fragile build, long rigidity in movement and attack. But this does not diminish their value in the slightest. Were it not for the extremely low success rate of gene modification along with the potential for unpredictable dangers, Qin Chuan would have wanted to modify himself. However, not being able to modify himself was no issue. After unlocking this technology and utilizing other tools and means, he could also indirectly harness the power of spacetime. This is undoubtedly a groundbreaking technology. Calming his mind after viewing the good news, it was time to look at the bad news. With just a glance, Qin Chuan's expression fell. Resources mined, soon to be exhausted, remaining reserves 1. As if it weren't enough, disaster strikes in the night. Just after he issued the order for explosive troop development, the mine at the Western Mountain delivered a backstab. The depletion of the mine means he would lose a significant portion of income from his territory's resources. Relying solely on shop and business income, meeting the daily operations of Xinjiang territory would already be quite challenging. As for troop production, forget about it. This was quite disheartening. Although without the mine one could still harvest stone and wood to convert into resource points, the speed was less than 1%. He was unlike the other lords who consumed resource points slowly and could basically meet their needs through gathering, building, and recruiting troops. Each one burned through resources significantly. Generating resources is urgent. About 2 weeks later, due to Qin Chuan's unremitting efforts, good news came one after another. This time, he finally spared the small hill in the Western Mountain and turned his attention to the north, where the Judgment Mountain range spanned the horizon. Spacetime mining vehicles, armed mining sites, spacetime soldiers. All troops capable of seeking resources were dispatched. The final result lived up to expectations, although 2 mining vehicles were unexpectedly lost. A mine was located. According to the detection, the mine had substantial reserves. Though it was a bit troublesome, it ultimately alleviated the immediate crisis of Xinjiang territory. If this was merely quenching thirst, then the next piece of news was quite uplifting. 3 days, and 3 days, 3 days, and 3 days. Do you know how Qin Chuan spent these 12 days? Although he felt a bit relieved after discovering the mine in the Hengduan mountain range, he clearly knew that this was only temporary. If the problem was not thoroughly resolved, the issue of resource shortages would inevitably continue to repeat in the Xinjiang territory. In the end, seeing the carefree little cat girl, he felt inspired. The journey of Xinjiang territory is towards the Starry Sea. There might not be any opportunity for the stars for the time being, but how about the sea? Qin Chuan boarded the Night Hawk helicopter, returning for the second time to the Island of Seals. The Siren sisters Celine and Celefina were quite delighted by Qin Chuan's arrival. After a brief conversation, Qin Chuan stated his intention. To secure 3 burrows for the cunning rabbit, he wanted to establish a branch base of Xinjiang territory on the small island. Celine naturally had no objections, especially upon hearing that the base would mean Qin Chuan would visit frequently, as she readily agreed. As for Celefina, after proudly declaring that he could not disturb her garden, she did not outright refuse. To this, Qin Chuan was naturally overjoyed. He had long intended to set up a branch base, but had not found a suitable location. Particularly in the sea, any uninhabited island could be chosen, but the risks involved were too great. With the Island of Seals, where Celefina and Celine resided, it couldn't be safer. Even if the Holy Domain came, they could still hold their ground. As the amphibious landing craft loaded with base vehicles set sail, Qin Chuan was just preparing to embark on a grand plan. Suddenly, a line of green characters appeared in his view. 240000. After a brief breath, the numbers flickered momentarily. 2395959. Qin Chuan was taken aback, and then his expression changed dramatically. This is the countdown to the black tide. Has it been so long since my rebirth? Qin Chuan felt a bit dazed, the tension in his mind tightening once again like a bowstring that had just relaxed. Although he had made all the preparations he could think of, the memories left by the black tide were indeed profound, even to the point of fear. The best way to eliminate fear is to confront it head-on. Come on, Ollie. After some channels for resource acquisition were resolved, the Xinjiang territory had almost no downtime. The barracks had long expanded to 4 locations, fully loaded with the recruitment and training of various troops. The steel war vehicle factory was also processing relentlessly. At this moment, everyone in the Xinjiang territory sensed the change in atmosphere. When they approached Qin Chuan to inquire about what had happened, he did not conceal anything. A crisis that will affect the entire world is about to occur. We must make complete preparations before they arrive. Yes, Qin Chuan was neither lying nor exaggerating. This so-called black tide has an unimaginably vast range, targeting more than just the Earth's lords. This is merely the beginning. Meanwhile, in the vast star realm, an indescribable shadow loomed, obscuring the sun. This shadow was extremely strange, and no one knew when it had arrived. It was only when it floated to the outskirts of the sacred spirit continent that it was noticed. Or rather, it was not humans who discovered it, but a deity. The prophecy god known as the all-seeing king of prophecy and third eye, Saphras was the first to sense something was amiss. What a magnificent sight! What a horrifying end of the world! He held a staff adorned with an eye in the center, standing at the edge of the shadow, appearing as if he had gone mad, mumbling incomprehensible ramblings. However, he did not notice that the shadow was trembling with imperceptible waves. Seconds later, it suddenly expanded. Saphras was caught off guard and swallowed whole by the shadow. Creak! A clear sound emerged as if the black mist had satisfied its hunger, returning to its previous motionless state. Yet, this seemingly trivial action was earth-shattering for the entire world. In this peaceful era, the fall of a deity was enough to trigger a seismic event throughout the world. Endless probing gazes emanated from the floating divine kingdoms in the star realm, their eyes shockingly fixed on the miniature divine kingdom belonging to Saphras as it plummeted towards the human realm, the shock in their hearts indescribable. Ultimately, all eyes were gathered on that black mist shadow. What is this thing? Even in the midnight hour, the Qianhuang territory was brightly lit with all facilities operating tirelessly. At that moment, the loud voice of Rose rang out. Wow! Look at the sky! A shooting star! She excitedly pointed to the sky where a dazzling light shone brightly in the night. Her exclamation awakened everyone in the Qianhuang territory. The duration of the shooting star was far longer than she had anticipated. By the time everyone stepped outside, they could still see the lingering afterimage in the sky. So beautiful. And Lin's eyes sparkled with stars as she extended her delicate hand, as if trying to grasp the light in the air. Indeed, beautiful. This can be considered a sight rarely seen in the night sky. Horal expressed his rare admiration. I feel the same way. Norsen chimed in, agreeing with him. However, unlike their reactions, the expressions of the others were rather strange. The usually lively and playful cat girl seemed to be frightened. She shrank behind Qin Chuan, tugging at his clothes, her tail trembling incessantly. The fox person Kohler had a grim expression, muttering, I wonder which lord this is. Qin Chuan was similarly affected, his gaze fixed on that afterglow, his expression exceedingly serious. He thought at this moment the gods should have discovered the outpost of the Black Tide. Unfortunately, this is not as easily resolved as they would like. It signifies the end of the world. He looked at the beings in the Qianhuang territory and suddenly asked, What is your faith? Prince Marikii, Prince Shurik, Nubian. The crowd spoke in a flurry, and Qin Chuan nodded occasionally. In the sacred spirit world, non-believers are extremely rare, even considered antisocial elements. After death, they are not guided to any divine kingdom, and their souls are to be plastered on the wall of non-believers. At this moment, the carefree Rose suddenly inquired, My lord, what do you believe in? Is it Majesty Mishra or His Highness Azuz, or perhaps the Lady of the Moon? Qin Chuan shook his head, turning towards the lord's residence, and as he walked far away, his voice finally reached them. What I believe in you would not understand. As for why me Tao among these people, well, he had not been awakened at all. The fall of a deity had a far greater impact than anticipated. The most evident manifestation was among the secret spellcasters protected by the prophecy god in the southern part of the sacred spirit continent. Grief and wailing filled the entire hall, with everyone in tears. However, the most important thing in life is to adapt. On this day, no less than 5 churches amended their doctrines, expressing their willingness to accept the followers of the original prophecy god. This wave is a doctrinal merger. As time passed and the countdown in sight approached its end, Qin Chuan's mood grew increasingly urgent. In this cold and unfamiliar world, only by building factories and defensive facilities, the elite troops emerging from barrack steel factories and shipyards could provide Qin Chuan with some warmth. During this countdown, as if to the end of days, there was indeed good news arriving. In Mythical City, besides the first Qianhuang Mall, around 10 branch stores were gradually opening. Not limited to weapons, but also daily necessities, food, clothing, and shelter. It can be said to encompass everything with a complete production chain. The Qianhuang territory's light and heavy industries delivered a dimensional strike to this world. Now, even if another mineral vein depletion were to occur, there would be no need to face a situation of running out of resources like last time. If these were expected events, then the opening of branch stores in other cities was quite surprising. Of course, accomplishing this step could not be done without the assistance of the nobles in Mythical City. For this, Qin Chuan only paid some trivial benefits and a few specialties of the Qianhuang territory. These investments brought him endless resource points. Among these shops, the most delightful for Qin Chuan was that the Qianhuang Mall in the capital of the Fran Kingdom, the City of Light, had already opened. This represents far more than just a single shop. Now the Qianhuang territory has already developed professionally aligned talents in management. They may have low combat power, and their names may not be remembered by others, but they share a common identity: spies. The author has something to say. Recently the chapters have been quite important, and I've been writing slowly, please forgive me. The Allied Forces spy. As one of the special troops, he was not equipped with any weapons, and naturally, he had no combat power. However, their value is not reflected in combat, but rather in unexpected areas, achieving astonishing results. For instance, at this moment, the Xianhuang Chamber of Commerce, which spans several cities, brings Qin Chuan not only a continuous stream of resource points, but also an intricately woven intelligence network. In modern warfare, the most crucial aspect is information warfare. Although he would soon enter the industrialized Xianhuang territory, it felt somewhat unfair compared to the medieval era of the Holy Spirit continent. Yet we have mechas, and the enemy is not without effort. Supernatural powers are no laughing matter. Thus, information remains highly valuable. Moreover, these spies are crucial to a significant plan of Qin Chuan. Time flies. In just a week, this terrifying monster Xianhuang territory has been wildly expanding its power. With the footsteps of the Black Tide drawing ever closer, every second becomes increasingly precious. During this time, the local forces of the Holy Spirit continent are not entirely ignorant. Whether they obtained information from those void lords or received vague decrees from the celestial kingdom, they sensed something was amiss. The three great empires and the Church of the Gods have somewhat retracted their forces, waiting to observe. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan in Xianhuang territory is not idle. On one hand, he coordinates the manufacturing development of the entire Xianhuang territory. On the other hand, he has reopened the long-lost World Chat channel. Due to the countdown to the Black Tide, the Earth Lords were among the first to receive the news, but few took it seriously. As soon as the channel opened, some insightful comments left Qin Chuan astonished. He now wanted to ask these people, "Don't you understand under the Black Tide?" Unfortunately, these individuals clearly lacked awareness of what they were about to face. After much contemplation, he did not rush to act, but instead pondered what he could gain from this process. Eventually, he opened the forum interface of the World Chat channel. After a moment, a new post appeared on the interface. Things you must know under the Black Tide. To be fair, changing the title is quite ordinary, even lacking any appeal. Even if a novice editor from the UC Shock department wrote it, it would be more eye-catching, not to mention those marketing accounts that have mastered self-media. Especially considering the chaotic situation in the forum now. Ever since Qin Chuan's survival guide for the otherworldly lords was released, some people had keenly spotted the blind spot. Posting. It could actually earn resource points. They did not expect to receive as many rewards as Qin Chuan, but these discussions could yield precious resource points, which was undoubtedly a gain. Thus, a group of new self-media people from another world who made a living this way naturally emerged. Some even went so far as to abandon their territories and began wandering the continent, collecting eye-catching information. Unfortunately, among these individuals, very few actually profited. They aimed to fleece the Earth reincarnated lords, but no one is a fool. Aside from a few who had substance like drifters conveying information about this world, the vast majority gained nothing, purely being self-deceived and wasting effort. However, thanks to these individuals, the Earth Lords learned quite a bit about the Holy Spirit continent. Coupled with exchanges with local forces, some competent individuals emerged. There are always trendsetters in any era. The only consideration is whether they can sustain themselves. Of course, these individuals can only be considered latecomers. The towering mountain pressing down on everyone has never changed. Qin Chuan's post had barely been released for a few seconds when someone noticed it. Initially, it was just a few people treating the World Chat channel as internet entertainment, mindlessly posting without even reading the content. Then, when someone discovered the poster's name, the entire World Chat channel exploded. Looking up to the big shot in the front row. Big Shot looks familiar to me. Damn, the Big Shot finally appeared. We thought you had become a deity if you didn't show up sooner. What would Qin Chuan, big brother, I've encountered danger here. I'm so scared. Can you come save me? The person above is sending a PY signal, distress signal. I have uremia, I'll go first. Amidst the banter, someone finally took the time to seriously read the content of the post. The overwhelming shock left them speechless for a long time, and eventually someone tentatively asked, "Is the content in this post true?" Then the Black Tide. I thought there were just a few minor monsters. We just happened to be leveling up. Wake up, the number and strength of the monsters in the post. Do you really think this is just a game? Impossible, this must be fake. If it were true, how could my militia withstand it? This must be a joke. Questions, fear, and even a sense of despair filled the entire post in an instant. Until people saw the last line of the post. All of the above content is true. My compatriots, strive to live on. If you encounter a crisis, you can choose to seek help, and I will send someone to rescue you. Of course, my power is also limited, and those being rescued must sign a contract with Xianhuang territory under the witness of the remaining will of Earth. The truth is revealed. If the previous content was merely informative, the last part is Qin Chuan's core purpose. Currently, the population deficit in Xianhuang territory is indeed too large. Despite having numerous troops, it does not imply a healthy growth pattern. The limitations are too significant. No matter how versatile the units in Red Alert are, there are many things they cannot do or find inconvenient. What Qin Chuan needs is normal residents to expand the population of Xinjiang territory. Thus the problem arises again. Relying on his current partnership with Miua City, let alone purchasing, even relocating the populations of several small villages from those nobles to Xinjiang territory is not a big deal. But what use are these illiterate farmers to Qin Chuan? Could it be the right of the first knight? According to some statistics from his past life, the literacy rate on the entire Holy Spirit continent is less than 0.01. Even the second sons of some minor nobles might not even have the qualifications to learn and gain knowledge. Undoubtedly, these illiterates have no value even to become residents of Xinjiang territory. Those compatriots from Earth are different, although they have various flaws. The 9 years of compulsory education is not in vain. In the context of the Holy Spirit continent, this means an average scholar. Taking advantage of the opportunity presented by the Black Tide, it is just right to recruit those who are about to lose their territories. They gain life, while Qin Chuan gains free labor, achieving a win-win situation. Of course, concerning the potential flaws of these individuals, Qin Chuan naturally has devised countermeasures. That is the contract mentioned at the end of the post. It has been said the signing of a treaty is meant to be torn apart. However, if this contract is chosen to be violated, it could be more unbearable than death, although this method may not necessarily need to be employed. In any case, one must always prepare for the unexpected, especially in this fantastical world. Thus, after completing this matter, the preparations for dealing with the early stages of the Black Tide can be considered finished. Qin Chuan felt that this was the utmost he could imagine in all aspects under the current circumstances. After all, he has never been a genius who can foresee everything. Countdown to the Black Tide, 2400. The author has something to say. A countdown of 24 hours. At this moment, the Xinjiang territory has entered a state of full alert with no one allowed to enter or exit. The Beastman's merchant group, apart from a few who remained in the Xinjiang territory, as tools, had sent everyone else back to their tribes at Qin Chuan's behest. The steel factories and construction sites within the territory have gradually halted production. Qin Chuan needed to ensure sufficient electricity was supplied to those defensive facilities. The light prism tower and the magnetic storm coil are both heavy consumers of electricity, not to mention the numerous constructions Qin Chuan has established. Reality differs from games, damage is not constant, and the more abundant the power, the more formidable these facilities become. Before the nuclear power plant nuclear reactor is completed, every kilowatt of electricity must be utilized wisely. As for why the nuclear power plant has not yet been established, Qin Chuan has his own considerations. This is not an issue regarding resource points. 2,000 resource points are merely a drop in the bucket for the current Xinjiang territory. However, although the technology for nuclear power generation in the Red Alert series is quite advanced, there remain unpredictable dangers. If a leak occurs, the Xinjiang territory might as well be renamed Fukushima. Even without a leak, considering the characteristics of a nuclear power plant, any unexpected events or attacks could lead to atomic explosions. It would be ironic if they managed to defend their territory only to be obliterated by their own buildings exploding due to a careless mistake. This is also the reason Qin Chuan is reluctant to establish a nuclear power plant within the Xinjiang territory. However, the gap in electricity is too vast. It is certain that something must be built, which means a good location must be chosen. Currently, Qin Chuan is quite fond of a location, the island of Sealing, where the three sisters are located. This site will not impact the three sisters who have already transcended mortal life. With them present, safety will be greatly enhanced. It's a win-win situation. The only concern is the timing, whether the power plant can be completed before the Black Tide arrives. As for the distance, the ability to transmit electricity is not an issue at all. Don't ask, the answer is cutting-edge technology. Every building in Red Alert serves as a power transfer hub with an extensive range. Thinking of this, and seeing that there is still some time before the Black Tide arrives, he decided to head out to check on the construction progress. Traveling to the island of Sealing is no longer as troublesome as it was before when using an amphibious landing craft. Although he can pinpoint the location of the island of Sealing using the superdimensional teleportation device and teleport directly, there are unpredictable dangers during the teleportation process, risking disappearance in the chaotic flow of time and space. Before the technology is fully matured, Qin Chuan is not prepared to take such risks. However, not being able to teleport instantaneously does not mean his speed will be slow. The Nighthawk helicopter is on standby. Countdown 100 at the island of Sealing. Qin Chuan sat in the Nighthawk helicopter gazing out at the scenery. At this moment, despite it being noon, even with the naked eye, one can perceive that the sunlight cast down from the astral realm has weakened significantly. Moreover, a faint layer of red light enveloped the sunlight reflecting on the sea surface, making the vast ocean resemble a strange, surging pool of blood. Qin Chuan gazed at the boundless starry sky, feeling a sense of wonder. At this moment, those deities must also feel at a loss, right? Little do they know this is only the beginning. The Night Hawk helicopter landed in the central area of the island of Sealing. At this moment, the construction factory here is still working tirelessly. It is worth mentioning that under Qin Chuan's orders, the Allied and Soviet forces' two operational laboratories are cooperating seamlessly. Currently, the construction base has perfectly integrated the characteristics of both the Allied and Soviet forces. It is no longer appropriate to categorize it under either the Allied or Soviet forces. Qin Chuan simply renamed it the Red Alert Base. Simple and easy to understand. His gaze swept over this second base of his. The buildings here are undoubtedly much fewer than those in the Half-Moon Valley of the Xianhuang territory, as this place merely serves as a supplement to the Xianhuang territory and has not yet reached the stage of heavy investment. At this moment, the framework of 3 large boiler-like nuclear power plants has already been constructed. The speed is not particularly fast considering it has been under construction for quite some time. Skipping the estimation, completing it before the black tide arrives seems a bit precarious. Qin Chuan is not overly anxious. He is not at the point of relying on a nuclear power plant to save him. At this moment, a very down-to-earth song can be heard coming from afar. La la la, today is a good day, all the wishes can come true. Looking at the slowly approaching sirens and Celine, he somewhat regretted teaching the sirens the new song. I wanted you to be grounded, not to become grounded in the underworld. Qin Chuan, are you here to see this big chimney? The sirens asked with anticipation, and Celine, although silent, seemed to convey a similar thought in her eyes. Aha, of course. Not really, mainly came to see you too. Qin Chuan keenly grasped the dangerous glint in their eyes and responded with high emotional intelligence. He immediately shifted the topic, saying something significant might happen tonight, so stay alert. Oh, the two nodded. Celine suddenly seemed to remember something and asked, a few days ago, do you know who the fallen monarch was? This question already has an answer from my past life. Although Qin Chuan doesn't know why she asked him, he answered directly, the third eye, the god of prophecy. Celine realized it was Lord Saphras. The three continued to converse for a moment, mainly with Qin Chuan reminding the two to stay vigilant. The primary target of the first wave of the Black Tide is to hunt down the Void Lord reincarnated on Earth. He is uncertain whether this subbase will be attacked. The defensive capabilities here are clearly inferior to the Xianhuang territory, and they can only rely on the two of them. The two girls readily agreed, and only then did Qin Chuan return to the Xianhuang territory. At this moment, less than half a day remains before the Black Tide arrives. Whether it's an illusion or not, although it is only mid-afternoon, the sunlight has dimmed to the point of being nearly invisible. In many places, the wind has picked up small whirlwinds, stirring up the ground, causing small stones to clatter against the buildings in the Xianhuang territory. It seems that fearing this dark wind, the scorching sun that usually works like 007 has left work several hours earlier than usual. The dark clouds roll like ink, obscuring the mountains, while white rain beads dance chaotically upon the boats. At this moment, an unexpected visitor has just arrived outside the Xianhuang territory. Countdown to the Black Tide, 05959. Crescent Bay coastline. A strangely shaped wooden ship is making its landing. The wooden ship is not large in size, with its bow and stern almost symmetrical, both pointed sharply. The curve from the bow to the stern is smooth, revealing elegance at every turn. What is most astonishing is that the hull shows no signs of cuts or scars, as if this ship was naturally formed in such a manner devoid of any artificial traces. Even more outrageous is that as the ship approaches the dock, over a dozen hooded figures emerge from a cabin that is barely 5 meters long. This is even more bizarre than a Wuling Hongguang. Even stranger, when the leader waved his hand, the small ship rapidly shrank down to the size of a palm, which he then stowed away. The hooded man looked up to reveal a handsome face and said, the one who harmed our mother is not far ahead. Fellow clansmen, we must proceed with caution. Understood. He will surely experience the wrath of nature. Despicable thief. He shall be escorted to the elf court for judgment. After a moment of commotion, the scene finally settled down. The leader removed his hood, revealing elongated ears beneath his hair, unmistakably indicating his identity. An elf. This individual is part of the Wind Chaser team, sent by the elf clan after noticing that the leaves of the Tree of Life had been used. Judging by their weary appearance, they had clearly been adrift at sea for some time. Today they have finally arrived at Crescent Bay. At this moment, a woman from the Wind Chaser team, who carried a long bow, suddenly changed her expression. She pointed towards the brightly lit shipyard in the distance and asked curiously, I sense that many dolphins and squids are gathering over there. Could there be a sea druid? But the druids within our clan. The leader shook his head, saying, remember our purpose for this journey. We need not concern ourselves with anything else. Once we handle our matters, we can send someone to investigate, though it may not necessarily be our clansmen." After saying this, the man tightened his cloak to prevent small pebbles from blowing into his clothing. Observing the scene around him, which appeared to be one of natural disaster, he sighed. "This is the wrath of nature. Let's depart." With that, the group moved swiftly through the darkness, heading towards their goal, the heavily fortified Qianhuang territory. Countdown to 00459. At this moment, Qin Chuan is making the final mobilization of the troops in the Qianhuang territory. "Where are the Allied forces and the Sioux army mobilization troops?" "Commander, ready at any time. Wherever your sword points, that is where our guns will fire." Qin Chuan nodded, looking at the two nearly 1,000-strong legions, and turned his gaze towards the others. With orders coming down like rain, he continued coordinating the situation of the various major forces. "Tank units, guard all key points, ready for heavy fire support at any time." The Light Prism and Apocalypse squads focus on eliminating elite units within the Black Tide. Repair teams, engineers, multifunctional infantry vehicles, be prepared to fix damaged tanks at all times. Tanya, lead the SEAL team for free action, guarding against all potential infiltrating enemies. Rocket airborne troops provide aerial support for the Qin of airship, ensuring coverage of aerial firepower. Engineering teams focus on repairing the watchtowers and machine gun bunkers on the city walls and coordinate the power consumption of the Light Prism Tower and magnetic storm coils at any time. Has the experimental lab not already come up with ideas for the supercannon? Why hasn't it been built yet? Forget it, I can't rely on them. The anti-air infantry and multifunctional infantry vehicles will act as a mobile team, working in conjunction with anti-air guns and Patriot missiles to guard against potential aerial strikes. Ultimately, as Qin Chuan finished the final mobilization for battle, he was astonished to discover that at some point the armed forces of the Qianhuang territory had reached such a level. At this moment, the Windrunners team had arrived at the outskirts of the Qianhuang territory. The surroundings had turned extremely dark, and even with the elves' exceptional vision, they could only see vague and boundless shadows. Especially in this environment filled with howling winds, the towering continuous city walls resembled an indescribable beast lying in slumber. Even though these Windrunners had witnessed great storms and waves, seeing this scene still sent a shiver down their spines, nearly causing their sanity to crumble. "Lord Amelon, what should we do?" Someone asked the leader for an answer. Amelon looked at the dim shadows ahead, and then at the terrified expressions of the elves behind him, gritting his teeth. "Let the druid summon a cat-owl to scout. If it proves unfeasible, we will make further decisions." "Yes." Shortly after the words were spoken, a cat-owl radiating green light appeared above their heads. This cat-owl was a summoned creature with a time limit. Naturally, they would not waste summoning time, directly ordering the owl to soar through the air towards the distant shadows. The druid in the Windrunner team was also quick to understand, sharing the owl's perspective with everyone at the first opportunity. As the owl approached, the massive object began to reveal its form. Bang! Just as they were about to see clearly, a sudden light sound rang out, and everyone felt a sharp pain in their minds, completely losing their vision. The druid who summoned the cat-owl was the most affected, letting out a muffled groan as cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He managed to say, "The cat-owl has been hunted." Hiss! This information was like the last straw that broke the camel's back for the group of elves. They all instinctively turned their gazes towards the leading Amelon. Amelon gritted his teeth, just about to reluctantly issue a retreat order. Unfortunately, it was already too late. The countdown for the Black Tide had begun. 00. In an instant, an eerie red light filled the sky and the ground. Strange symbols emerged above all things. In the air, on the ground, on the trees, and even on people's faces and bodies. In the various human cities and villages, people looked at each other in terror, as if they had seen demons from the abyss. Although they could not comprehend the meanings behind these strange symbols, even an illiterate villager could sense the aura of despair and destruction emanating from them. A similar scene was also unfolding within the Qianhuang territory. However, due to Qin Chuan's prior warning, although everyone was astonished by these symbols, having some mental preparation, they did not collapse. Regarding these strange symbols accompanying the Black Tide, no one had figured out their significance in the previous life. However, based on the widely accepted speculation, the Black Tide signifies the end of the universe, not limited to a single city or region, but spreading throughout the entire multiverse, even a cosmic-level calamity of the multiverse crystal wall system. Unstoppable, unquestionable, irreversible. Recalling his thoughts, Qin Chuan saw that the Qianhuang territory had not descended into chaos, and he nodded slightly. He inquired what was the situation with the activation of the anti-aircraft artillery just now. Report. Commander, we detected flying birds approaching, and the anti-aircraft artillery fired automatically. Due to the howling winds around them, the reporting soldier could only shout at the top of his lungs so that Qin Chuan could hear. Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan didn't mind it continuing onward. Very good, very spirited. Maintain this vigilance, as what comes next is the main course. His words seemed to invoke a spell, and the next moment endless red light descended from the sky. The crimson light transformed into countless trillions of light points falling into every corner of the Holy Spirit continent. Directly above the Xianhuang territory, a dark red beam of light fell from the sky. Crimson light fell from the sky. As it drew near, it became apparent that what it truly was not mere illumination. It was a series of monstrous, hideous creatures. They almost blocked all directions of the Xianhuang territory, casting shadows over the land. Qin Chuan activated the holographic projection of the Kongji department, clearly seeing the figures of these monsters. Qin Chuan was not unfamiliar with the appearance of these black tide monsters. This was not solely due to the memories he retained from his rebirth, but rather because he recognized them: zombies, specters, abominable beasts, intelligent robotic machines, chaotic aberrant creatures, puppets of extraordinary practitioners, terrifyingly entangled spore conglomerates. With various classifications and diverse forms, it was truly impossible to unify their visual styles. It was precisely because of this that countless individuals sought to uncover the origins of the black tide, yet all had undoubtedly failed. The conclusion drawn was that the so-called black tide was a means by which the universe eliminated all chaos and disorder, reducing entropy to zero. It was similar to the natural phenomena of wind and rain occurring on planets. However, when this phenomenon expanded to an infinite scale, it naturally gave rise to the indescribable situation of the black tide. As for the minions formed by the monsters of the black tide, they were drawn from the worlds it had previously destroyed. Of course, all this was merely speculation by later generations. There were many similar hypotheses. The actual situation was known by no one. Returning to the present. The moment Qin Chuan saw the full appearance of these black tide monsters, he felt an urge to exclaim, "MMP." Did the black tide really consider the individual? He clearly remembered the circumstances he faced in his past life. Although still terrifying, they were nowhere near as overwhelming as what lay before him. Otherwise, how could a single night Lin Wei lead him through the encirclement? But looking at the current situation, it was strengthened 1,000-fold compared to his past life. Especially the enormous eye with 3 tentacles located at the center of that monster horde, which sent a shiver through Qin Chuan's soul. According to the grading of the Holy Spirit continent, it was at the sacred domain level, if not even stronger. This TM. Taking a deep breath, Qin Chuan swept the negative emotions from his mind. If one thought that this alone could break through the Xianhuang territory, then they were underestimating themselves. He gazed at the sea of monsters outside the city walls and decisively issued the order: execute Plan A. Activate the weather control device at maximum power, generating spherical lightning, targeting the monster horde in front of the Xianhuang territory. The reason for choosing this super weapon was evident. One couldn't just plant mushrooms and drop a nuclear bomb, could they? Whether or not they could kill 1,000 enemies was uncertain, but they'd certainly suffer losses exceeding that. The prototype of the weather control device came from the American HARP project, belonging to a category of weather weapons. You could even argue that it shouldn't be classified strictly as a weapon. Generating lightning storms was merely its additional effect. However, this effect was so powerful that it overshadowed its other functions. For instance, it could control local weather changes. If used properly, it could unleash unimaginable benefits in agriculture, navigation, and other fields. As Qin Chuan's thoughts raced, the weather control device completed its energy accumulation. Above the already dim half-moon valley, a cold, icy blue light suddenly flickered. Threads of electric light twisted like swimming dragons, entangling and accumulating in midair. Following that, the true thunderstrike descended. At this moment, the elves outside the Xianhuang territory had already fallen into a desperate situation. Due to prior probing, they had already lost the last chance to escape. The Wind Chasers squad was completely trapped in the vast ocean of black tide monsters. These decayed monsters from the annihilated world would not teach them any martial ethics. They surged forward directly, overwhelming the elves. As one of the few active squads of the elf clan, the Wind Chasers naturally possessed formidable combat capabilities. Not to mention their leader Amelin was an 8th-tier sword dancer, sufficient to grant them dominance over the Holy Spirit continent. Even some powerful churches and empires would ease their path for them, considering their elf heritage. However, the situation was now different. The black tide monsters cared not for whether one was an elf. They charged forward without hesitation. Those low-tier monsters likely posed no real threat, but their sheer numbers were overwhelming. However, it was not only low-tier monsters that existed within the black tide. As the members of the Wind Chasers squad found themselves in peril, Amelin remained utterly still. His gaze was fixated on the purple eye with 3 tentacles at the center of the black tide, trembling all over, nearly unable to hold his sword steady. "Captain, Someone in the Wind Chaser squad called for help. They had just resisted the onslaught of the corpse tide, when suddenly a grotesque monster stitched together from limbs charged at them recklessly. The defense line barely formed by the elves crumbled before this abominable creature, as if made of paper. Seeing this, Amelin could no longer hold back. Sword dance, pierce 1,000 wounds. Radiant streams of light appeared, and the abomination was dismembered with almost no resistance, its fragmented limbs covered a 10-meter radius around. At last the surroundings settled for a moment. This did not mean that the Black Tide monsters were intimidated. They were simply fighting over the flesh and blood of the dismembered abomination. Amelin was not concerned about that. He remained vigilant, watching the purple eye, his expression suddenly changing. He shouted, "Run quickly!" But alas, it was already too late. The voice filled with blasphemous whispers rang out, "Elves, simple, chaotic, and quite special, a valuable entity." As the words fell, a purple fissure appeared, rapidly extending from the ground to the elf squad. Though they agilely dodged, the fissure suddenly emitted a powerful suction. About half of the elven members were swallowed by the fissure, then decomposed into the most minute molecules. Hoo-hoo, great decomposition technique. Hee-hee. Amelin gasped for breath, as if he were about to cough out his lungs. He spoke in a frenzy, his face filled with despair, seemingly having completely lost all hope of escape. The purple eye continued to whisper, "Thank you for your donation. I will respond to your pain." With that, a beam of deathly purple light began to brew within that eye. Just as Amelin closed his eyes waiting for death, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. The anticipated attack had not arrived. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that the purple tentacled eye had somehow moved away from in front of him. Scanning the battlefield, he noticed it standing at the edge of the monster horde, seemingly avoiding something. The next moment, he realized what it was avoiding. A myriad of thunders descended from the sky, annihilating everything on the battlefield. These thunders were unlike any common ones. In addition to orange and red, there were also yellow, purple, blue, bright white, and ghostly green halos. Though their appearances differed, the results they produced were consistent: annihilation. Correspondingly, there was a roaring chorus echoing from the distance. "God bless our Emperor, ever victorious, basking in glory." The overwhelming force of thunder nearly cleared 90% of the Black Tide monsters on the battlefield. Yet it was not a complete strike, and some fish inevitably slipped through the net. Especially since these escaped fish were powerful beings among the Black Tide monsters. Prepare to fire. Throughout the process, Qin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the real-time holographic projection of the air command. He was somewhat surprised by the sudden appearance of the elf squad, but quickly understood who they were. He had no mood to deal with them now. What their intentions were was no longer the key. In contrast, his gaze was firmly fixed on the purple eye with 3 tentacles. "Miao Qin Chuan, this is. It's the corrupted god of prophecy." Qin Chuan replied to Skura in a flat tone. However, his inner turmoil was anything but calm. Was this a joke? He knew that the god of prophecy had been devoured by the Black Tide as soon as it arrived falling in the astral realm. He even suspected that the entity would corrupt into a Black Tide monster. But, corrupted or not, don't come looking for me. Although the god of prophecy was merely a weak deity with limited divine power, at this moment, he had lost his divine status, and his consciousness had completely collapsed. Despite all this, it could not change one fact. He was still the corrupted youth version of the god of prophecy. There is a saying, beneath the gods all are but ants. Qin Chuan was uncertain whether the current strength of the Xianwang territory could withstand the onslaught of a fallen deity. But he had no choice. Qin Chuan roared, "Everyone fire at will. Do your utmost to eliminate the living forces of the Black Tide." With a single command, the previously dormant Xianwang territory was completely activated. Bursting flames, devastating lasers, and thunderous explosions. Everything poured down from the towering city walls onto the Black Tide below. Like an avalanche, like a tsunami, like the heavens collapsing. The explosive light utterly illuminated the already dim sky. The remaining members of the Elf Windwalker squad, unable to even take a moment to rejoice in their narrow escape, were stunned by this saturation firepower. Is this an interdiction spell? A divine art? Is the 7th divine war about to begin? What terrifying power? Is this the enemy of these disgusting monsters? By this day, the elves had finally reacted. They were merely collateral damage. These Black Tide monsters were never targeting them in the first place. On both sides of the battle, whether the defensive high-walled city or the attacking, disgusting monsters, a mere breath could destroy them. Don't just stand there. Run. Wind Elf's protection. Amidst this environment, Amelin's voice, retaining the human condition, brought them back to reality. No one understood the intensity of this offensive and defensive battle better than Amelin. This was a war that mere mortals could not participate in. Now, while both sides were oblivious to these small fries, if not now, when. As for the branches of the Tree of Life, they had already been cast aside. On the other side, Qin Chuan looked at his sides, swiftly eliminating the Black Tide's living forces, and nodded in satisfaction. This is how it should unfold. The corner of his eye also caught sight of the elf members fleeing in disarray, pondering I should find an opportunity to chat with them in the future. If they survive. He then immediately withdrew his thoughts, focusing on the front. The flames were continuously ignited while the light prism tower and magnetic storm coils relentlessly turned large swathes of Black Tide monsters into charred remains. Countless charred limbs littered the ground, and the nauseating scent of flesh wafted through the entire Half-Moon Valley. It seemed that everything was developing in a positive direction. However, Qin Chuan's mood was far from relaxed at this moment. Just as only when the tide recedes can one see who is truly swimming naked. In the saturation of the Xianhuang territory, the Black Tide monsters that survived were not to be trifled with. Under Qin Chuan's gaze, he discovered that even the most ferocious of monsters were weak on the inside. Killing them was merely a matter of time. There were 3 entities to be wary of: the purple tentacle eye formed by the corrupted god of prophecy, the white worm that swallowed everything including lasers, soil, and explosives, as well as some tangible substances, the blood-red headless knight wielding a spear and riding a skeletal horse. The power of the former needs no elaboration. Even if it falters, it still contains a trace of divine essence. The latter two were also not to be underestimated. The white worm was relatively harmless, simply consuming without displaying much attacking power. But the problem was that any attack reaching it would be directly swallowed if it were to move. Oh, has it already begun to move? Then everything would be fine. On the holographic image, the white worm seemed full, its large mouth suddenly opening to an exaggerated extent, occupying more than half of its body. Countless ugly bugs covered in scales and armor surged out from its mouth. Fortunately, the strength of these monsters was not much different from that of the other Black Tide monsters, allowing Qin Chuan to breathe a sigh of relief. Let the internal troops focus on them. A fixed monster spawn would suffice. As for the last headless knight, it needed to be dealt with immediately. Although it was clearly visible that lasers and bullets could inflict damage on this knight was incredibly fast. So fast that the bullets could barely keep up. This knight appeared to have been a furious old man in life, far from being as survivable as the purple eye and white worm. After taking a wave of attacks, it immediately rode its skeletal horse, spear in hand, charging towards the Xianhuang territory. The skeletal horse galloped on the city walls in a way that defied the laws of physics, running at a 90-degree angle as if it were flat ground. In the next moment, the knight leaped, tightening the reins as it stepped onto the city walls. This was the first Black Tide monster to step onto the city walls of Xianhuang territory in this battle. With the tip of the crimson spear aimed the obstacles in front, and a machine gun fortress instantly disintegrated. In a swift motion, he charged forward towards a few light prism tanks that were slowly retreating. Clang, 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 clang. The piercing sound of metal clashing echoed as the spear's tip struck the tank. Unfortunately, nothing happened. A layer of rust-red iron curtain enveloped the vast majority of the tanks, preventing the seemingly invulnerable spear from penetrating. Super weapon, iron curtain device, absolute defense. However, the knight quickly discovered the flaw. There were 10 tanks on the city walls, but this iron curtain device only enveloped 9 of them. The last tank was undoubtedly blown apart under the piercing of the spear. Unfortunately, this was not a victory, but a trap. As that gray bear tank exploded, hundreds of steel spiders shot out from within. They fell from the sky like scattered flowers, immediately aiming for the skeletal horse beneath the knight and latching on. Boom. Transformed into a self-destructing truck equipped with high explosive materials, the terror robot instantly activated its self-destruct sequence. Hoo-rrrr. With a mournful cry, the skeletal horse was blown to pieces. Looking at the pile of bones, it was likely that the two brothers could not be glued back together. This was undoubtedly bad news for that knight. He lost his horse. The horse has died, leaving only remnants behind. The headless blood knight in despair could only transition from cavalry to infantry, illustrating the difference between having a code and being code-free. Even so, his offensive, though not as fierce as when he first ascended the city wall, remained unstoppable. With just a few thrusts, the headless blood knight sent a multitude of tanks and bunkers flying. He charged forward as if swatting away insects, fixating on a single direction, towards where Qin Chuan was. For any creature in the Black Tide, there existed a keen sense of their intended target. Under the Black Tide's manipulation, this sense had no alternative. It was simply to fight to the death. The people of the Xianyuan territory would not grant him such an opportunity. Cold hard steel could not deter him. Naturally, there would be those willing to protect their lord with their own flesh and blood. At this moment, the headless blood knight was 1,500 meters away from Qin Chuan. Standing beside Qin Chuan, Yuri slowly closed his eyes, taking a deep breath. However, despite his face turning red from lack of oxygen, there was still no sign of movement. Commander, his mind is in chaos and I cannot penetrate it. If I attempt to forcibly control him, I will be the first to go mad. Yuri said, blood oozing from his ears and nose. In the midst of their conversation, the Blood Knight was attacked by the territory's defensive structures, accruing numerous wounds. Yet this seemed to only intensify his ferocity. His charge accelerated rather than diminished. Distance 1,000 meters. In the next moment, a roar echoed from afar. This path is blocked. I am Mitao of the Blood Hoof tribe. In the scene, Mitao roared, his already robust physique suddenly growing even larger. He appeared to tower at least 3 men high, wielding a massive bronze pillar inscribed with battle markings. The totem pillar tore through the frigid winds of the night sky, emitting a howling sound as it was hurled towards the charging headless Blood Knight with immense force. Boom! Bang! 2 resounding crashes followed, one from Mateo's strike, missing the totem pillar, creating a deep pit in the ground. The latter was the sound of him being swept away by the headless Blood Knight's spear, crashing into a power plant 100 meters away. The Blood Knight remained cold and silent. Distance 500 meters. At this distance, aside from Qin Chuan maintaining his calm demeanor, the others in the Qin Chuan territory were becoming restless. Tanya quickly said, Commander, please board the helicopter to the secondary base. I will lead the SEAL team to intercept. The others, including Rose and Norsen, echoed her sentiments. Yes. We should retreat for now, grow stronger, and then. Even Skura, who had been trembling behind Qin Chuan since the onset of the Black Tide, shared the same thought. That ugly creature is terrifying, nearly as strong as I was at my peak. Qin Chuan, let me take you away. I can run really fast. Listening to the comforting voices around him, Qin Chuan turned to the resolute red alert troops in the base and asked over the intercom. What is your choice? We are willing to die for the commander. Willing to die for the commander. The thunderous shouts echoed. Even without the intercom, Qin Chuan could hear them clearly. Seeing this, he chuckled softly. There is no need for that. He then turned and commanded. Activate the superdimensional teleportation device. Envelop the target. Understood. Commander, leave it to us. The super weapon department, already prepared, responded excitedly. As an irregular ripple appeared, the environment around the Blood Knight abruptly stagnated. Just as Qin Chuan pondered whether to teleport him to a divine church or a place of death, something suddenly felt wrong. Within the area enveloped by the superdimensional field, the Blood Knight's movements were indeed frozen, but he had not completely stopped. The crimson spear trembled incessantly, as if it were about to break free at any moment. Qin Chuan frowned. This was something he had not anticipated. Was he truly this strong? Though the Blood Knight had swept through his enemies thus far, without meeting a match, the combat power he displayed was at best that of a peak 9th rank, far from the threshold of the sacred domain. Could he actually resist the rules of temporal stasis? It seems this Blood Knight was formidable even in life. One wonders which world destroyed by the Black Tide he came from. Now was not the time to ponder his origins. Having achieved this hard-won outcome, Qin Chuan would not allow him to escape easily. Attack with full force. Concentrate the most effective high-quality strikes. Qin Chuan's command sparked an eruption of anger from the people of the Qin Chuan territory who had been suppressed by the Blood Knight's arrogance. The Blood Knight had undoubtedly become a target for them, if not now, then when. In an instant, bullets and lasers flew. Steel clashed with flesh. Even Mitao, who had been swept away by a spear earlier, had gotten back up. Mitao, clutching his totem pillar, began hammering at the Blood Knight with a bang, bang, bang. It was reminiscent of whack-a-mole or a renovation worker with a hammer. The Blood Knight's defenses were already weak, and under such relentless assault, he was gradually losing his form. Seeing them strike with such ease, Qin Chuan became interested. Now that the Blood Knight had clearly lost any capacity for resistance, it was only reasonable for him to join in the fray, right? With that thought, Qin Chuan rubbed his hands and stepped out from the residence. He drew his rose-colored short sword, which instantly became enveloped in a layer of dazzling moonlight. This was the knightly heritage martial technique that Qin Chuan had seldom practiced since learning it. This move is called the descent of the moon. The solitary moon shines upon the world. With a single swing, Qin Chuan immediately sensed something was amiss. He abruptly looked up at the sky. Due to the previous lightning storm, the accumulated dark clouds had completely dissipated, revealing the hidden round moon. However, under the eerie red glow, the originally bright white moon had transformed into a sinister blood moon. At the moment Qin Chuan unleashed the descent of the moon, a radiance so brilliant that it could illuminate the entire night sky suddenly erupted from the moon, speeding towards the sacred spirit continent. Initially, this light was not aimed at the Qin Chuan territory, but at the center of the continent. Yet midway, it seemed to sense something splitting off a concentrated moonlight that surged directly towards the Qin Chuan territory. In an instant, the aurora descended from the heavens, merging with Qin Chuan's descent of the moon, striking the immobilized Blood Knight. Whoosh! The The Blood Knight, who had been barely holding on, seemed to suffer an unbearable blow, and his entire body began to crumble from its very core. Ultimately, he transformed into light. No, not the kind from the M78 nebula, but true moonlight. Qin Chuan was left astonished. Was this material conversion? What scientific principle lay within? However, he quickly abandoned the naive idea of seeking a scientific explanation in this magical world. While the Blood Knight had been dealt with, it was still not time to relax. The black tide indicated that there were two others as strong as him. After instructing everyone to remain vigilant and continue preparations for battle, Qin Chuan's gaze remained fixed on the dazzling moonlight racing towards the continent's center. This one has arrived so quickly. Does this also imply that the calamity of saints in this lifetime will come even sooner? Shaking his head, he dismissed this thought from his mind. What the future holds will be revealed in time. For now, it is best to focus on the present. Beyond the high walls, due to the need to guard against the incursion of the Blood Knights, the firepower of the Xianhuang territory has been significantly weakened. In this brief period, the monstrous creatures spawned by the white worms have begun to take shape. Qin Chuan was infuriated. Did you really think you were in a strategic deployment? Was he playing a tower defense game? Furthermore, with the corrupted body of Saphras lurking nearby, this situation needed to be resolved quickly. He waved his hand and commanded, "Concentrate firepower to eliminate the mother of this white worm." Understood. The fire intensity from the Xianhuang territory suddenly surged to a new height. Not only the ground troops, but the rocket troops equipped with anti-air weapons were also escorting the Qin airship to hover over the white worm, initiating a bombardment without limits. Boom, 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 boom. The dense sounds of gunpowder explosions filled the air, completely enveloping the white worm from all sides. However, when the dust settled, its ugly yet oddly endearing body still remained. It seemed to say, "Is this scratching my itch?" This was undoubtedly a provocation to Qin Chuan. "Qin Chuan, this is infuriating. This was intolerable." Gritting his teeth, Qin Chuan ordered, "Calculate the distance between this ugly creature and the Xianhuang territory, ensuring it does not affect our nuclear weapons, and shove everything into its mouth." Nuclear missile silos received. Calculating in collaboration with the experimental lab. After a brief moment, several Black Hawk jets ready for deployment took to the skies. Their mission was simple: deliver a package. Dongfeng Express guaranteed delivery. Moments later, several round warheads were accurately launched into the mouth of the white worm. Beep! The first muffled sound came, not resembling a nuclear explosion, but more like a sound of indigestion. The white worm's face visibly twisted as a wisp of green smoke emerged from its mouth. This discovery calmed Qin Chuan's anxious heart. As long as there was a reaction, that's all that mattered. The worst fear was no response. Since the nuclear bomb had an effect regardless of whether the white worm's belly was connected to another dimension or Doraemon's pocket, Qin Chuan was determined to blow it up. Especially since this time there was more than one nuclear bomb. Puff, puff, puff. Several muffled sounds followed, and the white worm's face gradually twisted into a grotesque pattern. Ultimately, this kind of tolerance seemed to reach its limit. Its body swelled rapidly like a balloon, and in the blink of an eye, it was towering over the walls of the Xianhuang territory by several meters. What happens when a balloon is overinflated? Bang! The suddenly exploding white worm caught everyone off guard. As its shattered body fell apart, countless mini white worms burst forth. Qin Chuan frowned at this sight and stomped on one nearby worm, crushing it. It seemed these little worms did not possess the formidable defenses of their mother. The only concern was their sheer number. Thinking this, he immediately ordered, "Immediately start clearing these worms, leaving no one behind." Qin Chuan felt quite confident about this. With the Air Command Center radar and the presence of Yuri the human detector, he did not believe these small worms could hide. Even if there were any that slipped through the cracks, since Qin Chuan could kill it once, he could certainly do it a second time. There was nothing to worry about. At this moment, having resolved the threat of the white worm, Qin Chuan's gaze turned to the final obstacle in his path. The corrupted body of Saphras, youthful version of the astral deity. The performance of this large eyeball was quite strange. Clearly the strongest among this group of monsters, yet apart from its initial attack on the elves, it had been genuinely watching coldly the entire time. This was true when the Blood Knights invaded the Xianhuang territory, and it remained the same when focusing fire to kill the white worm. This left Qin Chuan somewhat puzzled about the opponent's intentions. He really wanted to ask this eyeball, "Then why don't you leave?" Unfortunately, according to current intelligence, beings corrupted by the black tide almost lack any original independent consciousness. In their chaotic brain domains, only destruction remains eternal. What was puzzling was that this large eyeball did not seem like a creature solely fixated on destruction. Otherwise, it would have already begun its attack. However, holding on to a 1 in 10,000 chance, Qin Chuan decided to have a chat with it. The next moment, through the loudspeaker, Qin Chuan's voice echoed throughout the Xianhuang territory. Saphras, what is your purpose? Upon hearing the name, Saphras the purple eyeball visibly reacted. It rolled its whites of the eyes looking towards the loudspeaker on the distant wall, a hint of curiosity flickering in its gaze. It murmured, unexpectedly a nation rich in information, let me see what secrets you hold. Communication was possible. Qin Chuan immediately confirmed his previous speculation. He did not know whether it was because the other party had been corrupted by the Black Tide for a shorter time or had some resistance, but none of that mattered. The ability to communicate meant there was something to discuss. Qin Chuan's voice continued through the loudspeaker. Information. Are you in pursuit of these things? I happen to know a lot of places rich in endless secrets. I can tell you should go find them. As the saying goes, a dead comrade is not a concern for the living. Qin Chuan lured without any psychological pressure. Upon hearing Qin Chuan's words, the three tentacles at the base of the eyeball brushed over its surface, seemingly pondering Qin Chuan's question. However, it quickly replied, the information here seems to be non-transferable. I need to take a closer look. Qin Chuan, what do you want to see? How do you want to see it? Knowledge comes from disintegration. As I disintegrate you, the wailing will increase the breadth of information. At this point, Qin Chuan understood that there was no need for further conversation. You're being ungrateful, attack him. With Qin Chuan's command, the artillery that had just wiped out the white worm began to operate once more. Unfortunately, the effectiveness was extremely limited. Unlike the previous white worm's passive response, Saphras was much more proactive. Beams of purple light projected from its eyes, disintegrating incoming attacks into the smallest particles just a short distance away. Great disintegration technique. The Rose exclaimed in horror at this scene. Qin Chuan glanced at her and shook his head. No, it's the disintegration technique. Both are god-slaying techniques invented by Mishra, often confused by people, but the distinction between them is quite clear. If the disintegration technique can be likened to the death finger capable of destroying all things, then the great disintegration technique is carry and Krent, forcefully enhancing all your equipment to 99. In this case, with Saphras using the disintegration technique, without cost, any matter attempting to approach him would be obliterated. At this moment, he seemed quite dissatisfied with Qin Chuan's explanation, stating, disintegration technique. No, what does that woman Mishra understand about the disintegration technique? I call it the life form disintegration ray. Qin Chuan to prevent this guy from continuing to be arrogant, Qin Chuan felt it was time to deliver a fatal blow. The strongest tactical system of the Xianhuang territory activate. Once again, the whispering sound reminiscent of purgatory echoed. I need more samples, only then can I acquire more knowledge. With those words, a purple ray of death filled with a sense of annihilation gathered before his eyes. In an instant, this ray shot towards the high wall, dissolving the rebar-reinforced concrete at light speed, turning it into flying dust. Ultimately, a large hole with a diameter of 3 meters appeared, through which the scene within the Xianhuang territory could be clearly seen. Behind the city wall, there was a power plant, now also destroyed. I can't let this continue, Qin Chuan thought. This unfathomable disintegration ray was simply outrageous. After all his hard work to amass such resources, he couldn't allow this giant eye to obliterate them in mere moments. Qin Chuan gritted his teeth. It was time to deploy the strongest combat force of the current Xianhuang territory. He aimed to achieve victory in one decisive strike. SZZ. The sound of tracks rolled over the corpses on the battlefield, skillfully dodging the direct blast of the death ray ahead. The appearance of these battle vehicles was quite strange. Although they clearly showed signs of multifunctional infantry vehicles, the empty honeycomb turrets had been removed, leaving only a weak slender pipe. That slender pipe raised doubts about its ability to withstand the explosion of shells. In fact, its weapon was not based on gunpowder. This was an ultra-dimensional battle vehicle. It was the ultimate combat unit cultivated through the collaboration of the combat laboratory and the ultra-dimensional teleportation device, combining multifunctional infantry vehicles with ultra-dimensional soldiers. Although it had lost the ability to jump through space at will, it avoided the rigidity period that follows time-space traversal. The most crucial point was that when combined with certain technologies, they became invincible. At that moment, 9 ultra-dimensional battle vehicles easily approached within 200 meters of the giant, having cleared a path with the earlier ray. This distance was already the limit. If they advanced any further, they would undoubtedly be disintegrated by those death rays. However, this distance was within the attack range of the ultra-dimensional battle vehicles. Qin Chuan's gaze sharpened as he issued a direct order. Activate the Iron Curtain device and cover those 9 ultra-dimensional battle vehicles. With a hum, the command was executed, and the Iron Curtain activated, enveloping the battle vehicles in a layer of rusty red. Saphira sensed something was amiss, and a disintegration ray of death enveloped the squad of battle vehicles. The light dimmed, yet the vehicles remained unscathed. The absolute spear and the absolute shield, it appeared that the Iron Curtain had won this round. However, Qin Chuan did not let his guard down. The Iron Curtain device had only 45 seconds of effective time, meaning he had to completely eliminate Saphira's threat within those seconds. After receiving Qin Chuan's command, the 9 ultra-dimensional battle vehicles showed no signs of hesitation. A forest blue light sprayed from the slender pipe at the front of the vehicles, targeting Saphira's corrupted form. The speed of light was evidently beyond the giant eye's response, but it could choose to disintegrate. Unfortunately, after being covered by this forest blue light, its movements became increasingly slower and slower. The flailing tentacles gradually lost their strength. Following this were the second, third, up to the 9th beams of light appearing. The time-space here had been completely stagnated. This freeze was different from the earlier transfer of the Blood Knight via the ultra-dimensional teleportation device, where everyone could attack at will. Now to choose to attack would undoubtedly break the stagnation of this space, allowing Saphira to be freed. Once the opponent was prepared, replicating the success of this moment would be very difficult. Qin Chuan did not want to take that risk. He chose the most prudent option to teleport this corrupted body into the most turbulent area of the time-space chaos, where the annihilation reactions were most evident. That place was the cruel void. 10-9-8. As the time-space chaos grew increasingly turbulent, the giant eye's resistance gradually weakened. In the final and most turbulent wave of time-space chaos, Qin Chuan suddenly saw the giant eye, which should have completely lost its resistance, violently thrashing. "Ah, endless void of darkness, I come." With that, it didn't even need the control of the ultra-dimensional battle vehicle to force open that rift. The purple eye, along with its trailing tentacles, swam towards the pitch-black rift like a deformed tadpole straining with all its might. Ultimately, the rift closed, and in the moment the purple light vanished, Qin Chuan seemingly caught a glimpse of the gaze directed at him from the entity. Gratitude. A smile. This shocked Qin Chuan for an entire year. Was this intentional? Recalling everything about Saphira, Qin Chuan realized that aside from damaging some facilities in the Xinhuang territory, it hadn't killed anyone. It was clear that it had the capability. With that unstoppable disintegration rate, any shot aimed even slightly accurately could severely injure the Xinhuang territory. Yet, it chose not to do so and remained in a defensive posture. Even the only disintegration ray aimed at the Xinhuang territory seemed designed to clear a safe path for the ultra-dimensional battle vehicles. Saphira, was this part of your scheme as well? Qin Chuan suddenly recalled its previous title, the God of Prophecy. Did it foresee this moment? Qin Chuan felt that the likelihood was as high as 90%. Although Saphira was merely a deity with weak divine power, a deity was still a deity. In Qin Chuan's memories from his past life, even when the entire world faced its end and the stars fell like rain, there were few deities that were instantly consumed by the black tide. Thus, Saphira's choice seemed like this, recognizing the terror of the black tide, choosing to join rather than fight, and then hiding in the void beyond the black tide's reach. Sigh. Releasing a breath, Qin Chuan cast these thoughts from his mind. Whether or not it was as he speculated, the predicament of the Xinhuang territory had been indirectly resolved. Looking at the battered city walls and the Hell's Cape beyond, he estimated it would take some time to clean up. There was no rush for that. Qin Chuan's gaze flickered. Now that the first black tide had reached its conclusion, there was still one thing left undone: to select the living beings and achieve personal growth. The first step to target those Earth Lords who had fallen into despair. He remembered that among them were quite a few individuals who could greatly aid the development of the Xinhuang territory. Meanwhile, in the southern kingdom region, the boundless black tide monsters surged like an unending tide, madly assaulting a compound covering nearly a few acres. From the shattered fences and wheat fields beneath these black tide monsters, it was evident that they had achieved some success in battle. Now they merely needed to destroy the Lord's Hall before them to complete their mission of hunting down the Wanderers. At this moment, an angry roar echoed. "Today, even if I die, one day you will taste the same bitterness." The voice came not from the struggling Lord's Hall, but from within the crowd of monsters. Looking over, indeed, there was a person drenched in blood, covered in wounds. Even so, his spirit remained in an extremely high state. This man swung his great sword, cleaving a small monster in front of him and half laughing maniacally. Come on, dirty bastards, your lord is waiting for you here." Though he said that, the blood flowing from his wounds revealed that he could not last much longer. At that moment, a mechanical prompt sounded in his ear, but to this man, it was like the sweetest music. "Your distress signal has been accepted." The man was visibly stunned. Seizing the moment, a shadow assassin lurking in the flank carved a fresh wound into his chest. Someone's actually coming. Let the reinforcements descend directly. With that, he spun his dual greatswords in place, clearing a radius around him. He then glanced down at the dagger embedded in his chest and let out a dismissive scoff. "A mere fatal wound. Can it truly slay me?" A blaze of divine light flared in his eyes, and he charged once more into the horde of black tide monsters. Yet though the greatsword still cut fiercely, the strength behind its swings had visibly waned. The black tide monsters, sensing hope, surged forward recklessly, determined to engulf the man entirely. In the next instant, as he teetered on the brink of being swallowed, a cerulean radiance burst open above the territory. Ally, the Chrono Legion sends its greetings. Let us escape this place. The man turned to see a figure clad in a full hazmat suit hovering above his territory. The man, what? You are the reinforcement. Just one man. Are you kidding me? To take you away, I alone suffice. The only question now is whether you ally will accept the covenant. The Chrono soldier spoke while surveying the encroaching black tide monsters, then retrieved 2 items from his protective suit. One was a Chrono orb swirling with deep blue energy, the latest breakthrough from the War Lab, and the Chrono team capable of freezing the surrounding spacetime for a period. However, its use was cumbersome, and for now it remained exclusive to Chrono soldiers. He slammed the orb onto the ground, and within 100 meters space and time ground to a halt. Then the Chrono soldier produced another item and spoke. Before the expedition, the commander said he had already briefed you, but I must confirm again, are you willing to sign the covenant to be employed and bound by Xianhuang territory? The man's eyes widened like brass bells, shooting forth a bolt of bewilderment. He had no idea how this person had accomplished such a feat, but a sudden realization struck him. He confirmed, is your lord Big Shot Qin Chuan? Yes. Upon hearing this, the man answered without hesitation. He'll sign. He didn't even glance at the covenant's terms. Bound to serve Xianhuang territory for 300 years. After that period, if both parties agree, the covenant may be dissolved. Final interpretation, right belongs to Qin Chuan. Covenant established. This covenant is overseen by the will of Earth. Party A, Xianhuang territory, Qin Chuan. Party B, Lin Xiao. Similar scenes unfolded elsewhere, but most lacked Lin Xiao's formidable combat strength and struggled far more. In some territories, by the time the Chrono soldier arrived, the one who had called for aid had just perished. Fortunately, the rescue teleport didn't leave Chrono soldiers vulnerable mid-motion. Sensing danger, they could instantly warp away, just as they whisked those away from their lost territories. In the end, when all the deployed Chrono soldiers returned, they brought back only 72 individuals. This rescue was no random act, but a meticulous selection by Qin Chuan. These 72 were all individuals whose character and abilities had been proven in his past life. Most, like Lin Xiao, possessed extraordinary talents in specific domains. Though people can change, the covenant ensured that any negative impact on Xianhuang territory from them was virtually non-existent. When it was all settled, Qin Chuan looked at the assembled crowd and waved his hand. I know you all need rest now. Go and rest, we'll discuss matters tomorrow. They needed time and space to process their situation. Those people watched Qin Chuan's retreating figure, then gazed at the futuristic architecture around them, all somewhat dazed. Everyone, please follow me. At that moment, several men in suits led by a bald figure approached them with smiles. It was Yuri and his team of spies, an absolute professional squad. Oh yes, thank you. Is this Xianhuang territory? Yes, please come with me. Feel free to ask any questions, I'll answer them along the way. And so, under the guidance of Yuri and his professional team, this group of disoriented souls who had lost their territories began their first night in Xianhuang territory. The terror group, later known as the 72 Earthly Fiends, was founded this day. The next morning, the sun shone brightly, as if the horrific war on the Holy Spirit continent the night before had never occurred. But the stench of decay lingering in the air testified to its reality. Lin Xiao rose early that day. Or rather, he had never slept. His wounds had been hastily dressed, though swathed in bandages and sleepless for a night, his spirits seemed remarkably high. Yuri stood at the door with a knowing smile, inwardly marveling at his state. What a damn monster. This thought had lingered in Yuri's mind ever since he reviewed the man's injury report the previous night. Hello, I'm Yuri, in charge of coordinating your daily life and schedules and ideological work. Hello, I'm Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao scratched his head, sensing something odd about the name, but didn't dwell on it. Then Yuri led him on a tour of Xianhuang territory. As they walked, Yuri explained, this is the power plant, this is the ore refinery, and over here. The more Yuri spoke, the stranger Lin Xiao's expression became. By the time they reached the Lord's Manor, he could no longer contain himself. Red alert. He immediately apologized as if he had misspoken. No, that's not what I meant, don't misunderstand. Yet the reaction he expected never came. Instead, Yuri continued smiling. I know what you're thinking. No need for that. To us, the commander is our creator. And don't mention games. Isn't your endless fury talent the same? So do you consider yourself an illusion? Of course not. I understand now. Lin Xiao came to his senses. Yuri said no more, simply pointing to the manor ahead. All right, the commander is waiting for you inside. Go on in. At the center of the Qianhuang territory in the Lord's Mansion, a large conference room is currently filled with people. Genuine leather sofas, standardized tables and chairs, and a holographic projection serving as a PowerPoint presentation. Everything gives these 72 individuals a feeling as if they have returned from a different world. They recall their struggles for survival after crossing over to the Holy Spirit continent, living off the land and enduring hardship. Looking at their current life in the Qianhuang territory, it resembles a return to modern society. Qin Chuan said, "Everyone, since you have chosen to join, you are now bound to the Qianhuang territory. We share glory and disgrace. I won't say much more." Regardless of whether it is carrots or sticks, it is inappropriate for Qin Chuan to mention them at this moment. Anyone who signed that contract should understand each other's circumstances well, without the need for excessive emphasis. Moreover, there is not a single fool among these 70 individuals. In the future, the necessary ideological education will naturally be provided for them. As the saying goes, time will reveal a person's heart. It applies to both genders. The sun rises at dawn. Regardless of how much blood and tears were contained in that deep night, a new day arrives as the sun rises once again. For the first time, the black tide left the lords from earth, witnessing the bloody reality of this world. It is not a game nor a jest. It is a true struggle for survival. The previous banter and whimsical talk have become a thing of the past. Although the World Chat channel remains lively, the atmosphere is no longer what it used to be. Those who survived each have their own circumstances. Some were fortunate to escape the impact of the black tide due to its relatively low intensity. Others had to give up their territories and become wanderers. Or there are a few who, with the help of local forces, managed to hold onto their territories. Undoubtedly, these three types of people are lucky, for many others at this moment cannot even speak. At this moment, the most frequently asked question in the World Chat channel is someone still alive? Oh, they are dead. Regarding this, Qin Chuan did not intervene or get involved. People must grow. He even saw a few individuals frantically questioning Qin Chuan about why he did not save them. Qin Chuan looked down on such clowns. In a good mood, he replied, "Am I your father?" In a bad mood, he simply ignored the reply, following the procedure, blocking the person, preventing them from seeing his messages and updates, providing an honest op service. In the end, only those who can withstand the test of time are truly golden. Now, this is just the first wave. With this in mind, Qin Chuan directly closed the chat interface and turned his gaze beyond the high walls. There, the 72 newcomers to the Qianhuang territory were carrying out their first task, cleaning the battlefield. Originally, the Red Alert soldiers could do this well, but Qin Chuan still ordered these individuals to take the lead. The purpose of this is twofold. On one hand, it shows that the Qianhuang territory does not support idlers. Everyone must demonstrate their value. On the other hand, it considers something more metaphysical. Whether in this life or the next, Qin Chuan has never grasped a particular term accurately. That is luck. According to his memories from the previous life, the 70 individuals who joined the Qianhuang territory are undoubtedly the children of destiny. Regardless of which one it is, each of them achieved astounding accomplishments later on. However, in this life, it may not be the same, as there is the variable of Qin Chuan. If they are still the children of destiny, then what is Qin Chuan himself? Whether he believes it or not, he still sent them out. What if, as time passed, one truck after another full of bodies was transported to the Qianhuang territory? Subsequently, they were all dumped into the gene replication center, decomposed, and converted into resource points. Just this item alone brought no less than hundreds of thousands of resource points to the Qianhuang territory. Of course, this is considered unexpected income and is not lasting. Qin Chuan is still more concerned with other items. A worm egg. System prompt detected: a special item for pinpoint summoning can be used for cross-dire summoning 13. Do you wish to absorb it? A new pinpoint summoning item. Judging by its appearance, it should be left behind by the previous white worm. Unfortunately, this worm egg is only one, and unlike the previous four, it does not belong to the same system, failing to reach 50A, thus lacking detailed information and value. Qin Chuan had to set it aside. Compared to this, the other two items are more practical. Item: Crimson Edge Spear. Grade: Blood Weapon, golden. Source: Bloody Arena, world devoured by the black tide. Function: Sharp, pierce the void, escape from the cycle of death. Evaluation: a sinister weapon from an extremely powerful combat world. Do not pair it with a shield, the aesthetics do not match, and it is inappropriate. This is the spear previously wielded by the Headless Blood Knight. If this was still within Qin Chuan's expectations, then the next item was completely beyond his imagination. It was a staff shaped like a scepter with an eye engraved in its center. Strangely, this eye seemed alive. From any angle one could feel it staring back. Item: Staff of Saphras. Great artifact. Source: gift from the god of prophecy, containing the absolute skill of Saphras. Function: Prophecy, Life, Disintegration Ray, 6 Void Teleportation. Evaluation: a gift from the god of prophecy, who comprehended all before leaving. It is not only a powerful staff, but also serves as a coordinate. Saffras hopes that one day the black tide will be quelled, and he will return from the void again. Qin Chuan thought. This Saffras really dares to dream. He fled with full calculations like a stray dog, and yet still wishes to return and continue being the god of prophecy. Qin Chuan now wants to ask him, have you always been this brave? Ignoring this brave man, Qin Chuan was quite satisfied to have obtained an artifact. Moreover, it felt almost like a gift, which made him even happier. With these 3 items in hand, Qin Chuan looked at the 72 individuals with increasingly kind eyes. He did not know whether this was related to the ethereal luck, but it indicated that the 72 individuals were not just idlers. Recalling the talents and development of these individuals, Qin Chuan began to formulate some ideas about their future arrangements. Meanwhile, a group of people looking disheveled gazed at the rising sun, all wearing expressions of lingering fear. This group consisted of the elven windrunners who narrowly escaped from the Xinhuang territory. Captain, should we go check that place again? Amelon's face was troubled. He glanced back at the significantly reduced number of people behind him. Remembering the terrifying scene he witnessed outside the high walls last night, he couldn't help but tremble. No, let's not go there for now. Given our strength, it would be difficult to negotiate peacefully with that group of thieves. We need allies. It is said that humans follow a kingdom system. Let's go to their kingdom first and have the king introduce us to them. This way, it would be safer. Buzz. A blinding silver beam the thickness of an arm shot forth, dissolving the steel target ahead into fine dust. Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction. Although the life disintegration ray emitted by this staff differed in color from that of Saffras himself, it also varied greatly from the large and thick purple beam. It was akin to buyer and seller showcases. Yet at its core they were the same. As long as one was hit, no body has yet been found that could resist this ray. Now he finally understood why Saffras said this was not a disintegration technique. To be fair, it truly was not. Unlike disintegration techniques, which are non-target spells, this life disintegration ray is aimed at a specific target. Once the target is locked, once fired, the ray will chase that life force unrelentingly. Upon understanding this, Qin Chuan confirmed one thing. If previously there was a 99 chance that Saffras was holding back, now it was a definite 100. Otherwise, he would only need a few rays to significantly reduce the forces of the Xinhuang territory. Regardless of the process, the final outcome was that Qin Chuan benefited, which remained an unchanging fact. After carefully testing the 6 life disintegration rays that Saffras' staff provided daily, Qin Chuan regarded them as a killing move, a trump card for critical moments. Oh, another meteor. And Lin's voice came from not far away. Qin Chuan looked up and could clearly see a brilliantly shining fireball flying overhead. A daytime meteor. Looking at its trajectory, it just happened to sweep across directly above the Xinhuang territory, traveling from north to south, crossing the Judgment Mountain range, heading towards the southern nations. However, the people in the Xinhuang territory remained indifferent to this. Oh, I see a meteor. Another one. From the calm demeanor of the crowd, it was evident that this was not the first meteor they had seen in the past few days. Every night, large swathes of light fell from the star realm, scattering across various corners of the Holy Spirit continent. But if you were to call them meteor showers, these meteors did not appear together, but were dispersed across different times. Not only the people of the Xinhuang territory were unfazed, but even the local populace across the continent had gradually grown accustomed to the meteors flying chaotically at night. In fact, many experts from other worlds began to educate the public about them. Yet in the eyes of the knowledgeable, they were a source of unspeakable terror. Each meteor represented a deity residing in the star realm. As the stars fell like the sea, it was as if the gods were welcoming their twilight. At this moment, unlike the indifference of the people in the Xinhuang territory, Qin Chuan looked up at this daytime meteor with a heavy expression. The aura of tyranny, fear, strife, and hatred emanating from the meteor allowed him to clearly discern which deity it represented. The god of tyranny, Bane. Unlike the numerous minor deities with weak or average divine power, Bane was a true powerhouse. Even among the gods, he stood atop the pyramid. The descent of a powerful deity meant that this calamity was unavoidable for both mortals and gods alike. The gods descended from the star realm, transforming into earthly saints, unleashing endless catastrophe. This was the calamity of saints. In a past life, some called it the best of times, yet also the worst of times. On one hand, this was a time of revelry for ambitious individuals, earthly heroes, and those with capability. To put it simply, slaying gods and proving one's path was at hand. No era has made god-slaying easier than this one. Without the backing of the divine realm, the gods transformed into saints, though still powerful, were no longer invincible. As for the worst of times, it was the descent of the gods that plunged this world into years of turmoil. This was a celebration for the heroes, but a purgatory for the powerless. The term Powerless is not derogatory, but rather refers to all those ordinary people who are unable to participate and are swept up in it. They are undoubtedly the unfortunate ones. In this era, lacking power is the greatest original sin. Qin Chuan only withdrew his contemplative gaze after the daytime meteor disappeared. Now he only hoped that under the external pressures of the black tide, these deities and humanity could maintain enough restraint. Though the outcome remained difficult without unity, they had no hope. The arrival of the calamity of saints unintentionally reignited Qin Chuan's spirit, which had relaxed after surviving the first wave of the black tide. Accelerate, accelerate, accelerate. Whether it was the Xianhuang territory or his own strength, both needed to grow as quickly as possible. As for the Red Alert base, there was no need for further discussion. Seizing the current opportunity with abundant resources, they completely embarked on a journey of mass production. First, set a small target to recruit an army of a division around 10,000. In addition, the technologies that needed to be unlocked could not be neglected. Giant cannons, mind control devices, moon landing technology, outer space. Qin Chuan had to make thorough preparations to face the coming years of turmoil. Furthermore, although the first wave of the black tide had ended, the deadline for the next arrival was already not far away. The island of Sealing. When Qin Chuan returned here again, the facilities had been established quite comprehensively. Solorpo and Siren stood by Qin Chuan's side, their faces filled with worry. The recent meteors flashing madly in the sky had truly frightened the two sisters. Seeing their expressions, Qin Chuan asked, "Have your elders descended already?" The two sisters shook their heads, not wanting to elaborate on the topic. Qin Chuan did not press further and changed the subject. Under the spread of the black tide, none of the gods from the star realm will be able to escape. But you don't need to worry. As long as you descend early and stay safe, nothing will happen. After saying this, seeing them still shaking their heads, Qin Chuan, though curious about their parents' identities, did not linger on it. He shifted the topic and asked, "Has the nuclear power plant been completed?" Upon hearing this, Solorpo nodded, her expression somewhat grave. "I sense the explosive power within it. Once it erupts, it may not be weaker than divine magic. Did you really tame this power?" Seeing her worry, Qin Chuan reassured her, "Of course. This statement was not mere nonsense. The technological utilization of nuclear energy in Red Alert was indeed highly mature. In fact, even nuclear wastewater would not be produced, let alone the behaviors typical of the Sakura nation." Solorpo, upon hearing this, nodded with a hint of skepticism. Then Qin Chuan continued, "During this time, I may go on a long journey and won't be able to come here for a while. You don't need to worry." Upon hearing this, Siren visibly panicked. "You won't leave and never come back, right? You promised to teach me the King of 100 Songs, that one old driver. Take me, I want to go to the provincial city." "Stop." Qin Chuan interrupted her from this dangerous topic and explained seriously. "This song cannot be sung carelessly. Besides, my territory is right here, so I will definitely return. During the time I am away, I will trouble you both to help take care of the place." Seeing this, the two had no choice but to agree reluctantly. All right. Thus, with the arrangements for his territory completed, Qin Chuan officially intended to plunge his tendrils into the magnificent era of the Holy Spirit continent. When Qin Chuan returned to his territory again, the relevant personnel had already been waiting. Now the development of the Xianhuang territory no longer required his constant attention. He only needed to formulate plans in advance and oversee the overall situation. The remaining tasks would naturally be handled by others. For instance, the 72 new recruits in the Xianhuang territory were not just being idly maintained. This was partly because he did not want to support idlers. Everyone had to demonstrate their worth, a principle that applied to anyone, including the three who had previously joined Xuanhuang Rose and the adventurers team. Another reason was to avoid wasting these individuals' talents and potential fortunes. Thus, based on his memories, Qin Chuan assigned the vast majority of them to various tasks. The Xianhuang territory provided them with support in various aspects, striving to ensure that these individuals grew rapidly. Even so, the current environment for growth was much better than in their previous lives. Instead, Qin Chuan was now worried that his excessive interference might restrict these individuals. However, he quickly dismissed this concern. Each person had their own destiny, and if they ended up like the fallen genius Shin Zhongyong, it would be no one's fault. At worst, they could work for the Xianhuang territory for a lifetime to repay their debts. Moving past this thought, he began to inspect the team in front of him. The base vehicle, a modified luxury RV by the combat laboratory, the SEAL team, the Apocalypse tank, and the low-altitude rocket infantry. This was the configuration of Qin Chuan's team for this outing. Of course, there was also a bull and a cat, mainly to guard against dangers from extraordinary powers. Honestly, for what Qin Chuan was about to undertake, their combat power was already excessive. But he still prepared this way. After all, they were at the beginning of a chaotic era, and being cautious was never a bad thing. If they happened to encounter a deity transforming into a mortal saint, then even their numbers would be of no use. Still, it's better to be careful, or at least they could die with dignity. Pop-pock. Qin Chuan spat twice, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. The Holy Spirit continent is so vast. How could it be so easy to encounter a descending deity? Murphy's Law, go away. The next moment he waved his hand and issued orders to the team in front of him. Set off. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Fran, City of Light. As the capital of Fran, the City of Light has many other names, such as the City of Lamps, the Flower Capital, and so on. The main reason is that this place has a long-standing flower culture with blossoms blooming all year round and lights shining through the night. At this moment, a weary team arrived here. It was indeed the Elven Windrider team that had left the Xianwang territory. They had no mood to admire the scenery of the City of Light and hurried on. Led by the palace guards, this group hurried towards the royal palace. On their way, as they passed through the commercial district, they saw a store bustling with noise, almost blocking the nearby roads. This level of congestion could not stop them. As they nimbly passed through the crowd, the leader Amorin curiously asked, "What place is that? Why are there so many people?" The guard replied with a hint of envy in his tone, "That's the Xianwang Mall, where many rare trinkets are sold. Although it has only recently opened, it is making a fortune daily. Even the king admires it." Xianwang. Upon hearing this term, the entire elven team experienced a moment of shock. Though they were busy on their journey, they were aware of the name of that terrifying power from before. It was indeed Xianwang. Was there a connection between the two? There was no time to ponder this question, as they had already arrived at the palace. At this time, King Charles XIX of Fran had already prepared a banquet and was waiting. It was evident that he attached great importance to the elven envoys. Unfortunately, at this moment, this group of elves had no mood to converse with him. "King Charles, the matter is like this. There is a territory to the north of your kingdom named Xianwang." As he gradually narrated, a look of astonishment appeared on King Charles XIX's face. When he heard Amoron request him to act as the intermediary for the introduction, he readily agreed. After the banquet ended and these individuals were sent off, King Charles XIX summoned the court ministers in his study. He inquired, "Have you found out which family owns this Xianwang territory?" "No, it seems that it is not a noble lord of our Fran kingdom." Upon hearing this, King Charles XIX perked up. Then, the Xianwang Mall. The minister replied, "According to news from Miyu City, this indeed belongs to the Xianwang territory's industry." Excellent. King Charles XIX clapped his thigh and stood up straight. He then said, "Notify the Forbidden Army that the Xianwang territory has offended the elven race, causing alarm among our allies. Seal all Xianwang Mall stores, control the guards of Miyu City, and take over the Xianwang territory." The court minister was shocked and quickly advised against it. "Your Majesty, absolutely not. Those elves said that the Xianwang territory possesses extreme combat power if not handled properly." King Charles XIX dismissed his words with contempt, replying plainly, "Exaggeration. How could it be that exaggerated? What about the forbidden spells? Why not mention the descent of deities? I think these elves are simply inept and are looking for excuses. A mere wild territory, how could it withstand the might of my Fran Empire's army?" At this point, it seemed he did not want to speak too grandly and added, "Even if they can withstand it, can they withstand the entire elven race? You are being too alarmist. Don't say any more nonsense. Go execute the orders." The court minister trembled, looking up at the greedy eyes of King Charles XIX, realizing that persuasion was futile and could only leave helplessly. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan and his team were seated inside the base vehicle modified from the combat laboratory. This base vehicle, having removed the construction factory function, was used as a fully equipped top-tier RV, transforming into a fully functional villa, making the journey far from dull. They were currently traveling along the border of the Fran kingdom, crossing one or two principalities. It was estimated that they would reach their destination, the territory of the Holy Empire, in about a day. This was the location of the territory Qin Chuan had arrived at in his previous life. The Lord reincarnated from Earth had a random initial position. In this life, he was situated in the northern borders of the Fran kingdom. However, in his previous life, Qin Chuan's starting position was within the territory of the Holy Empire. Upon returning to this old place, his goal was clear. After the first wave of the Black Tide ended, a tremendous change had occurred nearby. Previously, he lacked the strength to participate, but now returning once more, things were different. If he could disregard other matters, he certainly would not neglect this long journey. But the place he was heading to was different. It was a complete divine spark. He was determined to seize it. The convoy continued its journey. As they crossed the border of one of the most powerful nations in the Holy Spirit continent, the Holy Empire, they encountered no obstacles. Not only were there no hindrances, but many nobles also invited Qin Chuan to visit their territories. The nobles living in these remote areas knew very well whom they could provoke and whom they could not. Especially upon seeing the line of mechanical constructs in Qin Chuan's convoy and the patrolling soldiers in the sky, many were eager to ingratiate themselves with him. The eagerness was palpable, as if they wanted to throw their daughters onto Qin Chuan's bed. Qin Chuan had no desire to engage with these people. Their fawning over those in power made it clear how they oppressed those at the bottom. After urging the convoy to accelerate, they encountered no troublesome incidents along the way. What was originally planned as a day's journey was completed in half a day. Upon reaching their destination, Qin Chuan did not head straight for the target with the convoy. Now was not the right time. That matter could only be approached at a specific moment. Taking advantage of the free time, he rarely found himself at leisure. Revisiting an old haunt, he arrived beside the small creek where he had first descended in his past life. Gazing at the peaceful surroundings, Qin Chuan felt a sense of melancholy. When he had just reincarnated, he had chosen this place as his territory in haste, knowing nothing. Yet there were no resources for development nearby, and the nearby deep-water city was eyeing them covetously. When the black tide arrived, everything was reduced to ashes, and he became a wandering adventurer. Although he had gained some notoriety, he still found it difficult to reach the pinnacle. Now, if given another chance, it was time for a change. In Deepwater City, as the convoy's tanks rolled over the city gates, the enthusiasm of the city was ignited. Qin Chuan declined the invitations from the city's nobles and rented a courtyard to settle down. At this moment, the time-traveling soldiers in the convoy immediately began to locate the coordinates of this place. With precise coordinates, it would be convenient to use time travel technology for transportation in the future. Of course, that was a matter for later. Right now, they had important business to attend to. In the afternoon, the spy sent out to gather information returned to report to Qin Chuan. Commander, all the information from the bards in the city has been screened. Based on the information you provided, we have preliminarily locked onto the target. Here are the detailed target information. He then handed over a card. Qin Chuan took the card and saw it filled with dense text. Character name Vandy Wine Fosp, self-proclaimed personality, mad, has lost rationality. Threat level unknown, to be further confirmed. Known background, entered Deepwater City 5 days ago, has lost basic rationality, previously mingled in Deepwater Tavern, but was expelled for mad ramblings wandering around Deepwater City. Note, it was heard that some witnessed him madly bullying others, and the next day their mangled bodies were discovered in the sewers, suspected to have been attacked by certain reptiles. Current location of target, Hot Spring Plaza. Qin Chuan's eyes flashed with brilliance as he tucked the card away. Well done. He then began to calculate the time. The 5th day, which means there are only 2 days left until the 7-day soul sojourn ends. The divine essence would also be revealed at that time. However, during these 2 days, he could not waste time, as the scene of drums and fireworks and a crowd of people replicated. The Xuanhuang Mall, the first multinational store, the Holy Empire's Deepwater City branch, officially opened. Qin Chuan stood on the 2nd floor of the store, watching the people coming and going outside with a playful expression. This store could be considered a stronghold of the Xuanhuang territory in the Holy Empire. After all, the location of the Xuanhuang territory is still too far from the center of human society. At this moment, he suddenly noticed some commotion at the back of the crowd. A voice murmured, "What is art? Where did this beggar come from? Get lost." The ensuing response was an impatient shove. "Tell me, what is art?" This time the owner of the voice was evidently a bit anxious, his voice overpowering the entire crowd. Qin Chuan looked over and saw a man covered in dirt with a gray ring atop his head, carrying a silver harp on his back. A typical bard's outfit. It was him. He immediately recognized that this was his main target for this mission. Qin Chuan carefully opened the visualization interface. Name Vandy Wine Fosp, race deity, deceased, rank 13th rank, weak, divine power, divine duties, art, reptiles, life cycle, origin, sword of song, lost evolution, ring, artistic harp. Soul existence, countdown 2124118, evaluation, a deity who unfortunately perished in the black tide, now only a wandering soul imbued with obsession remains. If you can help him find liberation, you will receive unimaginable rewards. Of course, you can also choose to inherit his legacy after he dissipates, but that is not good news. You will randomly receive one of the curses from art, reptiles, or life. Sigh. Is there such a thing as a curse? He had originally planned to wait for the 7-day duration of the soul to end and directly receive the legacy, but now it seemed there were other unforeseen paths. How was liberation of his obsession to be achieved? Should he recite a great mantra? Or should he apply a physical exorcism? However, upon seeing the 13th rank of the other party, Qin Chuan abandoned that idea. Although he was a wandering soul, it did not hinder the fact that he was still very strong. Thus, he could only rely on wisdom. With this in mind, he looked down at Vandy, who was about to be driven away, and said to someone, "Bring him to me." "Yes, Commander." After a moment, the disheveled Vandy was brought before Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan smiled and said, "I saw you earlier looking puzzled. Can you tell me about it? What is art?" Vandy seemed to ignore his question, continuing to murmur the same phrase. Qin Chuan was unperturbed. He understood that even the deceased could have their minds muddled. He immediately replied, Art is a culture that reflects reality and expresses emotions by shaping images and creating atmospheres through various means or media. What is art? Qin Chuan. What is art? Are you just going to keep asking that? Qin Chuan was almost driven mad by his endless questions. He had lost all hope and casually replied, "Art is an explosion. Art is Patrick Star." At the border of the Holy Empire Deepwater City, Xianwang Mall branch Qin Chuan pointed at the scene of a nuclear explosion in the holographic projection ahead, passionately discussing his insights on art. "Look, this is art. Art is a mushroom." Vander looked bewildered. "Of course not, it's just one form of expression. The essence of art lies in three unities: the unity of visual grasp and rational comprehension, the unity of emotional experience and logical recognition, and the unity of aesthetic activity and ideology." As Qin Chuan spoke, he even thought of giving him a performance of postmodernist action art. Unfortunately, his thick skin limited him. While he spoke, he observed Vander's expression, not believing that such empty words could fool this divine being. However, as he gradually continued to persuade, he surprisingly found it somewhat effective. That meant he had to intensify his efforts. Fortunately, he was not a professional. If a successful art master skilled in sweet-talking had been called in, Qin Chuan doubted that person could bring Vander back to life with words. That was rather unlikely, just a metaphor. In the end, as Qin Chuan spoke until his mouth was dry, a spark of rationality finally emerged in Vander's eyes. "You're right. In the face of such evil darkness, we cannot solely rely on the gentleness of artistic beauty, we must also use fire." After saying this, he suddenly looked up, fixing his gaze on Qin Chuan. "You came here specifically for me, didn't you?" Qin Chuan. He wanted to deny it, but seeing the certainty in Vander's eyes, he couldn't bring himself to say it. Vander, however, seemed unconcerned, smiling at Qin Chuan before curiously saying, "You are quite strange. I rarely see someone like you. You are the strange one. Your whole family is strange." Qin Chuan thought to himself, but smiled and replied, "Your Highness is joking. Where is the strangeness in me?" Vander shook his head. "The moon lattice voters, the gaze of the sea, and the aura of that old fraud Saphras. I rarely see such a peculiar mortal as you. Well, what does this have to do with a dead man like me?" After saying that, he turned to look out the window, regretfully addressing Qin Chuan. "I would like to see that so-called explosive art. What else is their faction? Great Star. Is that how it's pronounced? What a pity. Since you want it, then I'll give it to you." After saying this, as Qin Chuan was still pondering the meaning of these words, he suddenly saw the person beside him transform dramatically. A strangely shaped, colorful lizard phantom emerged from him, which then turned into scattered fireflies, slowly dissipating. "Take it, take it." As Vander's murmured voice came again, Qin Chuan knew this was the last time he would hear that voice. He felt a complex mix of emotions. Although his main purpose in coming here was the other party, when the item was right in front of him, he felt a sense of melancholy. There is a saying, a petty person is just being pretentious. Qin Chuan discarded the pretense and began to experience the reality of life, licking the package with tears. This glowing crystal should be the divine essence. And this ring, this harp, they are all divine artifacts. Good stuff, better tuck them away quickly. Qin Chuan didn't open the data visualization perspective for now, planning to take his time to examine them later. What he needed to do now was run quickly. What a joke, a divine being leaving their last traces here would never be so mundane. As he stepped out of the building housing Xianwang Mall, he saw a Deepwater City illuminated by all sorts of glowing lights. After people injected these lights, they saw countless images contained within. Ants, crocodiles, snakes, turtles. Beyond these reptiles, there were also many musical instruments and even musical notes. Dreamlike and beautiful. Yet the price paid for this was the complete erasure of a deity's existence in the world. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan had no time to appreciate this grand painting. He looked up at the sky, which was still clear. But he knew this was just a facade. A cataclysmic disaster was about to envelop the entire Deepwater City. The fall of the divine kingdom. The target, right here. This was not merely the descent of deities into the world, but an entire massive land. If one thought about it, it was clear that with the size of the divine kingdom, if it were to crash down, the catastrophe it would cause would be unimaginable. While it might not be a disaster akin to the extinction of dinosaurs within a radius of hundreds of miles, no one would escape unscathed. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan communicated with the Xianwang territory, quickly summoning the time-traveling soldiers to prepare for teleportation and escape. So beautiful. Just then a sudden sigh sounded in his ear. Qin Chuan turned sharply, only to see someone had appeared in front of him without him noticing. It was a young woman wearing a simple yet elegant dark silk mage robe, her delicate translucent skin contrasting with her flowing black hair, and she wore a gem-studded corset around her waist. Noticing Qin Chuan's gaze, the woman turned to look at him. "Don't you think it's beautiful, Who are you?" Qin Chuan was a bit unsure of her origins, but the frantic warnings echoing in his mind alerted him. "This person is a big shot. You can call me Midnight." Midnight. Midnight. Qin Chuan was initially confused, but when he realized he couldn't help but raise his voice. Among the powerful women walking in the mortal realm, only one liked to use the name Midnight, the powerful goddess of magic Mishra. To put it simply, Midnight is Mishra's earthly embodiment. Goodness, how did he not know that the fall of this weak divine being Vander could attract such a big shot? What could be her purpose in coming here? Midnight tucked a stray strand of hair behind her ear and looked curiously at Qin Chuan. It seems you know who I am. Qin Chuan, feeling a bit awkward, replied, I could pretend not to know. That won't do. Midnight's eyes showed a smile, and her gaze seemed to pierce through something. You people from other realms are quite strange. Qin Chuan did not ask what was strange about them, nor did Midnight explain. She turned and said, It seems Vander is quite satisfied with you. Do you wish to inherit the divine position of the god of art and reptiles? At this moment, Qin Chuan's brain was racing. He had a feeling that if he nodded, she would definitely help him inherit the divine position. For any mortal in this world, it would be akin to reaching the heavens in one step. Without a doubt, as a powerful deity, Mishra had that capability. Yet Qin Chuan hesitated. His hesitation stemmed from a rather peculiar angle, mainly that the name reptiles sounded unpleasant and lacked class. Of course, that was a joke. Mainly becoming a deity would limit his growth, essentially confining him to that realm for a lifetime. He didn't have a chat group. Then Midnight's next words came. Of course, choosing this means you will be completely bound to this world, and the uniqueness of you otherworlders will also depart from you. Besides, I refuse. Qin Chuan's response was resolute. Why? Midnight was clearly puzzled by Qin Chuan's refusal. I'm still young, and I don't want to lose my motivation to strive so early. Qin Chuan declared with an air of righteousness, like a young man refusing to be kept by a wealthy woman. Oh, all right. Midnight was somewhat surprised by this answer. Then forget it. With that, she turned to leave, leaving Qin Chuan perplexed. Could it be that she had come all this way just to spare him the need to work hard? He didn't think he had such a face. Sure enough, the next moment, Midnight waved her hand toward the sky, and the barely visible trail of the fire meteor vanished. Midnight said, Since you don't want to inherit this divine throne, I'll take back this divine kingdom. My main body could use a spatial artifact upon arrival, and this will do nicely. Qin Chuan wanted to ask, using a divine kingdom as a spatial artifact, what kind of family background is that? But then he thought again. It's a greater deity, so that explains it. Do as you please. From another perspective, Midnight had also averted a catastrophe. Qin Chuan quickly dismissed it from his mind. Before leaving, Midnight asked him, Well then, farewell. Are you going to seek the moon? You can come with me. No need. I have matters to attend to. Qin Chuan firmly refused. Then, farewell. May your martial fortune flourish. May your magic be boundless. After saying his last words, Qin Chuan watched Midnight's figure gradually fade away, and it seemed she had left something behind. Qin Chuan picked it up. It was a book. On its cover, 7 blue-white stars formed a circle with red mist flowing from the center. Aside from that, a simple line drawing outlined a smiling face beneath which was written, On the day art fell gifted to Qin Chuan, Midnight. Qin Chuan flipped through it several times, scrutinizing it carefully, and finally saw words hidden between the lines. The entire book was filled with the word magic. This was the spell book of Mishra. While obviously not the original, that was still in Mishra's own hands. This was the signed limited edition by the goddess of magic. Excellent. Another inheritance. Qin Chuan immediately stashed it away, thinking, freebies are truly sweet. In the city of Deepwater, a catastrophe was silently averted, its swiftness so great that most people hadn't even realized it. Even those who saw the divine kingdom falling from the sky quickly averted their gaze upon sensing Mishra's intervention. That woman was no saint. As for Qin Chuan, he was now pondering a question. Many people had mentioned the same term in his presence. To be precise, a person, the Lady of the Moon. All the information combined led to one name in Qin Chuan's mind. The moon goddess Selene. It wasn't Diana or Luna. How disappointing. However, as one of the oldest deities on the Holy Spirit continent, Selene was born with the first clear, tranquil moonlight, one of the 2 original gods at the dawn of creation. Often called the Silver Lady or the Lady of the Moon. Though she currently holds only intermediate divine power, no one dares to underestimate her. As the saying goes, old and not dead is a thief. No one knew what hidden cards and schemes she possessed. After much thought, the only connection Qin Chuan could find with her was the Moon Knight inheritance he had once obtained from Lin Wei. Was he already being targeted? Qin Chuan didn't know what expression to wear, so he simply set the matter aside. Qin Chuan didn't stay long in Deepwater City. After obtaining the divine spark he had schemed for, he bid farewell to the place. The journey back was incomparable to the one there. For the Xinhuang territory, which had now unlocked space-time teleportation technology, spatial boundaries were infinitely narrowed as long as coordinates were set. In the blink of an eye, the air of Qianhuang territory greeted him again. Along with it came several loud booms. Boom, boom. Stepping out of the tank, Qin Chuan frowned. What's going on? What's that loud noise? A nearby soldier on duty stepped forward to report. Commander. It's Commander Tanya repelling external enemies and defending the territory. If he hadn't said that, Qin Chuan would have been even more puzzled. What external enemies? Thinking this, Qin Chuan soon saw the source of the loud noise on an open field. Two towering steel structures. The extended cannons on them slowly charged, and then spherical shells faster than missiles were fired. The shells pierced through the clouds, striking targets far beyond the limits of ordinary human vision. This was a giant defensive structure, the Grand Cannon. Qin Chuan was somewhat surprised that the people from the war lab had actually built it in the few days he was away. But he wasn't entirely unprepared. They had mentioned their ideas before, and now it was just a matter of course. But what was the Grand Cannon attacking? Before long, Qin Chuan saw Tanya laughing maniacally atop the cannon barrel. Ha ha ha, you sewer rats. Blast them with all you've got. Fire. Qin Chuan Epsilon. She had quite the air of a battalion commander. The only pity was that this Grand Cannon wasn't Italian. Get down here right now. Who told you to stand on the cannon barrel? After Qin Chuan chased Tanya off, a group soon gathered in the war lab. After a brief inquiry, Qin Chuan roughly understood the situation. You mean, shortly after I left, some people came to Qianhuang territory demanding you hand over control? Tanya reported. Yes, those people are now under the control of Yuri, that psychic, awaiting your judgment. Qin Chuan had no interest in that, and said directly, no need for judgment, just execute them by cannon. Did you get anything out of them? At this, Yuri stepped forward and said, according to the interrogation results, they were sent on the orders of King Charles XIX of the Kingdom of France. The charges are angering the elves, alarming friendly nations, and it said a large army is coming. Alarming friendly nations. Qin Chuan was amused despite his anger. Just from that translated term, he knew exactly what kind of place the Kingdom of France was. Truly cowering before outsiders while bullying their own. Indeed, based on his understanding of the nobles in this world, elven lives were lives, but human lives clearly were not. With that thought, he had already made a decision, but he still asked, so what is the Grand Cannon bombarding now? The enemy's reinforcements. No, the Grand Cannon's target is Miyu City. Miyu City. Qin Chuan furrowed his brows, not understanding why they would bombard Miyu City after repelling the invading forces of the Fran Empire. After everyone explained, he finally grasped the situation. According to the relationships among the nobles in this world, the king is merely the largest noble in the Fran kingdom, and his army would need some time to reach the Qianhuang territory. During this period, the first to come to the Qianhuang territory to reap the benefits were none other than the nobles of Miyu City, who had previously collaborated pleasantly with Qianhuang. While others might not be aware of the detailed circumstances of Qianhuang's rapid wealth, these individuals were well aware. Such a vast fortune could rival the earnings of the Qianhuang commerce in a single day, comparable to the wealth accumulated by a century-old noble. In this context, although they feared the military strength of Qianhuang, their greed and jealousy were too strong to be concealed from outsiders. Now that the king had issued a decree of slaughter, it struck right at their hearts. How could this group of people be content without seizing the opportunity? Thus, the nobles of Miyu City took on the role of vanguard, acting as another form of harbinger for the king. Unfortunately, they misjudged the strength of Qianhuang. When they brought their personal troops accompanied by numerous greedy low-tier adventurers from various guilds and knocked on the gates of Qianhuang, they were met with closed doors. With Qin Chuan absent, the gates of Qianhuang remained tightly shut. There was no way they would be allowed inside. However, upon hearing that the alchemist they feared, Qin Chuan, was not present, their courage surged. After failing to trick their way inside, they made the most regrettable decision of their lives. That was to lay siege. They intended to forcibly break through Qianhuang's defenses and invade the territory to plunder. The subsequent outcome was painfully obvious. The high walls of Qianhuang, which even the black tide could not shake, were far beyond the reach of these ragtag mobs. Unable to even leave a mark on Qianhuang's walls, they were annihilated by the emergency defensive measures. Ultimately, they fled back to Miyu City in panic, leaving behind hundreds of corpses. However, how could the people of Qianhuang easily let this group of audacious individuals off the hook? Yet at this point, they were faced with a dilemma. Although the people of Miyu City had turned traitorous and attacked Qianhuang, without Qin Chuan present, and without orders, they could not rush out to exterminate these intruders. Referring to the mechanics of the Red Alert game, to backstab an ally and fire freely, a commander's declaration of war was necessary. This rule applied here as well. Without Qin Chuan's orders, they could not exit the city to annihilate the enemies. Miyu City had been begrudgingly categorized as allies due to their assistance in opening trade routes for Qianhuang commerce. Although they were the first to harbor ill intentions and attack Qianhuang, the unfortunate truth was, They caused no harm to Qianhuang, not even killing a single chicken. This did not meet the criteria for breaking the alliance to declare war. But when have the people of Qianhuang ever endured such humiliation? Though they wished they could teleport a truck to blow up the entire Miyu city, this undoubtedly fell under the category of violating the alliance and was unfeasible. Just as this anger had no outlet, good news arrived from the combat laboratory and construction site. The giant cannon has been built. As a defensive structure, the giant cannon, though powerful and long-range, ultimately served a defensive purpose. I can defend my territory and fire a bit farther, accidentally hitting the ally Miyu city. This seems quite reasonable, right? After hearing all this, Qin Chuan's expression was like this: You guys really know how to play. It's over 100 miles away from Miyu city, and you can still call this defending the territory. Truly impressive. The people of Qianhuang looked at Qin Chuan thinking he was displeased, and someone explained, Commander, please rest assured we understand that there are many fixed assets of Qianhuang within the city, and we will deliberately avoid those shops to prevent any damage to our assets. The main target of bombardment is Miyu city's walls. Moreover, we will only fire during the day and not at night, allowing the civilians in Miyu city without combat capabilities to escape at night. On this, Qin Chuan found himself at a loss for words. The only thing he could say to express his current feelings was, you guys are truly talented. Commander, you have led us well. Everyone replied in unison. Not really. Qin Chuan indicated that he didn't want to take the blame for this. Having understood the sequence of events, it was now time to await Qin Chuan's decision. Although Qianhuang had developed peacefully until now, it did not mean he was a pushover. Now that the enemy had already knocked on their door, not retaliating would not align with his style. Everyone listen up. With Qin Chuan's command, all present stood solemnly at attention, waiting to receive orders, while someone nearby operated the recording equipment to capture this moment. The current Fran kingdom, driven by insatiable greed, has waged an unjust war against my Qianhuang. In the name of the Lord of Qianhuang, I hereby formally declare war upon them. Through the loudspeaker, Qin Chuan's declaration of war resonated throughout the skies of Qianhuang. This undoubtedly excited everyone who had been pent up for quite some time. War? Yura crush them. History recorded the Qian Fa war officially began. War is not a banquet or a literary exercise. Analyzing the strengths of both sides and formulating a comprehensive plan is the only way to victory. In the combat laboratory, all the important figures of Qianhuang were present. The first question was, Qin Chuan directly asked, what losses have our Qianhuang commerce suffered so far? This is my greatest concern. If Qianhuang's defenses are as solid as a fortress, then those scattered Qianhuang commerce outlets are on the enemy's territory. Now the pressing worry is whether the enemy has completely plundered the Qianhuang commerce. If so, the losses would be monumental. Seeing Qin Chuan inquire about this, someone naturally reported from the side. Report, Commander, the losses to Qianhuang commerce are minimal. The moment the spies relayed the information, we recalled all personnel from the Qianhuang commerce. The goods within the commerce have also been transported back to Qianhuang through space-time transmission, but what? Qin Chuan frowned and asked. However, due to the peculiarities of space-time transmission, approximately 1/10 of the goods were lost in the turbulent flow of time and space and cannot be retrieved. Unforgivable. Hearing this, Qin Chuan was genuinely furious. Were those lost goods mere commodities? They were gold coins, essential resources for the development of Qianhuang. They were Qin Chuan's lifeline. The intent to kill had been resolved. Orders fell like rain. Command the spies operating outside to infiltrate the enemy's intelligence network and report their movements at all times. Rocket-flying troops will scout to ascertain the enemy's main movements, and the Genevieve ship will take to the skies. Under the vigilant leadership of Qin Chuan, the Qianhuang territory was poised for action, while others could no longer remain still. In the underground chamber of the Lord's mansion in Miyu City, Norton sat at the head of the round table with a dark expression, surrounded by a crowd of people. The representatives of various nobles and the heads of the professional guilds in Miyu City. How many people are still left in the city? Norton asked grimly. They have all fled. What about those from the Mage Guild regarding long-distance magic? Just as he finished speaking, a chorus of hissing sounds arose around him. Those noble mages definitely won't get involved. It was the same when they went to the Qianhuang territory before, and it remains so now. They had long since left. Then we... Sigh. Someone attempted to speak, but seemed to remember something, letting out a heavy sigh instead. It's a pity those commoners ran fast, but why won't they let us go? The reason they did not mingle with the crowd to escape was not out of altruism or concern for the public. It wasn't that they didn't want to, but rather they couldn't. The Qianhuang territory had their images recorded. Others could flee, but they could not. Whenever these individuals attempted to escape, the giant cannon would turn its muzzle towards them. The explosive shock would herd them back into the city as if they were cattle. As this happened repeatedly, even the ordinary citizens of Miyu City began to react. The focus of the enemy was on the rulers of Mythical City. Even if they fled under the cover of night, they did so quietly. They did not gather in groups, nor did they think to escape alongside those nobles. At this point, Mythical City had completely become a deserted city. Boom! Another violent tremor echoed, causing those in the chamber to stagger, with even loose dirt falling from above. Norton could no longer maintain his composure, shouting towards the door of the chamber. "What's happening? What occurred?" Soon after, a terrified attendant rushed in panic, written all over his face. "My lord, the enemy's long-distance magic just struck the lord's mansion. The estate has collapsed." Upon hearing this, the people in the underground chamber could no longer stay put, pushing against one another as they rushed outside. They feared that if they didn't run, they would be buried alive underground. Once they returned to the surface, a new worry emerged. All eyes turned skyward, fearing that the long-distance magic would fall upon them. Someone angrily exclaimed, "Wasn't it just supposed to bombard the city walls? Why suddenly attack the city itself?" They. This person struggled to find a word to describe the enemy's actions. However, it was at this moment that Norton realized, muttering to himself, "The one who calls the shots has returned. Master Qin Chuan has returned. Send someone to the Xinhuang territory. Ooh, I want to see Master Qin Chuan. I was forced into this." The others dismissed his desperation. Some spoke to him in a mocking tone. "It's too late to think about such things now. We have tried to negotiate for peace in these past days, and what was the outcome? Those people couldn't even approach the Xinhuang territory. They were sniped from a kilometer away by alchemical items. In my opinion, we should just wait for the kingdom's army to arrive. By then, the humiliation from the Xinhuang territory will be tenfold." Still, some held on to fantasies until... What is that? The crowd turned to where he pointed and witnessed an unforgettable sight. The flags darkened the sky. Hundreds of tiny blue lights swarmed around an indescribably terrifying behemoth. A massive body, a sturdy frame, a heavy shell. A thick shadow covered half of Mythical City. The engine at the tail powerful in its might, and the propellers viciously churned the air, shredding the clouds in the sky, leaving nothing but chaos. What filled the people of Mythical City with despair was the slow, deliberate pace of the behemoth. Every passing second deepened their hopelessness. What is that? A dragon? A floating city? The body of a demon? A divine realm? The same question echoed in the minds of the people in Mythical City. But no matter what it was, it brought them nothing but despair and destruction. Meanwhile, standing in the sky, Qin Chuan's mood was far from bright. He had anticipated that the airship's flying speed would be slow, but he never expected it to be this slow. This damn thing. Even my 80-year-old grandmother walking would be faster than this. At this moment, Yuri, standing beside him, noticed his commander's foul mood and offered some words of consolation. "Commander, you need not be angry. I've heard that the combat laboratory is already researching the integration of special energy factors from this world to accelerate the airship's speed, even considering time-space transfer. But the laboratory has too many research tasks and not enough engineers, so it will take some time to complete." Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan frowned and ordered, "Then recruit and train a sufficient number of engineers. We must quickly advance our technology." Understood. At this moment, the reconnaissance rocket pilots brought the latest intelligence. "Commander, no threats to our aerial units have been detected in Mythical City. As should we continue advancing?" "Advance, and also bring the loudspeakers. I need someone to make an announcement." Understood. For the people of Mythical City, waiting for destruction was far more agonizing than the destruction itself. When they saw the menacing airship, which resembled a small city hovering steadily above them, everyone was nearly paralyzed with fear. They wanted to surrender, but now there was no one to surrender to. At that moment, a thunderous voice echoed through the air. "People in the city, do not continue to resist stubbornly. Lord Qin Chuan has arrived. The sky of Mythical City is clear. Xinhuang is here, and peace will return to Fran." Hearing this unusual call to surrender, Norton and the others exchanged glances and ultimately knelt together, raising a white flag high. "We surrender." By midday, Qin Chuan stood at the temporary command post on the ground and saw Norton and the others. As soon as Norton saw him, he hastily shouted, "Master Qin Chuan, I am willing to redeem my life. We are the same." However, Qin Chuan did not rush to speak. Instead, he looked at them with great interest. "Fools, if I kill you, want your wealth belong to me." Norton and the others were taken aback by this and were about to say something further. But they saw Qin Chuan wave his hand at the bald man beside him, and they found themselves losing control over their own bodies. They looked in horror at the bald man. This person was actually one of the rare spiritual illusion mages. The next moment, they heard Qin Chuan say, "Keep them here, extract everything they know from them. I want to know the detailed situation of the Fran Kingdom's army." After Qin Chuan took control of the entire Mythical City, a mobile command vehicle was deployed at the original site of the Lord's Manor. He intended to transform Mythical City into a frontline combat base for the Xinhuang territory. Staying in one place to take hits was not his style. The prior Black Tide was one thing, but now he couldn't let just anyone assault the doorstep of the Xinhuang territory. Was that a public toilet? Come and go as you please. Therefore, relocating the main battlefield was inevitable. Choosing Miyu City had a part of this purpose. He needed ample strategic depth. Miyu City could perfectly serve as this bastion. After prying a considerable amount of information from the nobility of Miyu City and cross-referencing it with intelligence gathered by spies, it was easily confirmed that the Fran Royal Army was about to arrive at the northern border. As for the more detailed troop configurations, it was rumored to be led by Karl, one of the only 3 high-level professionals in the Fran Kingdom. The entire army was lightly equipped for rapid movement, mostly composed of cavalry. From this point, it was evident that they did not take the Xinhuang territory seriously. Even the high-level professional mobilized was merely Charles XIX acting to safeguard his own interests. After sealing off the National Xinhuang Mall with nothing to show for it, he estimated that he suspected there was an insider among him, leading to the early retreat of the opposing side. In such a grand environment, the style of this army was evident. Throughout their journey, the troops indulged in food and entertainment in the noble territories, with their commanding officer frequently attending various banquets lost in a haze of luxury. They did not seem to be out for an expedition, rather it felt more like a picnic. If it weren't for the constant urging from Charles XIX's messenger, they might have taken a year to traverse such a short distance. While these people lived leisurely, Qin Chuan was anything but. He had waited 3 days in Miyu City, witnessing the construction site transform the city into a war fortress, and he had lost all patience. While his side awaited the impending battle, the opposition was merrily eating hot pot and singing on the road. How could he endure this? Especially after understanding the marching style of that army, it became even more unbearable. In the end, he decided to take the initiative. There's a saying, the best defense is offense, and he firmly believed in it. If the mountain does not come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. The border region between the northern and central areas of the Fran Kingdom is a vast prairie known as the Sunset. This land belongs to the territory of the Lionheart Duke, which provides 70% of the warhorses for the Fran Kingdom. Upon arrival, the expeditionary force from the capital city of Light had to tone down their arrogance. After all, they could not afford to provoke this Lionheart Duke. Not to mention that he himself was a high-ranking knight. The influence of the Lionheart family throughout the Fran Kingdom was currently not weaker than the increasingly weakened royal family. The leading commander had no intention of lingering here. After requesting some supplies, they settled on the prairie, waiting to hasten their passage the following day. Meanwhile, on the boundary line of the Sunset Prairie, Qin Chuan led the advanced troops of the Xinhuang territory, waiting for the completion of a construction site on one side. Since the materials brought were all ready-made and the technology was mature, the construction site worked extremely quickly. Soon a structure was established, a radar traced the enemy and deployed the holographic projection. Within moments, a bird's-eye view map of over half the prairie was projected before Qin Chuan. Without needing to search especially hard, he could easily see the location where the large army was stationed. Chaotic and disorganized and undisciplined. And this was supposed to be the elite force of the Fran Kingdom. Even an outsider like Qin Chuan felt that this country was in dire straits. Yet this very country had managed to inherit its artifacts for over 1,000 years. Qin Chuan could only sigh. Only in such a magical world could this exist. Back to the main topic. The enemy's choice to station in the vast prairie might have been for the sake of wide visibility and fresh air. But for Qin Chuan, this place was a perfect bombing zone, one from which they could not escape. Bring out my precious treasure for a look. With Qin Chuan's command, several uniquely designed vehicles slowly drove down from the amphibious landing craft. V-3 rocket vehicles. One of the combat units of the Soviet Army capable of launching huge long-range attack rockets, providing effective cover and inflicting significant damage on the enemy. Since it belonged to siege-type weaponry and employed rocket-launching methods, it excelled at striking buildings and stationary enemy units. It is worth mentioning, its range is even farther than that of a giant cannon. Well, after all, it is a rocket, which is reasonable. Especially in this reality, the V-3 rocket can carry more than just rockets. Loading nuclear warheads is a standard operation, and if desired, people could even be launched out as well. The only downside is that these rockets, once airborne, could be intercepted by the enemy. However, looking at the Fran army, they seemed to have no means to intercept. This was the first wave of gifts that Qin Chuan sent to the enemy. Heavenly justice. On the prairie, a bubbling iron pot was stewing fine horse meat. This delicacy sent by the Lionheart Duke was certainly not something the ordinary soldiers were qualified to eat. At this moment, the 3 individuals waiting by the side were all prominent figures in this troop. The Commander General Derek, the Court Priest Master Karl, and the grim-faced Messenger Royal Baron Joseph. Derek sliced off a piece of horse meat with the dagger at his waist, tasting it with admiration. The meat is firm, a delicacy. The old Duke truly is good stuff. Don't just sit there, come and try it. Baron Joseph, don't look so grim. After resting tonight, we will march full speed tomorrow. It's just a little Xianhuang territory. Upon hearing this, Baron Joseph's expression improved somewhat. It's not that I'm anxious, it's just that His Majesty the King is quite impatient. Derek handed the horse meat to him with a smile, saying, I understand. It's just because you want to covet others' wealth, you too can pick some first. Suddenly Carl, who had been silent among the three, changed his expression drastically. He suddenly stood up from the ground, pulling out his long sword in a frenzy, turning his head to look in all directions. Master Carl, what's wrong? Derek asked. Carl's expression was serious, tinged with fear as he shouted, There's danger. The danger of destruction. I never felt such terror, even when escaping from a dragon's lair. Where is the danger? Hearing this, the other two exchanged glances. Haha, Master Carl, are you too nervous? We're in the Lionheart Duke's territory, surrounded by tens of thousands of troops for protection. Unless the Lionheart Duke rebels otherwise. Carl ignored him, murmuring, nowhere to escape. The probability of survival is slim. Why is this happening? Master Carl, could it be that? Just as they were still entangled in their thoughts, several rockets had already reached above the camp. At the little hill, Xianhuang and the others gazed at the serene holographic projection of the army camp, leaving some in confusion, especially Mi Tao, who had almost become Qin Chuan's personal guard. Qin Chuan couldn't tell if it was just his imagination, but he felt that over the past few days the silly ox had indeed grown taller, resembling a small hill. Mi Tao looked at the V3 rocket truck, which had been reloaded with rockets, then glanced at the holographic projection and scratched his head, asking, What kind of weapon is this? Why is there no reaction over there? Qin Chuan smiled, saying, No rush, let the rocket fly for a while. In fact, although the rockets fired by the V3 launcher weren't particularly fast, it was only relative. The main reason was that the distance between the two was simply too great. However, no matter how far the distance, there would always come a day of arrival, especially for rockets loaded with high-precision cluster warheads. In the camp of the Fran Expeditionary Army in the core area, while the other two were baffled by Carl's behavior. Suddenly, the previously seemingly mad Carl came to a halt. He looked up, fixating on the sky, murmuring, So the danger comes from above. No wonder. The other two, confused, looked up at the sky. Indeed, several faint flames flickered in the air. Those were the rocket's tail thrusters. These flames moved through the air at incredible speed, reaching directly above the camp in an instant. Then boom. The sky was filled with blazing flames, unstoppable shockwaves, and shattered iron pieces. Everything happened in an instant. The once peaceful camp transformed into a hell on earth. My eyes. What happened? A forbidden spell. Divine art. Has the abyss come? Whoa. I don't want to die. O Lord of Light, may you bless us. The power of a single rocket explosion turned the military camp into chaos. The panicked neighing of horses, the cries of humans, and prayers. It was like a grand symphony. And that rocket was merely the prelude to this symphony. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of deafening explosions, the performance reached its climax. The entire camp went from a lively uproar to a final silence. It wasn't until several minutes later that the sound of rotating propellers came from afar, completely drawing the curtain on this performance. Qin Chuan stepped out of the helicopter, gazing at the scorched earth before him without a flicker of emotion in his eyes. Compassion was never meant for enemies. After making a preliminary assessment of the V3 rocket's power, he nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to order the main force to come and clean up the battlefield, he suddenly changed his expression. His gaze fixed on a charred figure at the center of the camp. Is there still a survivor? The moment Mi Tao noticed this person, he had already stepped in front of Qin Chuan. As for the other major guard, Qin Chuan relied on. Skura had already sprinted far away the moment he stepped out of the helicopter. The little cat disliked the smell here and was not keen on getting close. Qin Chuan examined the charred figure, focusing on the gem sword in his hand. The court's tribute from the Fran Kingdom, Sword Master Carl. The charred figure did not respond, but walked out of the still burning camp. Leaving behind a trail of blackened footprints, he eventually stopped 30 meters away from Qin Chuan. It wasn't that he didn't want to advance, but his spiritual sense warned him that any further movement would invite a thunderous strike. He had no choice but to stand still, and with a voice like metal scraping asked, Was this your doing? Why did you attack us? Qin Chuan raised an eyebrow, looking at the other party's determined expression as if to say he would die for an explanation, and retorted, Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Carl smiled bitterly upon hearing this. So it is Xianhuang. With such strength, why remain in the Northern Territory? It was no wonder he said this, even without mentioning the previous godlike long-range attack. The Beastman and Catgirl beside this person gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Especially the Catgirl. Carl felt that even at his peak he would likely not be a match for her. Such strength had no reputation whatsoever. Soon enlightenment rose within Karl. After this battle, the other party's reputation would likely spread quickly. Only the cost would be their own lives. Thinking of this, Karl's expression turned solemn. He drew his long sword, performed a flourish, and saluted Qin Chuan, saying, "Franz, 7th tier swordsman Karl, I request your guidance." Qin Chuan was not particularly surprised by this. The reason he had engaged in conversation for so long was that he saw the other party had little time left to live. Now, seeing his demeanor, it seemed he wanted to die with honor. The art of war states it is better to die with honor than to live with disgrace. But why should Qin Chuan fulfill his wish? Just as he was about to order the immediate execution of the other party, he suddenly noticed Mi Tao was moving. Bloodhoof Tribe's 6th tier totem warrior Mi Tao Bloodhoof. After Mi Tao finished speaking, it seemed he suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Qin Chuan. The two eyes beneath the mask were filled with eagerness. Qin Chuan also saw through his thoughts and nodded. No problem, go have some fun with him. Upon hearing this, Mi Tao could no longer hide his excitement, letting out a yura as he charged towards Karl. Qin Chuan, on the other hand, stood behind speechless for a long time. This silly ox seemed to have mingled with those Soviet mobilized soldiers frequently, even learning to shout yura. The outcome of this battle was needless to say. One side was like a candle in the wind, relying solely on the last vestige of belief to sustain the fight. The other side was well-rested and immensely powerful. Even if the levels of both sides differed by 1 tier, it would be very difficult for Karl to achieve a sliver of blood retaliation. The gap between 6th and 7th tiers was far from that between 9th tier and Sacred Domain. Moreover, if Mi Tao were in danger, would Qin Chuan's side just sit by and watch? Principles of martial integrity must be observed according to the situation. Qin Chuan had never considered himself a person of strong honor, especially after becoming a lord. Ultimately, with Mi Tao's furious roar, half of Karl's body was crushed by the totem pillar, leaving no survivors in the camp except for Qin Chuan and his companions. This battle was a complete victory. In the Battle of Xian Fa, the first battle, Xian Huang achieved total victory. When the follow-up troops arrived to clean up the battlefield, Qin Chuan was just about to press F to enter the tank and return to Xian Huang territory. At that moment, the radar detected a group of people hastily approaching this way. This was not surprising. With such a commotion from the V3 rockets, it was impossible for no one to notice. But what astonished Qin Chuan was that among those people he unexpectedly saw familiar faces. It was because of this that Qin Chuan stopped his departing steps and stood still waiting. He wanted to see the purpose of their arrival. The sound of hooves ceased as the newcomers halted from another direction on the battlefield. Gazing at the scorched earth before them, the group struggled to conceal their shock. By the god of the lion, is this an invasion from the inferno? A muscular old man exclaimed in disbelief. Soon, however, one beside him refuted his assumption. No, this is not an inferno invasion. The man's expression turned serious as he seemed to recall something dreadful. He slowly said, "This is a response from the Xianhuang territory." Xianhuang territory? Is that the territory you asked me to explain? Do they possess such power? The old man asked in astonishment. Yes, and this is only the tip of the iceberg, their true strength. TSK. Halfway through his words, the man seemed to trigger some unpleasant memory, and he could not utter the latter part. At this moment, a faint voice came from a distance. Who goes there? State your name. The group looked ahead and saw a steel war chariot slowly rolling across the grassland, a young man on it staring intently at them. Within his dark eyes there was a scrutinizing gaze. The muscular old man furrowed his brow. He first glanced at the steel war chariot and then retorted. I should be the one asking you, outsider. This is the territory of the Lionheart family. Why are you here? Oh, so it is the Duke of Lionheart. My apologies. Oh, I am here merely to annihilate the enemy in your domain. As he spoke, the tank moved closer to the group. However, much like before when facing Karl, both sides maintained a sufficient distance for safety. After all, Qin Chuan recognized someone from the opposing team. His threat was far greater than that of Karl. Any signs of trouble would prompt him to execute a spatial teleportation immediately. Qin Chuan sat in the tank and said, Elf, I recognize you. You have visited outside my territory before. As he spoke, he pointed at the person who had just conversed with the Duke of Lionheart. You are the master of that territory. Unlike Qin Chuan's calm demeanor, Amalron appeared quite startled. He dismounted from his mount, his words somewhat flustered. My lord, I did not know it was you. There are some matters I need to explain to you. Seeing his attitude, not only was the Duke of Lionheart surprised, but even Qin Chuan did not expect this. Qin Chuan was keen to see what he wanted to say and directly stated, Speak, I am listening. Amalron calmed his mind and after carefully choosing his words slowly said the decision to wage war by Charles XIX was merely his personal choice. When we initially sought him, we only wished for him to introduce us to you. He alone placed the blame on the elves. This war has nothing to do with me or the elves. After he finished speaking, the Duke of Lionheart also grasped the sequence of events. Looking at the scene of the inferno behind them, the Duke of Lionheart's old face bloomed with a smile as he supported So it was all a misunderstanding. Then everything can be cleared up. At this point, he suddenly shifted his tone and spoke to Qin Chuan. This, Duke of Xuanhuang, I have also heard of the reputation of the Xinhuang Mall. I wonder if you would be interested in opening a few branches in my territory. I will definitely support you to the best of my ability. Qin Chuan did not rush to respond immediately to their words. Amelron's statement surprised him. He originally thought this elf had narrowed his path. But to his astonishment, the other party was now able to broaden their stance so much. Moreover, this Duke of Lionheart was quite adept at social interactions. As the saying goes, one does not hit a smiling face. His expression softened for a moment as he nodded at the two. He said, I understand. As for the matter of the Xinhuang Mall, someone will naturally discuss it with you later, elf. You seem to have more to say to me. Indeed, Qin Chuan had already guessed what it was about. The issue of the life tree branch was still unresolved. Amelron hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. He had not forgotten the task assigned to him by his clan. Seeing this, Qin Chuan nodded and waved his hand, saying, Get in the vehicle, we will discuss it in detail at the destination. As his words fell, a tank naturally arrived at Amelron's side. Amelron did not hesitate and directly climbed in. However, the old Duke of Lionheart, beside him, seemed to want to join in the fun and squeezed in as well. Qin Chuan pretended not to see. However, it was easy to come recently, but leaving afterward would not be as simple. Once the two tanks were together, he ordered, Activate spatial teleportation. In a flash of light and shadow, the tank at the original location had vanished. All that remained were the panicked attendants of the Lionheart family and the members of the Elf Windwalker team. Within the Xinhuang territory, Qin Chuan stepped out of the tank. Back at his base, he no longer had as many concerns. Here, even if there were troubles instigated by the Sacred Realm, he could show them what he was capable of. Meanwhile, Amelron and the Duke of Lionheart emerged from the tank, both displaying a hint of dazedness. Once they regained their senses, they exchanged glances, and both could see the shock in each other's eyes. This was a group teleportation. Unknowingly, their bodies had lowered significantly. At this moment, Qin Chuan spoke. Let's go, we need to discuss matters in the conference room. The two dared not say much and silently followed behind Qin Chuan. After a moment in the conference room. What? The life tree branch was created by those so-called black tide monsters. Amelron exclaimed. Qin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. I only mentioned that there is a possibility in that direction. Skura also obtained it by accident. You can inquire within your clan. The black tide is the perfect scapegoat. Although it is not yet time for the black tide to bear all the blame, it will be soon enough. The gods in the astral realm were collectively forced into the mortal world by the expanding black tide, who just this alone was enough to shift any blame onto them. Amelron appeared to hesitate further. He saw that Qin Chuan's demeanor did not seem deceitful, yet he was unsure whether to believe it. Trusting it conflicted with the orders given to him by his clan. But if he did not believe it, he was unsure what to do next. Until he heard Qin Chuan continue with his next sentence. If you don't believe me, I can return this life tree branch to you, but... As Qin Chuan spoke, he took out the life tree branch, attracting everyone's attention before swiftly putting it away. Return it. What a joke. As a necessity for summoning, Qin Chuan would certainly not return it. He continued. I have already found a way to rejuvenate this branch. You better have time to return to the elf clan to consult them. Amelron was caught off guard by this action. He had just reached out his hand. In regard to the matter of the Tree of Life branches, in the end it merely maintained the status quo. Amelron was skeptical, yet reluctantly accepted reality. Ultimately, it all boiled down to the comparison of strengths between both parties. Otherwise, do you really think the elves have no temper calmly discussing matters with you? After stabilizing the elf for the time being, Qin Chuan turned his gaze toward the other muscular old man. This guy had been poking around ever since he entered, looking here, and they're behaving like a curious old baby. Even Qin Chuan began to suspect whether he was a close relative of Lu Laolao. The old man, noticing Qin Chuan's gaze, suddenly became excited. Oh, almighty lion god, look at this table, this chair, this wall. Qin Chuan quietly watched him appearing, as if to say, please begin your performance. Finally, the old man expressed his true feelings. Get one for me too. After saying this, he seemed worried that Qin Chuan might not agree and added. Money is not an issue, I just make it exactly the same. Qin Chuan. The conference room was not a special building, and once Qin Chuan satisfied this muscular old man's shopping desires, their topic shifted to another unpredictable direction. In this conference room, you could even discuss serious matters. The topic was first raised by Duke Lionheart. He believed that since the Xinhuang territory had such power, it should not remain isolated, but should venture out. Qin Chuan felt that what he said was right, and looked meaningfully at the old man. Duke Lionheart felt a chill in his heart, and hurriedly said, what I mean is, you could direct your focus towards the Fran royal family. We are allies, and Lord Qin Chuan, you should have no thoughts about the sunsetting plains, right? That place is desolate with nothing but wild grass. Seeing his strong reaction, Qin Chuan decided not to tease the old man further. He said, "This time I lead my troops out of Xianhuang with this intention, so Duke, where do you think is appropriate?" After saying this, Qin Chuan brought up a holographic projection of the surroundings. Upon hearing this, the old man relaxed some of his worries. He stared in amazement at the projection, and as a noble who had come down from the battlefield, he understood the strategic significance of this thing profoundly. Just as he wanted to repeat the classic line, and shout, "Get one for me too," he caught sight of Qin Chuan's dangerous gaze. The old man swallowed and wisely chose not to bring up the topic. Looking at the map, he pointed out a few cities. If the Xianhuang territory has sufficient military strength, Mark City, Rose City, and Spring Water City can all be taken. As long as these cities are captured, your position in the northern borders. The old man spoke excitedly, yet saw Qin Chuan shaking his head with a smile. Qin Chuan pushed his hand away, swung his arm, and casually drew a large red circle on the map. Inside the red circle was the entire northern territory. Qin Chuan, only children make choices. I want them all. The old man was left speechless. Moreover, as Qin Chuan was filled with enthusiasm, he quietly marked out a small portion of the sunsetting plains within that red circle and added some drawings. The next day, Qin Chuan prepared to fulfill his promise. After witnessing the weak combat effectiveness of the Fran royal army, he felt he could take bigger steps without worrying about repercussions. In fact, to avoid unforeseen external factors influencing things, he directly ordered that 80 of the army in Xianhuang move out, splitting into 12 routes. Target the remaining 12 cities in the northern borders. Qin Chuan had already determined the strategy for this operation from the very beginning. Blitzkrieg. The next day, before the sun had set, the entire campaign was victorious. The army of Xianhuang captured 13 cities. The extra city was naturally the previously mentioned Myua city. In fact, many of the cities were taken without shedding blood. Duke Lionheart, who witnessed all this, sighed. A king of the northern borders was born. A few days later, in this place where productivity was still at a medieval level, although many aspects seemed somewhat backward, the intervention of fantastical factors made it not weak in certain areas. For example, the dissemination of news. Although the news of Qin Chuan occupying the entire northern borders could not be updated in real time, it gradually spread over time. Charles XIX, although officially the king of the Fran kingdom, was actually just a noble, the greatest noble in the Fran kingdom. His control over the domestic situation was far from as stable as a centralized authority. This could be seen from the contents of the Fran Daily. Ever since Charles XIX issued the order to strangle the Xianhuang territory, the headlines of the Fran Daily changed daily. On the first day, the despicable thieves from the northern borders are about to face the kingdom's judgment. On the second day, the Xianhuang marketplace, which feeds on people's blood and sweat, is fully closed. On the third day, the Fran Expeditionary Army is about to arrive in the northern borders to deal a fatal blow to that bumpkin territory. On the fourth day, the army of the Xianhuang territory completely annihilated the Expeditionary Army on the sunsetting plains. On the fifth day, Lord Qin Chuan captured 13 cities in one day, swallowing the entire northern borders. On the sixth day, the supreme northern border king Lord Qin Chuan is leading his army to the City of Light to reclaim his glory. When Qin Chuan received these newspapers from the Mage Guild, he was both amused and exasperated. Fran's jokes never go out of style. However, the newspapers were not wrong. At this moment, the three armies of the Xianhuang territory were advancing towards the City of Light with an unstoppable momentum. The rocket infantry carried out air protection, while the Qin pushed forward slowly. The tank battalions stationed in the center, and the infantry worked in coordination. The newly formed aircraft carriers and Aegis-class cruisers also rode the winds and waves at sea. One can imagine the psychological pressure such a military force placed on the local lords along the way. All along the way, it was a scene of panic. Of course, this was not the whole picture. Some of the more clever nobles engaged in speculative activities. They did not avoid the armies of the Xianhuang territory like snakes and scorpions. Instead, they welcomed them 10 miles out. They prepared wine and meat, opened the city gates to greet the Xuanhuang, and were joyous when Xianhuang arrived. It was a true reflection of reality. For those who showed goodwill, Qin Chuan did not adopt a cold attitude and left behind some small trinkets as tokens of gratitude. Not only these people, but even the cities that tightly closed their gates, Qin Chuan did not force his way in. It was not that he could not, but that he did not want to. Having more cities under his command was not necessarily better. For the current Xuanhuang, just the 13 cities in the northern borders were already enough to digest for a long time. If he merely focused on expanding territory, it would inevitably lead to the risk of losing control. It was better to proceed steadily. However, not continuing to expand territory did not mean he did not need to settle accounts with the Fran kingdom. For instance, at this moment, he was standing before the city gate of the City of Light. The gates of the City of Light were not as grand as Qin Chuan had imagined. Instead, they appeared somewhat rustic. Vendors and townspeople around the royal city gradually entered through the side gates that had opened next to the main entrance. They did not have the privilege to enter through the front. However, at this moment a group was laughing and chatting at the sparsely populated main entrance. A warm welcome to Lord Qin Chuan's arrival, haha. The Lionheart Duke wore an unmistakable smile on his face as he led a group to greet Qin Chuan at the main entrance. At this time, the army of the Xinhuang territory was still 3 days' journey away from the City of Light. But Qin Chuan arrived ahead of the main force, bringing a small group with him to the City of Light first. This was not due to impatience, rather the Lionheart Duke had specifically informed him that a grand performance would be held in the City of Light over the next couple of days, inviting him to witness it. Initially, Qin Chuan did not pay much attention to the so-called grand performance, but after learning more about it, he became interested. Nodding at the Lionheart Duke, he shifted his gaze to the people behind him. What met his eyes was a sea of flattering and obsequious smiles. Qin Chuan understood in his heart these people were well aware of his identity, and the Lionheart Duke had not even bothered to put on a show for them. He couldn't help but wonder if such a brazen entry into the City of Light would leave Charlie 19 without any news. Qin Chuan had initially prepared to disguise his identity for infiltration. After entering the city, he voiced his doubts. The Lionheart Duke let out a hearty laugh and explained, Charlie 19 is not the Emperor of the Holy Empire, Lord Qin Chuan. You are overestimating his control over the City of Light. Qin Chuan nodded, not dwelling too long on the issue. After entering the city, he politely declined the customary invitation to a banquet and rested in a courtyard that had been prepared in advance. Tomorrow morning the prelude to the grand performance would arrive, and he did not wish to miss it. The next day, in the City of Light at the Palace of Love. This was the venue for the Noble Council meeting. Charlie 19 sat at the head of the central round table with a dark expression. It was evident that he had been dragged to this place early in the morning, and his mood was far from cheerful. It was unclear whether he was anticipating the outcome or simply suffering from morning ire. However, based on Qin Chuan's judgment from the corner, the latter seemed less likely. Yes, Qin Chuan had easily infiltrated the power core of the Fran Kingdom. He had not encountered any scrutiny during his entry. This alone indicated that the current power structure of the Fran Kingdom was quite flawed. Noble democracy. Ridiculous. As the presiding figure of the Noble Council, Charlie 19 had no right to say if there are matters to discuss, present them, if not adjourn. The first few individuals to speak had been arranged in advance. They posed some trivial questions, and after a broad discussion the meeting fell into a momentary silence. Then Qin Chuan noticed the Lionheart Duke signaling to someone in the corner. That person, slender in build, cleared his throat, adjusted his attire, and slowly stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, I have something to clarify. As he spoke, he approached the main table. Ultimately, he stood directly opposite Charlie 19. At this moment, the nobles in the room also reacted. This was the moment of truth. Their gazes did not linger on this person nor on Charlie XIX, but rather shifted to several other prominent nobles. The Lionheart Duke, the Battleaxe Duke, the Crescent Marquis. These individuals were seasoned veterans of the battlefield, their expressions remaining unchanged, making it difficult to discern whose hand was at play. At this moment, the man, upon reaching Charlie XIX, was not intimidated by his king's predatory expression. Sir Falcon, do you have something to say? Charlie 19 suppressed the urge to decapitate the man before him, his voice rising with restrained anger. The man referred to as Sir Falcon did not rush to speak. As someone who specialized in such dirty work, he had ample experience in parliamentary bickering and knew how to read the room. His gaze swept across the assembly, and seeing everyone looking at him, he nodded in satisfaction. He relished the feeling of being the center of attention, until his eyes landed on a stranger, black hair and black eyes. The legend of this face had become a hot topic in the City of Light over the past few days. Hiss! Sir Falcon instantly froze, unable to maintain his composure, and the words that had just reached his lips were caught in his throat. Why was this esteemed individual here at this moment? Sir Falcon, Marcus, are you listening? If you have nothing to say, please return to your seat. After a few inquiries, Charlie 19 became increasingly impatient. Upon hearing this, Sir Falcon finally regained his composure. He wiped non-existent sweat from his brow, forcing himself not to look in that direction. In his heart, he thought, it seems my words can be even more intense now. With this in mind, he spoke. Regarding the unjust war declared by the king recently, I believe everyone has heard some rumors. As soon as he finished, the entire hall fell silent. Apart from Charlie XAX's heavy breathing, not a single sound could be heard. Everyone was waiting for Sir Falcon to continue. Naturally, he would not disappoint their expectations, and boldly proclaimed, now the great king of the north and the army of the Xinhuang territory are already at our gates. We must provide him with a satisfactory explanation. Let me clarify, this matter has nothing to do with my Falcon family. Bang! Charlie 19 slammed the table, making a loud noise, and stood up to angrily berate, "Sir Falcon, you the only one from the Falcon family here in the City of Light, still residing in the church, what does Marcus want to indicate?" Sir Falcon Marcus casually toyed with his palms, and replied, "The number of people in the Falcon family, and where I reside is not important, what matters is someone needs to calm the wrath of the King of the North." Having said that, he scanned the room again, and pointed at individuals. You, or you. Are you ready to bear this responsibility?" Those he pointed at instinctively took a step back. These individuals had once been unwavering royal supporters. But unfortunately, the army of the Xinhuang territory was right before their eyes. Considering their own lives, they dared not hold on any longer. Sir Falcon Marcus continued, "Therefore, someone must pay the price." Concerning the initiator of this war. As he continued to speak, the expressions of the people in the hall varied. The royal supporters remained silent while others began to grasp the implications. Some were calculating uncertainly, while others even chimed in. Ultimately, it was still Charlie XIX, whose face was growing darker, who forced himself to step in and end the discussion. "This matter does not require your concern. I will handle it myself. Adjourn." With that, he waved his sleeve and left, leaving only the nobles of the Fran Kingdom in the hall. Seeing this, Qin Chuan shook his head and prepared to leave. Due to his distinctive appearance, he had attracted attention from more than just Sir Falcon. In this short span of time, at least 10 people had already come up to speak to him. As he was about to leave, the Lionheart Duke chuckled softly beside him. "So what do you think? It's quite spectacular, right? You can rest assured. He won't escape." Everyone knew who he referred to. Qin Chuan did not respond, and as he slowly walked out of the noble council hall, he felt something was off. Turning his head, he saw that the nobles from the council had at some point lined up in 2 rows under the guidance of the Lionheart Duke. Following the gaze directed by Qin Chuan, everyone bowed together. "We bid farewell to the esteemed King of the North." Qin Chuan was taken aback and nodded at them. The next day, Qin Chuan sat in the courtyard of the city enjoying hot pot and singing, completely untroubled by the thought of bandits approaching. It was real hot pot. He hadn't truly tried this delicacy since arriving in this world. In the City of Light, there was an abundance of ingredients satisfying his cravings. The only downside was the difficulty in finding sufficiently spicy chili peppers, so he had to make do with what he could find. As for the one singing, there was much to be said. In the current Xuanhuang city, there was only one person with such artistic flair and leisure. It was the siren who had just escaped captivity. Since the black tide spread and the gods transformed into earthly saints, the sealing power within the island had been gradually weakening. Now it was enough for the sisters to create a passage that allowed one of them to leave. Apparently, it was rumored that the siren and Celeb had won the chance to go out by playing rock, paper, scissors. Hoo so hot. It's burning me to death. The cat girl clawed at the meat in her bowl, yelping from the heat, only to be pulled aside by the siren for a lesson. However, Qin Chuan felt that the siren's dissatisfaction might stem from her song being interrupted. He watched the two playfully tussling, a smile appearing on his face. He then turned his gaze to the silent, serious Lionheart Duke, who was constantly stuffing meat into his mouth. He asked, "Do you think Charles XIX will come up with any way to turn the tide?" The Lionheart Duke replied, "Turn the tide? Absolutely impossible, unless he digs up his ancestor who has been dead for 1,000 years. And even then the major churches wouldn't let him off the hook." "Wait, church?" It was as if he suddenly realized something, his brow furrowing. Upon seeing this, Qin Chuan asked, "Are you implying that the Dawn Church might intervene?" It is rumored that this place was once the site of the Dawn deity's descent, and the king of the Fran Kingdom was a saint of the Dawn deity, so the church. Before he could finish, a gentle voice echoed in his ear. "God loves the world, and we shepherds will uphold absolute justice." "Who is it?" The Lionheart Duke suddenly raised his head, looking towards the door. At that moment, a figure dressed in a white robe adorned with colorful gemstones that formed a sunrise appeared. A typical outfit of a priest of the Dawn deity. Moreover, judging by the style of his holy emblem, this person held a significant position within the Dawn Church. Qin Chuan had already received reports of someone coming to visit, which was why he had intentionally steered the conversation in this direction. But the Lionheart Duke had received no news at all, and was now utterly shocked to see the newcomer. "Bishop Emile, how could you be here?" Saying this, the Lionheart Duke stood up from his seat to show his respect. Bishop Emile returned the gesture, and then spoke. "I heard that the king of the northern borders has arrived in the City of Light, and following the lords I came to visit. This one." He glanced at Qin Chuan and the others. However, that one glance nearly made him lose his balance. The cat girl Skura thought he was also here to snatch food, and her small frame jumped directly onto the table, blocking his view of the hot pot. The siren seemed uninterested in him, tugging at Skura's tail, trying to pull her down from the table. Emile's eyes, bearing the light of dawn that could pierce through the fog, instantly recognized the identities of the two. Divine offspring. He struggled to shift his gaze away from them and looked at the host of this place. Bang! Just one look caused him to lose his footing and fall on his backside. You? Shame? You're so big, yet you fellow I can stand steady. Skura, who had just been subdued on the table, mercilessly mocked him. However, Emil did not dare to retort. Watching the scene before him, Qin Chuan frowned, as he had not forgotten what Emil had just said. What did following the lords will mean? If it were just the polite words of these clergy, that would be one thing, but if it were truly a divine oracle, then why had he attracted the attention of this dawn deity? Another powerful divine force. At this moment, Emil also regained his composure. He hurriedly stood up from the ground, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and respectfully spoke. It is an honor to meet you, apostle of moonlight, benefactor of magic, new star of art prophesied. Stop. You first tell me who you are. Qin Chuan quickly interrupted his long string of titles, getting straight to the point. Emil was left momentarily speechless, mumbling, I am Emil. Very good. Qin Chuan nodded and continued, your identity. Bishop of the Dawn Church, Fran Kingdom Diocese. Emil seemed to answer every question. Seeing him so cooperative, Qin Chuan felt that the remaining topics would unfold easily. Thus, he continued in a tone that suggested confession leads to leniency, resistance leads to severity. Did you come here on your own accord, or were you influenced by the divine oracle of His Majesty the Dawn King? Divine oracle? Emil's eyes widened in shock. Then he glanced at Qin Chuan's calm demeanor and awkwardly replied, I have not received a divine oracle. After all, the Fran Diocese is just a small diocese. Even if there were a divine oracle, it would be sent to the Holy Empire or the Radiant Empire. After speaking, it seemed he felt this statement weakened his authority, and he added, but I believe that my meeting with such a distinguished person today must be guided by divine will. Qin Chuan thought he spit. That startled me. He thought he had done something to attract the attention of the dawn deity. After all this time, it was Emil who was just fabricating stories. It was indeed unwise to overestimate the integrity of those who play with words. Realizing this, Qin Chuan felt less apprehensive. I understand now, so what is your purpose for coming here? Though Qin Chuan's attitude was clearly somewhat unfriendly, Emil did not dare to show any dissatisfaction. He explained, I heard that you will be taking action against Charles XIX in the next couple of days, which is why I came to visit. Of course, our Dawn Church will not interfere in worldly matters. We can only wish you success in your endeavors. After saying this, he chatted a bit with the Lionheart Duke. In the end, without Qin Chuan needing to say much, Emil politely took his leave. Undoubtedly, Emil's arrival helped alleviate the final concerns of both Qin Chuan and the Lionheart Duke. As night fell, this game had reached its climax. Before the Dawnlight Church, Charles XIX walked away from the gate with a grim expression. He had knocked for a long while without receiving any response. Not only here, but also at the other churches it was the same. At that moment, someone reported to him a piece of news that added insult to injury. Your Majesty Duke Warwick's Marquis Crescent, a Duke Goldfinch. All claim to be ill and unable to meet. They want to see the Bowman family make a fool of themselves? Charles XIX said with a gloomy countenance. Then we. The guard, noticing the king's darkened expression, asked cautiously. Return to the palace. I refuse to believe that a mere Xinhuang territory can. Curse those elves, Charles XIX said bitterly, then turned and walked toward his carriage. If one drew near him along the way, they could hear him muttering curses under his breath, filled with resentment. Words like damned elves, nobles kicking a man when he's down, that wild lord, if only Xinhuang territory weren't so powerful. Such phrases continued until he returned to the palace. At that moment, 10 empty carriages were parked there. Charles XIX thought to himself the royal wealth meant to grease the wheels of social obligation had been returned untouched. Wait. He scrutinized the carriage compartments and sensed something amiss. Charles XIX, why are the carriages empty? Did they agree to my terms? But that's not what the herald said. The palace guard he had summoned had a bandage wrapped around his head, blood seeping through, and spoke haltingly. No, Your Majesty. We were robbed. Several times. Huh. Charles XIX's eyes widened in disbelief, as if he couldn't trust his own ears. He felt darkness closing in before his eyes and stammered. Didn't you hang the royal crest on the carriages? Why would there be such reckless bandits? No, why are there bandits in the City of Light? The wealth the royal family has amassed over centuries. We hung the royal crest, but those bandits said, robbing the royal family is more thrilling. Charles XIX spat out a mouthful of old blood. The relentless blows of the past few days had finally caused him to collapse entirely. Your Majesty, Your Majesty, Your Majesty, what's wrong? Meanwhile, in the manor, Qin Chuan stared with a strange expression at the 3 carts of treasure before him, examining the several allied spies. I sent you to infiltrate and gather intelligence, not to engage in banditry. You are tarnishing the reputation of my Xinhuang territory. No one saw this right. The spy, adorned with gold and jewels, quickly explained, Commander, you don't know us yet, do you? Before the operation, we specifically changed our appearances. No one recognized us. We just wanted to teach Francio a lesson. It's a shame there were too few of us. We could only bring back 3 carts. Qin Chuan looked at the barely erased royal crest of Francio on the goods and could only nod helplessly. All right then. Suddenly a report from the guard reached Qin Chuan's ears. Someone had come to visit. Before long, after seeing what the visitor had brought behind him, Qin Chuan's face could no longer maintain its composure. Haha, Lord Qin Chuan, come see what I've brought you. Men, put the things down. Duke Lionheart said to Qin Chuan while gesturing for his men to set down the items. Qin Chuan could no longer hold back and asked, the wealth Charles XIX used to bribe the nobles and the church. How did you know? Duke Lionheart was startled and asked. Qin Chuan did not answer, but pointed at the royal insignia on the packaging that had not been completely cleaned off. Speaking of which, Duke Lionheart's men were undoubtedly more thorough than the spies. They had tried to erase it, but some traces remained. They wiped it, but not completely. Duke Lionheart followed Qin Chuan's gaze and said with an awkward expression, the underlings were careless, but let's skip these trivial matters. I've just seen it. This time the Frankish royal family has truly pulled out all the stops. Charles XIX will probably vomit blood when he finds out. He's already vomiting. Qin Chuan murmured. The spies in the kingdom had already sent word. In terms of intelligence, he was undoubtedly ahead of these noble factions. But how ruthless these people were. He had thought it was bad enough that the spies had brought back 3 carts as spoils, but these nobles had taken the whole lot. They didn't leave a single hair for Charles XIX. This, Lord Qin Chuan, you needn't bear any guilt. This is rightfully your compensation. Apart from the 3 carts taken by those unknown thieves who struck first, the rest is all here. Qin Chuan waved his hand. All right, I understand. Send it to the warehouse along with the ones in the back. Together, Duke Lionheart was bewildered but followed the soldiers inside. The value of this treasure was immense, and he dared not let it out of his sight until it was handed over to Qin Chuan. Not that these nobles were all saints immune to the allure of such wealth, but no one dared to touch what belonged to Qin Chuan. Think about it, he had come all the way from the north. He couldn't possibly return empty-handed, could he? These nobles, judging others by themselves, believed that if Qin Chuan did not receive satisfactory compensation from the Frankish royal family, the ones who would bleed would not be the royal family, but themselves. Under this premise, and with Duke Lionheart's strict vigilance, no one dared to lay a hand on these goods. They would take it from the royal family and deliver it intact to Qin Chuan's estate. A moment later, Duke Lionheart returned to the hall with a rather peculiar expression. I was going to say earlier, those who struck first were truly valiant, setting a good example. Otherwise, we might not have dared to act later. But, an accident, the underlings acting on their own. Let's talk about your plans. Qin Chuan did not wish to dwell on the matter and quickly changed the subject. Duke Lionheart, an old fox, laughed it off. We plan to start preparations tonight and at dawn. Dawn. Charles XIX opened his eyes, his consciousness hazy. Alas, all he saw was darkness. He immediately sensed something was wrong. This was definitely not his bedchamber. The ache all over his body assaulted his senses, and it seemed a black veil was before his eyes. This was no illusion. He shook his head frantically, but the black cloth bag over his head was not so easily removed. He tried to move but found his hands tied behind his back and his legs bound. He wanted to shout, but a rag was firmly stuffed in his mouth, allowing only muffled MMPH sounds. At that moment, the people on either side seemed to notice his movements. One stepped forward, struck him heavily on the shoulder, making him stagger, and said, "Behave yourself. Dawn is almost here. You won't have to wait long." Dawn was about to break. Why wait until dawn? Charles XIX could not comprehend the meaning of this term, nor could he understand why he was being treated in such a manner. These people would not even deign to address him as Your Majesty. However, the men on either side applied immense force, and before he could struggle much, he was beaten to the ground, groaning in pain. How infuriating! Charles XIX swore that once he regained his freedom, he would have these 2 hanged. No, beheaded. For Charles XIX, who had been pampered and coddled since childhood, this ordeal was nothing short of a nightmare. He even believed this was a nightmare. Time ticked by second, but the nightmare belonging to Charles XIX showed no signs of ending. Faint rays of morning light seeped through the gaps in the black hood, illuminating his face, but they brought not salvation, but a deeper level of despair. This was because as time passed, he realized that the surroundings had become lively. The clamor of voices reached his ears, signifying that this was not a confined environment. Hey, is someone else about to be beheaded? I'm going home to fetch my father to watch. TSK. Look at the fabric of his clothes. He must be a noble, right? What a relief. The entire city is under lockdown today. Oh, I wonder what's happening. The taverns closed earlier than usual. That's because the Northern Army has already arrived outside the city today. Did you go see them? They looked so valiant. I just wonder how the king of the north will treat us. Blame that greedy money-grubbing dog of a king. If only he were the one being beheaded. Every word, every sentence pierced Charles XIX's sensitive nerves. No, it cannot be, absolutely not. How could they, how dare they? Are they not afraid? Even as he refused to acknowledge it in his heart, he could not change reality. When the black hood was finally removed from his head, the blinding glare of the sun struck him from the sky, and he recognized the place. Dawn Plaza. Legend held this to be the sacred ground where Lathander, the god of dawn, descended to the prime material plane and the venue for the grand festivals of the Kingdom of France. Most importantly, of course, it was also where political prisoners of France were executed. Now it was his turn. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he saw the shock etched on the faces of many onlookers. They had clearly recognized him. And this news spread among them through whispers, becoming known to more and more people. The first stirrings of unrest among the populace began. Unfortunately, he harbored no hope that these people would come to his rescue. In the eyes of Charles XIX, all he saw was excitement, joy, and even cheers could be heard. Truly a mob of fools. Charles XIX mused inwardly. At this moment his mood surprisingly calmed. He held his head high, his gaze fixed straight ahead. This greatly astonished the surrounding populace and nobles. Was this truly their greedy, cowardly, and utterly worthless king? Charles XIX paid no heed to the stares of others. He held his head high, and there he saw many familiar faces and one person with black hair and black eyes whom he had never met but hated to the core. The execution proceeded without delay. The hour had come, and someone up ahead began reading the sentence. In a nation, the king is the source of danger, either disturbing the peace of the state, destroying liberty, or both at once. To consolidate the kingdom of France, what must be done? For the nation to survive, Charles must die. The entire verdict flowed smoothly, eloquently, and without pause. At times it was persuasive, at times filled with righteous indignation, at times mocking and sardonic, yet the language was coherent, the rhythm varied, the tone resounding, fully exploiting the power of expression. Furthermore, it employed a multitude of rhetorical devices, such as repetition, parallelism, metaphor, rhetorical questions, and exclamation, rendering the entire speech vivid and colorful. Clearly, it was the work of a master. Even Charles XIX himself, upon hearing it, felt that he truly deserved to die. Yet he still did not act rashly, for he knew he still had one last chance to turn the tables. Sure enough, as the concluding remarks came from above, the hour had arrived. Commenced the execution. The massive guillotine was hoisted onto the plaza. Gazing at its blood-stained triangular blade, Charles XIX was escorted beneath the falling axe. At this moment he still had not despaired, until a question rang out. Does the condemned have anything to say in his defense? This was at the moment. When the soldiers on either side removed the gag from his mouth, Charles XIX shouted loudly, "I have something to say." His voice was resonant and forceful, as if he were expending all the strength of his life. In an instant the entire assembly fell silent. Everyone fixed their gaze upon this desperate king. Such pre-execution defenses were usually a mere formality, how almost no one was ever acquitted because of them. No matter how eloquently the condemned spoke, a single word of rejection from the supervising official would see the execution proceed as usual. At this point, Charles XIX cared little for such conventions. He only hoped that the words he was about to utter would intimidate this crowd before him. Set a small goal, 3 sentences to make these people kowtow 18 times before him. Before I speak, let me first refute a long-circulated rumor that the Frankish royal family are saints of the dawn god. This is merely a rumor concocted by the royal family to save face. With his first sentence, Charles XIX stirred up a storm in the arena. People had expected him to beg for mercy or to curse in anger, but they never imagined he would be the first to slander his own family. What was he aiming for? Charles XIX paid no attention to their expressions and began his second sentence. In truth, the bloodline of our ancestors does not come from saints, but quite the opposite, from the demons of the inferno. A louder uproar erupted, but Charles XIX ignored it and delivered his killing blow. If I die before my soul returns to the inferno, I can sacrifice myself to summon the inferno's descent. Then not only I, all of you will die. After his 3 sentences, the surroundings fell into a profound silence. The commoners, uncertain of the truth of his words, turned their gaze to those on the execution platform. This secret hidden by the Frankish royal family for 1,000 years was far too shocking. Not only were the commoners unaware, but even the nobles had no knowledge of it. The Lionheart Duke looked doubtfully at Qin Chuan beside him, momentarily at a loss for what to do. After a moment he hesitated and said, "Perhaps we should detain him for now until we can verify. No need to waste much time." Qin Chuan shook his head. Looking at Charles XIX, whose smile was growing increasingly deranged, he found the sight rather unbearable. He stated bluntly, "I would very much like to see what a demon from the inferno looks like." With that, ignoring the terrified gazes of the crowd, He raised his gun with his right hand, aiming at the rope, holding the triangular blade above the guillotine. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out. The blade slammed down. Charles XIX's head soared into the air. The soldiers holding him on either side were splattered with blood, as if they had not yet realized what had happened. The Kingslayer had taken his place. After the head of Charles XIX was severed, a moment of silence fell over the scene. People seemed unable to believe that the king who had ruled the Fran kingdom for 1,000 years and held absolute power had died just like that. However, in the next moment, the situation changed dramatically. With a bang, a blood-red shadow swiftly floated out from the headless body of Charles XIX. The figure bore a striking resemblance to Charles XIX, yet there were subtle differences. It had horns atop its head and a tail behind it. If one were to ask who it was, the devil. It is truly the devil from the abyss. Where is the priest, the holy priest? Someone recognized the significance of this image and screamed in terror. Even Qin Chuan was curious, his gaze fixated on the shadow. The apparition that floated from Charles XIX seemed to possess awareness, its resentful eyes scanning the crowd. Its gaze lingered particularly on the nobles and Qin Chuan, and a chilling declaration escaped its lips. All betrayers must die. Having said that, just as it was about to continue, a series of explosive sounds erupted. Bang, bang, boom. Gunfire and cannon fire rang out in alternation. It was the Xianhuang army who had received orders from Qin Chuan stationed around the area. What a joke! Who in their right mind would wait for the villain to finish speaking? Amidst the sounds of gunfire, the blood-red shadow of the devil suddenly exploded, forming a halo that enveloped the Dawn Square. Within it, a sinister figure seemed to emerge. Qin Chuan furrowed his brows as he looked up, inquiring with the Department of Time and Space if they could close this portal. The answer he received was negative. It could not be closed. On one hand, this was because the Department of Time and Space primarily focused on research related to interdimensional transportation and was not adept in matters of sealing and closures. On the other hand, they had learned through attempts that there were forces on the other side of time and space trying to stabilize this portal. Thus, Qin Chuan had no choice but to abandon the idea of closing it for the time being and instead focused on defense. As the portal formed by the halo grew wider, the crowd around the square fell into chaos. Countless people screamed in terror, with many recklessly fleeing outward. The terror of the abyss had deeply instilled fear in their hearts. Seeing this, Qin Chuan ordered someone to bring a loudspeaker to prevent a stampede. You need not panic. It is merely a portal to the abyss. I, Qin Chuan, assure you of your safety here. His voice, akin to divine authority, slightly eased the tense emotions of those around, but they still gazed anxiously at the sky. Seeing this, Qin Chuan paid them no further heed. He had said all that needed to be said. If someone chose to seek their own demise, there was nothing he could do. After a moment, the shadow in midair had coalesced into a tangible form. The massive gate ablaze with eerie flames hovered in the air, creating a shocking visual impact. People could even glimpse the scene on the other side of the portal through the gate. Contrary to what Charles XIX had said, the other side of the gate did not resemble hell. Instead, it looked like a battlefield ablaze with blood and fire. Various forms of blood warriors fought fiercely within, eager to devour each other's flesh. This was the Abyssal Blood War, a battle that had raged for countless millennia between the demons of the abyss and the devils of the 9 layers of hell. Upon witnessing this scene, the citizens who had just calmed down screamed once more. Qin Chuan frowned at the unfolding events, but chose to ignore it. Until he heard a report in his ear. Commander, the super weapon has been deployed. Shall we launch it? Qin Chuan ordered. Directly launch. Target: the portal to the abyss right in front of us. Understood. With those words, a number of nearly invisible beams of light flickered and approached from outside the City of Light. Ultimately, they were launched into the newly opened portal to the abyss. The participants of the Abyssal Blood War in this abyssal realm were indeed unfortunate. Due to the brief opening of the portal, only a few demons had just begun to notice, while the blood warriors continued happily slaughtering one another. However, in the next second, boom. Super weapons from the 21st century technological civilization descended upon them. The speed of the process was so rapid that it left no time for any demon or devil to react. Especially as Qin Chuan, just to be safe, deployed more than one super weapon, multiple nuclear bombs, and maximum power lightning storms. Everything wreaked havoc across the entire battlefield of the Abyssal Blood War. Even those demons and devils who prided themselves on being able to survive in extreme environments could not withstand such a combination. In an instant, the entire battlefield was plowed through, from the highest-ranking demons to the abyssal worms. No creature could survive. Even the area of this abyssal realm where the blood war had commenced showed signs of slight damage. On the other side, the people of the City of Light stared in disbelief at the changes appearing on the other side of the portal, their mouths agape enough to fit an egg. Just when they thought everything had come to an end, a furious roar came from the other side of the portal. Who is it? How dare they throw divine arts in the battlefield of blood war? Are the gods, or those pigs from the main realm? The master of that layer of hell was stirred. It was unclear which demon lord or archdevil it was. However, these matters were now of no concern to Qin Chuan. Commander, the space is unstable to a certain extent. We can forcibly destroy this teleportation coordinate. Destroy it, Qin Chuan said without hesitation. What a joke. The big boss had already emerged. If they didn't destroy it now, would they wait for him to seek revenge? From the fact that it had the authority to initiate a blood war along with that powerful questioning voice, just now it was clear that this being was definitely of the divine tier. Qin Chuan had nothing better to do than to confront such a being hidden right now. After he spoke, the portal to the abyss began to shatter without warning. The entity on the other side seemed enraged, and just before the portal completely vanished, dark flames shot out from within the gate. The flames burned in the air for a long while, crazily draining the surrounding air. But the portal had been destroyed. These flames, like a tree without roots, lost all strength and dissipated into smoke. I will remember you. This was the last message from that existence. Thus the prologue of an epic war of an abyssal realm invading the main realm came to an end. But at this moment, a violent tremor resounded and endless radiance shook from every corner of the City of Light. Qin Chuan looked in surprise towards the source of the tremors, and upon realizing where they were coming from, he felt no surprise. After all, it was a family feud. A few minutes later, just like in movies where police only arrive after everything is over, the representatives of various churches arrived in a hurry. Among those rushing people, Qin Chuan immediately spotted Emil, who he had met once before. His current appearance was no longer that of the kindly old man, but rather that of a beautiful old man transformed. A crown the size of a baby's fist floated above Emil's forehead, and strands of light gathered behind him into a pair of wings, while he held a meteor hammer in his hand. The overall look was indeed quite peculiar. Upon arriving at the Dawn Square, he scanned the crowd with a serious expression, and when he saw the area where the portal to the abyss had appeared, his pupils constricted, and he soon spotted Qin Chuan ahead. In an instant, his tense emotions relaxed. So it is you, Lord Qin Chuan, here. How could these little brats of the abyss flee so ignominiously? In the Dawn Square, the nobles were quite astonished to see Emil behaving so obsequiously. Come on, you are the bishop of the church. In some ways, he was even more esteemed than the king. Shouldn't he maintain a bit of dignity and not be so servile? However, Emil couldn't care less about what these people thought. These people did not understand. Did he not know the terrifying nature of Qin Chuan? The ocean magic moonlight prophecies art. Even if those deities were reincarnated, they might not be as formidable as this young man before him. If it weren't for the Chuch's identity, Emil would have rushed to cling to him right away. At that moment, Qin Chuan looked at the square that was gradually calming down due to the arrival of the Chuch's clergy and nodded reluctantly. You all came at the right time. Maintain order here. As for what happened, Duke, you tell him. I will leave if there's nothing else. With that said, he disregarded the expressions of the crowd and left straight away. In the following days, the entire kingdom of Fran was undoubtedly in turmoil. The southeast was thrown into chaos. As the epicenter, the City of Light was undoubtedly at the heart of the storm. The royal family, which had ruled Fran for over 1,000 years, turned out to be demons lurking within human society. No news could be more explosive than this. For a time, whether true or false, all blame was thrown onto the royal family of Fran. A mining accident a few years ago. Surely it was the demons slaughtering people. Poor harvests in the south. The wicked spells of demons. The rice jar at home is empty. The demons stole it. The countess ran off with a man. It was the demons' seduction. One cannot deny that Charles XIX's self-detonation created a frenzy around demons. For many, it was the first time they had heard of the infernal demons, not even knowing what they were. But through this publicity, everyone knew they were bad, oozing entities. What? You say it's not? Didn't you hear that the flower-patterned pants of the daughter of the uncle of the granddaughter of the third great-uncle next door were stolen by demons? Demons incredibly wicked. For a time, the nobles busied themselves, shifting their own dirty laundry onto the demons, while the public delighted in discussing amusing tales related to demons. Moreover, bards directly began to spin related stories, and unsurprisingly, they became bestsellers adored by taverns. In such an environment, some people's work became far less easy. For instance, the nobles of the City of Light, as well as the clergy from various churches. Although Charles XIX was dead, leaving nothing but ashes, the royal family still had members. Even though on paper Charles XIX temporarily had no heir, who could say for sure, given the chaotic private lives of the nobles? What if a few illegitimate children popped up from some corner? This was entirely possible. Even if one did not consider this, relatives and friends still needed to be addressed. The in-laws of the Fran royal family, the bloodlines from the previous generations. This matter was like a dog pulling a string of sheep entrails, unraveling a whole lot. You never know when a thunderclap might erupt, suddenly revealing two members with infernal demon bloodlines. If the person in charge lacks the required skill, it could very well lead to catastrophic disasters. Thus it is no wonder the church was ruthless. They adhered to a principle: better to kill the wrong than let the guilty go free. Truly a massacre of the 9 clans. All related individuals were cleansed. In fact, to ensure the thoroughness of the cleansing and its absolute execution, both the Holy Empire and the Radiant Empire dispatched a squad of church knights to come. Qin Chuan had once gone to observe the actions of these people. Killing, moving to the next target, continuing to kill. No communication whatsoever. No compassion. No humanity. One could say these knights of punishment could no longer be called human. They were mere weapons of slaughter. This was the power of the church's dominion in this world. After this battle, at least 1/3 of the ruling class, represented by the previous nobles of the Kingdom of Fran, was purged. It was precisely for this reason that a massive power vacuum was left behind. Qin Chuan had originally planned to return home after dealing with the matters at hand, for he still had a myriad of things to handle in the Xianhuang territory and even the northern region. However, the power vacuum in Fran held him back. On the day of the sun's zenith, the former location of the noble assembly, ding! The copper hammer struck the gong, completely setting the tone for this meeting. From today onward, the Kingdom of Fran will undergo a transformation. There will be no more kings, and a complete implementation of a parliamentary electoral system. Clap, clap, clap. The resounding applause echoed from all corners of the hall. This meeting was undoubtedly livelier and more procedural than the previous one. This was because the attendees were not only those nobles, but also many others. For example, clergy from the church, representatives from various professional guilds, and even merchants engaged in commerce. The expressions of the crowd were varied. Some were as gloomy as water, while others were flushed with excitement. At its core, there was only one reason: the interests of the groups they represented underwent some level of change in this meeting. Take the clergy with the grim expressions. Losing the king undoubtedly made them unhappy. The divine right of kings applied in most countries on the Holy Spirit continent. Losing the king meant they lost the legitimacy to intervene in national politics. Although various organizations would still give them some face, what about 10 years or 100 years later? The practitioners and industrialists were undoubtedly the happiest to gain a certain level of voice, but one must not forget that this is a fantastical world where extraordinary abilities manifest. Deities always hang over everyone's heads like the sword of Damocles. As for the nobles, on the surface their interests did not seem to have changed much, but in the long run they were still at a loss. Yet people's perspectives are never that far-sighted. Focusing on the present, this is a conclusion that brings joy to all. At least they have already filled their pockets with the staggering benefits brought by the downfall of the Fran royal family. The hidden thunder buried in the shadows will only reveal its results when it explodes. Of course, it is also possible that the day of explosion may never come. Next, let us invite the chairman of the First Fran Assembly, Lord Qin Chuan of the Northern Region, to come forward and speak. With that, Qin Chuan was surrounded by the crowd. He glanced over the entire assembly, his expression somewhat disdainful, but did not say much. He straightforwardly stated, "Our struggle this time was successful, and everyone got what they wanted. So, that's it. I am merely a temporary chairman. Anyone with differing opinions can speak up, but I must return to the Northern Region." Chairman, you are too modest. It is precisely because of you that we have achieved this result. Indeed, the chairman is undoubtedly the stabilizing force of Fran. A flood of unnutritious flattery poured forth, causing Qin Chuan to frown. He was too tired to argue with these people, and directly ended this unspoken meeting. The meeting is adjourned. Sooner or later, I will let you taste the flavor of the proletarian iron fist. Qin Chuan recalled the major events of his past life. That incident wasn't far from happening, was it? This time he was indeed curious to see. Do gods bleed as well? The sun rose as usual. Qin Chuan stepped out of his mansion in Xianhuang territory, gazing at the crimson sun in the east. After dealing with the trivial matters in the City of Light, he didn't bother to argue with those people. Having claimed his due share, the largest portion of the benefits, he teleported directly back to Xianhuang territory. To be honest, Qin Chuan's intention in heading to the City of Light was simple. Seeking vengeance was nothing to be ashamed of. The outcome had perfectly achieved his goals. Yet the process of realization had been utterly unpredictable, like a runaway wild horse. Still, it was ultimately good. He had secured sufficient social status for himself and Xianhuang territory, along with countless material gains. Wealth and gold coins in one pile, mining grounds in another, courtyards and castles in yet another. Counting carefully, Qin Chuan now had quite a lot in his hands. Thinking of this, he directly murmured, "Open the territory interface, open the personal interface." Territory interface. Xianhuang territory, Lord Qin Chuan subordinate territories, 13 cities of the north, scattered castles and courtyards. Buildings omitted, familiar things won't be padded, Only new additions listed, defensive buildings omitted. Resources: 31 mines, 16 hunting grounds, including subordinate territory resources. Official resident count 108. Note: 13 cities of the north, courtyards, etc. are not counted as official residents. Producers: chrono mining vehicle, 50 armed mining vehicle, 5 farmer, 1531. Note: subordinate territories. Tax revenue: 23454 resource points day. Business: 1200 resource points day. Xuanhuang Mall military allied G.I. 2000 Soviet conscript, 1000 Grizzly tank, 100 Rhino tank, 100 IFV 40 Prism tank, 20 Apocalypse tank, 20 Rocket soldier, 80 Black Eagle jet, 16 Kirov airship, 20 Nighthawk helicopter, and pending claims none. Resource points: 455332. Honor points: 2. Evaluation: young man, want to found a nation. One where every citizen is a soldier. Qin Chuan this had it unknowingly developed to such an extent. He had to admit, gazing upon those batches of troops, he felt a strong sense of accomplishment. Given the current power of Xinhuang territory, let alone annihilating a single farang, even going head-to-head with the three empires, he couldn't win. Even with cheats, one must not underestimate the millennia, or even tens of millennia of accumulation by empires. Still, Qin Chuan was fairly satisfied with this. With the explosively exponential growth of Xinhuang territory's strength surviving the second black tide, 3 years. 2.5 years from now would be a breeze. The second black tide, unlike the first which targeted only them, the Earth Lords would target the entire world. As Chapter 5 of the Tao Te Ching says, heaven and earth are ruthless. They treat all things as straw dogs. This doesn't mean they regard all things as dogs. Rather, heaven and earth treat all things equally, showing no special favor to any nor particular disfavor. Just like the black tide to come, it would not deliberately attack anyone, nor would it deliberately bypass anyone. Humans, elves, orcs, even gods, all fell within its hunting range. What Qin Chuan meant by resisting the black tide was not that he could overcome it, he could only protect himself. The coming black tide would not lose a single battle and perform beyond all expectations. For even if some factions achieved local victories with the black tide spreading across the world, no one could live in isolation. Unless you fled this world, the final outcome would remain unchanged. The black tide would eventually catch up, just like what happened to them, the Earth Lords. In his past life, after learning the nature of the black tide, many on the Sacred Spirit continent had likened the Earth Lords to jinxes, bringing the black tide disaster. From a certain perspective, this statement wasn't wrong, but it was undoubtedly biased. Whether the Earthlings came or not, the black tide's arrival would be the same, only a matter of sooner or later. Tracing back to the root, the topic returned to the original reverse. Weakness is the original sin. Shaking his head, Qin Chuan diverted his thoughts from this matter. He turned his gaze to the newly opened personal panel. Qin Chuan territory, Xinhuang territory, subordinate 13 cities of the north, etc. Race: descendant of Yanhuang. Rank: peak 3rd order Moonlight. Subordinates omitted, see territory troops for details. Weapons: murder blade, Kingslayer dual pistols, Saphras staff, red edge spear. Skills: crescent strike, moonfall, pale burst. Special items: art and reptile, godhood, mistress, spellbook, evolution ring. Talent: summon myriads, trait unique, 95 charged. Compared to the leapfrog development of the territory, the progress in personal attributes was clearly much smaller. It was just a few added divine artifacts, golden legends, a godhood, a spellbook. Hey, looking at it this way, it wasn't so little either. Qin Chuan calculated for a moment in terms of personal rank. He had neglected it lately. The main culprit was that summon myriads system messing with his mindset. The key point was that breaking through from 3rd order to 4th order wasn't a mere rank jump, but a transition from low to middle rank. Ridiculously, look at the people Qin Chuan interacted with daily. His conversations were with gods. He had no low-rank acquaintances. And then look at his own rank. Although a lord's capability wasn't mainly measured by personal strength, 3rd order was indeed a bit lackluster. He planned to focus on this aspect next. But if he had to grind it out bit by bit with painstaking effort, he certainly wouldn't be willing. If shortcuts were available, who would follow the prescribed order? If he wanted rapid progress, he happened to have a few items at hand that could help him achieve this goal. Leaving aside weapons for now, murder blade, red edge spear, and Saphras staff covered short, medium, and long ranges, ensuring he had no weaknesses. But the actual reality was Qin Chuan never even got a chance to act out. Enemies were humanely obliterated under Xinhuang territory's powerful artillery fire. These weapons had greater collection and ornamental value than practical use. In his hands, calling them pearls cast before swine was no exaggeration. Still, if you could snipe enemies from 1,000 miles away, why would you personally go up and fight with bayonets? Was there something wrong with you? Qin Chuan was about to skip these matters when he suddenly noticed something off. Why was there an extra item in his weapon slot? Name Kingslayer type, weapon dual pistols, handgun quality rare pink, origin red, alert factory manufactured imitation M1911, fused with residual kingslaying fate. Function kingslaying absolute focus 3 shots, and it's over. Special contains a trace of the Nether King's power, can be used as a fixed summoning beacon. Evaluation, a fine firearm from the Red Alert factory. Its imaginative lord once wanted to name them Ebony and Ivory. Though that wish remains unfulfilled because they delivered the final blow to the Nether Devil bearing a kingdom's fate, they absorbed the kingdom's fate and gained mysterious power. Now they are effective against mythical beings. After reading the description, Qin Chuan finally understood. These were his 2 pistols. Just because they killed Charles XIX, they turned out like this. This world was truly fantastical. The only pity was that they still weren't called Ebony and Ivory. He felt that the remnant will of this earth was deliberately making things difficult for him, Qin Chuan. But the delightful surprise was, this thing actually contained a trace of the king's power. This was definitely an unexpected joy. Regarding this king's power, Qin Chuan had searched the entire Farong royal palace and found nothing. This turn of events, it was a twist of fate. Putting away the dual pistols, Qin Chuan planned to find time to dye them black and white. From now on they would be called Ebony and Ivory. He said so, and even Jesus coming wouldn't change it. He set aside the dual guns of Tyrant King. Qin Chuan continued to survey items that would aid in his current ascension, ultimately locking his sights on 2 particular objects. Art and the divine essence of the crawler along with Mishra's spellbook. Qin Chuan was the first to open Mishra's spellbook, and the first line on the cover immediately caught his eye. On the day of the fall of art, gifted to Qin Chuan, midnight. This phrase undoubtedly reminded him of a title used by Emil in reference to himself. The benefactor of magic. Does this imply he has the potential to become a mage? Since acquiring the spellbook last time, Qin Chuan had merely skimmed through it without delving into its contents. After studying it earnestly this time, he could only exclaim, "Andy, I want to try harder." It must be the spells within this spellbook. It's not a matter of whether the spells are powerful or not, they are simply of a rare kind. Extremely high permissions to the magic web. What is the magic web? To put it simply, if spells are likened to various apps. A normal mage must understand the essence of spells, tirelessly researching much like a programmer who is prematurely gray at 25. Thus, the mage represented by the magic web is someone who can directly download programs developed by others, the magic goddesses from the App Store. The 2 are quite similar, both being revered spellcasters, yet their essences are vastly different. Like the conspiracy theory widely accepted among numerous mages, the so-called magic web was specifically created by the magic goddess to prevent challengers from usurping her position. After all, how could you use someone else's creation to challenge its creator? This conspiracy theory is quite popular among mages, as it is well known that the magic goddess ascended from mortality. She only ascended after defeating the previous magic god. Consequently, those mages who relied on the magic web might crush traditional mages in the early to mid-stages, but would be looked down upon. Of course, as more people began to engage with the magic web, this perception has recently seen a shift. After all, might makes right. You look down on me, then I will beat you up. That being said, the dispute between the 2 still persists in the Arcane Empire, one of the 3 major empires. Oh, by the way, the parliamentary system of the Fran Kingdom is also plagiarized from the Arcane Empire. This country is a complete patchwork. Returning to the present, when Qin Chuan discovered that the Mishra spellbook gifted to him was an entry point to the magic web, he momentarily felt the urge to refuse. After all, both his past and present educations taught him that only knowledge mastered by oneself is truly one's own. However, a mage must understand magic, just as a refrigerator must be able to cool right. The entertainers in the industry are enraged. After carefully studying the mechanics of the magic web, Qin Chuan shouted, "So fragrant," and then unhesitatingly connected to the magic web's port. It was evident that the permissions granted to Qin Chuan by the magic goddess for the magic web server were quite high. From zero-level tricks in the initial stages to the meteorite rain of forbidden spells, everything was included. Even rare divine spells had a few options provided. All of these were within Qin Chuan's usage permissions. Now the problem arose, while he had the magic web usage permissions, his own hardware and bandwidth were somewhat lacking. However, Qin Chuan felt no concern at all. He had already thought through it clearly when making his decision. He chose to embrace the magic web not solely due to laziness. Well, maybe a tiny bit of that. But the primary reason was that in that moment he realized what he could gain from it. Firstly, using the magic web, given his mere 3rd-tier strength, was not yet a professional level of magical power. Even if he converted everything, he could at most cast a fireball. But let's not forget, he never relied on his individual strength. The entire territory and endless resources were his solid backing. Not to mention, simply using the newly acquired divine essence as a source of power could resolve 90% of the issues faced when connecting to the magic web. This approach in the realm of Xinxia is called external alchemy. In sci-fi, it's referred to as an external power source. In the mysterious realm, it's known as extrinsic energy flesh organs. Qin Chuan quickly retracted his increasingly nauseating associations and began to ponder what else he could obtain from the magic web. I don't blame this kid for grabbing a sheep and squeezing it dry. He was simply scared of being poor. Soon he thought of an excellent way to utilize the magic web. It's just a web. You have your magic web, but I have not only the internet, but also my national power grid. This is not just clever banter, it's a fact. Electricity is something the Qin Huang territory lacks nowadays. Moreover, with the nuclear power plants being completed one after another, Qin Huang territory even has a substantial surplus in electricity. With so much electricity, it can't be wasted right. He didn't want to play the role of thunder god, so he could only find opportunities to utilize it. If he could convert electricity into magical energy, then the future is promising. At this moment, a scene appeared in Qin Chuan's mind. When faced with powerful abyssal tide monsters or high-level natives, bullets and nuclear explosions would be ineffective. Seeing Mi Tao's unbearable expression, Qin Chuan suddenly remembered. He had indeed ordered Mi Tao to cooperate with the research of the combat laboratory. But now it seemed, this research had encountered a small problem. He lowered his head to look at the huge syringe and asked with some exasperation, "I asked you to conduct joint research, not to perform vivisection. The target is a human, not livestock. The life of a bull-headed man is still a life, so please be less brutal." Mi Tao chimed in from the side, then swiftly ran to hide behind Qin Chuan. It appeared he was greatly afraid of those researchers he could easily knock out with a single punch. Upon seeing his lord speak, the person in the doctor's attire scratched his head and explained, "Commander, it's not what you think. We didn't deceive him. The research has indeed made progress, and this is the last blood draw. We only need a little bit." After saying this, he noticed Qin Chuan silently staring at the enormous syringe in his hand and slapped his forehead. "Commander, you misunderstand. The bull guard's body is too tough. We must use this specialized syringe to draw blood. Don't be fooled by how terrifying it looks. It's really just a little blood we're drawing out." Qin Chuan clearly did not believe him and continued to ask, "Then why is Mi Tao acting like this?" At this question, the doctor's expression became peculiar again. He helplessly pointed at Mi Tao and said, "The key is, the bull guard is squeamish about blood. So he's afraid." Qin Chuan was puzzled. Squeamish about blood? That's not right. I've seen him in battle. He's not afraid at all, so how could? The doctor continued to explain, "Is not squeamish about other people's blood, just his own." Qin Chuan turned to look at Mi Tao, who was hiding behind him, his gaze seeming to ask if that was the reason. Mi Tao looked a bit awkward, but ultimately nodded. Qin Chuan, he was too lazy to deal with this fool, and waved his hand directly. "In that case, let's proceed with the original plan. Mi Tao, just bear with it. Since I said it's the last time, it's the last time." After saying this, Qin Chuan turned to the doctor and said, "Since you claim to have achieved certain results, provide me with a detailed report later." Having said that, Qin Chuan turned and left the combat laboratory, heading towards his residence. Speaking of which, although he linked to the magic network this time, the initial goal was still not achieved, which was advancing his personal strength. Indeed, linking to the magic network with the divine power source made him appear as a great wizard. However, the core hardware had not changed. This aspect still required finding a solution from elsewhere. Currently, it seemed impossible to cultivate immortality. The most basic way to strengthen oneself was through the rigorous training of the Moonlight Knight's inheritance. But that required time. Additionally, this inheritance was clearly entangled with the moon goddess Sullen, and practicing further might carry unknown risks. Although according to Qin Chuan's estimate, the probability of risks was not high, he still had to be cautious. Of course, there were also methods that didn't require time. That was to find Mishra and shout, "Auntie, I don't want to work hard anymore." Ahem, jokes aside, there was indeed room for maneuvering within this. However, right now he didn't even know where the other party was. So it was still more reassuring to rely on himself. Regarding this, Qin Chuan's plan had already begun. Meanwhile, as the Xinhuang Legion rampaged in the kingdom of Fran, people far away in other places were also progressing towards the same goal. In the Arcane Empire at the Elemental Academy, during the enrollment ceremony led by the principal of the Holy Domain, the new students solemnly swore an oath. "I once again swear to remain absolutely loyal to the truth." After the oath, the recording stones from various places began to make sounds. "The new students of the Manipulation Department are over here. Students of the Prophecy Department, follow me. Ha is this term's class in the Mental Illusion major, just you few. I'll take you to complete your enrollment. Alchemy and Construct Department." Among this group of students, a few individuals bore expressions no different from those around them. Their eyes subtly exchanged glances before heading towards their respective professional areas. Who said that among those who are absolutely loyal, there cannot be a few with curved loyalty. The same scene occurred across various organizations. The commonality among these organizations was, they all possessed a profound historical foundation and knowledge reserves. The spies noted 1 second those knowledge inheritances are yours, and the next second they belong to the Xianhuang Legion. In the Xianhuang Legion, Qin Chuan placed 3 items before him: branch of the tree of life, golden blood, and the twin guns of the usurper power of the king. Taking any 3 out of 4, the only remaining one was the completely baffling warm corpse. Just thinking about this issue made Qin Chuan feel bald. A corpse that's barely warm, do you expect it to be more comfortable? Would throwing it in the incinerator be enough warmth? Unable to think of a solution, he simply stored these 3 items away. He opened the long-lost World Chat channel to see if he could glean any information from it. Now the atmosphere of the World Chat channel had changed significantly from the very beginning. It had previously been said that the first wave of the Black Tide was undoubtedly a reshuffle. Those who joked around without ambition or had bad luck were no longer seen. The remaining individuals were not necessarily all elites, but they could at least stand on their own. What people were concerned about had shifted from romance and leisure to how to become stronger, how to enhance their territories, or survive in this tumultuous era. However, it was not to say that in this atmosphere people lacked topics to discuss. At this stage, there were only 2 hot topics in the chat channel. First, the Xianhuang Legion sweeping through 13 cities. The Kingdom of Fran was no match at all, and the birth of the Northern King. Through the Kingdom of Fran's propaganda, the name of Northern King Qin Chuan was not particularly hard to find. Some territories in Fran, or Earth reincarnators who had lost their territories and wandered to Fran, heard that name, which was incredibly familiar to them. Qin Chuan. Considering the vast cultural differences between the 2 worlds, the probability of having the same name was extremely low. In an instant, the entire group of Earth reincarnators fell into collective excitement. Many even regarded Qin Chuan as their spiritual mentor. They would tell others a true man should be like this. Heaven have mercy. At the beginning of their transmigration, most people had fantasized that they were the so-called chosen ones, beating the Black Tide and kicking the gods. However, reality was cruel. Not only did the Black Tide beat them down, but even the native aborigines could come to humiliate them. It was truly the kind of situation where anyone could jump out and stomp on them. Now, with Qin Chuan emerging, he was undoubtedly a living banner among these people. Qin Chuan was unaware that he had become the banner of the Earth Traversers in their hearts. He first skipped over the issues related to himself, turning his gaze to another topic that was being discussed with much more fervor. That news was explosive. Even Qin Chuan was stunned upon seeing it. Those Lords of Earth Traversers wanted to establish a nation. Establishing a nation. This matter is both simple and complex. If we consider the current strength comparison with the Fran Kingdom, it is undeniable that Qin Chuan's Xianhuang territory possesses the capability to establish a nation. The reason he had not taken action was that the timing was not right, and also, he had to consider what kind of world this was. With the extraordinary manifesting gods walking the earth, the abyss and hell brewing, and the Black Tide lurking, it would be unwise to step out at this moment. At such a time, a group of unfamiliar Earth Lords were actually clamoring to build a nation. Moreover, judging by their appearance, they seemed to be almost ready. Seeing this, Qin Chuan could only sigh. They were truly bold. Their slogan for nation building had already been shouted out: those who rely on nobles are lowly. Those who rely on gods are not human. Only by relying on oneself can there be a brighter tomorrow. Their arrows were clearly aimed at the nobles and the gods. According to Qin Chuan's previous memories, this wave was coming a bit too early. This also meant that their collective action would fail more miserably. It might even directly trigger the first large-scale purge of Earth Lords by the Holy Spirit continent. This time, what would the outcome be? Would there still be gods intervening? However, now Qin Chuan was curious about one question: is the blood of the gods green? Fran Kingdom, Northern Region. Ever since Qin Chuan's name became widely known among the Earth Traversers, people also knew that this was his territory. Apart from the few remaining people in the Northern Region, there were a steady stream of Earth Traversers heading this way. The vast majority were those Earth people who had lost their territories. Their territories were breached, and although they had managed to survive by a stroke of luck, they had nowhere to go. Aside from some seeking stability, those wandering traversers undoubtedly had 2 places they wanted to go. One was the nation-building plan by the Southern Earth Lords, and the other was the Fran Northern Region. Those determined to carve out a path for themselves naturally headed south, while those wanting to seek the banner and cling to powerful allies found the Fran Northern Region to be the best destination. Of course, it might not be that complicated. Realistically speaking, spanning north and south, most people would go wherever was closer. Thus, recently the influx of outsiders in the Northern Region was significant, with the majority being individuals with distinct features: black hair and black eyes. The vast majority of those who traversed and reincarnated into the Holy Spirit continent were Easterners. When the residents of the Northern Region saw these outsiders resembling their own lord, they were quite frightened and upon learning they were relatives of the northern king, they held these individuals in even greater reverence. This alone made these traversers who had traveled thousands of miles feel very pleased. Compared to being discriminated against as outcasts elsewhere, the northern region was undoubtedly a paradise for them. Of course, if someone dared to abuse their power and commit acts of bullying, the city guards would certainly teach them a lesson. Qin Chuan even issued a special decree regarding such situations. There was no need to treat these people differently. If they broke the law, they would be dealt with according to regulations. Those who should be killed would be killed, and those who should be imprisoned would be imprisoned. After dealing with several incidents consecutively, these individuals became more subdued and recognized their position. However, if they were to leave just like that, they certainly would not be willing. After all, they were all wanderers. What difference did it make where they were? At least here the living conditions were much better, and they would not have to endure those disdainful looks. Thus the vast majority chose to stay. For these individuals, Qin Chuan specially established a military unit. It was named Yanhuang. He absorbed these people into it. As for their treatment, it certainly could not be compared to the previously specially absorbed 72 earthly fiends, and their loyalty was also questionable. But as the saying goes, everyone has their own use. From the current perspective, these wandering earth individuals who had lost their territories could not compare to the local high-level practitioners. Yet looking at it from a long-term perspective, that would not be the case. The majority of this group had a level of education that would be considered scholarly on the Friend continent. Knowledge was not the most critical aspect. What set them apart from others was that, although they had lost their territories, they still enjoyed the benefits left behind by Earth. Overnight language, visual data communication, and barrier-free world chat channels. To put it grandly, this was almost equivalent to each person having a shrunken version of a system. Even if it came to the worst situation, making them act as messengers or appraisers would still be at the top tier. Therefore, there would be no starving traversers. The strength of the Xin Huang territory was gradually growing. Holy Spirit Continent Southeast. This place was almost located at the extreme southern part of the Holy Spirit Continent, but it did not seem remote. It bordered the Holy Empire and the Arcane Empire, serving as a boundary between the two. In the past, many merchant caravans would rest here. However, at this moment, it had all turned into a carnival for the people from Earth. Inside the tavern, a group of people was joking around. Damn, you should have seen that noble's face. It turned pale with fright. He even wanted to grab that little girl. He should remember what his brother used to do. What did Big Brother used to do? He was in the martial arts team. A Big Brother is great. Even in this world, having a skill can lead to a good life. Unlike me, I'm a programmer. Don't be sad, brother. There are those worse off than you. Look at that guy drinking alone. He was just a web novelist before he traversed. OID heard about him, writing web novels, and no one ever pressed him for updates or commented on him. That really is unfortunate. Who says otherwise? But if we're talking about the best, it has to be Boss Qin Ha taking down 13 cities. You're talking about old news. I heard he just sent a king to the guillotine a couple of days ago. A real man should be like that. It's a pity this place is too far from Frana, otherwise we could invite him to join us in great endeavors. Come on, you think if we invite him, hell comes. Not to mention those 16 lords would definitely disagree at the first moment. Indeed. Let's not talk about that. Come, let's drink one. They were enthusiastically chatting about everything under the sun, while the merchants around them listened in confusion, feeling that this group was speaking a language full of jargon. Just then a loud noise suddenly came from outside the door, and the tavern's door was kicked open wide. The first to enter was a knight clad in full armor. The knight held a disc in his hand, and at this moment the disc lit up with a cluster of lights directly aimed at the group of braggarts. This is the group of heretics. Take them away. It is this group of heretics. Take them away. Without giving the group any time to react, the knights adorned with the holy emblem charged forward, swiftly subduing everyone. The entire process took no more than 10 seconds. Some among the reincarnated individuals from Earth had begun to comprehend the situation and attempted to resist. Alas, it was all in vain. Although they had been in this world for several months, even those with extraordinary talents and abilities could hardly contend with the local violent authorities. Not to mention that these violent organizations are top tier, even on the Holy Spirit continent. The knights came swiftly and left just as fast. By the time the tavern patrons realized what had happened, they were already gone. This same scene did not occur only in this tavern. At the same time, violent organizations from the church were mobilizing in various corners of the Holy Spirit continent. Some extreme factions of the church even issued extermination orders. All lords from the void are poison to the faithful and must be eradicated entirely. The clash between Earth's transmigrators and the local forces of the Holy Spirit continent has erupted on a massive scale for the first time. From the current situation, the Earth's transmigrators are undoubtedly facing complete defeat. They are still too weak at this stage, lacking the power. In the northern region of Fran Xianwang territory, Qin Chuan gazed at the heated discussion in the World Chat channel, lamenting that what was meant to come would eventually arrive. Although this time frame is significantly earlier than in his past life, the Earth's transmigrators are also much more vulnerable. He did not know what kind of catalytic effect his rising butterfly effect had in this situation. But there is certainly some influence, or perhaps those people saw him defeating a local nation and even gaining absolute dominance, leading to their heightened confidence. The probability of this is quite high. However, seeking the reasons now is meaningless. The conflict has already broken out. The root of the contradiction between the two sides lies in their differing worldviews and educational backgrounds. Faith, freedom. This is absolutely irreconcilable. Until one side falls, this matter cannot be considered settled. At this moment, the flames have also spread to the northern region. In the void between the Holy Empire and the Arcane Empire on the Holy Spirit continent. The reincarnation of Earth's transmigrators into the Holy Spirit continent is as random as the differences between Qin Chuan's past and present lives. But just as the law of probability states, if something has a chance of happening, it will inevitably occur. Expanding this probability across the entire group of reincarnators on the Holy Spirit continent, the frequency of such coincidences multiplies. For instance, here there were originally 28 territories connected, and even the farthest apart were less than 100 miles. But now only 16 remain. Those that have disappeared were mostly due to the obliteration by the black tide, while others vanished under mysterious circumstances. In this small society, after countless intrigues, they ultimately formed a loose alliance. Named Southern Park. The alliance's original purpose was merely to assist and support each other, but upon learning of Qin Chuan's prowess, some ambitions became hard to suppress. Ultimately, in a proposal, all 16 members unanimously approved the decision to establish a nation. At this moment, the 16 lords, along with some Earth transmigrators who came to join and became core members, gathered together. In the hall, cups clinked, and the atmosphere was lively. Someone loudly recounted the recent gains. Within a week, over 800 compatriots have come to join us. Our ranks are growing stronger, and among them there are lawyer friends who have drafted comprehensive new national laws. Of victory is within reach. Who can stop us from becoming kings and nobles? Ha, don't say such things. All men are created equal. We are not building a nation to become rulers, but simply cannot tolerate those disgusting nobles. To be fair indeed, they have shown me the limits of human evil. Is there still a king's law? Is there still law? Is there still human rights? The crowd had differing thoughts. Some pretended, while others expressed their feelings, creating quite a stir. But regardless of how they felt or their starting points, they were at least moving toward a common goal. During this discussion, they were even contemplating whether to prefix their newly established country's name with republic or democracy. At this moment, through the World Chat channel, they finally understood what had happened. Someone slammed the table and exclaimed, "These dogmatic churches! Feudal superstition, how dare they capture us? The so-called gods should be swept into the dustbin of history. So should we. Rescue them. I heard that most of the brothers who came to join us have been." Upon these words, the hall fell into a moment of silence. Even the most foolish among them understood the gap between themselves and these local forces. It was precisely because of this vast disparity that they chose to unite. But now, just as their alliance had not yet succeeded, the enemy was already upon them. It's not that we are not trying hard, it's that the enemy is too cunning. However, soon they would no longer need to agonize over whether to rescue people. Soldiers armed with spears stumbled into the hall, trembling as they reported, "Lord, outside the church." Everyone was startled and hurried outside. Gazing at the scene before them, they were all taken aback. Over 10,000 soldiers wielding heavy tower shields surrounded them in layers. Through the gaps of the tower shields, sharp spear tips could still be seen. Following that, thousands of fully armored knights and archers appeared. They hurriedly pulled out their makeshift monoculars to observe, and could see that at the center of the military formation there were hundreds of priests chanting from various scriptures, as well as bishops clad in holy robes. Such a scene had previously occurred when the inhabitants of this world first discovered these Earth transmigrators. But compared to now, that was insignificant. If that time was merely to guard against destruction caused by beings from other planes, then this time was a complete extermination of those daring to infringe upon the Church's interests. In fact, the Earth transmigrators could no longer be seen as infringing upon the Church's interests, rather they were directly digging at their roots. What made these transmigrators even more uneasy was that the Church's army, despite needing only a charge to annihilate them, was merely surrounding them, seemingly waiting for something. Soon they would realize what it was. Those priests and bishops who had been protected within the military formation seemed to have ceased their hymning. In the next moment, enormous wings of light unfolded in the sky. Holy Angel's judgment. The aurora descended, illuminating a radius of 1,000 miles. The Church's surrounding army remained cold and unchanged. In stark contrast, the Earth's transmigrators were like snow under the scorching sun when the light shone upon them. There were no screams, no struggles, everything seemed to be frozen. The unfaithful have been annihilated. Return. With a single command, the Chuch's army turned around and left. At this moment, those Earth transmigrators who had been frozen seemed to disperse like darkness, vanishing in light, turning into wisps of ash, completely obliterated from the world. On this day, all 16 territories in the southern land were annihilated. 53 reincarnated Earth transmigrators had their souls directly purified, leaving no trace. In addition, tens of thousands of transmigrators captured by various churches across the continent were also about to face their judgment. Meanwhile, in the northern region of Qin Chuan also welcomed the Chuch's forces. St. Mark City. A squad of church knights is in a standoff with a group of people. Behind the church knights, several individuals with black hair and dark eyes are bound by chains, the very earthcrossers of this city. This group either gazes at the knights with eyes filled with rage or casts pleading looks upwards. Above them hovers a squad of rocket troopers poised to strike. Though the church knights pose little threat to the rocket troopers who dominate the skies, they are not particularly fearful. The alchemical devices wielded by the rocket troopers are powerful, yet they could never pierce the mystical armor enhanced by divine techniques worn by the knights. What weighs on their minds, however, is the danger emanating from several massive alchemical creatures scattered in various directions within 100 miles. The apocalyptic tank. If they were smaller gray bears as before, a single charge could easily tear them apart, but these behemoths are not to be trifled with. Indeed, they had clashed previously. When they initially captured these Earthcrossers who had joined the 13 cities of the northern frontier, they encountered the soldiers of the Xianhuang territory patrolling in tanks. The outcome of that conflict was undoubtedly a victory for the church knights. The firearms wielded by the mobilized soldiers posed no threat to their armor. Even bullets that penetrated the gaps in their armor could hardly threaten their extraordinary bodies unless they struck vital areas. As for the cooperative defense of the Gray Bear tank's light armor, they appeared intimidating but were shattered by a single cross/slash from these knights. This undoubtedly inflated the arrogance of the church knights. The army under the command of the king of the northern frontier was said to descend like divine soldiers in popular lore, yet now it appeared no more formidable than this. Until they encountered the true tough opponent in this city, the apocalyptic tank rocket troopers. Repeat once more. Release the hostages and disarm. Hands on your heads. This was the scene Qin Chuan arrived at when he received the news. What happened? Qin Chuan frowned as he observed the church knights and the individuals chained behind them. At that moment, someone rushed out from a nearby building to report to him. Commander, this unknown military force has attacked us. They are threatening us with hostages. Please give orders for a decisive response. Attacking us? Qin Chuan keenly grasped this wording. Yes, Commander, we have lost 6 mobilized soldiers. 1 Gray Bear tank is permanently destroyed, and currently we have control of the surrounding buildings, which can immediately unleash firepower. No need to elaborate. Bring me the loudspeaker. Upon hearing that his soldiers had perished, Qin Chuan's demeanor transformed entirely. He was eager to take the loudspeaker from the allied soldier without letting him finish his report. A sharp light flashed in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on the church knights before him. Knights, state your purpose here. The church knights, caught in a dilemma, knew the main figure had arrived upon hearing someone call out. One stepped forward from the group, shouting, "We are knights of the Storm Church, acting on divine orders to apprehend the faithless ones that have descended from another realm, with the blessing of divine decree." Understood. Qin Chuan was too uninterested to let him finish, cutting straight to the point. Then, what do you see me as? Having said that, without giving the person a chance to respond, he cast the loudspeaker aside and inquired of the soldiers beside him. What is the strength of our stationed forces in St. Mark City? The soldier quickly replied, 5 apocalyptic tanks, 12 rocket troopers, 200 mobilized soldiers, and 100 allied troops. Qin Chuan quickly calculated in his mind. This force should be sufficient to eliminate these seemingly mid-tier church knights, but if they retaliated in desperation, it could lead to unnecessary losses for his side. It was precisely because the battlefield was set in the city that Qin Chuan didn't even consider throwing a large Ivan at them. Thinking of this, Qin Chuan suddenly recalled the news he had just received from the territory's combat laboratory. He immediately issued a command. Contact the Xianhuang territory and summon the newly recruited troops. As you command. Qin Chuan received no response, but the Storm Church Knights could hardly contain themselves. They pondered the meaning behind Qin Chuan's last words. Could it be, this person is also one of them? However, they had indeed heard that the king of the northern frontier possessed a uniquely different appearance. With this thought, they could not help but feel a sense of vigilance. Regardless, the church knights had little concern for their own safety. Even in the worst-case scenario where the king of the northern frontier himself was an unfaithful entity from another realm, they remained unperturbed. This was not due to arrogance believing they could contend against the entire northern frontier. Rather, it stemmed from their confidence in their own identity. They did not believe, nor did they think the other party would dare to oppose them, knowing they were church knights. In having already proclaimed their identities, the knights represented not just themselves, but the church and the divinity. Even the most rampant of nobles would not dare to confront the church, especially since the storm church was under the watchful gaze of the powerful deity Talos. Meanwhile, Qin Chuan understood these individuals' peculiar confidence very well. It was precisely because of this that he had time to summon the new troops from the Xinhuang territory. Buzz 9 multifunctional infantry fighting vehicles appeared before Qin Chuan through a temporal and spatial transfer. The personnel inside the vehicles saluted Qin Chuan, revealing themselves as British snipers. While the Allied soldiers and mobilized soldiers could boast of their marksmanship capable of hitting a target 100 paces away, they could not compare to regular snipers when it came to extreme long-distance shots or one-shot kills. British snipers are equipped with AWP sniper rifles with an effective damage range of up to 1,400 meters. In simpler terms, 3 miles. Though 800 miles away, hitting an enemy in the head with a single shot is still quite a distance, but it is impressive nonetheless. Especially with their astonishing lethality, according to the data provided by the combat laboratory. As long as the mages are not in the sanctuary and the warriors are not at high-level, snipers can pose a lethal threat to them. Of course, situations such as armor and magical shields need to be considered separately. Currently, these storm church knights are undoubtedly not within that consideration. Qin Chuan called the snipers forward and assigned them their mission. Do you see those armored cans? I called you here to take them out with one shot. If possible, preserve the lives of those hostages. Understood. After receiving the orders, several snipers set off to find the best shooting positions. Moments later, as the signals of readiness echoed in his ears, Qin Chuan took a deep breath. With an extraordinarily calm voice, he announced the commencement of a war that would shake half the continent. The Knights of the Storm Church have been completely annihilated. This did not happen in the wild, nor in some dark and obscure place, but right before the eyes of everyone in the Holy Mark City. This was no mere poking at a hornet's nest, it was akin to grinding the Storm Church's face into the dirt. Previously, these church knights had made quite a ruckus while capturing people, let alone the standoff with the stationed troops of the Xinhuang territory. Roughly half the city's gaze had converged here. If they wanted to conceal this, it wasn't impossible. They could have Yuri come to brainwash the entire city, making them forget this scene. However, this would likely give rise to countless madmen and fools. After all, large-scale mind control would be a challenge, even for Yuri. However, Qin Chuan was not prepared to do this. The reason was not that he had enough confidence to face the Storm Church's retaliation, but rather, this matter was destined to be impossible to hide. Not to mention the news before the Knights of the Storm Church arrived. Even those Earth travelers captured by the Church would definitely reveal his name. Trying to continue hiding and developing had turned into an impossible endeavor. For the first time, Qin Chuan stood opposite to the powerful local forces of the Holy Spirit continent. What? As for the previous royal family of the Fran Kingdom, they were nothing but a pathetic force. Although Qin Chuan was already prepared for this, he couldn't help but sigh. This day had come a bit too early. If only he had a bit more time. The entire Holy Spirit continent would have been flattened for him to see. After confirming that the contradictions were irreconcilable and the conflict unavoidable, Qin Chuan immediately set the entire Xinhuang territory into motion. This time, he was not preparing for a military explosion, though that aspect would not be neglected either. Yet the main strategy this time lay in another direction. All construction factories and base vehicles, with the help of super time-space transmission, were tirelessly and frantically building the same structure in every corner of the Holy Spirit continent. Nuclear missile silos. He was ready at any moment for a mutually assured destruction. The only regret was that although the combat laboratory and shipyard were working tirelessly, the development of nuclear submarines remained in the early to mid stages, unable to be put into use. The main issue was not technical difficulties, but rather the threat posed by deep-sea creatures to nuclear submarines. Even with the protection of dolphins and octopuses, it was still a concern. After all, one could not expect the ocean to be filled with SpongeBob and Patrick. As Qin Chuan prepared for war, the news of the complete annihilation of the Storm Church Knights in the northern region of France spread like the wind. Meanwhile, various churches also received news about the prominent figures of these foreign void lords. Everything pushed the terms Xinhuang territory and Qin Chuan to the forefront. The embarrassed Storm Church was the first to respond. They, along with the Tyranny Church, War Church, and Suffering Order, dozens of church organizations jointly issued a statement. They condemned the lord of the Xinhuang territory, Qin Chuan, as a heretic. At the same time, they issued a decree to commence the crusade to the north. Church armies, secular royal forces, and various guild professionals were to heed the call. Objective: to annihilate the Xinhuang territory. to execute, capture, and judge the heretic Qin Chuan. In an instant, the name Qin Chuan floated across the entire sky of the Holy Spirit continent. Countless people seized this opportunity to learn about this person. Curiosity, curses, pity, and reproach. A myriad of emotions accumulated without harming Qin Chuan in the slightest. He naturally became aware of the so-called crusade to the north, but this was all to be expected. Compared to this, another absurd piece of news left him even more speechless. At the same time the news arrived, the Fran Council swiftly removed him from his position as chairman. They also stated they had no connection to Qin Chuan, and their previous complicity was made under duress. They claimed to have been coerced by Qin Chuan's overwhelming military force, forced to submit to his tyranny. Now that Qin Chuan's ugly visage was exposed, they immediately distanced themselves from him. Not only that, those nobles, piecing together their resources, even gathered 30,000 private soldiers to join the Chuch's Northern Expedition Force. They were eager to contribute to the Chuch's extermination of the heretic. When Qin Chuan read all this, he was nearly infuriated. He had the urge to drop a few nuclear weapons on the City of Light and these noble territories. However, compared to the flies buzzing around him, the ferocious beasts lurking behind posed an even greater threat. As the saying goes, one must endure small annoyances to execute grand schemes. Thus, Qin Chuan could only dispatch snipers and spies to eliminate those who were jumping around the most, then use the spies to replace their identities. Damn it. To hell with the long-term plans. Since the buzzing flies were so annoying, he would just swat them dead and focus on dealing with the ferocious beasts. Qin Chuan had never been a magnanimous person. After saying all these disgusting things, it wasn't that there weren't moments that warmed Qin Chuan's heart. World Chat Channel, you have 6589382 resource points awaiting extraction. Do you wish to claim them immediately? When Qin Chuan saw this message, he was utterly astonished. Over 6 million. What the hell? Did resources just fall from the sky? Quickly he realized this was not resources falling from the sky, but rather support from all the Earth travelers. At this moment, aside from those few with extraordinarily good luck who had hidden themselves and remained undetected, or those who had lost their territories and were hiding away, most Earth travelers had been captured by the Church. Now they were all waiting to capture this heretical leader Qin Chuan together and welcome judgment. Whether it was the gallows or being burned at the stake was imminent. In such circumstances, Qin Chuan, as the last hope of the entire village and the only one who could stand against them, embodied the faith of everyone. But at this moment, what could they do to help Qin Chuan? All they could do was give Qin Chuan nearly all their meager resource points. Transforming these resource points into every bullet in the Xinhuang territory, they would strike heavily against these ignorant natives. Qin Chuan was not fighting alone. Over 6 million had fallen from the sky. Qin Chuan was uncertain what emotions he ought to feel at this moment. After all, those Earth Lords, even the transmigrators who had lost their territories, possessed no means as efficient as Xinhuang territory to amass resource points. Each person contributed only a modest number of resource points to Qin Chuan, tens, hundreds, and rarely even in the thousands. Yet even so, small sums accumulated into a staggering total of 6 million resource points. All Qin Chuan could do was accept this heartfelt gesture. Though he was not currently lacking resource points, once war erupted, the resource point income of Xinhuang territory would inevitably face severe constraints. Even now, the revenue of Xinhuang Mall had already suffered a significant impact. It was worth noting that, having learned from the fate of the former Frankish royal family, the nobles now lacked the audacity to lay hands on Xinhuang Mall or those mines. Although Xinhuang territory seemed to have no chance of victory in this war, the nobles, being relatively close, still feared being dragged down by Qin Chuan's desperate counterattack. In the art of feigning effort, they were true experts. As the Church assembled its expeditionary force, Qin Chuan was also busily making preparations for war. The construction of nuclear missile silos across various regions did not fall behind. This was a decisive force essential to securing ultimate victory. The reason for choosing nuclear missile silos over weather controllers was primarily that in this era where supernatural powers manifested openly, weather and natural phenomena were all too easily manipulated. Many deities even held divine portfolios over such domains. Thus, opting for a weather controller would be unwise. However, nuclear fission was different. It was rooted in the fundamental laws of the universe beyond even the god's ability to alter. Coupled with its rapid activation, immense explosive power, and near impenetrable nature, there was no finer deterrent force. Of course, while this served as a trump card, preparations for conventional warfare were also essential. Qin Chuan ordered the construction of the photoelectric Great Wall. The concept of the photoelectric Great Wall was not overly complex. The term Great Wall needed little explanation. Qin Chuan planned to use a modified mobile red alert-based vehicle to erect a majestic city wall encircling the entire northern territory. At this moment, no one stepped forward to tell him, "Your Majesty, grand projects ruin the nation." This was certainly not a futile endeavor. Considering the primary combat forces of the current world, while many high-rank professionals could take to the skies, the mainstream remained the surging tide of knights charging across battlefields. City walls were the finest means to halt them. Of course, other obstacles like caltrop ropes and pit traps were indispensable, while divine-grade caltrops were scattered thickly beyond the northern territory walls. All this painstaking effort served but one purpose: to ensure that the northern expeditionary force left their horses behind. After that, dealing with these men however he pleased would be entirely Qin Chuan's prerogative. Of course, passive defense was never Qin Chuan's style. The photoelectric Great Wall was named photoelectric for a reason. Along the wall at intervals, prism towers and Tesla coils were erected. Beyond their primary defensive role, they served an even more crucial purpose, compensating for the wall's shortcomings, particularly its vulnerability to high-rank professionals breaking through and flying units. Flying units could be dealt with using anti-air cannons and Patriot missiles, but high-rank professionals posed a greater challenge. However, prism towers had a unique mechanic. They could transfer light energy between one another, amplifying their attack power. If the entire Great Wall were lined with prism towers, the resulting power would be enough to slay even a Saint Domain powerhouse caught in its blaze. As for deities, well, we would analyze that situation on a case-by-case basis. If truly outmatched, Qin Chuan still had a gift package prepared for the gods. The photoelectric Great Wall's defense was only one aspect. While scattered base vehicles used chronosphere teleportation to establish nuclear missile silos, worldwide production and training within Xinjiang territory continued unabated. Various unit types were recruited and trained from barracks, while steel factories operated day and night without rest, churning out troops in a frenzy. Under these circumstances, Qin Chuan discovered a problem. The Half Moon Valley, previously the canyon, was running out of space. Initially, Xinjiang territory had only occupied the westernmost area. But as development progressed, more buildings rose within the territory, gradually expanding toward the central and eastern regions. Now the entire Half Moon Valley was finally packed to capacity. In the past, this situation might have caused Qin Chuan some trouble. But now that the entire northern territory had been conquered, there was no need to worry about insufficient land. In ancient times, there was land enclosure by horse racing. Today, there was Qin Chuan's land enclosure by tank. Multifunctional infantry fighting vehicles and rocket-flying infantry scouted the terrain, while several base vehicles rolled out of Half Moon Valley. Leaning against the Conviction Mountain Range, an awe-inspiring steel city began to take shape. From now on, Qin Chuan planned to gradually relocate the facilities from Half Moon Valley to this new city, all for the sake of greater space. Within the fledgling steel city at the foot of Conviction Mountain Range, Qin Chuan gazed at the rising buildings, engaged in the urban planning of the new city. Meow. Qin Chuan initially thought it was Scylla, the cat-eared girl, causing trouble again. But when he turned his head, he truly saw a cat. The cat, undeterred by the absence of mice, still walked in an elegant straight line. It seemed to notice Qin Chuan's gaze, its languid eyes meeting his, exuding an indescribable allure. Good heavens! Qin Chuan felt something was wrong. He thought perhaps he had been single too long, now finding even a cat quite charming. Nevertheless, he quickly shifted his focus, pondering another question with gravity. Where had this cat come from? Could it be Scylla transformed? But he distinctly remembered Scylla's ears and tail were black, whereas this one was a white cat. Qin Chuan, I've come to visit. A familiar voice rang out, and only upon hearing it did Qin Chuan perceive the visitor's presence. It was midnight, so the mysterious lady has graced us with her presence. Among Mistra's titles were Mysterious Lady, Mother of Magic, and Lady of Magic. After exchanging greetings and courtesies, Qin Chuan was curious about the purpose of the magic goddess' visit. Yet watching the white cat leisurely roaming as if it owned the place, he couldn't help but ask, "Is this cat yours?" To Qin Chuan's question, Midnight gave a gentle smile, reaching out to scoop up the white cat, which was elegantly licking its pink paw. "You could say that. I rescued her from Shar. Isn't that right, Sheris?" Qin Chuan's expression was one of utter shock. Small wonder he looked that way. The information packed into Midnight's words was overwhelming. First, there were the two names mentioned. Shar, this figure was strictly speaking somewhat connected to Qin Chuan. As mentioned before, in the early days of the world's creation, chaotic nothingness merged two beautiful goddesses, each the yin and yang of the other. The embodiment of light and creation was Selûne. The manifestation of darkness and destruction, standing in opposition, was Shar. Unlike the moon goddess Selûne, who was now merely an intermediate deity, Shar, bearing the title Lady of Darkness, was an undeniably powerful greater deity. Truly the same origin, yet vastly different fates. In comparison, the name Sheris carried far less weight. Sheris, the goddess of cats and dance, a lesser deity. In other words, was this white cat a deity? Qin Chuan shifted his gaze away from someone else's cat. He turned to look at Midnight, or rather Mishra. After all, he did not know whether Mishra had fully descended in the form of a saint at this stage. Of course, there was not much difference between the two names. Although Qin Chuan found Midnight to be more approachable, it was clear that both names represented the same person, just at different levels of power. He decided to call her Mishra. So what was her purpose in seeking him out? Seemingly sensing Qin Chuan's confusion, Mishra spoke directly. I heard that you have conflicts with Talos, and I can help mediate between you. Qin Chuan too. We were about to fight, and now you say you want to be a peacemaker. He pondered the meaning of Mishra's words seriously before finally looking up and asking, Are you confident in persuading the god of storms? Mishra shook her head and said, Talos is one of the most stubborn among the gods, so it might not work, but I can ensure your safety. Then never mind. Qin Chuan shook his head, refusing Mishra's goodwill. He was unwilling to mediate this way. Since he had already decided to show strength, there was no turning back. There was no retreat. However, Qin Chuan was curious about why Mishra suddenly brought this up. Mysterious lady, is there something you need me to do? In all matters there is a give and take. There is never love without reason, nor hatred without cause. The other party wouldn't just come over to help him without a reason. So it must be that she had something to gain. Indeed, as Qin Chuan expected, Mishra reached out to adjust her hair and picked up that white cat. I need you to take care of Summaries for a while. She is currently. Take care of her. Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Qin Chuan's surprised tone. From the sudden rise in his tone, it was clear what Qin Chuan's feelings were at that moment. He hadn't forgotten that this white cat was a bona fide deity. He taking care of a deity. What qualifications did he have? Mishra seemed to see his thoughts and explained directly, no Summaries. There's been a little problem. She's not much different from an ordinary cat right now. Saying this, Mishra pointed to her head. Qin Chuan understood immediately. Reflecting on what she had said earlier, this cat had been played with by Shaer. Indeed, playing is something you gods are good at. Qin Chuan thought seriously for a moment about what benefits and risks having an extra white cat in the Huanling would bring. Then he nodded in agreement. There was already a cat girl in the territory. He didn't mind raising another one. If this could win him Mishra's friendship, it would be a tremendous gain. Seeing Qin Chuan agree, a smile blossomed on Mishra's face, and the surrounding sunlight brightened considerably. This was not an illusion. As the embodiment of magic, every move she made could influence the surrounding elements. If Qin Chuan were skilled in painting and captured this scene, it would surely become a world-renowned masterpiece. Mishra's smile. Back to the present. After Qin Chuan agreed to take care of the cat, Mishra's mood visibly improved. The magic book I gave you last time, I suddenly remembered that there were many deficiencies in it. I came to correct it for you. This was clearly a backdoor opportunity for Qin Chuan. In this situation, if Qin Chuan shouted, Annie, I don't want to work hard anymore, he would probably be killed on the spot by Mishra. Moreover, with the focus now on magic, Qin Chuan inevitably felt a little awkward. He had handed this matter over to the combat lab for research. In response, he could only fib. I left it in my bedroom and read it all night. It was very enlightening. As soon as this was said, Mishra's smile became even more radiant. I knew you would definitely understand my intentions, unlike those from the Arcane Empire. Never mind. Her words piqued Qin Chuan's interest. Is the Arcane Empire related to your visit this time? Mishra pondered briefly and then answered directly. Yes, I am preparing to travel to the Arcane Empire to engage in a debate with them. I have never blocked the path upwards for mages, causing them to use the wrong methods themselves. In such a case, it would naturally be inconvenient to bring Summaries along. Qin Chuan nodded upon hearing this. Indeed, she said it was a debate, not a brawl. Even if Summaries possessed only a trace of divine power, she was still just a cat, but that did not change the fact. If Mishra brought her along, the nature of the problem would change. Then, let's do it this way. If you find yourself unable to contend with Talos followers, you can choose to surrender, and I will come to redeem you. Remember to take good care of Summaries. After saying this last sentence, Mishra vanished from the spot. Only Qin Chuan and that white cat were left staring at each other. With the familiar person suddenly gone, Summaries appeared somewhat flustered. Her expression towards Qin Chuan was also adorably fierce. Unfortunately, this was of no use. Qin Chuan reached out and grabbed her by the scruff of her neck. Stepping out of the room, he called for a messenger. Go find Skulla and tell her. I found her a playmate of her kind. There was no other way. Qin Chuan completely did not understand how to care for cats, so he could only let them take care of themselves. In no time, Skulla arrived before Qin Chuan. Upon meeting, her nose twitched incessantly, as if she had caught a whiff of something unpleasant. Stop sniffing, here she is. Qin Chuan lifted Summaries up. The two pairs of amber-like eyes met, and they discovered each other. Summaries elegantly licked her pink paw, as if she felt no hostility from the other. But Skulla was furious, her tail raised high behind her, angrily baring her fangs and claws. You have another meow. Qin Chuan, what on earth is this? Seeing Skulla in a frenzy, he could only explain, it's not mine, but someone else's cat. and am just helping to take care of it for a while. Is that so? Scylla glanced at Qin Chuan, her expression filled with disbelief. However, there was nothing she could do but accept this fact. All right, you two go play outside. Qin Chuan still had important matters to attend to, so he casually tossed the white cat towards Scylla and was about to shoo them out. The white cat was not afraid in the air. She quickly turned and landed steadily on Scylla's head. Meowed. Get down. How could Scylla endure such an insult? But no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't get the cat off her head. Even if she had lost her intelligence, Summer's divine essence remained unchanged. Although the seals on the three sisters were gradually weakening due to the black tide, their powers were returning, they still had no power to fight against the deity. For example, at this moment, Summaries stretched out her tongue to lick her upright black cat ears. Off. Scylla suddenly went mad and ran out with a flushed face. Qin Chuan looked at the scene before him, speechlessly, feeling that this lowly girl had some sort of cat problem. However, now that there were no interruptions, he finally had some leisure time. After completing the planning for the new city, he would officially prepare to deal with the Church's Northern Expedition War. Time swiftly passed. Under the repeated urging of the Church, the vanguard of the Northern Expedition Army had now been assembled. Or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that it was pieced together from the armies of various nations. Apart from the 30,000 newly pledged troops from the Fran Kingdom, the other nations merely sent out a token force, each contributing a small number of soldiers. Of course, the combat capabilities of these troops were not comparable to those of the Fran Kingdom. Although their numbers were few, they were far superior in quality to the farmers sent by Fran. For instance, the nearby Druk Kingdom, although the entire army of fearless professionals did not fully arrive, still sent a few thousand soldiers as a form of participation. The same could be said for the other countries. Everything was merely to comply with the Church's orders. As an old saying goes, this world is yours and mine, but in the end it belongs to the gods. All beings float and sink, yet ultimately cannot escape their fate. In a person's life, only death and faith are unavoidable. The former can be postponed through various means, but faith is truly inescapable. Even if you pretend to be a shallow believer of that deity, even if that deity is an evil god, no one would say anything. But what if there is no faith? That won't do. You must believe in something, no matter how small. The cause of this war lies therein, and the surrounding kingdoms dispatching troops is also due to that. At this moment, this group of vanguard troops consisted of 18 kingdoms, with an army of 100,000 loitering just outside the Sunset Plains. Seeing their formation, Qin Chuan even considered naming the new city in Xianyuan territory as Hilagwan. Unfortunately, he did not have Lu Bu. Currently, these vanguard troops only needed to cross the Sunset Plains to reach the northern front, yet none dared to take that step. The reason was simple: they were afraid. The intelligence organizations between the nations were not blind or deaf. The previous total annihilation of the Fran royal army in the Sunset Plains was sufficient proof that it was not safe there. Now, although the Church continued to urge them, no one took the initiative to act. Faith belongs to the gods, but life is one's own. Thus, both sides regarded the Sunset Plains as a boundary. To the north, Qin Chuan's northern front was constructing the Photonic Great Wall, building photon towers and giant cannons. To the south, the vanguard troops of various nations were stationed, not daring to cross half a step over the threshold. Until someone could no longer hold back. Early in the morning, Qin Chuan saw a figure shrouded in black robes being brought before him. Qin Chuan frowned at the person, puzzled, and asked Duke Lionheart, "It is I." The person under the black robe revealed an old face, one that Qin Chuan was quite familiar with. Duke Lionheart appeared rather awkward, as if unsure how to navigate the relationship between the two parties. The Fran Kingdom had unhesitatingly stabbed Qin Chuan in the back, and as a high noble of the kingdom, meeting Qin Chuan secretly was indeed a bit hard to justify. However, he had no choice but to meet. Qin Chuan did not have many thoughts on the matter. The camps were different, each serving their own interests, yet each held their own calculations. What he was more concerned about was why the other party had come at such a sensitive time. In response to Qin Chuan's query, Duke Lionheart did not hesitate. "Lord Qin Chuan, I can provide detailed intelligence on the vanguard army, including their troop strength and deployment locations, as well as..." Duke Lionheart kept chattering away as if he were about to reveal the secrets of the vanguard troops. His sudden opening of the conversation left Qin Chuan in a daze. What? Did my personal charm grow so great? The aura of a sovereign spreading, and people come to me while I stay at home. At this moment, Duke Lionheart, seeing that Qin Chuan did not respond, assumed that the other party did not believe him. He let out a bitter laugh and explained, "Lord Qin Chuan, please do not misunderstand. I opposed your expulsion from the council from the beginning, but you understand." Qin Chuan remained non-committal. Flattering words can be spoken by anyone, but that was certainly not the main reason. Facing Qin Chuan's gaze, Duke Lionheart sighed and continued, "With 100,000 troops stationed just outside the Sunset Plains, I cannot bear it. It is not just 100,000 men, there are also horses, right? The food and supplies for 100,000 people need to be provided by me. I have already run out of resources. Qin Chuan nodded. This was likely the main reason. In this world, armies do not bring much resources and provisions from their own countries. The supplies along the way rely entirely on the villages and nobles along the route. This time it was Duke Lionheart's turn. However, Qin Chuan only half believed what Duke Lionheart said. Though supplying 100,000 troops was strenuous, it was still manageable with some effort. At worst, it would just strain his resources. It was plausible that he came to the northern front to pledge allegiance, but the reasoning did not hold water. Perhaps he was worried that if fighting broke out, the entire Sunset Plains would be leveled. At that time, it would truly be the downfall of the Lionheart family. Thus, he came seeking Qin Chuan, hoping to repel the enemy beyond the Sunset Plains. This little scheme. I understand you may leave now. You agreed. Duke Lionheart exclaimed in surprise. I will consider it. Qin Chuan did not give him a definite answer, and Duke Lionheart returned disappointed. The intelligence provided by Duke Lionheart was indeed important. But if one were to say it was absolutely indispensable, that was not necessarily the case. Did he really think that the aerial command radar and spies were mere decorations? What he brought was merely supplementary intelligence that was difficult to obtain, harmless in essence. Qin Chuan was not prepared to change his plans lightly. After all, since they had already been adversaries once. Your life and death have nothing to do with me. However, this group of vanguard troops held great value in Qin Chuan's eyes. For instance, training. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions nearly blew the vanguard camp off the map. Several craters, several hundred meters in size, appeared at the center of the camp. The craters were filled with blood and the dark remnants of severed limbs. What happened? Divine punishment. God, what is this? A forbidden spell cast by a domain mage. The camp fell into chaos, with everyone gazing in horror at the gaping holes ahead. It looked like the gates of hell, and no one dared approach. Within the army, someone recognized this kind of attack and hesitantly spoke up. This seems to be an attack from the Qin Chuan territory of the northern front. That can't be. How could they possibly have such a powerful attack? It is possible, otherwise how would they dare challenge the church? That makes sense. At that moment, officers from various nations appeared, their faces filled with fear. They forced themselves to stabilize the morale of the troops. It's nothing too serious. This is already the strongest attack from the northern front. Everyone should disperse and not gather together. In the Qin Chuan territory, Qin Chuan looked at the holographic map before him and nodded in satisfaction. The attack from the time-space shift and self-destructing trucks is quite good, though the yield is too small. Next time, switch to high explosives. What tactics should we experiment with next? Commander, teleport a small mountain onto their heads to test the limits of the time-space transfer of objects. Boom. The sound of explosions echoed once more as the expeditionary vanguard's camp was once again sent soaring into the sky. However, their emotions at this moment were no longer as excited and terrified as at the beginning. Instead, they were silent and speechless. To describe it in more vivid terms, they were like walking corpses. The soldiers stared blankly at the source of the explosions, neither approaching nor making a sound. This was a lesson learned from those who had previously been executed by the commander for shouting too loudly. The noble commanders were busy extinguishing flames and counting the casualties, their faces as heavy as water. The entire camp fell into an eerie atmosphere of silence. In a typical cold weapon-era army, a mutiny would likely have erupted by now. Unfortunately, this was not feasible in the current world. The leaders of high-level professionals could easily suppress any insubordination from their subordinates, leaving them with no room to turn the tide. That said, it was an undeniable fact that the morale of the vanguard had plummeted into negative territory. The commanders from various nations gathered once more to discuss countermeasures. Two choices: either enter the Sunset Plains and strike directly into the northern realm, or retreat and contemplate their next steps. To be honest, this group undoubtedly preferred the latter. The torment of the past few days had thoroughly frightened them. Could they really defeat the Qin Chuan territory of the northern realm? But now the question arose, what should they do after retreating? Their home countries would likely not overly blame them, after all they were family. But as for the church, how long will it take for the church's main force to reach Fran after the Northern Expedition Army? Someone inquired. I heard they just assembled their troops, but even the fastest Griffin Knights regiment will need a week. 1 week, huh? Can we hold on for another week? The meeting suddenly fell into silence. They gradually recognized the severity of the situation. Ding! A sudden clear sound rang out, emanating from a commander seated at the head of the table. People's gazes turned toward him, only to find that the sound had come from his armor. Due to the continuous training from the Qin Chuan territory, some cautious commanders had indeed kept their armor on even at night. At this moment the commander, noticing all eyes on him, furrowed his brow and looked down only to see a silver spider barely the size of a fingernail resting on his chest. He was about to reach out to swat it away. The next moment a horrifying scene unfolded. Under the eyes of everyone, the little spider seemed to know it had been discovered and moved with incredible speed. In less than a breath's time, its 8 legs extended, and with astonishing agility it transformed into a silver streak of light, diving straight into the commander's mouth. The entire room changed color. People instinctively recoiled as if they had witnessed an extremely terrifying scene. Some even began to frantically pat themselves. But it was too late. The spider's movement had sounded a certain signal. Countless silver streaks burst forth from the tents. If it weren't seen with their own eyes, it would be hard to believe that so many little things could be hidden within such a few square meters of tent. At this moment, the consequences brought by their surge were also terrifying. The silver spiders turned into streaks of light, infiltrating every possible opening. This is not just an adjective, it is a verb. They entered the bodies of these people through their mouths, nostrils, ears, and even more gruesome openings. Soon, they began to wreak havoc on the body's functions. In the blink of an eye, blood began to seep from the 7 orifices of 90% of the people present, showing signs that they would not survive. Only 1 or 2 others radiated a burst of light, attempting to resist. But this was of no use. They might have been adept at dealing with external enemies, but they had no means to handle their own bodies. In an instant, the command center of the vanguard was entirely annihilated. The culprit, miniature horror robots. Northern Realm, New City. Qin Chuan watched this scene through a holographic projection, marveling. The combat laboratory is impressive. It can create horror robots of such a small size. This gives me plenty of ideas. If they could be even smaller then. Nanos. Next to him, the engineer introducing this new type of weapon saw that his commander was interested and hurriedly explained. The emergence of miniature horror robots is primarily due to the reference to the special technologies and materials of this world. The magic book you provided us previously has also played a significant role. There is still a long way to go to achieve even smaller nanos. Qin Chuan nodded upon hearing this and did not press further. To be honest, using the vanguard of the expeditionary army to continuously test new tactics and weapons had produced many surprises for him. These miniature horror robots were one of them. However, good times are always fleeting. After this battle, the high-level forces of the vanguard were nearly wiped out. Even if 1 or 2 were left behind, they could not impact the overall situation. As for those ordinary soldiers, judging by their current morale, a collapse was imminent. This process did not require much effort from Qin Chuan. He merely needed to observe the changes. Thus, the appetizer before the grand feast was considered tasted. Next was the main event. The outcome of the matter did not surprise Qin Chuan. After the rulers of the vanguard were swept away, the few survivors completely scattered. In the absence of control, their only thought now was to leave this land of demons as far as possible, never to return in this lifetime. There is a fitting description for their retreat in the public, the Great Expedition Escape. Meanwhile, the Chuch's army from the central region of the Holy Spirit continent also received news of the vanguard's defeat. This was something they never expected. These people thought that they could be quite powerful in a small kingdom's territory, even if these people hailed from a foreign void and possessed some special abilities. However, based on the capabilities of the 18 nations vanguard, it should have been a piece of cake to take them down. In fact, the Chuch's side also believed that their main force was merely putting on a show. By the time they arrived, they could directly reap the fruits of victory. Now this outcome was clearly an unexpected occurrence. As a result, their originally slow pace finally quickened. If it weren't for the enormous costs of transporting so many people using the major church's teleportation arrays, they might have considered directly teleporting here. Since the teleportation arrays could not be used, they had no choice but to march in haste. Ultimately, within 5 days, the vanguard's forward troops had already arrived in Fran. As expected, they were all air units. They learned from the mistakes of the vanguard coalition and did not rush to attack the background immediately. Instead, they carefully sought out positions to camp and awaited the arrival of the main force, aiming to achieve success in one fell swoop. In the northern region, the electromagnetic Great Wall stands completed. All that remains is to continuously add light spires and various defensive structures upon it. Moreover, the defenses within the Great Wall cannot be neglected. The most crucial element is the massive cannons. Such gigantic defensive structures cannot be deployed as widely as the light spires. However, given the range and power of the cannons, their numbers must not be few. Qin Chuan's preliminary plan is to establish 50 cannons to control the area beyond the northern region's city walls. After all, there is a saying, within range all is truth. All fear stems from insufficient firepower. Qin Chuan does not wish to taste the flavor of fear, thus he must supplement his firepower as much as possible. Standing atop the Great Wall, he gazed out at the endless grasslands before him. He sighed inwardly, uncertain how much of this grassland would remain after this encounter. If the Duke of Lionheart were to hear his words, he would likely weep. Bang, 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 bang. The continuous firing of the anti-air cannons prompted Qin Chuan to wave his hand, projecting a vision of a large bird being shot down from the sky. Shaking his head, he commanded, "Send a few people to retrieve the griffin's corpse. We'll have a feast tonight. Also leave the bones and organs of the griffin for the combat experiments. I heard they want to improve the Black Hawk fighter recently." Upon receiving the order, the messenger quickly spotted several small black dots appearing ahead. At this moment, there was little danger. The aerial forces of the Northern Expedition Army were far bolder than the mixed forces of various countries. Although they did not dare to directly assault the northern region, many were tasked with reconnaissance thanks to their high mobility. Unfortunately, all of them perished atop the Great Wall. It must be noted that Qin Chuan's preparations atop this electromagnetic Great Wall were not limited to light spires. There were also numerous Patriot missiles and anti-air cannons. The aim was to guard against these aerial forces with utmost vigilance. As the great battle loomed, Qin Chuan murmured, "Soon, soon." The earth trembled. Countless soldiers and mounts formed a vast army rapidly advancing forward. Among these mounts, many dragonkin could even be seen. The army had several core groups, all sharing a commonality. They were surrounded by knights in exquisite hollowed armor for protection. They were the leaders of various major churches at this moment. As the largest force involved in this expedition, the Storm Church naturally occupied the most central position. Unlike other churches that protected their clergy with carriages, the Storm Church did not employ such measures. To eliminate the heretic Qin Chuan, they directly deployed the main force of the Punishment Knight Order and one of the 3 cardinal bishops of the Holy Empire, Ambrose. Notably, there is the Light Vanguard Osir. Osir is his name and Light Vanguard is his title. He has already surpassed the 9th rank and entered the sacred domain. Rank 11th. Not only him, but the cardinal bishops are also similarly divine domain priests, though they lack titles. This is why even after learning of the Vanguard Army's setbacks, they remain full of confidence. With such battle prowess, this group is justified in declaring, "Beneath the divine, I am invincible." How far is it to Fran? Do we have any intelligence from the Griffin riders? Tomorrow we should arrive. As for the intelligence, they said they couldn't scout and sacrificed a dozen men for it. May they enjoy wine and honey forever in the Lord's Storm Kingdom. Before his prayer was finished, Ambrose suddenly lifted his gaze to the sky. There, an oval black metallic object was rapidly approaching, trailing a tail of fire. At first he did not pay much attention, but as the warning within him grew stronger, he felt an overwhelming sense of impending doom. Until the oval black metal came within a kilometer. Ambrose's expression changed suddenly. "Everyone be vigilant. Activate the strongest defenses. Defend. Defend. Defend." Boom. The piercing sound of an explosion ruptured the eardrums, followed by a noise that exceeded the limits of human hearing, turning silent. A blinding flash of light erupted with the army above bathed in a milky white glow, yet from a distance it appeared as a brilliant golden light. The clouds in the sky, however, were a stark contrast, tinted in a deep blue-green. The bombardment continued. The outer perimeter of the army, numbering nearly 10,000, could not even struggle against the force being vaporized instantly. All that remained were charred marks on the ground. Nothing else survived. When this destructive force reached the center of the military, despite their hurried reactions, their nervous systems, surpassing human limits, managed to muster basic defensive capabilities. Unfortunately, it was all in vain. Their raised tower shields were melted away, the temperature soaring, causing their skin to turn crimson before ultimately losing all signs of life. A sky filled with fine black ash floated and enveloped the scene, obscuring the vision of most. As the army approached their doom, radiant light erupted from the center of the formation. Light of protection, storm barrier, holy barrier, light of aegis. In a fleeting moment, a dozen defensive divine spells were activated. These defenses clashed with the shockwave of the exploding mushroom cloud, both sides engaging in a frenzied tug-of-war. Ultimately, as the mushroom cloud waned and slowly dispersed, several figures clad in clerical robes from within the ranks simultaneously spat blood. Some even noticed their once black hair starting to turn gray at the roots. They had sacrificed their lives to gain the power to cast spells beyond their level. Thus, they barely managed to defend against this nuclear bomb. However, this was merely the greeting gift Qin Chuan prepared for them. The accumulated nuclear reserves were never intended for these people. Based on his calculations, he never expected that a mere nuclear bomb could annihilate all of them. He merely hoped to intimidate them into retreating. The longer the delay, the more comprehensive the preparations of the Xianwang territory would be. If not, it would matter little, as it would be no different from the beginning. In reality, the expeditionary forces did indeed begin to quarrel over this matter. Strategic retreat resting in place, continuing forward. Each held their ground, unable to convince one another. This situation persisted until two figures from the storm church appeared. Osir and Anrogas stood before everyone. Osir's expression was cold as he drew the long sword from his waist. With a single swing, he split the table before him in two, silently glaring at the others. As for Anrogas, he was much more gentle. "Gentlemen, let us continue forward, should the divine take offense." He then slightly opened his eyes, and a commanding voice resonated. "Storm command divine art power of the gale." Upon utterance, everyone felt their bodies lighten significantly, as if they could fly with a mere movement. "Accelerate the march with the assistance of divine art. We should be able to reach Fran's territory tonight." In the northern territory at the Xianhuang region, Qin Chuan felt quite satisfied with his test attack. As expected, a single nuclear bomb was insufficient to eliminate the cross-northern expeditionary army. However, the nuclear bomb was not entirely ineffective. At the very least, it informed Qin Chuan of the limits of these people's capabilities. The sacred domain. There were no divine beings present. This meant that if one nuclear bomb was ineffective, then a multitude of them would surely suffice. Currently, the Xianhuang region had plenty of nuclear reserves. However, he was not in a hurry to deal with the main forces of the Northern Expeditionary Army. If he were to eliminate them directly, it would only accelerate their pace, and the next round of attacks would inevitably arrive quickly. On the contrary, if he dragged things out, it would be beneficial for his side. Thus, he would just let them be until he was ready for his thunderous strike. A few days later, after the main forces of the Northern Expeditionary Army had all entered the territory of the Fran Kingdom to garrison the Xianhuang region, welcomed an unexpected guest. "What's your purpose?" Qin Chuan frowned as he looked at the strange young man before him, becoming increasingly vigilant. The young man smiled widely, turning to glance around the surroundings, and spoke. "A surprisingly impressive territory. By the looks of you, you indeed possess some powerful force. Hand over that power to me, and I will grant you unimaginable rewards for your lifetime." Qin Chuan. Is this person out of his mind? However, from this statement, he also understood the reason this person had come. Previously, he had given the Expeditionary Army a little gift, and the resulting scene, along with the casualties of the Northern Expeditionary Army, could not be concealed. This resulted in one outcome: those who originally thought the Xianhuang region was weak and merely watching the show suddenly discovered the blind spot. Such a powerful means, especially as an alchemical tool, if it could be controlled. It was clear that the young man before him was one of those who could. His audacity was indeed remarkable, daring to infiltrate the Xianhuang region directly and face Qin Chuan. Without a doubt, given Qin Chuan's current rank, he was utterly defenseless before someone of an unknown higher level. Yet he also had his own methods, which was why he was not afraid of the other party's assassination plans. He smiled slightly and mocked, "If you want to learn, I'll teach you." With that, in a flash, he mentally communicated with the belt at his waist. Whoosh! In an instant, Qin Chuan's figure vanished from the room. The hyperdimensional belt. Although Qin Chuan could not activate the genetic sequence akin to hyperdimensional soldiers, it did not mean he could not utilize this power. Whether it was the frequent movements prior to entering the vehicle or this, the hyperdimensional belt as Tanya's combat equipment was indeed prone to damage, but was nevertheless a divine artifact. It effectively granted the user a chance for blink without distance limitations. Mental control, instant activation. These two characteristics allowed the equipped individual to escape perilous situations in most scenarios. For instance, at this very moment, when Qin Chuan's figure appeared in the construction yard, someone had already approached to report. "Commander, the hyperdimensional legion has already stagnated the time-space of your residence. The intruder has nowhere to escape. Try to capture him alive. Let Yuri and the others interrogate him for intelligence. If there's danger, kill him on the spot." Understood. Once the heat subsided, Qin Chuan activated the holographic projection, and everything within the Lord's mansion materialized before his eyes. The strange young man, upon realizing his disappearance, clearly sensed that the situation was off and attempted to flee. However, before he could leave the bounds of the Lord's mansion, he was frozen by the hyperdimensional legion. Even in such a situation, he managed to maintain a slow struggle of his body, the ability to resist time-space freezing. This was beyond the 9th rank. Qin Chuan's earlier caution proved to be correct. The current situation was quite simple. Although the strange young man could struggle within the frozen time-space, he was evidently no longer a threat. What remained was merely how Qin Chuan would deal with him. However, at this moment, Qin Chuan suddenly felt something was amiss. Meow. A cat's meow sounded, followed by the sensation of a massive shadow enveloping the Lord's mansion. As the rising dust and shadow appeared, what was revealed before everyone was a gigantic pit formed by a cat's paw. Yes, this pit indeed resembled a cat's paw. Upon seeing this scene, Qin Chuan understood who was responsible. It could only be one of the two individuals within the territory. Yes, two cats. Sure enough, as the dust settled, Qin Chuan saw two small figures, one larger and one smaller. He rubbed his head in frustration, unsure of what was wrong with these two. Without replying, the little cat girl presented the small white cat before Qin Chuan. Who did this? Qin Chuan asked. Meow. His question went unanswered, and instead the small white cat resting atop Skura's head responded with an arrogant meow. This meow attracted Qin Chuan's attention. Big brother Qin Chuan Xiaoruisi is showing off her giant cat paw. So it was you. Qin Chuan reached out to lift the small white cat to his eye level, gazing into her amber eyes as he spoke. I told you. I was planning to capture him for interrogation, but with one swipe from you, you killed him directly in my house. Tell me, how are you going to compensate? Meow, 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 meow. Meow, meow, meow. A series of meows almost made Qin Chuan want to learn to meow like a cat. He couldn't understand the feline language and could only turn his gaze to Skura. The little cat girl perfectly played the role of a translator. As expected, she did not disappoint Qin Chuan's expectations and spoke. Xiaoruisi says that the person was merely a shell of a lich, as she didn't kill the whole person. Moreover, the one she and Mishra hate the most is liches. She has already informed Mishra through the pantheon. As for the compensation issue, Skura paused at this point, hesitating under Qin Chuan's probing gaze. She says your shabby house isn't worth anything. Qin Chuan, he would not easily allow his blackmail plan to fail. Is my house just an ordinary house? It's my beloved, my dear friends, my brothers. How many sleepless nights has it accompanied me through? Meow, meow, meow. The small white cat suddenly let out a few angry meows. Then light emanated from her, and before Qin Chuan could react, the cat was no longer in his hands. Looking down, the white cat had indeed returned to Skura's head, positioning her rear towards Qin Chuan. It was a complete display of I don't want to talk to you. Skura continued to dutifully serve as her translator. She says that Mishra will provide you with the compensation. Oh, then that's fine. Qin Chuan shook his head regretfully, finally remembering that this was someone else's cat. However, through this conversation, he confirmed a fact. Mishra once said that Xiaoruisi was ruined by the night goddess Shar and was no different from an ordinary cat now. Looking at the giant cat paw pit before him. Is this what they mean by no difference? As Zhang Wuji's mother Yin Susu said, the more beautiful a woman, the more deceitful she is. The same goes for goddesses. Having resolved the matter with the lich, Qin Chuan's mind remained preoccupied with the event. He did not wish to extort Miss Lara, but having gone through with it, he decided to let it be. Fortunately, there was no news from Miss Lara for the time being, allowing Qin Chuan to shift his focus elsewhere. To be honest, he shouldn't be distracted at this moment. After all, this was a time of war. The Chuch's northern expeditionary forces had already entered the Sunset Plains. Their encampment bore no resemblance to the previously scattered vanguard. They did not dare to advance into the Sunset Plains. This was not due to cowardice, but rather because it was simply impossible to enter. They had tried, but they couldn't even approach the northern border. They were repelled by heavy artillery from miles away. Among them, Athel had once considered a direct assault. However, after carefully avoiding the artillery range, he found himself faced with a barrage of Patriot missiles and anti-aircraft fire. Indeed, he could have braved through the fire to enter the northern border. However, guided by his inner sense of danger, he ultimately retreated. Thus, both sides found themselves in a stalemate once again. This was a situation Qin Chuan relished. He wished for this deadlock to last until the end of time. Until new intelligence arrived, jolting him to attention. The counterattack could begin. Across the vast ocean, a colossal entity surged through the waves. Creatures living in the depths of the sea looked on in horror at this iron beast, which to them seemed akin to a small continent, trembling in fear. Countless small aircraft took off and landed from the deck, surveying everything on the surrounding sea. This was the most formidable strength of the Red Alert Allied Navy, an aircraft carrier. It differed from aircraft carriers in reality. Not only did it boast a massive size, but each Allied aircraft carrier also housed a fully equipped miniature military factory. The purpose of this factory was simple: to produce carrier-based aircraft. Whenever a carrier's aircraft were destroyed, a new fighter could be constructed after a certain amount of time, which was simply outrageous. Qin Chuan had dispatched this aircraft carrier some time ago, and it finally bore fruit now. Meanwhile, he used the power of air transmission to arrive on the deck of the aircraft carrier. He put away his binoculars, pointed towards the distant massive island, and asked, "Is it confirmed? Is this the headquarters of the Storm Church?" Naturally, the head of the spy organization stepped forward to report, "Commander. It is confirmed without a doubt. According to our investigation, the Storm Church has two cores. One is the church headquarters in the Holy Empire, which serves as a facade, but the true power of the Storm Church lies on this island." Qin Chuan nodded and lifted his binoculars once more. This time, with his deliberate searching, he indeed spotted numerous flags bearing the emblem of explosive lightning. This was the holy insignia of the storm god. This meant he had found the right place. Immediately, he said, "It's a pity we only have one aircraft carrier this time. The shield destroyer hasn't arrived yet, but that's all right." He continued, wary of prolonged delays. What are the nearest nuclear missile silos? Someone reported WMD-5, WMD-9, WMD-17, WMD-43. Qin Chuan immediately informed them to activate these silos, launch all reserves, set the timing to ensure they arrive at the island simultaneously, and sink that island for me. Understood. On that day, the weather was fine. On Storm Island, seagulls flew leisurely over the water, and the lightning-emblazoned flags fluttered in the wind, seemingly showcasing the might of the Storm Church. After the daily routine of prayer, the clergy of the Storm Church chatted idly. I wonder how Athel and Lord Enrogas are faring. I want to punish those provincial lords. Alas, too bad I wasn't selected. How I think you just want to go to the mainland. Stop making excuses. I'm not going for fun. I simply want to spread the glory of my lord to more places. Come on, I heard that the coalition of 18 nations has already failed. Those heretics are not easy to deal with. How hard could it be? If I step in, stop talking nonsense, and continue praying. Those at the tribunal have been acting crazily, catching violators. You just don't get caught. Nobody knows why. True, but I heard it's because of some big shot. How big could a big shot be? The Pope doesn't have such grandeur. Shoo. Prayers, labor patrol. Everything proceeded as usual, and even those on patrol, though still earnest, had their enthusiasm drained by the repetition year after year. Besides, no one felt that anyone would dare to offend the Storm Church. What they failed to notice was that under the clear blue sky, dozens of charming, oval-shaped metallic objects with fiery tails were rapidly approaching Storm Island. By the time some high-ranking practitioners of the Storm Church could see the incoming objects, the circular metal bearing a surprise gift was less than 1,000 meters away from Storm Island. What are those? A new type of flying magical beast. Someone looked at the objects and asked curiously. Who knows, but we can't let them approach the sacred island. Their speed suddenly increased. Get ready to intercept. As soon as the words were spoken, in just a few seconds, the missiles carrying nuclear warheads suddenly accelerated, reaching a speed that nearly broke the sound barrier and soared above Storm Island. Among the vigilant crowd on Storm Island, only a few reacted. They flew through the air, intercepting the black beasts as they perceived them. This is Storm. Before the sentence could be completed, the two nuclear warheads they were connected to suddenly exploded, leaving them no time to react. A towering mushroom cloud erupted from the sky, its dazzling brightness surpassing even the sunlight of midday. The two explosions rang out like a signal. In less than a second, the nuclear warheads that completely covered the island reached their respective target locations. No. Countless explosions overlapped, collectively tolling the bell of destruction. With a furious shout from the center of the island, multiple nuclear warheads detonated across Storm Island. Gale, blinding light, earthquake, tsunami. Everything unfolded like a scene from hell across the island. In the face of such destruction, there was little difference between the sanctified, the transcendent ninth tier, and ordinary people. It was merely a matter of how long one could endure. However, through the real-time panoramic map, Qin Chuan discovered something unexpected. Although half the island had collapsed and scenes of seawater flooding were already visible. Yet at the center of the island on the church, there was a faint layer of light firmly protecting it within, remaining unmoved despite the chaos raining down from the outside world. At that moment, the previously furious voice resonated again from within the church. You are seeking your own doom. You are seeking your own doom. As the furious voice echoed, Qin Chuan nearly thought he saw an egg. Soon after, he beheld a giant figure as massive as a mountain. With a single eye, a broad back, and a long beard, this giant was currently supporting Storm Island, striving to prevent it from sinking. Here lay the culmination of his efforts over tens of thousands of years. At this moment, 1,000 miles away, Qin Chuan was also startled upon seeing this figure. He recognized the identity of the being, storm god Talos. To his surprise, he had already descended. However, this was of no consequence. Talos' appearance had long surpassed his expectations, yet it was also within his foresight. Seeing this powerful being stabilizing Storm Island, Qin Chuan's mind began to churn with different thoughts. Relay the order, clear half of the nuclear reserves from all missile silos within range, targeting the giant before us. Understood, Commander. At this moment, after Talos manifested his giant form, he was stabilizing the island, while continuously searching for nearby enemies with his single eye. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The surrounding weather seemed to change with his emotions as a massive lightning storm erupted, ruthlessly striking the nearby sea. This lightning storm was not summoned by Qin Chuan, but was indeed the divine domain of Talos. This was one of the reasons he chose not to use this superweapon against the enemy. As Qin Chuan issued his command, countless hidden missile silos began to activate. The unmanned islands on the sea, small hills along the coastal continent, even the basin pits in the central continent. These locations were the nuclear missile launch bases constructed over the past few days. Although the attack range of the missile silos was not as extensive as in the original Red Alert game, considering the size of the Holy Spirit continent, It could cover half of the continent. This time Qin Chuan did not require the missiles to arrive simultaneously. Soon the first wave of attacks from the unmanned islands began. Boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions erupted from Talas' massive form, and the bright flashes of the explosions affected Qin Chuan's real-time monitoring. Only when the blinding light dissipated did he manage to see the situation on the battlefield. Unscathed, these scattered nuclear missiles were not only unable to harm Talas, but even struggled to damage his clothing. Could it be that his ultimate weapon was also ineffective against deities? Qin Chuan began to doubt his life. Just as he felt disheartened, he made a new discovery. The small island he had been holding in his hand seemed to be unable to maintain itself any longer and was abandoned by him. As the island slowly sank into the sea, Talas was utterly enraged. He stood tall, beginning to move rapidly. The wind resistance seemed non-existent as he surged across the sea. Seeing this, Qin Chuan felt compelled to shout, "Damn it, Digga! The giant of light, hurry and fight the monster." Unfortunately, there were no giants of light in this world, so no one came to help him deal with Talas. As for the direction Talas was heading, "What is that?" "Commander, our WMD-43 nuclear missile launch base is located there. Notify them to evacuate immediately from the WMD-43 base. And the remaining bases nearby as well. But the base, let it be destroyed." Qin Chuan's words carried a tone of boldness. However, deep down his heart was bleeding. But what could he do? He certainly couldn't rush in and confront Talas in close combat. He was neither a 1 nor a 0, there was simply no need. In the midst of their exchange, Talas' mountain-like form had already arrived at the island housing the WMD-43 nuclear missile launch base. Bang! His methods were straightforward. He raised his hand and pressed down. Accompanied by wind and thunder, destruction was constant. The entire unmanned island was crushed into the sea, completely erased from existence. Watching this scene unfold, Qin Chuan felt fortunate that he had ordered an early evacuation or otherwise. At this moment on screen, after Talas had destroyed the small island, the second wave of attacks was rapidly approaching. His brow furrowed and a hint of confusion flashed in his remaining eye. It was as if he could not comprehend why, despite having annihilated the opponent, it was still not enough. Realizing this, Talas turned around again, speeding towards another direction. His velocity was so great that he directly exploded a missile in his path. Nuclear weapons are so powerless when facing deities. And this is merely a deity descending into the material plane. Qin Chuan no longer wished to complain. He was even too lazy to count how many missiles had been launched. Simply put, in front of Talas' immense power, they felt as insignificant as firecrackers. In reality, nuclear weapons were far from as ineffective as they appeared. The struggles of Talas were known only to himself. He did not know whether the attacks against him were some kind of divine technique or alchemical device, but their power was indeed immense. His divine power was being rapidly depleted. This, as he descended in a saintly manner without the replenishment of the divine realm in the starry dimension, was the worst news imaginable. He must uncover all the enemy's attack locations. Talas swore he would annihilate them in the most brutal manner. In the unknown depths of the ocean, Qin Chuan felt a pang of frustration as he watched Talas uproot yet another nuclear missile launch base, feeling too exhausted to complain. Damn it! Was that a base he uprooted? Those were resource points, the lifeblood of Qin Chuan. Moreover, this was not even the worst situation. The worst part was if he failed to kill Talas this time, or put him to sleep once he investigated or reacted, the Xianhuang territory would face utter disaster. Although Qin Chuan frantically built base vehicles planning to divide and conquer, this was the last resort. Choosing this path would mean failure. He did not want to fail. At this moment, Talas was about to reach the 7th nuclear missile launch base, and Qin Chuan could no longer endure. Initiate the contingency experimental plan, codename Godslayer. Understood. At this moment, outside the 7th nuclear missile launch base on the ocean, Talas' figure reappeared. He looked somewhat angrily at the base before him, not in a hurry to attack immediately, but instead scanned it with his divine sense. Sure enough, there was not a single person, only some alchemical equipment left behind. His emotions were on the verge of madness. This was the state of being lost and confused after drawing his sword and looking around. Although he did not have a sword, at this moment a new wave of nuclear missile bombardment arrived, further fueling his already furious emotions. Talas had previously tried to evade the explosions of these alchemical devices with significant success. However, it was pointless. According to his tests, the damage difference between being directly hit and evading a certain distance was not significant. In fact, it might consume even more divine power. Of course, this was also related to the fact that he did not dodge far enough. In short, for this reason, he estimated the number of alchemical devices that would arrive in this wave, found the threat minimal, and simply stood still preparing to welcome this bombardment. However, he did not anticipate that this attack would not be limited to nuclear missiles. The long-sealed Godslayer blade had already been unsheathed. No blood, no return. As a series of explosions erupted, Talos displayed a look of helplessness. This meant he had let down his guard. In reality, this was true. Although today's experience angered him, he was far from being at the end of his rope. At this stage, it was a situation where the powerful alchemical devices were depleting his divine power reserves. However, that did not mean he needed to stand upright and take the hits. If he could not withstand it any longer, he could simply find a cave deep underground, or what could those nuclear bombs do to him? The reason for the current stalemate was that his pride was at stake. He was unwilling to hide away without even having seen the opponent's face. If word of this got out, his reputation among the gods would be utterly ruined. That was why he was so persistent. Yet faced with this situation, he had to consider whether he should temporarily avoid confrontation. After all, the enemy's cunning was beyond his expectations. He was already pondering which deity was setting traps for him. Chantia, Eldith, or perhaps Lathander, or Soon. Of course, the probability of Gon being involved was not small. Besides that, he rubbed his head, unable to discern for a moment. He truly had too many enemies. After all, as a member of the chaotic evil camp, he had a notorious reputation among the gods, a powerful bully who repays every grievance. At that very moment, while he was unaware, an oval-shaped metallic object cracked open, yet there was no thunderous explosion. Instead, it was eerily quiet. Talos, lost in thought, did not notice the flash of rose color that flickered by. Until a blade sliced through his divine barrier, as easily as cutting tofu, tearing through his tough eyelid and puncturing that massive eyeball, directly striking into his brain. In an instant, the immense pain made him howl in agony, covering his remaining eye as he rolled frantically. Ultimately, he fell into an endless ocean. His gigantic form shrank rapidly until he returned to a normal human size. Only then did the lethal rose-colored blade reveal its mark. In no way. How is this possible? Talos cried out frantically, sensing something and shouting in desperation. But soon he realized that shouting was futile, collapsing onto the surface of the sea. Newborn god of slaughter, I beg for your mercy. I do not know why I have angered you, but I apologize for my unknown actions and am willing to pay any price. Just please spare my life. I can become your subordinate deity. I possess great divine power enough to assist you in resisting. A barrage of pleas poured from his mouth, reducing his formidable divine status to nothing. No wonder he acted this way. He was truly terrified. The god of slaughter. Many deities had held this title, yet ultimately none fared well. All were met with a dire end due to collective attacks. But during their active periods, they truly were gods who could slay gods and demons alike. From the celestial gods to the abyssal demons, there was no one they dared not confront. Yet they indeed possessed the ability to act. If defeated by other deities, whether imprisoned, sealed, or plunged into slumber, it did not signify eternal death for a god. Even the smallest chance could allow them to start anew. But the god of slaughter was different. If they were killed, it meant true death. Their flesh destroyed, their soul devoured, leaving nothing behind. At this moment, witnessing this god-slaying weapon absorbing his divine essence and soul, Talos was utterly panicked. In the far distance, at the edge of observable limits, Qin Chuan witnessed this scene. Although the sounds from the images could not reach him, a team that had thoroughly researched the language of this realm was providing real-time translation. When the contents of Talos' words appeared before him, Qin Chuan's expression was quite peculiar. He even doubted whether there was a translation error. However, the likelihood of that was small. Combined with Talos' current demeanor, it perfectly matched his words. Thus Qin Chuan could not help but scoff. Your great divine power is quite pathetic, isn't it? Not in terms of strength, but in spirit. It seems that the more treacherous a person is, the more they falter at the end. This saying truly holds. Watching Talos struggle madly on the screen, Qin Chuan's expression finally became serious. He had no intention of making a move. Spare him. What a joke. He was just a low-tier lord trying to gather a powerful divine being as a subordinate. It was absurd. To prevent any last-ditch retaliations from the opponent, Qin Chuan would not approach within 1,000 miles until he was 100% certain of Talos' death. In fact, he did not have to wait long. Soon Talos' struggles weakened. I curse you. Before the words of the curse could be uttered, his flesh began to crumble, transforming into threads of blood-red light consumed by the blade of murder. The phantom that appeared in place also met the same fate. That was his soul. Seeing this, Qin Chuan remained calm, continuing to wait in place for quite some time. Ultimately, it was not that he could not wait, but rather, the blade of murder could no longer wait. The blade, slowly sinking to the ocean floor, seemed to feel that its master showed no intention of reclaiming it. Then the short sword suddenly soared up from beneath the water. The tip of the sword pointed in the air as if discerning its direction. Following this, it transformed into a stream of rose-colored light shooting straight towards Qin Chuan. That speed was such that even the holographic projection only showed a thin line. Qin Chuan. Before he could finish his speech, he felt a gust of wind approaching. The rose-colored short sword came to a sudden stop before him, stabilizing itself. The hilt wobbled as if inviting praise or urging Qin Chuan to grasp it. This sword has gained sentience. Qin Chuan was somewhat astonished. Even his wild thoughts had begun to imagine him flying with the sword. Most astonishingly, the blade of murder seemed to sense his thoughts. With a whoosh, it directly appeared beneath his feet. Using this power, Qin Chuan unexpectedly flew up at an awkward angle. What the hell? In that moment, he truly could not hold back, letting out a beautiful phrase in his native language. Riding the sword to soar through the wind, vanquishing demons across the realm. But soon he jumped off the sword's body. It wasn't that he didn't want to continue, but rather he desperately wished to know the status of the blade of murder. Blade of murder. Rank divine artifact. Function 1, slay gods. Function 2, soul absorption. Function 3, sword spirit. Function 4, power of wind and thunder, absorbs the power controlled by the god of storms. Function 9, secrecy, cannot be discovered by prophecy or similar means. Evaluation, this weapon has slain dozens of deities. After killing the god of storms, its formidable might has been further revealed. The blade of murder. After slaying him, indeed a tremendous change occurred. The newly born sword spirit is one thing, but the exact power of the wind and thunder remains unknown. Killing Talos seemed to have completely unlocked all its capabilities. Qin Chuan attempted to swing the sword, hearing the faint rumble of thunder resonating in the air. As he stepped out of the room, he sensed something was off right at the door. Not only was there a hole in the wall, but when the blade of murder flew to his feet, he was standing on solid steel plates. Looking back at that moment, he indeed spotted a small dent on the steel plate. Qin Chuan glanced at the long sword in his hand with a hint of speechlessness. At this very moment, the sword spirit seemed much more sentient. It pretended to be an ordinary sword. What dent? I know nothing. Qin Chuan thought on Ajito. Naturally, he wouldn't blame the sword spirit over such trivial matters. Currently dwelling on this would be akin to biting the hand that feeds. After stepping onto the deck, Qin Chuan gazed at the distant sea and swung his arm forcefully. Crack! A bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel struck down from the heavens, and the writhing electric serpents spread across the sea before dissipating. Is this the power to summon wind and thunder? Qin Chuan nodded with satisfaction and turned back to the cabin to issue the command to return. As for the other functions, there would be plenty of time to experiment later. The most crucial thing now is, run quickly. Talos fell here, his divine realm suspended in the starry sky, surely is unstable at this moment. Previously, when the god of art and reptiles Vander fell, his small divine realm was taken by Mishra, avoiding any calamity. But now there's no Mishra, and Talos' divine realm cannot be compared to the weak divine powers of Vander. If the storm divine realm were to fall into the sea, then a tsunami of unprecedented proportions is about to occur. That night, after Qin Chuan's return, news that could ignite the entire Holy Spirit continent arrived. Renowned as the destroyer, the king of storms Talos has fallen. This news rippled throughout the Holy Spirit continent. Saying it was an earthquake of level 18 would not be an exaggeration. The commotion caused by his fall was too great. The news could not possibly be concealed. Not to mention the sight of the storm divine realm plummeting from the starry realm. Just the fact that all the priests of the storm church lost their divine gifts simultaneously already indicated serious issues. Notice that this refers to everyone. Even gods, while sealed or asleep, can still respond to their followers. In such a situation of complete silence, there could only be one possibility. For a moment, the entire continent fell into a state of horror. The news of the divine descending as a saint among mortals is not hard to uncover. Although many know it now, those who needed to know have already found out. Everyone also knows that now is a good time to slay gods. However, Talos was never on anyone's list of the first gods to fall. Terrifying. Heartbreaking. It instills fear. Yet it also brings ecstasy. Gods are not invincible. Countless ambitious individuals and powerful beings are already preparing their plans. This is not good news for those gods that have descended onto the material plane. Speculations abound about who killed Talos. However, for the moment it hasn't spread widely. Only a few people or gods have caught glimpses of clues through subtle hints. All that remains for them is shock. This news is destined to leak out. It won't be long before the word is fully spread. Regarding the Xianwang territory and everything about Qin Chuan, it will soon be sung throughout the world. For instance, at this very moment, in the northern region, Xianwang territory, the commotion from the storm divine realm falling from the starry realm is immense. Although it is in the depths of the sea, the impact is enough to shake the entire Holy Spirit continent. Not to mention that even the Crescent Bay to the east of Xianwang territory, thousands of miles away, is witnessing the phenomenon of seawater rushing back. Not to mention the coastlines at the edge of the continent. At this moment, there must already be catastrophic floods. Of course, all this has nothing to do with Qin Chuan. He notified the shipyard to pay attention and then started watching the live broadcast from the air command. The methods to resist tsunamis in this fantastical and extraordinary world are naturally different from those in the mundane world without magic. The various techniques of kingdoms on the continent truly opened Qin Chuan's eyes. Having watched the excitement here, he then turned his attention to the front. The Cross-Expeditionary Army. Now, due to the fall of the storm god Talos the Storm Church, the mastermind of the Expeditionary Army, is in complete chaos. Seeing the situation, Qin Chuan decided not to play house with these people anymore. He ordered notify all departments to organize their military supplies and prepare for a full-scale attack. Yes, sir. On this day, the vast army of Xianhuang territory set out from the northern city walls, officially declaring its existence to the whole world. An unstoppable torrent of steel rampaged across the sunset plains, its overwhelming momentum suffocating to behold. Duke Lionheart trembled in his family estate, not even daring to approach for a greeting. Fortunately for him, the Xianhuang territory side had no intention of paying him any mind. The army of Xianhuang territory was not excessively large, comprising just over 10,000 soldiers and a few thousand tanks. Yet the shock they brought was absolutely greater than the several 100,000 troops of the Cross-Expeditionary Army. At this moment, the Cross-Expeditionary Army was in turmoil and completely unaware of the arrival of this army, until the army of Xianhuang territory arrived a few miles away from them. With long guns and short cannons surrounding this group, the members of the Expeditionary Army finally understood what was happening. They were surrounded. When they realized this, countless within the Expeditionary Army felt a disbelief. Even if they encountered some troubles, how could the Xianhuang territory possibly dare to surround them? Unfortunately, the reality had already unfolded before their eyes. Especially when numerous individuals mocked the Xianhuang territory for overreaching the torrent of steel from Xianhuang territory, slapped them in the face with facts. Rocket team, prepare. First volley. This rocket team had no Musashi no Kojiro, and certainly no Big Yao. They deployed armed forces that had been tested for combat effectiveness, centered around V3 rockets, supplemented by other ranged units to provide medium-range precision strike demolitions. Just one wave of bombardment completely obliterated the Expeditionary Army's camp, far worse than the Vanguard Army composed of the 18 nations before. This was something Qin Chuan did not expect. While he anticipated that this mission would not require the use of superweapons like nuclear bombs, he did not expect the enemy to be this weak. The Qin airship and Black Hawk fighter plane are already on their way. Should they bomb or not? Perhaps they should bombard once more before deciding. After all, they had come all this way. The smoke of gunfire dissipated. The long chains bound the remaining tens of thousands of the Expeditionary Army. The war before it even began had already come to an end. There's no need to mention a one-sided defeat. After testing the V3 rocket, the Shield-class cruiser long-range missiles, and the radiation engineer, even the portable laser guns still in the experimental stage on the side of the Xianhuang territory, the entire expeditionary camp could not be described even with the loudest wails. After all, Qin Chuan was not a devil. He hadn't even used any of his superweapons yet. Ultimately, after subduing the last desperate struggles of the opposing team, led by the sacred domain Ozer, it completely declared the end of this war. This was not unexpected. After all, Qin Chuan's initial target was not them. The seemingly grand Expeditionary Army was merely a paper tiger. The only noteworthy aspect was the few scattered sacred domains that surpassed the 9th level. However, the other sacred domains that came just to be spectators surrendered outright, realizing the situation was hopeless. As the core of the Expeditionary Army, the Storm Church's sacred domain. No, they no longer had any sacred domain. With the complete fall of the storm god Talos, all the priests of the Storm Church lost all their powers. Even the light vanguard Ozer, who hailed from a knightly background, fell directly in rank, let alone those priests. After losing the divine grace, they were no better than ordinary farmers. As for Ozer, who still retained the 9th level strength. Although the Xianhuang territory currently lacked some high-end power, it was not as if they were helpless against these people. Not to mention the divine cat raised at home, as the black tide spread, the power of the sealing island was completely broken. The sirens who had been imprisoned before regained their peak powers. Among the three, the weakest, the little cat girl Skura, possessed peak 9th level strength, while the other two were even more exaggerated. One of the sirens had already stepped into the sacred domain. As the eldest sister of divine lineage, Skura's rank directly restored to 12. This level had a formal designation in the sacred spirit continent. That is demigod. No wonder she could cause such a great uproar in her past life, due to her romantic inclinations. With them in charge, it would make up for the lack of high-end extraordinary combat power in the Xianhuang territory. Thus, the entire Expeditionary Army had no chance of turning the tide. However, at this moment, looking at the tens of thousands of surrendered soldiers, Qin Chuan felt a headache coming on. Like the expeditionary vanguard of the 18 countries, to act recklessly could be a solution, but it would also be too much of a loss. Who is Qin Chuan? He was someone capable of being mad enough to fleece the divine beings. How could he simply let them go? But with so many people, Qin Chuan certainly couldn't afford to support them for nothing. Even if he made them mine, could their efficiency compare to a red alert mining vehicle? It would be a waste of food to keep them, and it simply wasn't worth it. Learning from the war god by Qi to stage a massacre. Qin Chuan felt no psychological burden at all. After all, war had never been sacred. Since the other side had decided to attack the Xinhuang territory, they had to be prepared for everything. However, Qin Chuan soon abandoned this foolish idea. He slapped his thigh and suddenly thought, how foolish. If it really doesn't work, just throw all these people into the gene replication center and transform them into resource points. After all, Qin Chuan was not a devil. While Qin Chuan was still pondering how much resources these people could bring him, a familiar visitor interrupted his plan. Qin Chuan looked at the newcomer and asked in confusion, I wonder what the purpose of the mysterious lattice visit is this time. Is everything smooth with the Arcane Empire? Mistral did not hurry to speak, but first threw him a box. The box was made of a strange material, feeling somewhat cold to the touch, constructed from a metal that Qin Chuan could not recognize. In front of Mistral, Qin Chuan did not dare to open it to see what it was. What if he saw something he shouldn't? Of course, that's not the reason. As a powerful magical goddess, Qin Chuan was unsure if she could detect the peering of visual data. Most likely she could. He did not want to jeopardize the current delicate relationship between the two sides. This is the soul jar of the Lich. Mistral first told him what it was, then answered Qin Chuan's question. My debate with those arcanists from the Arcane Empire was forced to be interrupted after all such a major event occurred. After saying this, a glimmer of bright light flashed in Mistral's eyes, and she looked at Qin Chuan with a peculiar gaze. In an incredulous tone, she said, although Talos was despised by the gods, his ability to remain so active is inseparable from his strength. You actually could. Hearing her say this, Qin Chuan sensed something was off. Could news from this other world spread so quickly? He did not want to expose the fact that he had killed Talos so soon. This could easily place him in opposition to the gods. In his mind, it would be best if this news could remain confidential for as long as possible. But judging by Mistral's tone, it sounded rather well known. He hurriedly denied it in a series of 3 denials. I don't talk nonsense. Mistral? Qin Chuan's denial sequence left this powerful goddess speechless. After saying something similar to, if you want people not to know, you must not do it yourself, she smiled slightly and looked at Qin Chuan, saying, you don't need to be so panicked, it's not a big deal. After learning of Talos' death, many people are actually applauding. Don't underestimate the gods' understanding of the world. This matter cannot be hidden. Mistral's words completely shattered Qin Chuan's illusions. He resigned himself to the situation and said, then, what is your attitude? Disgust? Or, as Qin Chuan said this, he noticed Mistral's gaze towards him was quite strange. Why would you have such an idea? At this moment, Qin Chuan had calmed down. Since they had reached this point, he decided to be straightforward. He said calmly, people often say that the loss of one's kind is sorrowful. Seeing a mortal kill a god, the gods would not. Of course not. Mistral replied directly. You don't need to regard this matter as so significant. Although it is indeed somewhat important, the outcome is not what you think. Currently among the gods in the astral realm, more than half are deified mortals. While mortal slaying gods has decreased in recent years in previous epochs. Do you understand how I became the goddess of magic? Upon hearing this, Qin Chuan instantly understood. Recalling this woman's fierce past, he decisively wanted to end this topic. Then, Mistral, however, did not heed him and continued speaking. Overall, this matter is also a good thing for you. Do you know what they are calling you now? What are they calling me? Qin Chuan's curiosity was piqued, and he asked, Eternal Blazing Sun. Eternal Blazing Sun. Qin Chuan asked in confusion. Yes, this is their manifestation of your kind of attack. Doesn't it resemble a small sun that bursts? Mishra replied. Fortunately, it is not the god of slaughter. Qin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. According to Mishra's earlier statement, the gods did not react much to his godslaying, but they were not so clear about the specific method of godslaying. No, it cannot be said that they did not understand clearly. It should be said that they only understood the first half of the bombardment. As for the fatal blow caused by the blade of assassination, they were unaware. Perhaps it is because the unknowable nature of the blade of assassination is at play. If the gods were to learn this, it would surely not be so easy to deal with. At this moment, Mishra saw Qin Chuan fall silent and thought he was unhappy with this title. She immediately said, this name is already quite pleasant, almost on par with my mystical lady. After saying this, she tilted her head, revealing her fair neck, seemingly quite proud. To be fair indeed. Qin Chuan nodded, expressing his agreement with this title. After all, recalling the bizarre titles of the gods such as the Third Eye and the Destroyer, there is always a sense of tackiness. The title Eternal Blazing Sun nicely avoids this. After discussing this matter, Qin Chuan noticed that Mishra was still standing there, realizing that she had other matters to address, so he directly asked, "I wonder if the mystical lady has other matters to instruct." Xia Rusu seems to have recovered, you see. Mishra shook her head. Xia Rusu appears to quite like it here, so let her stay here. As for the matter. At this point, Mishra's expression became serious. "I am here to act as a negotiator again." Negotiator? Yes, may I ask what your plans are for these captives? Seeing Mishra suddenly ask this question, Qin Chuan was somewhat speechless. Naturally, he couldn't say he directly wanted those people to return to nature, contributing to the construction of Xinhuang territory. He could only vaguely respond. "I haven't thought it through yet." Mishra seemed to have seen through his thoughts, and said, "You aren't planning to send them all to the underworld, are you? I advise you not to do that. It will not only affect how the Holy Spirit continent perceives you, but also your alignment." "Of course not," Qin Chuan said without a change in his expression, while internally, he was frantically pondering the meaning of Mishra's words. As for what others perceive, Qin Chuan has always been too lazy to care, but he must be wary of the latter that Mishra mentioned. The so-called alignment is the Holy Spirit continent's judgment of any creature. Good, neutral, evil. These three alignments can further be subdivided into lawful, neutral, and chaotic. Combined, they form an alignment grid, as follows: lawful, good, neutral, good, chaotic, good. Lawful, neutral, true, neutral, chaotic, neutral. Lawful, evil, neutral, evil, chaotic, evil. The divisions of these alignments do not shift due to personal will, but are determined by the world's primordial judgment, with no specific hierarchy. For example, the god of storms Talos belongs to the chaotic, evil alignment. However, this would clearly influence people's judgments on the continent, as well as the judgment of the world's will. Qin Chuan considers himself not a great benefactor, and the good alignment is hard to associate with. But he absolutely does not want his alignment to slip into chaotic evil. After all, he can disregard others' opinions. But the world's will. Qin Chuan is still enjoying the remnants of the Earth's world's will. Thus he immediately gave up the idea of turning all these into primordial points. But Mishra suddenly brought this up. Her purpose was, "Qin Chuan, I understand, so you came to." Mishra nodded. "Thus I have come as a negotiator." Qin Chuan remained silent, waiting for her to finish her words. Mishra continued, "I am here to act as a negotiator. Those deities are willing to redeem their followers. Of course, excluding the Storm Church, as they claim to be swept up by the storm and do not wish to be your enemies. They are willing to pay a price to the light at the end of the tunnel." Hearing Mishra mention this, Qin Chuan was no longer drowsy. "What will they use for redemption?" Mishra asked with a hint of a smile. "What do you want? Given your status in the secular plane, you shouldn't be lacking much." "Lacking? How could I not lack? For example, starting with 100,000 pounds of star steel, a few pieces of divine essence, divine artifacts, and so on." Stop. Mishra hurriedly interrupted Qin Chuan, speechless. "You know what you are asking for those gods? They probably would rather you kill all these people." Qin Chuan was not embarrassed by this. The so-called high price for a deal means that if the trade doesn't succeed, there is still goodwill. Just as he was about to say something further, Mishra spoke directly. "All right, I will strive to get that for you. That's it for now, I will take my leave." After saying this, as if afraid Qin Chuan would continue to entangle her, she instantly vanished from the spot. "Qin Chuan, is it really necessary?" Name: Lich Soul Box. Type: Undead. Quality: Rare Artifact. Source: The Soul Box. Made by Lich Vizaro. Over 300 years. Function: Soul Storage. The Soul Box can preserve the souls of living beings. Indestructible. The Soul Box is indestructible, preserving the indestructibility of the stored beings. Special: this soul box contains a trace of death and life, allowing a corpse to maintain its last warmth. Evaluation: the intrinsic item of Vizaro. It seems to have significant use for you. At this moment, Qin Chuan had not yet realized what important use it had. In the next moment, a prompt arrived. System prompt detected: a special item available for pinpoint summoning. Qin Chuan. Dunno. It's it. Just it. The warm corpse. The last missing piece of the new round of summoning. He had no time to think about why the Lich's soul box was referred to as the warm corpse, and immediately eagerly took out the other three items he had preserved for a long time. Branches of the Tree of Life, Blood of Gold, the King Slayer, Power of Kings, and the newly obtained Lich Soul Box Warm Corpse, Power of Death. System prompt detected: a special item available for pinpoint summoning. 044. Do you wish to summon? Insufficient energy, please recharge as soon as possible. Damn. Qin Chuan immediately opened his personal panel, watching the energy for summoning 1,000 troops at 99. He had a strong urge to complain, unsure if he should express it. Sigh. Now I just need to wait for the level upgrade. Life is not easy, Qin Chuan sighed. In the following days, Qin Chuan diligently practiced. Not practicing was not an option. It was akin to a crystal being left with just a trace of blood while the opponent's camp revived. The ability to manipulate people's mindset was absolutely max. During this time, Mishra did not visit again. However, the title of Qin Chuan, Eternal Blazing Sun, gradually spread across the Holy Spirit continent. Thanks to his remarkable achievements, people across the continent even dared not speak his name directly, enjoying a taste of divine treatment ahead of time. He was referred to as His Majesty the Eternal Blazing Sun. For a time, tales of him echoed throughout the continent. Many bards turned these stories into catchy songs sung in major cities of humanity. A deity among mortals. This was how the people of the Holy Spirit continent referred to him. Yet, they were clearly unaware of Qin Chuan's true level, otherwise they would certainly regret their words. However, through the fermentation of rumors, the legend of his slaying of the storm god Talos was crafted into epic tales, ensuring his name would be remembered in the annals of history on the Holy Spirit continent. At this time, a substantial wealth also surged into the northern realm of the Xinjiang territory, the ransom of the gods. When Mishra dumped this pile into the north, she left immediately, not even meeting Qin Chuan. It was uncertain whether she was worried about Qin Chuan extorting her or something else. When Qin Chuan, along with the people of Xuanhuang, transferred these items back, he couldn't help but complain. If there were a service platform, he would definitely file a complaint against Mishra. This delivery person was too careless. A complaint was necessary. However, upon seeing those items, Qin Chuan had no time to continue his complaints. What a bountiful harvest! The divine ranks and artifacts he previously mentioned were of course absent. The gods were not fools. Yet he received a stash of magical metals. With these, the scientists and engineers in the battle laboratory could finally have something to do. They would definitely propel the technological level of the Xinjiang territory forward significantly. Besides these items, there were many unexpected treasures. Name Divine Power Crystal 17. Type Oddity Quality Legendary Golden Source Crystals condensed from Divine Power of the Gods. Function Supplement can replenish lost Divine Power upgrade. Each Divine Power Crystal can allow a being below Divine rank to advance one level under 13th rank. Evaluation: an astonishing oddity. However, it may cause elemental chaos for the user. Truly a case of a pillow being delivered when one is sleepy. Qin Chuan stared intently at the dozen or so crystals before him, his mind almost unable to wrap around it. The gods were willing to part with such items. It is worth noting that with the vast majority of gods descending in the form of saints unable to restore divine power through their divine realms, there was nothing more valuable than this item. Although Qin Chuan was unaware of how Mishra extorted them based on his deductions, he could still come up with some ideas. According to those gods, their followers were merely coerced by the Storm Church, so these gods' strength could not be too formidable. Weak divine power occupied most, and it was unlikely they even had many with medium divine power, let alone strong divine power. Thus, under the powerful divine might of Qin Chuan, the eternal blazing sun, who had slain Talos, they still had some awareness in their hearts. Those so-called magical metals and materials were mere supplements. These divine power crystals were what they hoped would quell Qin Chuan's anger. Upon realizing this, Qin Chuan happily accepted the divine power crystals. Looking at his current third-tier rank, he indeed needed these items. The quantity of divine power crystals was absolutely sufficient to elevate him directly to the strongest 12th-tier demigod below the divine rank. So now the only question to consider was one: the mixed elemental attributes of the divine power crystals. These crystals came from different gods, each representing a different elemental divine power. If used recklessly, it was likely to cause major issues. So how could he transform them into usable items? The battle laboratory need not be considered, given their current technological level. Dealing with anything related to gods was akin to dreaming. Therefore, should he seek Mishra for a swap? Or perhaps more straightforwardly, directly seek the moon goddess Suluan for an exchange? Even a Tufferone deal would be acceptable to Qin Chuan. Now the only problem was how to contact them. Suluan was impossible, but Mishra. Qin Chuan suddenly thought of a genuine divine cat in his territory. Meow, 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 meow. These words came from the divine cat of the Xinjiang territory, Xiaoruisi. According to the translation by Skura, it was known that Mishra never needed divine power crystals. She could freely use any magical element, and the power produced in the divine realm was directly linked to the magic net. As for Xiaoruisi herself, she stated that all her divine power had been used up, which meant she could only maintain her form as a cat. If Qin Chuan didn't mind, she could take a divine power crystal, and she wouldn't do anything, just a little peek. Subsequently, Qin Chuan decisively rejected her request. What a joke, he didn't have enough for himself. He was always the one shearing others' wool. After sending Xiaoruisi and Skura away, Qin Chuan fell into deep thought again. This path was temporarily blocked, so he could only think of other methods. Suddenly a name resurfaced in his mind. He immediately began to attempt communication: the remaining will of Earth. With a surge of inexplicable information transmitted in his mind, Qin Chuan's eyes grew brighter. Upon learning the operation method, he spoke without hesitation. Convert all divine power crystals into honor points. Converting in progress. Conversion successful. Current honor points 19, 2, Earth 17, Holy Spirit. Indeed, divine power represented elements, and it also embodied a manifestation of rules, otherwise it wouldn't be so precious. However, the honor points Qin Chuan obtained previously were also based on the same concept, the only difference being the worlds they belonged to. However, their effects were the same. Honor points could also assist a person in advancing. Upon realizing this, Qin Chuan slapped his thigh. Why didn't you say so earlier? It was no wonder he was slow to react. After all, honor points were too precious, and in his past life, he had never obtained them, so he naturally didn't know their specific uses. Now he had no such concerns. His mind was filled with one thought: deep blue. I know anyway, whatever, give me a boost. With a mortal body achieving demigod status. Half a year later, the entire northern region of Fran has been transformed into a city of the future. This future does not merely represent a technological standard surpassing the medieval era of the Holy Spirit continent, but rather embodies true future technology. The technology produced by the Red Alert Combat Laboratory not only elevates the entire northern region to industrial modernization, but even goes beyond it. Of course, such tremendous progress is inextricably linked to the current status of the Xianhuang territory on the continent. The might of the eternal blazing sun is rising, almost looking down on the entire continent. The rewards from defeating the storm god Talos are not limited to the compensation and resources received initially. Rather, it is the terrifying long-tail effect. First, there is the fame gained from the victory. The Xianhuang territory's formidable military strength has made the people of the entire continent hold their breath in awe. Especially in this world dominated by divine authority, anything related to this system stands at a position of superiority. The ability to slay a being of immense divine power regardless of the methods employed by Qin Chuan deserves the utmost attention. Where there is one, there is bound to be another. Who knows what great treasure Qin Chuan might reveal next time. Thus, not only the individuals from the material plane, but also those divine beings who descend from the astral realm and become mortal saints must show a certain level of respect to Qin Chuan and the Xianhuang territory. Thus, after a battle, Qin Chuan not only received the ransom from those divine beings, but also spoils of war. As for the contents of the spoils, they naturally include the wealth accumulated by the Storm Church over tens of thousands of years. Churches, land deeds, all social resources owned by a portion of the followers. Everything was fully taken over by the Xianhuang territory, and no one dared to utter a single word. Under these circumstances, the strength of Qin Chuan's dominion has expanded unprecedentedly. Within the holy and glorious empire, Xianhuang is everywhere. Even in the arcane empire known as a zone of faith, Xianhuang markets can be found widely. Though the directly governed territory of the Xianhuang territory consists of only 13 cities in the northern region of Fran, its influence spans the entire Holy Spirit continent. Thus, some even refer to it as the Fourth Empire. Qin Chuan has never cared much for such empty titles. What he cares about now is only one thing: the northern region's Summer City. This so-called Summer City is the new city established outside the Half-Moon Valley of the Xianhuang territory. Qin Chuan named it Summer. This is both a reminder of where he came from and a commemoration. After all, aside from the uncertain existence of the character Summer holds profound significance for him. Qin Chuan stood atop the tallest building in the city, overlooking the entire city. Having ascended to the 12th rank and ignited the divine fire, he achieved demigod status. Aside from those elusive mortal saints, Qin Chuan can rightfully claim to be the strongest among mortals. Although his appearance had not changed drastically, he exuded an aura of immense power and sanctity. Even now, the entire Holy Spirit continent feels that the one who may ascend to godhood next is none other than Qin Chuan. But he knows clearly that under the pervasive black tide, even those divine beings cannot return to their own realms, let alone those who wield divine authority entering the astral realm. This possibility has been sealed from the very beginning. Qin Chuan's gaze was vacant, indicating that his attention was not on what was before him. Open the territory interface. With a silent thought, Qin Chuan witnessed the dramatic transformation of the territory panel. He directly ignored the familiar elements in front and focused his gaze on the newly established 4 sub-territories. Storm City, Orgrimmar, Silvermoon City, Shadow City. These 4 cities are the domains of humans, orcs, night elves, and undead. Storm City was established in the place where the Earth Lords rose up in the southern park. Located at the junction of the 3 great empires, it is sufficient to demonstrate Qin Chuan's revealed ambitions. It is worth mentioning that the Earth Lords previously captured by various churches were released as soon as the news of Qin Chuan slaying Talos arrived. After this battle, nearly 90% of the Earth Lords became actively engaged in the Qianhuang territory and Storm City. Qin Chuan did not involve himself too much with these individuals. They treat Qin Chuan as a national hero, and Qin Chuan in turn respects them as such. For the overall increase in strength, he does not mind these individuals utilizing some of their resources for development. The premise is that it must not be excessive. As for those who are insatiable in their demands, there is nothing more to say, they will be dealt with accordingly. As for the large number of lords who abandoned their territories to join the Qianhuang territory, Qin Chuan gladly accepted. Of course, necessary treaties must still be signed. In short, aside from the fact that the Qianhuang territory and Storm City belong to the gathering place of humans, it does not seem so abrupt. For the remaining 3 races, Qin Chuan placed them in locations suitable for their development. Among them, the Orc City was located in the extreme west in the Orc stronghold, and Qin Chuan even sent Mitao along. With his current strength, he truly does not need the protection of Mitao, the newly promoted high-tier being. In Orgrimmar, there is a broader space for development. It is said that this kid has recently been getting along well with Thrall. The development in Orgrimmar is much swifter than that of the relatively stable Storm City. Now, aside from the Orc King's city, Orgrimmar even has a reputation as a new holy land. As for the Night Elves and Undead, their situation is comparatively complex. Due to the particularity of both races, it is certainly unsuitable for their development in human society. Qin Chuan directly used the previous reasons with the elves to settle the Night Elves in their ancestral land, the ancestral divine continent. During this process, there was no obstruction encountered. What a joke! When that group of elves saw the Tree of Life, their expressions were nothing short of astonished. They almost knelt down on the spot. As for the undead, their situation is relatively troublesome. The material plane is not suitable for their development. Hence, relying on the sirens who restored their full strength, they directly opened the gate to the underworld, establishing the shadow floating city right there. Thus, Qin Chuan's initial strategy can be considered complete, compared to the poverty he experienced when he first crossed over, having a dozen guns and a few tanks. It doesn't seem so impoverished after all. No matter how one looks at it, when these 4 races from War 3 were summoned, it is unclear whether it was because they were the second wave or due to Qin Chuan's frenzied advancement and excessive charging of the talent system. But as soon as they were summoned, they possessed formidable combat strength. Not only are there ordinary high-tier units, but there are also heroic beings of the holy rank. Humans, Archmage, Mountain King, Paladin, Blood Mage. Orcs, Prophet, Blade Master, Tauren, Chieftain, Shaman. Night Elves, Demon, Hunter, Moon Priestess, Jungle Guardian, Warden. Undead, Death Knight, Dread, Lord, Lich, Abomination. If the Red Alert units focus on low-tier longevity, then the 4 Warcraft races undoubtedly represent high-end combat power. They have perfectly filled the last piece of the Qianhuang territory's puzzle. 2 years later, looking at the black tide capable of filling the entire world, Qin Chuan gazed along with the gods. In each person's eyes there were different expressions: shock, astonishment, and even fear. Yet there was no sign of dread. Eternal Blazing Sun, is your plan for real? Of course. As long as everyone works together to build the eternal holy realm, we can annihilate the black tide from another angle. Qin Chuan nodded. In just 2 years, with the approach of the black tide, disputes in all material planes have become less significant. The technological level of the Qianhuang territory has also advanced significantly. If one were to ask what is the strongest aspect of the entire Red Alert technology system, superweapons, lasers, bombings, none of these. Instead, it is the time weapon. The irreversibility of time is not only a concept from the past life, but also applies to the Holy Spirit continent. Although the divine powers and domains of the gods are countless, time has always remained an untouchable taboo. Now, Qin Chuan has created this time machine, and one can only imagine the shock it will bring. Everyone, it's getting late. Let's prepare to begin. Mishra asked, but will we have the chance to return? Yes. Qin Chuan's gaze swept over all the gods and humans behind him, his words carrying unparalleled confidence. Let us become the 4th catastrophe across various timelines, bringing true end to the black tide. The god of dawn Losanda questioned, why the 4th? What about the first 3? You will see soon. Prepare. Time travel. The end.